Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.80, The Revolt of the Czechoslovak Legion. Last time we pivoted from revolution to civil war by talking about the peripheral crescent off to the west and south that would become major centers of conflict over the next several years. This week, we are going to start by returning to the Russian heartland to cover how the Soviet government in Moscow navigated their own pivot from revolution to civil war, which, for the record, Lenin and the gang didn't really see much of a distinction between the two. For them, class war was civil war, and civil war was class war. They were not two peas in a pod, they were literally just the one pea going by two different names. But though Lenin expected and even embraced civil war, I don't think he suspected how big that civil war was going to get, because no one expected a wild card called the Czechoslovak Legion to blow the whole thing sky high. So given everything we've discussed over the past few episodes with the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and its humiliating abandonment of huge swaths of territory, I might have tempted you into believing Lenin's government was only left in charge of a small chunk of territory, some little blob connecting Moscow to Petrograd that amounted to little more than a glorified city-state. But this is really super not the case. Soviet Russia was huge. It encompassed about 1 million square miles and contained more than 60 million people. It was, in fact, still the largest single political entity in the European orbit, both in area and population. Soviet Russia was bigger than France, it was bigger than Germany. It was certainly bigger than any of the individual peripheral bits they had renounced at Brest-Litovsk. And spoiler alert, it's going to be one of the big reasons they ultimately win the Civil War. But here in the spring of 1918, the potential resources and manpower the Soviet government could harness from this vast territory was just that. It was potential. The Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917 did not magically solve all the social, economic, and political dysfunction that had plagued Russia since the start of the war, and also, I suppose, the several centuries before that. Inflation and scarcity, the two big problems that had sparked the February Revolution in the first place, remained ongoing issues. The only difference after October was the Bolsheviks could no longer blame the powers that be for the dysfunction, because they now were the powers that be. They would need a solution, or they would follow the governments of Tsar Nicholas, Prince Lvov, and Alexander Kerensky into the dustbin of history. By far the biggest immediate problem in Soviet Russia was food scarcity in the cities. 1 year earlier, food scarcity had been so bad the people overthrew a 300-year-old monarchy. Now, it might even be worse. Because though the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk left Soviet Russia with a great deal of territory, it still cost them the produce from major agricultural centers like Ukraine and the Transcaucasus, and then, as we'll talk about here in a minute, they are also about to be cut off from the additional fertile regions around the Volga River. Meanwhile, inside Soviet Russia, the decree on land led local villages to absorb and parcel out the huge landed estates in their neighborhoods, whereupon they imported their traditional systems of agriculture. Small plots worked by individual families oriented towards subsistence farming without much care or concern for producing the amount of grain needed to fill empty bellies in the city. And even when and where there was a surplus of grain, it was a challenge to procure and transport it. The rail system had fallen into a state of acute disrepair and was presently running at like a quarter of its potential capacity. Plus, there was a problem of acquisition. The peasants didn't want to sell their grain for worthless paper money, and any attempt to force them to sell for worthless paper money led them to simply hide their grain, rather than give it away for nothing. The food scarcity problem was exacerbated by another acute economic problem the Soviet government had to grapple with: a manufacturing crisis. Since the war started in 1914, factories, plants, and mines had all been oriented towards wartime production. Guns, munitions, and uniforms replaced regular old consumer goods. And as we talked about in episode 10.blank, industrial production also massively ramped up when the war started, so the ranks of the urban working classes exploded by like blank %. This is where so much of the energy and momentum of the revolution in 1917 had come from. But now the war was over, leading to three interrelated problems. First, Factories were shutting down as wartime demand collapsed. Second, factories repurposed for wartime production could not return to manufacturing regular old consumer goods just at the drop of a hat. And third, even those factories that could have remained open were often idle on account of ongoing shortages in fuel and raw materials. So this led to a growing unemployment and underemployment crisis. In the spring of 1918, unemployed workers either lingered hungrily and dangerously in the cities, or they decamped back to their home villages. In response to the disorganized and hungry chaos of the winter of 1917-1918, a spontaneously self-organized phenomenon appeared. This was the bagmen. The bagmen were individuals who filled bags with small tradable goods, hopped on trains to rural areas, and then bartered and exchanged those goods for food. Then they came back to the cities to either sell what they had acquired, or, as often as not, make deliveries to the people who had given them the tradable goods to go out and exchange for food. Now, one single bagman was just one guy, carrying some bags. He was limited to what a single person could carry. But as this became the most reliable way for an urban family to get food, the ranks of the bagmen grew exponentially, and soon hundreds of thousands of them were swarming back and forth from city to country and back. Over the weeks and months, the phenomenon took on a bit of organized cohesion. Bagmen started traveling in groups, usually armed. Co-ops sprouted up in both town and country to reliably facilitate exchange and delivery. Inside the factories, which were now controlled by worker committees, the hungry workers abandoned whatever they were supposed to be doing and turned to off-the-books manufacturing of tradable goods that the household peasants actually wanted. They made stoves, knives, work tools, candle holders, axes, plows, and especially cigarette lighters, a much coveted novelty. To make these goods, they often cannibalized the machinery in the factory itself. So over the winter of 1917-1918, the people self-organized a chaotic, if passably effective, barter economy under the rubric of the initial decrees that had been issued by the Bolsheviks in October. Worker-run factories were deciding to produce goods for trade that they would then trade for food from peasants who owned their own land. Co-ops and bagmen sprouted up, serving as the means of exchange and delivery. But there was one small hiccup. This is not exactly the Bolshevik vision for what post-revolutionary socialism is meant to look like. The Bolsheviks were, after all, not anarchists. They had always advocated nationalization of both land and industry. They tended to argue in favor of large-scale national collectivization of agriculture, mining, and manufacturing. That is how they would take a backward medieval society like Russia and turn it into a modern and advanced socialist society, without the prolonged period of bourgeois capitalist rule demanded by their rivals, the Mensheviks and SRs. The Bolsheviks also tended to be very hostile to the idea of market activity in general, assuming that it was an exploitive feature of capitalism that would have no place in the society they were building. They portrayed the bagmen, for example, as greedy parasites and speculators, exploiting the food crisis for their own selfish advantage. So the policies the Soviet government started rolling out in the spring of 1918 thus aimed to bring organization and control to an anarchistic system growing up organically under their feet. And we call this collection of policies war communism. Now, just to be clear, no one called it war communism at the time. This is a term we use to retroactively describe the system. Other thing we need to be clear about, it's barely a system at all. The term war communism encompasses several different policies enacted by different commissars as the Soviet government improvised responses to simultaneous crises on multiple fronts. One thing we know about Lenin is that practical improvisation is going to trump rigid doctrine every time. So as war communism gets going, it's not like they're out there systematically implementing a color-coded timetable they had dreamed up back in Switzerland. It also gets called war communism because it's so closely linked to the Soviet mobilization for civil war. They needed to turn all those potential resources and manpower into actual resources and manpower, and the blunt instrument of war communism is how they decided to do it. Now, there is a big ongoing historical debate about the nature of war communism and its relationship to Bolshevik ideology, whether it represents an aberration, a culmination, a detour, a mistake, a necessity, random flailing, or Machiavellian plotting? The answer, in my opinion, is yes. So for today, I want to talk about two big parts of war communism. First, on May 9, 1918, the government declared a food dictatorship. The food dictatorship blew up the peasants' claim to ownership over the grain they were now selling. The government, appointed by the Soviet of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasant Deputies, representing the workers, soldiers, and peasants of Russia, claimed the responsibility for acquiring and delivering food to the cities. Food was a right. Food belonged to everyone, not merely the peasants who grew it. To implement the food dictatorship, the Soviet formed food detachments, armed companies who would travel out to the rural areas and simply take surplus grain and bring it back to the cities. There would be no more buying and selling, no more trading, no more bagmen. But you can imagine what happened when these food detachments started fanning out. They used incredibly heavy-handed tactics to extract grain and food they believed the selfish peasants were withholding. There are tons of stories about food detachments trashing houses, burning buildings, assaulting people, raping women, and murdering people who stood in their way. And then, as they loaded up the quote-unquote surplus, they often did not care whether or not they were taking actual surplus. Most of the time, they were taking the food the peasants needed to feed themselves. So the brief honeymoon period of peace between the urban and rural populations after the October Revolution is now over, and it is going to get very messy from here on out. The other part of war communism I want to talk about today is the increasing nationalization and centralization of manufacturing. Unhappy workers were now organizing strikes, not on behalf of the Bolsheviks, but against them. In their opinion, nothing had changed since October, and in many real ways, things had only gotten worse. So they started forming what were called extraordinary assemblies of factory and plant representatives who worked outside the system of Soviets of Workers' Deputies. Menshevik and SR activists were happy to enter this movement to stir up trouble against the Bolsheviks. In the spring of 1918, one striking group declared, "The Soviet government has become completely alien to us. It promised to bring the workers socialism, and instead has brought them empty factories and destitution." In response, the Soviet government started implementing wider nationalization and central administration of factories. Controversially, they granted the need to bring back many of the experienced managers and restore the old top-down structures of authority. Worker mismanagement was seen by the government as one of the primary causes of the empty factories and the destitution they complained about. So, after about 6 months, the brief experiment of worker-controlled factories gave way to the return of centralized hierarchy, with old plant managers offered high salaries to come back and run the factories, only now their salary would be paid by the state rather than a private owner. So the food dictatorship and nationalization of industry are two big pillars of war communism, and they are going to lay the groundwork for what the October Revolution ultimately means for Russia. But now I want to transition away from the communism part of war communism and back to the war part of war communism. Because in May 1918, the Soviet government found itself besieged on all sides and facing a very real military threat to its existence, most especially as a result of the revolt of the Czechoslovak Legion. So, what the heck is the Czechoslovak Legion? The Czechoslovak Legion was formed at the beginning of World War I by Czechs and Slovaks living in Russian territory eager to go fight the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They harbored nationalist dreams that had been kindled in the springtime of the peoples in 1848, and they hoped 1914 would prove to be the winter of empire, and they were hoping to join their brethren living under Austro-Hungarian rule as an independent nation. Initially, it was just a couple companies of volunteers, but the Czechoslovak Legion turned out to be as dependable a fighting unit as existed on the Russian side. This proved especially true as the Russian side collapsed in the summer of 1917. The Czechoslovak Legion was one of the few groups involved in the Kerensky offensive to perform with anything resembling heroic determination. After their success, Kerensky's government gave permission to representatives of the Czechoslovak National Council, a political lobbying group advocating their national cause, to go recruit Czech and Slovak prisoners of war being held in Russian POW camps. It was not a hard sell, and in short order, the Czechoslovak Legion ballooned to more than 40,000 men, most of them stationed in Ukraine. After the failure of the Kerensky offensive, the Russian army, of course, plunged into terminal decline. But unlike the Russian soldiers, whose revolutionary hopes and military disillusionment were leading them to desert the army in droves, the one overriding hope of the Czechs and Slovaks, that is, national independence, remained unfulfilled. So they wanted to keep fighting. When the Central Powers invaded Ukraine in late February 1918 to force the Russians to sign the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the Czechoslovak Legion was again like the only military force opposing them with anything resembling energetic discipline. They fought with particularly stubborn tenacity because all of those who had been recruited out of the POW camps were considered deserters guilty of treason by the Austro-Hungarian military. They would be summarily executed if captured. After Brest-Litovsk, the Legion still had high morale and disciplined cohesion, and they wanted to figure out a way to stay in the war against the Central Powers, because it was still their war, even if the Russians had now bailed. So they decided they wanted to provide reinforcements for the Allies on the Western Front. But small problem, they couldn't go west by heading west. There were enormous enemy armies standing between them and France. So they settled on a very ambitious plan. Go west by heading east. First, they would travel 6,000 miles east of Vladivostok. Then they would board ships that would take them across the Pacific. Then they would traverse the Americas, then cross the Atlantic and land in Western Europe, completing a near-total circumnavigation of the globe. Now, the Soviet government and the legionaries didn't trust or like each other, but on March the 25th, the Soviet government granted them safe passage to Vladivostok. Berlin and Vienna would not be happy to learn that the Russians were letting a formidable opponent of the Central Powers move on to fight them on a different front. But Lenin and Trotsky and the other Soviet leaders balanced this with the knowledge that the Czechoslovak Legion also posed a threat to them, so they decided it was safer to see the Legion off rather than force them to stay. As the Legion started to move east along the Trans-Siberian Railway over the course of April and early May 1918, they did not simply move as one giant force of 42,000 men. They traveled in separate smaller groups depending on the capacity of the railroad at any given moment. By May 1918, the companies furthest along had reached Vladivostok, while those furthest behind had barely left European Russia. In his very good book on the Russian Civil War, Evan Maudsley illustrates the scope of the spread for an American audience. And if you're not a part of the American audience, just bear with me, and also probably you'll find this interesting too. But if you were to put a pin where New York City is on a map of North America and say this is where the legionary group that's furthest east is, then their westernmost comrades would be at a point 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. West of San Francisco. 1,300 miles out into the middle of the Pacific. That is the scope of the distance we're talking about here. Now, so far, there's no problem. The 42,000 legionaries are departing peacefully. But problems erupted in mid-May. Despite the deal with the government in Moscow, local Soviet authorities were suspicious and hostile of these heavily armed Czechs and Slovaks passing through town. Sometimes, the legionaries were delayed for long periods while they waited for trains. This led to a great deal of irritated frustration and impatience on both sides. Finally, on May 14, 1918, a group of legionaries moving east encountered a group of Hungarian prisoners of war traveling west. The legionaries were obviously on their way to Vladivostok. The Hungarians were being repatriated by the terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. They ran into each other in the city of Chelyabinsk, just east of the Ural Mountains. The Hungarians considered these Czechs and Slovaks to be traitors, while the legionaries were like, traitors to what? It may be your empire, but it's not our empire. Insults were hurled, fighting broke out. The municipal Russian authorities then stepped in and arrested some of the Czech leaders. Outraged legionaries then staged an armed attack to rescue their brothers from jail, and in the process wound up taking effective military control of the city. Now, this might have not been a big deal, but for the response of the Soviet government. Trotsky has by now resigned as Commissar of Foreign Affairs and taken up his job as Commissar of the Army and Navy. Believing the revolt of the Czechoslovak legionaries was part of a wider effort by anti-Soviet elements to foment counter-revolutionary uprisings along the critical Trans-Siberian Railway, Trotsky sent out an order on May 25th demanding the immediate disarmament of the Legion. His order was blunt. Quote, "Every armed Czechoslovak found on the railway is to be shot on the spot," end quote. This turns out to have been something of a blunder. Local Soviet forces were going to find themselves inferior to the Czechoslovak legionaries whenever and wherever they encountered each other. And in fact, for all of 1918, wherever the Czechoslovak legions were, they were the best trained, most disciplined, and most effective fighting force in the field. That's why their uprising is such a big deal. So at the moment, anybody who tried to implement Comrade Trotsky's order was not going to shoot armed Czechoslovaks on the spot. They were going to get shot by armed Czechoslovaks on the spot. After the seizure of Chelyabinsk, word went up and down the Trans-Siberian Railway to other legionary units, and wherever they happened to be, they pulled out their rifles and machine guns and took over. The Legion soon controlled almost the entire length of the Trans-Siberian Railway. This is a very big deal. Now, the point that links the revolt of the Czechoslovak legions to the Russian Civil War is the city of Samara, situated about 600 miles southeast of Moscow, where the Volga River meets the Samara River. The city in particular, and the Volga region in general, had been one of the main bases of SR Popular Peasant Support, and a group of SR delegates to the Constituent Assembly had regrouped there in the aftermath of the closing of the Constituent Assembly back in January. Here, they hoped to plug themselves into a large and hostile reaction to the Bolshevik takeover of Russia, and they dreamed of establishing a rival government to the Soviets by claiming the superior sovereign authority of the Constituent Assembly. But they spent the first couple months of 1918 supremely disappointed, because as we've seen, even areas where there was a real SR population, they didn't care much about the Constituent Assembly per se. They just wanted land and local autonomy, both of which the Bolsheviks had promised. The other problem for the SR leadership was that they couldn't rally anybody to fight for them. They couldn't even rally enough armed supporters to take over Samara, which at the moment was only tenuously held by a Soviet-aligned municipal government defended by about 2,000 Red Guards. And not for nothing, but if you're claiming to be the legitimate government of a country and you can't get anybody who's willing to kill or die for you, well, how legitimate are you? Because one of the unspoken tests of political legitimacy is, can you find enough people willing to kill or die for you? In early June 1918, though, after the revolt in Chelyabinsk, a large cluster of about 8,000 Czechoslovak legionaries started rolling east to meet up with their brothers on the far side of the Urals. Now, the legionaries had never been keen to stick around in Russia, nor did they really want to get caught up in a civil war. But the SR leaders in Samara made the point that they all agreed on one thing, that the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was a humiliating disaster. If the SR government reclaimed power from the Bolsheviks, who were, after all, probably on the German payroll, they might be able to reopen the Eastern Front and fight on the same side again. The SR leaders made some extravagant claims about already securing French support, and they convinced the 8,000 legionaries to roll into Samara on June 8th and take over the city from the meager force of Red Guards, practically without firing a shot. I mean, they fired a few shots, but it was practically without firing a shot. With the legionaries standing behind them with rifles and machine guns, the SR leadership then declared themselves to be the committee members of the Constituent Assembly, ever after called by the Russian abbreviation the Komuch. The Komuch called upon all Constituent Assembly delegates to convene in Samara to reconstitute a quorum in order to stake a claim to being the true legal government of Russia. Initially, the Komuch was just a small 5-man committee, but it would grow over the next several months as many delegates did in fact heed the call, including the chairman of the Constituent Assembly, Viktor Chernov, whose name still counted for something, and also Old Breshkovskaya, who had long since shed her most radical and violent tendencies, but she showed up to lend the Komuch her impeccable revolutionary aura. Their simple stated goal was the restoration of constitutional democracy, which had been overthrown by the Bolsheviks in January. These events then directly influenced events in the Far East in Siberia, with a north-south front line of a civil war being drawn down the length of the Volga, coupled with the fact that the Czech legionaries now controlled the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Most of Siberia fell out of Soviet control. Shortly after the canceling of the Constituent Assembly, some SRs had set up what they called the Provisional Siberian Government in Vladivostok, while more conservative monarchist and nationalist elements had set up a rival Siberian organization in Omsk. The Vladivostok SRs refused to recognize the more conservative whites in Omsk, and that non-recognition was mutual. To the extent that there remained an officer corps and remnants of the old imperial army out in Siberia, they all naturally gravitated towards Omsk, where they hoped to rebuild not just an anti-Bolshevik force, but an anti-Red force to drive out all the hated socialists and restore something like dignity to the Russian Empire. The group in Omsk would soon be joined by Admiral Alexander Kolchak, who is presently in the midst of his own odd sojourn around the world towards his date with historical destiny. But that's for later. By June 1918, Soviet Russia was now surrounded. With the revolt of the Czechoslovak Legion and the formation of the Kammuch on the Volga and an alternate Siberian government down in the Far East, their eastern border now fell well short of the Ural Mountains. Down south, General Denikin's volunteer army was growing alongside a Don Cossack army. In the Caucasus, the Menshevik-led Transcaucasian Democratic Federative Republic was presently ascendant. And then obviously along their western border, Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltic, and Finland were all teeming with armies of the Central Powers. And this is to say nothing of the Allied powers, who were making their first concerted efforts to influence events inside Russia, using the Czechoslovak legions and other white armies to maybe get rid of the communists and reopen the Eastern Front. So that brings us to the other big thing that emerges out of Soviet Russia in the spring of 1918, the Red Army. Of course, the old Imperial Army had been demobilized and simply ceased to exist. So in the first phase of their conflict after the October Revolution, the Soviets had relied on enthusiastic Red Guard detachments and regiments of soldiers who had been brought into the framework of the Military Revolutionary Committee. Technically, the government had issued its first decree forming a new Red Army back in January, but that force was still entirely reliant on volunteers. Lenin himself personally enjoyed a brief moment of hope in April 1918 that after Kornilov was killed, the civil war that necessarily accompanied the revolution was maybe already over. But instead it came roaring back to life with a dangerous vengeance. The Red Army was not recruiting volunteers fast enough to wage the multi-front and multinational war that was now confronting Soviet Russia, especially as foreign powers were probably backing the sides arrayed against them. With the defeats and setbacks of May and June, most especially the Czechoslovak Revolt, the Soviets needed a more professional and disciplined army. A handful of enthusiastic volunteers were no longer enough to save the revolution. They needed a 1,000,000-man army. Trotsky was one of the key architects of the new Red Army. He abandoned all pretense of democratization and volunteerism and instead set about building a very traditional army. After resigning as Commissar of Foreign Affairs, Trotsky had become Commissar of the Army and Navy, a position he would hold until 1925. And for all of Trotsky's historical reputation as like brainy Smurf, the intellectual, the writer, the orator, his role as the organizer and leader of the Red Army in the Russian Civil War was probably his greatest contribution to the Russian Revolution. And that's saying a lot. Alongside Trotsky at this early phase was an old imperial officer named Mikhail Bonch-Bruyevich, who served as Chief of Field Staff and Military Director of the Supreme Military Council of the Soviet government. Bonch-Bruyevich may not have been a dyed-in-the-wool communist, but his younger brother was. His younger brother had served for years as Lenin's private secretary, and so General Bonch-Bruyevich was trusted enough to organize a real army, and he did a pretty decent job of it, developing both the logistical and strategic architecture of the Red Army. Several controversial decisions went into the formation of the Red Army. First, the reintroduction of conscription. The Red Army needed men, a lot of men, and they needed them right now. Continuing to try to fill the ranks on an all-volunteer basis was not going to work. In April 1918, the Soviet government decreed universal military training for all men of military age. Then, on May 29th, after the revolt of the Czechoslovak Legion, the government ordered their first major levy of troops. To fill this levy, they relied on the conscription lists of the czars, and simply put it to work for the Red Army. Conscription triggered a lot of resistance out there, but it was not wholly resisted. Economic conditions were pretty bad out there. Unemployment was high. Many former soldiers returned to their old villages and found nothing to return to. They saw the Red Army offering wages and coats and boots. They shrugged their shoulders and went back to war. But perhaps an even more controversial decision was the aggressive recruitment of former imperial military officers. These guys were generally considered a bulwark of the old regime, but they were also the only ones who knew how to organize, lead, and run an army. So, setting aside ideological objections, Trotsky and Bonch-Bruyevich threw open the doors for the old officer corps, pitching the Red Army as a force being mobilized to defend Russia from foreign threats, which any patriotic Russian officer could get behind. Of course, it didn't hurt that with mass demobilization and the end of the war, most of these officers had lost their wages, careers, pensions, and sense of purpose. So even if they too had ideological objections to the Soviet government, and many of them did, they were basically being offered their old jobs back, and they took them. In the first months of the Civil War, nearly 10,000 such officers signed up. By the end of 1918, there were 22,000. And you might be asking yourself, how on earth can the communists trust these people with their Red Army? And the answer is, they didn't. Which is why at the same time you get the further development of political commissars. The political commissars would be assigned to keep an eye on the officers and countersign all their orders to ensure political reliability. Trotsky also let it be known that the family and friends of these officers would be kept under watch. He said, "Let the turncoats realize that at the same time they are betraying their own families, their fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, wives, and children." He was deadly serious about this, as were the Cheka, the organization tasked with ensuring everyone's political reliability. Not just officers, everybody, by any and all means necessary. Next time, we will advance into the summer of 1918. With opposition to Soviet authority in Russia growing, the government systematically outlawed all political parties, not just the cadets, but also the Mensheviks and the Right SRs. And with their own hopes and dreams getting tossed aside by Lenin's government, the Left SRs, who had joined the Bolsheviks in October, broke with the regime and attempted to stage a new October 1917 in July 1918. And when it failed, one-party communist rule in Russia would be permanently cemented. But I say next time because Saturnalia is upon us once again, and I will be taking the next 2 weeks off for the holidays. Now, if you need a last-minute gift idea, by all means, Hero of Two Worlds, the Marquis de Lafayette in the Age of Revolution is right there. Just saying. But other than that, I hope everyone out there is happy and healthy, and I wish you a very happy Saturnalia and a very happy New Year, and I will see you in 2022. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.81, The Revolt of the Left SRs. Hello, and welcome back from holiday hiatus. I hope everyone is good, or at the very least, getting through it. Before we get going, I have one bit of business and one upcoming event to discuss. The bit of business is, as you probably noticed this week, there were 2 ads attached to the beginning of the show rather than just one. That's a thing that'll start happening more in 2022, just be aware. But also be aware that I remain committed to not inserting mid-roll ads into this thing. Once the music starts, the content will proceed uninterrupted. I can't promise that'll be the case for my future podcast endeavors, as the podcast industry is making my mid-roll holdout position increasingly untenable, but at least for the run of the Revolutions podcast, there aren't going to be any mid-roll ads. On the event front, I am very excited to tell you that on Tuesday, January 18th, I will be playing the role of interviewer/conversation partner for Jonathan Katz to discuss his new book, Gangsters of Capitalism, Smedley Butler, the Marines, and the Making and Breaking of America's Empire. If you remember from way back in the final episode of the Haitian Revolution series, I said that if you want to understand the birth and expansion of America's empire, that everybody needs to go investigate the life and career of Smedley Butler. I even spelled his name for you. Well, now we have a thorough, modern, up-to-date account of the life and career of Smedley Butler. Gangsters of Capitalism is a sensational read, and Katz did a great job exploring not just Butler's historical life and times, but also the ongoing legacy of those life and times in the present day. So this is going to be a digital event with Politics and Prose on Tuesday, January 18th. I'll drop a link with all the information in the show notes, but truly put this on your calendar. It's going to be me and Jonathan Katz talking Gangsters of Capitalism, which obviously you should all buy and read. Okay, so on with the show. We left off with Lenin's communist government grappling with major economic, political, and social upheavals in the spring of 1918. Civil war was breaking out all around them. The Czech legions had taken over the Trans-Siberian Railway. People in the cities were starving. Industrial production had collapsed. In the context of this crisis, the government of the People's Commissars unveiled new policies on almost all fronts that we have retroactively called war communism. Now, there is an ongoing historical debate how much of this policy shift between the fall of 1917 and the spring of 1918 was the result of the People's Commissars trying to survive the emergency of civil war and urban famine, and how much of this was just the Bolsheviks turned communists taking the mask off and doing what they had always intended to do after they tricked everybody into supporting them back in October with a bunch of decrees they never intended to be their permanent policies. But whichever explanation you prefer, the change in course was very real, and one group in particular, who clearly believed all those Bolshevik decrees back in October, now felt deeply betrayed, and that was the left SRs. The left SRs as a party were defined by their decision to support the Bolsheviks during the October Revolution. Their presence inside the government, their votes in the Soviet executive, their vocal support for the communists in the streets and in the villages, legitimized the government to the People's Commissars, and effectively countered accusations against Lenin, Trotsky, and the gang that they were trying to build a one-party dictatorship. After all, it wasn't a one-party dictatorship. There were two parties. And what the second party brought to the table was, for example, access to the peasantry. The Communist Party had essentially zero operational presence outside the cities, and it was the left SRs who provided a supportive link to the rural peasantry, who still, after all, made up a vast majority of the population of Russia. And initially, the left SRs could offer this support without feeling queasy about it. The land decree Lenin had issued on October 26 was just him copying and pasting the SR land program. The left SRs also supported worker control of factories, the end of any compromise with the bourgeoisie and the liberals, and all power to the Soviets, all of which was rapturously declared in the assembly hall of the Smolny Institute in those first heady days of late October and early November. Now, the left SRs had their disagreements with the Bolsheviks, but those were quibbles compared to the big pieces the October Revolution seemed to be locking in place. But after the left SRs supported the Bolshevik dismissal of the Constituent Assembly in early January 1918, the relationship between the two parties started to sour. The first, biggest, and most directly consequential difference between them was the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. The left SRs hated the treaty. They believed, not without good reason, that it turned Russia into a subordinate colonial satellite of the German Empire. They also believed that it was a betrayal of the Bolshevik promise of peace without annexations or indemnities, as it allowed the Central Powers to effectively annex like a third of the former Russian Empire. They also believed that it sold out their brethren in the territory sacrificed to German occupation in the West. To say nothing of their revolutionary comrades throughout Europe. The left SRs agreed with the left communist critique of the treaty that ending the imperialist war was not supposed to mean utter capitulation to the Kaiser. If that was the only option, it was far better to embrace the fortunes of revolutionary war and sweep a revolutionary army across Europe to tear down imperial capitalism everywhere, root and branch. When Lenin got his way and the treaty was signed in March 1918, the left SR commissars inside the government resigned rather than go along with it. Even years later, the left SR leader Maria Spiridonova told Emma Goldman that the treaty was the Bolsheviks' first and greatest sin. And as concerns the revolution itself, Goldman wrote, summarizing what Spiridonova had told her, it was precisely the Brest Treaty which struck it a fatal blow. Aside from the betrayal of Finland, White Russia, Latvia, and the Ukraine, which were turned over to the mercy of the Germans by the Brest Peace, the peasants saw thousands of their brothers slain and had to submit to being robbed and plundered. The simple peasant mind could not understand the complete reversal of the former Bolshevik slogans of no indemnity and no annexations. But even the simplest peasant could understand that his toil and his blood were to pay the indemnities imposed by the Brest conditions. Spiridonova believed that the treaty fatally poisoned the revolutionary waters. The peasants grew bitter and antagonistic to the Soviet regime, she said. Disheartened and discouraged, they turned from the revolution. As to the effect of the Brest Peace upon the German workers, how could they continue in their faith in the Russian Revolution in view of the fact that the Bolsheviks negotiated and accepted the peace terms with the German masters over the heads of the German proletariat? The historic fact remains that the Brest Peace was the beginning of the end of the Russian Revolution. No doubt other factors contributed to the debacle, but Brest was the most fatal of them. As a rejoinder to this, Lenin would no doubt point out two things. First, that the Germans' obstacle-free invasion of Russian territory after the Russians stalled on signing the treaty in late February 1918 was proof positive that any call to launch a revolutionary war was pure fantasy. It wasn't just that it was a different option or a less preferable option, but that it wasn't an option at all. And second, that Spiridonova and the left SRs generally overstated the hostility of the Russian peasantry to the treaty. They wanted peace. They had been voting for peace with their feet for like a year. And when the left SRs go into revolt in the name of resuming the war, as they are about to do in this episode, no one's going to rise with them. Now, Spiridonova wasn't wrong that the peasantry was growing bitter and antagonistic towards the Soviet regime, but this had far more to do with communist land policy than communist foreign policy. Spiridonova and the Central Committee of the left SRs knew the anger and bitterness of the peasantry very well, as they were presently fielding innumerable complaints from the peasantry about the advent of the food dictatorship and armed requisition of grain. Then on June 11, 1918, the communist government unveiled a new institution called the Committees of Poor Peasants, or, as they were called, the Kombity. The Kombity were the beginning of Lenin's attempt to import class warfare into the rural areas by pitting landless peasants who lived on wage labor against kulaks, the better-off peasants who hired those landless workers. Now, we're going to talk more about this next week, but in addition to ratcheting up coercive pressure in the rural areas, the Kombity looked like they were being established to supplant all the local Soviets that had grown up since 1917 and which represented all peasant interests, not just wage labor peasant interests. These local Soviets also just so happened to be dominated by the SRs, and they formed an institutional base of power for the SRs independent of the communists. And that base of power now appeared targeted for demolition. Now, in general, the left SRs had more libertarianish instincts than their communist comrades, and the left SRs were becoming concerned about the whole tilt of communist policy. The worker control of factories that had been proclaimed right after the October Revolution was now being replaced by nationalization, centralization, the return of bourgeois managers and hierarchical factory rules. The new Red Army that was being formed was not being formed on the principle of voluntary enlistment and democratized regiments, both of which seemed to be key gains of the revolution, but instead going back to the old ways of forced conscription, traditional military discipline, and even the active recruitment of former Tsarist officers. Meanwhile, the Cheka, the effectively unaccountable secret police meant to protect the government from political threats, was rapidly growing in size, scope, and ruthlessness. To placate the left SRs, the Bolsheviks had given them key positions inside the Cheka, but the left SRs appeared to have taken up those positions with the almost single purpose of curbing Bolshevik abuses. It became, for example, left SR policy for party members in the Cheka to veto nearly every death sentence that came across their desks. Now, this is not to say that the left SRs had any problem murdering people. They just wanted to murder the right people: nobles, bourgeoisie, bankers, imperialist capitalists, not salt-of-the-earth peasants who simply didn't want to give up their last reserves of grain to a bunch of thugs holding bayonets to their throats. So all of this made the left SRs incredibly concerned about the intentions of the communists by about June 1918. And this was not just about bickering among various party leaders. The concerns of the left SRs reflected a widespread and growing backlash to the behavior of the People's Commissars. A fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets was scheduled to convene in July of 1918, and both the communists and the left SRs considered it a distinct possibility that the left SRs would come into the Congress wielding a majority of the votes. Believing that the wind was at their backs, the left SRs decided to force the government of the People's Commissars to change their policies. Most dramatically, they planned to use the Congress to force the abrogation of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and demand Lenin's government redeclare war on Germany. As we just heard Maria Spiridonova express, they believed the peace treaty was the poisoned root sapping the vitality of the revolution that they had signed up for. Indeed, the left SR leadership considered the resumption of war to be the vital course correction the revolution needed, and they planned to go to any lengths to achieve it. On June 24, the left SR Central Committee resolved if they did not win enough votes in the Fifth Congress to abrogate the treaty, they would force the resumption of war by other means. They adopted a resolution which said, "The Central Committee believes it to be both practical and possible to organize a series of terrorist acts against the leading representatives of German imperialism. In order to realize this, the forces of the party must be organized and all necessary precautions taken so that the peasantry and the working classes will join the movement and actively help the party. This must be done after Moscow gives a signal. Such a signal may be an act of terrorism or can take another form." This same resolution spelled out what they hoped to achieve by this, which was not the overthrow of Lenin's government, but simply forcing that government into a massive shift in policy. "We regard our policy," the resolution said, "as an attack on the current policy of the Council of People's Commissars, but definitely not as a fight against the Bolsheviks themselves." So really what's going on here is an attempt by the left SRs to revive the dual power dynamic that had prevailed in 1917 between the Petrograd Soviet and the Provisional Government. And if you'll remember, it was said that the job of the Soviet was to point a gun at the head of the Provisional Government and force them to do what the Soviet wanted, rather than overthrow and displace them. And that's essentially what the left SRs planned to do. They wanted to take up the role that had been played by the Petrograd Soviet in 1917, point a gun at the head of the People's Commissars, and force them to change their policy. The left SRs did not much hide what they were up to. They sent agents into the barracks and factories of Moscow to either win active support or at the very least secure neutrality in case of a coming conflict. And they were pretty successful, as disillusionment with Lenin's government was on the rise. On June 29th, the front page of the party newspaper contained an appeal to left SR party members to report to their regional offices for orders, instructions, and military training. On June 30, Maria Spiridonova publicly declared that the only thing that could save the revolution now was an armed uprising. They were quite open about this, just as the Bolsheviks had been very open in the lead up to October about what they planned to do. People are often under the mistaken impression that bold political insurrections must be preceded by hyper-secretive codes of silence. But as often as not, these things are published, discussed, and planned right out in the open. The Fifth Congress of Soviets opened on July 4, 1918 in the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow. The left SR delegates discovered that they composed something like 35% of the seats. Now, it's entirely likely they actually won a greater share of seats, but that the Communist-controlled Credentials Committee may have approved a number of Communist delegates with incredibly dubious credentials just to pad their numbers a little bit. But regardless, there was still some hope among the left SRs that the left communist opposition to the peace treaty would join them, and the left SR leaders got up one after the other and issued a series of blistering denunciations of the peace, culminating with the motion to tear up the treaty and redeclare war on Germany. But despite their own angry misgivings with the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the left communist delegates chose not to break party discipline and they voted against the left SR motion. It was defeated. The treaty stood, war would not be redeclared. With this critical vote lost, the left SR delegates promptly walked out of the room. That very night, they initiated their plans for the act of terrorism that would be the signal for a nationwide popular revolt. They ordered a hit on the German ambassador to Russia, Count Wilhelm von Mirbach. The left SRs had laid their plans to assassinate the ambassador quite well, and while they were openly signaling their intentions to stage some kind of uprising, they did not openly announce their intention to assassinate Mirbach, which came as quite a surprise to everyone. As I said earlier, the left SRs had been given a number of positions inside the Cheka, and they now use those positions both to organize the hit and prepare for an insurrection they expected to follow. The deputy director of the Cheka was a left SR named Pyotr Alexandrovich. The commander of the Cheka's cavalry detachment was a guy named Dmitry Popov. They organized Cheka units composed almost entirely of left SRs to be armed and ready to move. The two men tasked with actually carrying out the assassination were Yakov Blumkin, head of the Cheka's German counterintelligence division, and Nikolai Andreev, who was a photographer by trade. With all these senior Cheka officials in on the plot, it was easy to secure necessary papers and a believable story for Blumkin and Andreev to get inside the German embassy. They arrived on the afternoon of July 6th, saying they had come to discuss the case of Lieutenant Roger Mirbach, a German officer suspected of espionage. This was a sensitive case, they said, as the suspect was presumed to be a member of the ambassador's family, and they said it was vital for them to speak to the ambassador directly. Now, all their paperwork checked out, and this got them in the building. But Count Mirbach himself tried to get a subordinate official along with a staff translator to handle the meeting. But Blumkin insisted he had been instructed to only speak with the ambassador. So, Count Mirbach reluctantly entered the room. He said that he much preferred all of this to be handled in writing, whereupon Blumkin and Andreev opened their briefcases and pulled out revolvers. They started firing, point-blank range, and incredibly, they missed with all of these point-blank shots. The three Germans in the room dove for cover, and Mirbach himself nearly got away through an adjoining room. But Andreev managed to hit him with another bullet, and Blumkin tossed a bomb, blowing the wounded ambassador sideways. The two assassins then hustled out the window, up over a fence, and into a waiting car. They made a totally clean getaway. They left behind a German embassy now consumed by blood and fire. The ambassador lay dead. No one in the building knew who the assailants were, why they had done it, whether this would be an isolated incident or the beginning of an all-out attack on Germans in Russia. In the Kremlin, Lenin was informed of the murder around 3:30 in the afternoon, and immediately a string of People's Commissars converged on the German embassy, first, to find out what had happened, and second, to assure the Germans that the government had nothing to do with it and would punish those responsible. Lenin himself came down around 5 p.m., answering a demand from the Germans that he personally apologize for the murder of their ambassador, which was an unusual order from a foreign embassy to a head of state, but Lenin came down and complied. Though witnesses reported the apology was cold and perfunctory, and he was mostly interested in the details of the crime itself. Lenin was very shaken to discover the assassins had clearly gained access to the ambassador with the help of top officials in the Cheka, which did not bode well for his own personal safety. After the assassination, armed left SR detachments started to move out and occupy key parts of Moscow, including the main Cheka headquarters and the Post and Telegraph office, where they publicly broadcast their responsibility for the assassination and called for a general popular uprising. They had at their disposal about 2,000 sailors and cavalry, along with 8 artillery guns, 64 heavy machine guns, and a half-dozen armored cars. When the head of the Cheka, Felix Zhirinsky, who we'll also talk about more next week as we start getting into the Red Terror days, headed down to the barracks of the cavalry detachment and demanded the 2 assassins be handed over at once. Instead, the men inside placed him under arrest and held him hostage. One left SR boasted to Zhirinsky, "You stand before a fait accompli. The Brest Treaty is over. A war with Germany is unavoidable." Meanwhile, Lenin was back at the Kremlin doing some nuclear-grade fretting. He was one of the few people who understood just how shaky the communist government actually was. For all their boasting and propaganda and decrees, at this moment, in Moscow, on July 6, 1918, the left SRs could have quite easily taken over the Kremlin and shot Lenin and all his comrades had they wanted to. Lenin knew this better than anyone. The only troops he could really trust were a division of Latvian riflemen, who, during 1917, had decided to tie their own future fortunes to the Bolsheviks, and ever since had proved to be Lenin's most loyal and reliable troops. The Latvian riflemen were the only ones he really trusted to serve as his personal bodyguards. The left SRs had chosen their day to assassinate Count Mirbach well, because it happened to be St. John's Day, a Latvian national holiday, and most of the Latvian riflemen were out on the outskirts of town celebrating, leaving behind only a skeleton crew of about 700 men. So, for all the political momentum that had been building behind the left SRs for the past few months, and the now practically open path to overthrowing the government if they wanted to, the left SRs didn't really want to overthrow the government. This was not meant to be a coup. The assassination of Count Mirbach was supposed to fatally break relations between Germany and Russia, and also spark irresistible popular pressure that would force Lenin to redeclare war on Germany. And frankly, everything was going according to plan right into the evening of July 6th. But then it started to go sideways. A popular uprising did not materialize, and the left SR insurrection fatally stalled out. At around 7 p.m., Maria Spiridonova and other left SR leaders went down to the Bolshoi Theater and called on the Fifth Congress of Soviets to reconsider their unwillingness to redeclare war on Germany. But the communist majority still refused to budge. And as the left SRs delivered speeches to nervous but ultimately deaf ears, Latvian riflemen surrounded the building. The communist delegates were allowed to depart, but the left SRs were cooped up inside. They had, in fact, helpfully congregated themselves for a mass arrest. As Bukharin later said to left SR leader Isaac Steenberg, who had been Commissar of Justice in the government before resigning after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, "We were sitting in our room waiting for you to come arrest us. As you did not do it, we decided to arrest you instead." This was hardly the end of it, though. In terms of raw forces, the left SR still outnumbered the communists nearly 3-1. At midnight, the commander of the Latvian riflemen went to confer with Lenin and described the following scene. "The Kremlin was dark and empty," he said. "We were led into the meeting hall of the Council of People's Commissars and asked to wait. The fairly spacious premises in which I now found myself for the first time were illuminated by a single electric bulb suspended under the ceiling somewhere in the corner. The window curtains were drawn. The atmosphere reminded me of the front in the theater of military operations. A few minutes later, the door at the opposite end of the room opened, and Comrade Lenin entered. He approached me with quick steps and asked in a low voice, 'Comrade, will we hold out till morning?' Having asked the question, Lenin kept on staring at me. I had become accustomed that day to the unexpected, but Comrade Lenin's question took me aback with its sharp formulation. Why was it important to hold out until the morning? Won't we hold out to the end? Was our situation perhaps so precarious that my commissars had concealed from me its true nature? Lenin's own pale fear that a few thousand armed men were actually too much for his regime to handle did not align with Communist Party pronouncements about the breadth and depth of their power, which they had apparently led even their most loyal operatives to believe. But the commander of the Latvian riflemen went about his business. He surveyed his available forces and found them augmented only by some Hungarian prisoners of war who had turned communist in the prison camps. They were led by a guy called Bela Kun, who offered to fight for the government. But as that was not nearly enough, the Latvian riflemen elected to hold off their counterattack until close to dawn, when the bulk of their forces, who had been celebrating on the outskirts of town, would be back in the central city. At 2 a.m., the commander returned to the Kremlin. This time, he said, Comrade Lenin entered by the same door and approached me with the same quick steps. I took several paces towards him and reported, "No later than 12 noon on July 7, we shall triumph all along the line." Lenin took my right hand into both of his and said, pressing it very hard, "Thank you, comrade. You have made me very happy." At about 5 o'clock in the morning, about 3,300 men were armed and ready to go, and they launched their counterattack. The left SR detachments fought tenaciously for what was by now a collapsing lost cause. There was no popular uprising. They had not forced the government to change policy. War with Germany was not, in fact, now inevitable. It took 6 or 7 hours' worth of fighting in the streets. But the Latvian commander was right. By noon on July 7th, they had triumphed all along the line. The left SRs were defeated. Over the next several days, hundreds of left SRs were arrested in Moscow, Petrograd, and other major cities. But in general, the punishment doled out by the government of People's Commissars was incredibly light. They summarily executed, without trial, a baker's dozen of combat leaders from the ranks of the Cheka, including Deputy Director Alexandrovich. But as they interrogated other detainees, they just released anyone who claimed that they opposed the Central Committee's decision to go into revolt, or those who hadn't actively participated. Plenty of other leaders were allowed to slip somewhat uncontested into the underground. Maria Spiridonova was held in custody at the Kremlin and would go on trial in November. She received a very light 1-year sentence for the crime of ordering the assassination of a credentialed diplomat in the service of literally trying to start a war. Now, that is not the end of Maria Spiridonova's persecution at the hands of the communists, but in this initial context, this is a very light sentence. The left SRs were treated very lightly for all this, and the general suspicion among both domestic and foreign observers is that the communists, despite having weathered this brief storm, did not believe themselves strong enough or secure enough to just out-and-out persecute the left SRs with a much heavier hand. If for no other reason, then left SRs were obviously quite adept at terrorist assassination, and it only takes a handful of people interested in vengeance to start picking off commissars of the people like they are ministers of the Tsar. But though the individual punishments were light, the failure of the revolt of the left SRs marks the end of them as a political party. Their membership split 3 ways, with some of them condemning their former comrades and reaffirming their support for the communists. Others headed into the underground and mostly focused on staging guerrilla terrorist acts in places occupied by the Germans like Ukraine. Meanwhile, just a little while later, one of the assassins of Count Mirbach, Yakov Blumkin, came out of the underground. He comes back and he joins the Communist Party and would join Trotsky's staff, and would only be killed in 1930 on Stalin's order on account of his connections to Trotsky, not for his assassination of Count Mirbach. So, to round out today's episode, the left SRs made a number of crucially incorrect assumptions that led to an across-the-board failure of their plan. The main one being that they believed that the peace between Germany and Russia was so tenuous that something as trivial as the assassination of an ambassador would provoke Germany back into war, or that Lenin and his government would allow themselves to be forced back into war. The truth was, both the German government and the Russian government, each for their own reasons, believed that maintaining peace between the two was absolutely vital. At this very moment, the Germans are off launching their spring offensive against the Allies in the West, their final, last-ditch effort to win the war. They could absolutely not be distracted by the resumption of hostilities on their eastern front. Lenin's government, meanwhile, realized that resuming the war against Germany would be the absolute end of them, And besides, they didn't really have an army to fight them anyway. There was also very clearly a misunderstanding about how hostile the people of Russia were to the peace. Sure, it was ignoble, and maybe even a little humiliating, but it was nothing compared to the horrors of war that they had been forced to endure. And then finally, the uprising failed for kind of the same reason the Bolsheviks' attempted uprising during July 1917 had failed. They didn't really have a clear plan for what to do if their attempt to intimidate the government into doing what they wanted failed. And when the communists refused to be intimidated, there wasn't really a next step to take. The July 6 uprising of the left SRs is in many ways a small wave amidst a much larger storm tossing around Lenin's government. It came, it went, they moved on to bigger challenges. But it does mark a major milestone in the Russian Revolution, and the history of Russia generally. Because the left SRs are going to be expelled from every committee, congress, and position of authority they held. And as they were the only party besides the Communist Party presently participating in the administration of things, their expulsion marks the beginning of true one-party rule in Russia. From here on out, the Communist Party will be the only party. And next week, the Communists are going to draft a new constitution for Russia and then set about ensuring that they will remain forever after the only game in town. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.82, The House of Special Purpose. Way back in episode 10.62, I bid a very grateful adieu to Nicholas and Alexandra Romanov, whose incompetent shenanigans finally penetrated the last shred of my composure. You'll notice we haven't heard a peep from them since. This is partly, yes, because I was sick of talking about them, but there is some historical justification for their absence from the story. After Nicholas abdicated in March 1917, he and his family became remarkably irrelevant. On the international front, the Allied powers, eager to have new management in charge of the Eastern Front, exerted no diplomatic pressure on behalf of the Romanovs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the lines, the Central Powers did not add the restoration of the Kaiser's cousins to their list of war aims. Domestically, the imperial couple had alienated, disappointed, and disillusioned so many people that there was no outraged movement fixated on the overthrown Tsar. There were no serious plots to rescue them, certainly none to restore them to power. Even right-wingers who joined the White Movement after October 1917 rightly saw Nicholas and Alexandra as fatally discredited. Running around saying, "We fight for Tsar Nicholas," was a pretty good way to get no one to volunteer for your volunteer army. Meanwhile, in the post-February Revolution political dynamics, the governing coalitions of Octobrists, Cadets, Right SRs, and Mensheviks were neither driven by a thirst for revolutionary vengeance on the one hand, nor a willingness to just let the ex-imperial family walk free on the other. With far more important things to worry about, the various provisional governments just let the Romanovs hang out in a state of limbo. And then finally, on the far left, the Bolsheviks, left SRs, and anarchists aimed their post-February passions, polemics, and weapons at the provisional government. The immediate enemy was Kerensky, Kornilov, and the Cossacks, not Nicholas and Alexandra. After the February Revolution, the Romanovs ceased to be the center of anyone's political calculations, either for them or against them. It is amazing how quickly, after more than 20 years on the throne and carrying the historical weight of a 300-year-old dynasty, Nicholas and Alexandra became quite simply irrelevant. They had become little more than a loose end to tie up, and today we are going to tie up that loose end. Initially, the Romanovs were placed under house arrest at their ancestral residence at Tsarsky Selo, just outside of Petrograd. There, Nicholas, Alexandra, their 4 daughters, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Anastasia, plus their only son, Alexei, enjoyed a pretty carefree and comfortable life. Through a kind of passive inertia, the provisional government continued to pay out state subsidies for the ex-imperial family to live on, even though they were now legally private citizens. Nicholas in particular seemed absolutely rejuvenated by the abdication, and was as happy as he had ever been. No longer a helplessly deteriorating insomniac with the weight of the world on his shoulders, he relaxed into the responsibility-free life he had always wanted. Alexander Kerensky met with the former Tsar several times during the first months of their house arrest and said, "All those who watched him in his captivity were unanimous in saying that Nicholas II seemed generally to be very good-tempered and appeared to enjoy his new manner of life. It seemed as if a heavy burden had fallen from his shoulders, and he was greatly relieved." So even if there was some huge coordinated effort to restore Nicholas to power, which there absolutely was not, Nicholas himself would have been a very reluctant participant. This initial idyllic phase of their post-abdication house arrest ended in mid-August 1917. With the failure of Kerensky's June offensive, the Russian army dissolving, and the political situation deteriorating rapidly, the family's life at the old Alexander Palace came to an end. Tsarski Selo was, after all, very close to Petrograd, and after the insurrectionary violence during the July days, Prime Minister Kerensky decided to move the family deeper into the Russian interior. He said it was for the family's safety, which is almost certainly true, but let's also not forget that after the failure of Kerensky's June offensive, the Germans were looking at an increasingly clear path to Petrograd. It would not take much for them to capture both the capital and the Romanovs. So in mid-August 1917, Kerensky ordered the family moved out to western Siberia. On August 13, 1917, Nicholas, Alexandra, and their children departed the Alexander Palace for the last time. Their new home would be the remote town of Tobolsk. They traveled first by train to the city of Tyumen, the nearest city with a railroad station. After disembarking, it was another 150 miles by carriage and ferry boat to Tobolsk, which was the point. With no railroad station, it was not an easy place to get in or out of. But remote did not mean primitive. Upon arrival, the Romanovs were put up at the governor's palace, a well-provisioned and pretty nice house. It wasn't the Alexander Palace, of course, but it also wasn't a straw hut. Here, their life of carefree ease continued. They brought with them a whole cadre of retainers and servants. 2 valets, 6 chambermaids, 10 footmen, 3 cooks, 4 assistant cooks, a butler, a steward, a nurse, a clerk, a barber, and 2 pet dogs joined them in the house. The family read books and played games. Nicholas and Alexei cut firewood. Far removed from the trouble or danger of responsibility, they lived like affluent country gentry. Obviously, they maintained hope that one day friends on the outside would help them escape to someplace truly safe, but it's not like they were in immediate danger, or even immediate discomfort. Their situation did not even change much after the October Revolution came along. The family eventually heard the news, but the October Revolution spread by way of Red Guard detachments fanning out from Petrograd and Moscow by way of the railroad. And as I just said, Tobolsk itself was 150 miles from the nearest railroad station. So it would take several months before Red Guards appeared. Besides, to the limited extent the Romanovs received any kind of political news at all in late 1917, they probably would have heard the conventional wisdom of nearly all non-Bolshevik observers. The Bolsheviks are not going to last. After New Year's 1918, with the one-year anniversary of the abdication approaching, the lives of the Romanovs finally took a real turn for the worse. Defying all expectations, the Bolsheviks lasted. After successfully shuttering the Constituent Assembly in January, Lenin's government became more self-confident and started working through all the responsibilities they had inherited. There were a million little policy questions they needed to answer, and one of them, which no government had answered since March 1917, is what do we actually do with the Romanovs? The People's Commissars had no ready answer, but at a minimum, the family would no longer be allowed to live a life of luxury at the people's expense anymore. At the end of January 1918, the guards at the governor's mansion put the family under much tighter daily restrictions. Then in mid-February, the People's Commissars announced that the Romanov allowance would be cut to 600 rubles a week. This forced them to give up such luxuries as butter and coffee, and also let go almost their entire household staff, who they could no longer afford to pay. But that only covered the terms of their confinement, not what was ultimately going to happen to them. The most obvious thing would be to put Nicholas on trial for crimes against the people. Russian revolutionaries of every stripe were steeped in the history of the French Revolution, and they knew that the great public trial of Louis XVI was a pretty important plot point. Trotsky in particular seems to have expected a public trial to prove beyond all doubt the guilt of the ex-Tsar. Then, they would execute him publicly for crimes against his people, demonstrating revolutionary justice that would serve as an inspiration for the workers of the world. Trotsky naturally cast himself as the main character of this theatrical show trial. He would play the part of the brilliant prosecutor, skewering the haplessly feeble, but yet also monstrously terrible, former Tsar. Trotsky said he envisioned an open court that would unfold a picture of the entire reign: peasant policy, labor, nationalities, culture, the two wars, etc. The proceedings would be broadcast to the nation by radio. In the villages, accounts of the proceedings would be read and commented upon daily. But with everything else going on in the spring of 1918, the People's Commissars made no specific plans to stage this trial. They did not even know what would happen if they brought Nicholas back to Moscow. It might spark an uncontrollable lynch mob. It might spark an uncontrollable uprising to set him free. Well, maybe not. But without any real pressure to come up with a final plan, the People's Commissars procrastinated, and they set the decision aside for another day. The pressure to come up with a final plan ultimately started building from local circumstances east of the Ural Mountains. In February, a Congress of Soviets from the Ural region convened in the major industrial city of Yekaterinburg, which elected a Bolshevik-dominated executive committee. The Ural Bolsheviks tended to be more hardline and radical than their comrades in Moscow, and they were also more immediately annoyed that Bloody Nicholas and his family were allowed to just hang out in their backyard like nothing had ever happened. They started petitioning Moscow to transfer the Romanovs to Yekaterinburg, where they would be held in the kind of real prison they deserved. This was a matter of some delicacy for the Central Committee back in Moscow, because they were aware many of their comrades in the Urals were itching to answer the question of what to do about the Romanovs with a few well-placed bullets. The Central Committee of the party in Moscow wasn't sure that's what they wanted to happen, but they also didn't want to cause any schisms with the Ural Bolsheviks, nor provoke them into doing something they'd all later regret. Pressure mounted further when Red Guard detachments finally arrived in Tobolsk in late March. The problem being that the Red Guards were not on the same page. One group of about 250 were sent from Yekaterinburg, while another 400 arrived representing the rival city of Omsk. Neither detachment was particularly disciplined, nor were they interested in subordinating themselves to the other's authority. Meanwhile, the guard units at the governor's palace were getting awfully restless because their wages hadn't been paid for an obnoxiously long time. With reports about all this in hand, Moscow finally appointed a guy called Vasily Yakovlev to go take command of the whole situation. Yakovlev arrived in Tobolsk on April 22nd with his own detachment of soldiers, imposed some discipline, and paid off the wages of the angry guards. But he was not there to maintain the status quo. There is a lot of mysterious confusion about all decisions surrounding the ex-imperial family at this point. But Yakovlev's mission appears to have been to collect the Romanovs and bring them back to Moscow. The most likely explanation being that at this point, the People's Commissars still planned to put Nicholas on public trial. That very night, Nicholas was told to pack his bags. He was not told what his final destination would be, but was told that anybody who wanted to was free to depart with him. Alexei had recently aggravated his hemophilia and couldn't be moved, so the whole family traveling together was out of the question. At first, Alexandra was torn between accompanying her husband and staying with her son, but she was convinced by the others to go with Nicholas to support him in whatever may come. Showing how out of touch the couple had become, not that they were ever actually in touch, they believed that the reason Nicholas was being fetched was to force him to sign the humiliating Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, which they both loathed. They appeared quite unaware of the fact that Nicholas's signature had not been required for anything for quite some time. Since the rivers were not yet free of ice, they had to travel by carriage over crummy roads for 2 days, which was miserable, but it did lead them through the hometown of their old friend Rasputin. Alexandra noted in her diary, "Stood before our friend's house, saw his family and friends looking out the window at us." When they got to Tumen, they boarded a train that would take them through Yekaterinburg. But at this point, Yakovlev was concerned Nicholas and Alexandra might not make it out of the city alive. He informed Moscow he was going to faint like he was going through Yekaterinburg, but then take a very roundabout path to the capital through Omsk, which meant speeding off a couple 100 miles southeast. When news reached Yekaterinburg that Nicholas and Alexandra were suddenly on an eastbound train, it set off alarm bells for the local communists, who now suspected Yakovlev was a traitor and planning to spirit the imperial family away to Vladivostok, where they could make a getaway via the Pacific Ocean. So Moscow dealt with dueling communiques, each side warning them that the other side had nefarious intentions. One was accused of preparing to shoot the couple on sight, the other accused of playing Russian Scarlet Pimpernel. Moscow finally decided that, at least for the moment, the Romanovs would be transferred to the custody of the Yekaterinburg Soviet, on the promise that nothing would happen to them without direct instructions from Moscow. Yakovlev relented, reversed course again, and headed back northwest. On April 30, an angry mob greeted Nicholas and Alexandra at the Yekaterinburg train station, but they were in fact placed in safe custody and not shot on sight. Their new home had been commandeered the day before from a retired businessman named Nikolai Ipatiev. After the house was requisitioned, it was somewhat menacingly redubbed the House of Special Purpose, demonstrating either the indecision of the leaders back in Moscow, or that they had maybe already secretly made their decision and just weren't ready to act yet. Nicholas and Alexandra would not continue on to Moscow. They would remain in the House of Special Purpose for the time being, and we now know that "for the time being" meant for the rest of their short lives. As they sat in the House of Special Purpose, the world exploded all around them. The Czechoslovak legions went into revolt at Chelyabinsk on May 14th, which was a pretty big deal locally, as Chelyabinsk was just 130 miles south of Yekaterinburg. But it didn't immediately change anything. The imperial couple was neither hastily transferred to Moscow, nor sent back to the railroadless Tobolsk. In fact, on May 23rd, the rest of the children completed their own journey and joined their parents. All the Romanovs, plus their last remaining handful of servants, were now together again under one roof. Their days of easy house arrest, however, were now over. The House of Special Purpose operated on prison rules. A large wooden palisade was built around the entire house to prevent anyone from seeing in or out. Then, to prevent any kind of communication, the windows were painted over with whitewash. The family was guarded round the clock by guards both inside the house and outside patrolling the grounds. They could only leave their chambers for meals, and were even followed into the bathroom. Now, despite the constant hostile surliness of the guards, the officers in charge did seem intent on preventing any overt abuses, and the diaries of Nicholas and Alexandra both indicate their conditions were stifling and uncomfortable, but not necessarily cruel and abusive. Nicholas finally sat down and read War and Peace for the first time. By mid-June 1918, however, the situation for the Reds in the Ural region grew into a full-on crisis. That SR group down in Samara had just declared itself the valid government of the Constituent Assembly, backed up by the Czechoslovak legions, who now pretty much controlled the entire Trans-Siberian Railway. The Cossacks and Volunteer Army were on the march in the south. The communist outposts in the Urals were in danger of being completely cut off. At some point in the midst of all this, Lenin and the other leading communists shifted away from the idea of staging a great big show trial and towards the idea of just tying up loose ends the old-fashioned way. The final decision appears to have been made in the first week of July 1918. The most influential leader of the Ural Communists had come to Moscow for the Fifth Congress of Soviets, and he was among the more forceful advocates for just doing it and being done with it. Doing it and being done with what, you might ask? Well, you shouldn't have to ask. Whether the surprise assassination of Count Mirbach and the revolt of the left SRs on July the 6th played any role in the decision-making isn't clear, but it is worth noting that a loyal Cheka officer had already taken over command of the House of Special Purpose on July 4th before all that went down. Then on July 16th, it was communicated from Yekaterinburg back to Moscow that plans were in place, and due to prevailing military circumstances, those circumstances being that the Czechoslovak Legion was surrounding them and the city would soon fall, that they were prepared to go ahead with you-know-what as soon as Moscow transmitted a confirmation order. Now before we go on, we should note that while the Czechoslovak Legion was advancing, and they would capture Yekaterinburg in a week, trains had obviously been going back and forth to Moscow no problem right through the first week of July. So it's really not the case that, oh gee whiz, evacuating the family is just impossible. Now maybe it was impossible by July 16th, but if they had wanted to, they could have moved the family at any point before that. If they had wanted to. So we know from everything that happens next that the requested confirmation order from Moscow came in that very night of July 16th. Now there is no documentary evidence for this order. There is no piece of paper hiding in any archive out there proving that the Central Committee of the Communist Party in Moscow gave the order to execute the Romanovs. But, as we'll discuss here in a second, the conclusion to be drawn is not that they didn't order the execution, but that they destroyed all evidence that they ordered the execution. After receiving this confirmation, the Cheka officer commanding the House of Special Purpose ordered the Romanovs and their last few servants rousted after midnight. They were told there had been some shooting in town and that they were all going to move to the basement for their safety. The family had no reason to doubt this story and complied. So at some point after 1 a.m. on what was now technically July 17, 1918, 11 people assembled in the basement of the house. Nicholas, Alexandra, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei, plus their doctor and 3 remaining servants. The room was not very large. It was like 15 feet by 20 feet, with only a single small window. Still not suspecting anything, they requested 2 chairs be brought down, one for Alexei and one for Alexandra, a request that was granted. Then suddenly, the Cheka commander entered the small room flanked by 10 men, all armed with revolvers. Without any warning or ceremony, he pulled out a piece of paper and read a death sentence. Nicholas could only respond, "What? What?" before the Cheka commander shot him point blank in the chest, killing him instantly. Alexandra attempted to cross herself, but was similarly shot point blank and died instantly. Unfortunately, their shockingly quick deaths made them the lucky ones. Each of the executioners had been assigned a different person to kill, but when they entered the room, most of them were not standing directly across from their assigned victim. They weren't that organized. So they all pulled their guns out and started firing quite wildly. The room filled with smoke and blood and screaming. After the first round of shooting, though, only about half the victims were dead. The rest were in various states of wounded terror. Now, I'm not going to go into all the grisly details here, but it did require another 15 minutes of additional pistol shots and repeated bayonet plunges to finally kill all 11 men, women, and children in the room. Once everybody was finally dead, the bodies were loaded into a truck and driven to an abandoned mine shaft that had been earlier identified as the best place to dispose of the remains. There they were met by a group of about 25 men who had been called in to quickly help bury the bodies, and this group was apparently incensed because they thought they had been called in to join the execution, not simply help cover it up, and they were very disappointed. There was then a great deal of scuffling between the men and the commanding officers as the bodies were stripped and searched for valuables, and there were valuables. The ladies had secretly sewn diamonds into their corsets. Once this was done, everyone departed, but the next day, the commander concluded the mine shaft wasn't actually deep enough, and so he came back with a party the next day, dug everything back up, and loaded it onto a different truck to take it to a different, deeper mine shaft. But along the way, the truck got stuck in the mud, and so they decided to just dig some holes and bury the corpses. Though before they finally dumped the bodies, they poured sulfuric acid all over the faces to prevent identification of the bodies. Now, the final resting place of the Romanovs was known locally But it was not revealed until after the fall of the Soviet Union. After sitting around for nearly 75 years, a team dug up the bones in 1992, ran some DNA tests, and successfully identified most of the remains of the Romanov family. When confirmation of the executions reached Moscow, the People's Commissars were in the midst of debating national health policy. That discussion was briefly paused for the announcement that the Tsar was dead. After a brief silence, Lenin simply said, "We shall now proceed to read the draft decree article by article." And then they went back to business as if they had just been told a parcel of mail had been delivered. The first official acknowledgement came from the party newspaper on July 19th, which only said that the Tsar was dead. The famous British super spy Bruce Lockhart was in Moscow at the time and reported that when they were told the Tsar was dead, quote, "The population of Moscow received the news with amazing indifference." There was no grief, remorse, or regret. There was no outrage in the streets, nor was there any cheering in the streets. There was just nothing. It was a big nothing. Now, the total lack of response may have been because the people were only told that the Tsar himself was dead, not that the whole family had been killed. That July 19th announcement straight up lied and said, "The wife and son of Nicholas Romanov have been sent to a safe place." This marked the beginning of a whole web of lies about what had happened in the House of Special Purpose on July 17th. For all his talk about being willing to do the hard and necessary thing, bravely and unflinchingly, without sentiment or guilt, Lenin very much refused to admit he had ordered the execution not just of the Tsar, but also women, children, and some servants. The Soviet government officially maintained that the rest of the family was still alive well into the mid-1920s. Like, yes, they are alive and well, but no, you can't see them or talk to them. Not only did they deny what they had done, the Communist Party also concocted a cover story about who had done it. The official version of events was that the leaders of the Ural Regional Soviet Congress had ordered the execution on their own initiative, and it had only been approved by the Central Committee of the Communist Party after the fact. The official story would be maintained until after the fall of the Soviet Union that the assassination of the Tsar and his family were the sole responsibility of the leaders in Yekaterinburg, not Moscow. But that story never fit any other established facts, evidence, witness accounts, or, frankly, common sense. Trotsky, for instance, was off running the Civil War at this point, and he wasn't around Moscow for the final decisions, but later recounted in his diary about how he found out about the executions from the Central Committee Party Secretary Yakov Sverdlov. Speaking with Sverdlov, I asked in passing, "Oh yes, and where is the Tsar?" "Finished," he replied. "He has been shot." "And where is the family?" "The family along with him." "All?" I asked, apparently with a trace of surprise. "All," Sverdlov replied. "Why?" He awaited my reaction. I made no reply. "And who decided the matter?" I inquired. "We decided it here. Ilyich thought that we should not leave the Whites Alive banner, especially under the present difficult circumstances. I asked no more questions and considered the matter closed." Now, this was written in 1935, and Trotsky certainly had his own agenda at that point. But this anecdote fits the facts, the circumstances, the record, and the personalities of everyone involved far more than the story of, "Hey, we were surprised as anybody that the whole family got offed in the middle of the night." Now, while the Soviet regime kept up the story that Moscow had nothing to do with it right until the bitter end, their story that only Nicholas had been killed was blown up in 1926. After Siberia briefly fell completely out of Soviet control during the Civil War, Admiral Kolchak, who we'll be getting to soon enough, ordered an investigation. A guy called Sokolov spent 2 years interviewing witnesses, accumulating evidence, and searching for the grave sites to find out who had done what to the Romanovs, where, when, and how. Now, he was forced to flee Russia in 1920 as the Civil War turned decisively in favor of the Reds, but he published everything he had accumulated in Paris in 1926, forcing the Soviet government to admit that the Romanovs were dead. All of them. But the years of official denials spread rumors and myths that some of them had gotten away. Most especially these myths center around the youngest daughter, Anastasia. But she didn't live. She was dead the whole time, was quite a grisly death, too, I might add, if you're ever inclined to read the details. So, that's the end of the Romanovs. They are now dead and buried, not just metaphorically, but literally. And on the whole, I think their executions were pointless, unnecessary, and served no real purpose. Now, I'm not going to lose a ton of sleep over the grisly fate of one family that had sat perched atop a pretty ruthless military and political apparatus that kept them in power by inflicting lots of grisly fates on lots of different families who we've never heard of. But that doesn't mean that their execution was righteous, necessary, or even useful. Trotsky said that Lenin didn't want to leave the whites with a live banner. But what would the whites have done with that live banner? Probably nothing except be annoyed that they were the ones who now had to figure out what to do with the Romanovs. Indeed, the Romanovs were probably more of a threat to the communists as dead martyrs than live political actors. When they were dead, they couldn't keep bungling and screwing everything up. This is why the communists went to such lengths to deny the murders and bury the bodies under a bunch of sulfuric acid. Now, there may have been some revolutionary utility to the idea of a public execution of Nicholas following a great public prosecution, but by killing them all in the dead of night, the communists denied themselves even that opportunity. And instead of getting to proudly brag about serving revolutionary justice to a tyrant, they spent the next years and decades covering it up, hiding it, mumbling not very convincing lies about what they had done. So it's not just enemies of the communists who treated the murders of the Romanovs as a shameful crime. The communists themselves treated it like it was a shameful crime. And as for the old revolutionary truism, voiced most famously by Robespierre, that for the republic to live, the king must die, I mean, lots of successful revolutions have wound up with the ruling monarchs booted off into exile and thereafter posing no future threat to the new regime. Republics have lived, and monarchies have died, without the monarchs themselves getting killed off in the process. The argument that a political revolution to overthrow a monarchy will only succeed if the specific human currently reigning as monarch dies in the process is disproven by plenty of historical revolutions we've covered on the show. King Charles X of France, Louis Philippe, Napoleon III. Meanwhile, plenty of other revolutions have ultimately failed even after the former monarch was executed. Charles I, say hello to Charles II. The monarch literally living or dying is a variable that just floats independently of any causal relationship to the larger cycle of revolutionary events. And besides, the whole operating principle of the monarchy is that the chain of custody never breaks. The king is dead, long live the king. So when you kill one guy who's currently king, another guy is just going to claim to be king. There's right now a claimant to the Romanov dynasty out there, just as there are Stuarts and Bourbons and Orleanists and Bonapartists. A monarchy doesn't end with the death of the last king, but rather when enough people stop believing in the monarchy. And in July 1918, the Russian people were already there. It didn't matter whether Nicholas Romanov lived or died. The monarchy was dead. So I think the murders were wrong because they were pointless and unnecessary, and, well, murder is wrong. In this case, it was an early signal that the brutal crimes committed in the name of the Tsar, the crimes which may have justified his execution in the minds of the revolutionaries, then and now, were now going to be played out in reverse. And just as the execution of Louis XVI was the initial harbinger of the Jacobin Terror, the execution of the Romanovs was a harbinger of the Red Terror. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.83, Terror is Necessary. In the summer of 1918, communist leaders looked out from the vantage point of the Kremlin and saw themselves surrounded by an array of enemies, both foreign and domestic. And because Lenin and his comrades made no distinction between the fortunes of the Communist Party and the fortunes of the Russian Revolution, that meant that the revolution was surrounded by an array of enemies, both foreign and domestic. This list of enemies now included their erstwhile coalition partners, the Left SRs, whose quixotic uprising on July the 6th drove home the point to Lenin and his government that only the Communist Party could be trusted to defend the revolution. For them, the logic was axiomatic. For the revolution to survive, the communist regime had to survive. Lenin was not surprised by the array of threats facing the young communist regime, nor believed that they could be avoided. The dialectic of events meant that revolution necessarily begat counter-revolution, although begat isn't even the right word, because revolution does not precede counter-revolution temporally or logically. Counter-revolution is embedded in the very fact of revolution. They are simultaneous events. One cannot stage a revolution such that one will not face a counter-revolution. No sensible revolutionary seeks to avoid conflict with counter-revolutionaries. They seek to win that conflict. And the communist leadership was historically literate, and they had studied all the revolutionary precursors, most especially the original French Revolution, and more immediately the tragedy of the Paris Commune. Lenin believed that the latter had failed in part for their lack of iron will, that the communards in their idealism dithered with administrative minutiae instead of quickly arming and striking Versailles before Versailles struck them. The communards had hesitated to shed blood, and so instead, their blood was shed. For Lenin, revolutions are kill or be killed propositions, and he did not plan on getting killed. So, in the summer of 1918, everything was happening pretty much as expected. On the one hand, there were the forces of revolution, with the assumption still in place that Russia was simply the leading edge of a broader international socialist revolution. And on the other hand, there were the forces of counter-revolution, of bourgeois capitalist imperialism, similarly joined by their own kind of international solidarity. International banks, stock exchanges, and exploitive colonial enterprises, managed by the diplomatic corps and defended by military apparatuses. These forces were, of course, currently enmeshed in a murder-suicide pact called World War I, which is what made international socialist revolution plausible to the point of being an almost guaranteed necessity. But they were still very powerful, still dangerous, and so even while the bourgeois imperialists were engaged in this capitalist civil war called World War I, they would stop at nothing to crush the socialist revolution in its infancy. Which brings us to the component of the Russian Revolution and the Russian Civil War that we have not yet talked about, but which appeared to the communists to be ironclad proof that their analysis of the situation was correct. In the summer of 1918, the Allied powers began a whole series of armed interventions into Russian territory. Now, ironically, the first armed Allied intervention after the October Revolution came at the behest of the young Soviet regime. Remember back in February when Trotsky said neither war nor peace and then walked out of Brest-Litovsk, and the Central Powers said, okay, so war, and invaded? Well, recall that in this brief window, the Bolsheviks reached out to the Allies in case the Germans decided to just never stop advancing. We talked about this in episode 10.78. This is when Lenin said, "Please add my vote in favor of taking potatoes and weapons from the bandits of Anglo-French imperialism." Well, in the midst of this little window, local Soviet leaders in the far northern port of Murmansk faced a possible threat from encroaching White Finns. The British wanted to prevent Murmansk from falling into the hands of forces allied with the Germans, and they disembarked 170 Marines on March the 4th. The fact that Trotsky had invited the British in was later thrown in his face during the intra-party squabbles of the 1920s. But this very brief window coincidentally closed the same day the British Marines landed in Murmansk, when the Russians signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. And though the treaty obviously upended the political dynamic, it did not change the Allied interest in putting troops into places like Murmansk. Their overriding objective was all about winning World War I. They read the terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and knew how much of the store Lenin was ready to give away. So while they couldn't, for example, stop the takeover of the Ukrainian breadbasket, Allied forces could block access to strategic ports not yet in German hands. They also saw value in holding these ports to possibly run soldiers and supplies to forces inside Russia who were willing to reopen the Eastern Front. Now, despite the communist assumption The initial Allied incursions were not about the forces of counter-revolution gathering to snuff out revolutionary socialism. It was entirely about the strategic imperatives of the war. From everything I have read, I have no doubt whatsoever that had Lenin buckled to left communist and left SR pressure to abandon Brest-Litovsk and resume the war against Germany, the pipeline of munitions, resources, and money from Britain, France, and the United States would have opened right back up. In May 1918, the revolt of the Czechoslovak Legion accelerated the ambitions of the Allied interventionists. The whole motivation for the Legion was to keep fighting the Central Powers, which meant that they were in complete strategic alignment with the Allies. But no matter what the communists believe, it is not the case that the Czechs rose up at the behest of the Allies. It was simply that their interests neatly coincided and they were obviously now on the same side. Though it is worth mentioning that the Allies disagreed about what to do with the Czechoslovak Legion. The British wanted them to stay in the region to help form the nucleus of a reformed Eastern Front that would at least tie down the Central Powers in the spring of 1918. The French, meanwhile, were hoping to effect their speedy evacuation and race them around the world so they could shore up the Western Front. But more than anything, the Czechoslovak Legion served as an incredibly useful piece of propaganda. All the Allied governments could sell their people on the idea of committing troops to save the brave and beleaguered Czechoslovaks. That's certainly what American President Woodrow Wilson is going to run with. So in late June, for example, 600 more British Marines landed in Murmansk. This time, not at the request of the Soviets, but in opposition to them. Moscow responded by sending up Red Guards to push them out, leading to the first skirmishes between the Allies and the Communists. The Allies won these skirmishes, and were then able to set up a small defensive line about 300 miles south of Murmansk, which they now controlled. Coinciding with this foreign intervention, other insurrections started breaking out that seemed very closely linked to Allied interests. For example, in the city of Yaroslavl, just about 200 miles northeast of Moscow, on the rail line linking Moscow to the northern ports where Allied navies are now landing troops. On July the 6th, 1918, which just so happened to coincide with the left SR uprising in Moscow, a group of anti-communist right SRs staged a successful armed uprising of their own. It was led by Boris Savinkov. Savinkov had been a part of the SR combat organization during the days of the Revolution of 1905, but ever since then had drifted towards the center, and in 1917 served as Deputy Minister of War in Kerensky's government. After October, he became an implacable anti-communist. When his forces took Yaroslavl, they were not benevolent in victory. They summarily executed any red agents they got their hands on. Because let's never forget, both sides in the Russian Civil War engaged in ruthlessly punitive brutality. It was the nature of the Russian Civil War. Savinkov's uprising was meant to coincide with the Allied invasion of the port of Archangel, but miscommunications had led Savinkov to strike too early, and so, within a matter of weeks, Red Army forces retook Yaroslavl, though Savinkov himself managed to flee into exile abroad. Within days of Savinkov's revolt, another rebellion broke out that seemed connected to Allied interests. This one more troubling because it involved treasonous betrayal. After the Czechoslovak legions rose up, the Volga River had become a major front in the burgeoning civil war. The critical forces of the Red Army mobilizing to hold the line on the Volga were put under the command of Mikhail Muraviev. Now, ever since he had volunteered to defend Petrograd in the days after the October Revolution, Muraviev had been among the Reds' most dependable officers. He had never been a Bolshevik, and was never considered 100% politically reliable by Lenin or the other members of the Bolshevik Central Committee, but time and again Muraviev proved his military reliability. That came to an end in July 1918. Muraviev had never supported the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and after the left SR revolt was crushed, he got it in his head to revive the call to cancel the treaty and to have Russians stop fighting Russians and instead have everyone go off and fight Germans together. So on July the 10th, 1918, Muraviev publicly defected from the Red Army and led 1,000 loyal troops down the Volga River from Kazan to Simbirsk, issuing orders for the rest of his troops to stop fighting the Czech legions and instead head west to reform the Eastern Front. Once Muraviev got to Simbirsk, he occupied several key points in the city, but his revolt was as brief as the left SRs in Moscow. The very next day, July 11th, he was ambushed in Simbirsk by a mix of Red Guards, Latvian riflemen, and Cheka units, and he was killed in the subsequent exchange of fire. To replace the dead traitor Muraviev, Lenin appointed someone he believed he could trust, the commander of the Latvian riflemen who had just suppressed the left SR revolt in Moscow. His name, and I apologize if I butcher this, was Yukums Vatius. Vatius set up his headquarters in the city of Kazan, but faced daunting setbacks before he even got his feet wet. The Kamuch, that self-declared government in exile of the Constituent Assembly that had set up shop in Samara on June the 8th, had started raising what they called the People's Army, and in conjunction with the Czech legionaries, had made rapid advances all along the Volga River. At the end of July, they captured Simbirsk, costing the Reds the provincial capital, a key railway junction, and its munitions depot, to say nothing of letting Lenin's hometown fall into the hands of the enemy. Then on August 5th, they descended on Kazan and took the city after 2 days of street fighting. Vatius watched several of the officers on his staff defect to the enemy, and then he himself was forced to slip out of the city with a couple of dozen riflemen under the cover of a heavy fog. For the communist leadership in Moscow, all the threats coming at them in the summer of 1918 were merely aspects of a single phenomenon, the phenomenon of counter-revolution. On July 29th, Lenin told the Executive Committee of the Soviet, "What we are involved in is a systematic, methodical, and evidently long-planned military and financial counter-revolutionary campaign against the Soviet Republic, which all the representatives of Anglo-French imperialism have been preparing for months." With the benefit of hindsight, we know that this isn't really the case. There wasn't some carefully planned counter-revolution that was being executed from some central location in the halls of Western imperialism. But I also don't think Lenin was crazy to draw this conclusion. The facts on the ground seemed to perfectly conform to his prior beliefs. And there was a broad alliance of anti-communist forces forming out there. It's just that they were never all tendrils of a single counter-revolutionary Leviathan. They were individual snakes in the grass, doing their own things for their own reasons. But in August, the Allies gave Lenin little reason to doubt that they were not, in fact, embarking on a single coordinated counter-revolutionary operation. By now, the British presence around Murmansk had grown to 6,000. Then on August the 1st, Allied ships finally arrived at the northern port of Archangel bearing 1,500 British and French Marines. After brief skirmishes between rival political factions in the city drove the Red leaders out, Allied Marines disembarked to secure the port. The British and French, however, did not have many more troops to spare, and so they pressed other Allied nations to provide reinforcements. The Americans, Canadians, and Italians would all respond. But there wouldn't be too much to do beyond simply hold the coastal enclaves. It would have been extremely difficult to invade Russia from these northern ports across 1,000 miles of not particularly hospitable country, so when the additional Allied reinforcements showed up at these coastal cities, there they would sit. Of more far-reaching impact were events in the Far East. By July 1918, the Czechoslovak Legion had risen up and taken over Vladivostok, the terminus of the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Nearly every Allied power proceeded to land some kind of expeditionary force in the city, and they had agreed amongst themselves to place about 25,000 troops total to make sure they controlled Vladivostok. The British landed a battalion on August the 3rd. Shortly thereafter, 500 French Marines came from their colonial holdings in Asia. Between August 15 and August 21, the first 3,000 Americans disembarked, the beginning of a force that would eventually grow to over 8,000. The American stated objective was simply to aid the evacuation of the Czechoslovak legions, and they tried to hew to that narrow parameter. But by far the largest contingent was the Japanese. The Japanese were both eager to extend their own influence in the region, but also justifiably concerned that the British and Americans were planning to box the Japanese out once they had gotten the Russians out of the picture. Now, at first, the Allies requested the Japanese send 7,000 men for this joint Vladivostok mission. The Japanese government then approved 12,000. Eventually, they poured over 70,000 troops into the area. Without question, the Japanese were the largest influx of foreign troops into Russia during the Civil War. With this apparent leviathan of counter-revolution enveloping the Soviet Republic, Lenin concluded the time had come to follow the lead of their Jacobin forebears, who had faced a similar multi-front crisis in 1792 and 1793. It didn't really matter if the terror was right or wrong, moral or immoral. It was necessary, and that was all that mattered. As we've noted, Lenin prided himself on being able to do the hard thing if it was necessary. He wasn't going to let sentimentality or morality prevent him from doing that which needed to be done, because if sentimentality or morality caused him to flinch, that would mean they would lose. The revolution would be overthrown. And that would not mean that there would not be a terror. It would simply mean that the terror would be inflicted by the whites rather than the reds. Lenin believed a terror was necessary not just to kill opponents, but also to snap the population to attention, to ensure that areas under Red control stayed under Red control, to make sure people didn't waver from their revolutionary commitments, to make sure that conscripts into the Red Army maintained discipline, even if they didn't want to be a part of the Red Army. But also, yes, to root out and exterminate enemies of the revolution. Now, even before the Red Terror officially commenced, Lenin had already drafted what is now an infamous order on August the 11th. It was sent to loyal cadres in the city of Panza, where there had been some local resistance to grain requisitioning. "Comrades," Lenin's communique read, "the Kulak uprising in your 5 districts must be crushed without pity. You must make an example of these people." Then he gave them orders in 4 bullet points. 1. Hang. Hang publicly so that people can see it. At least 100 kulaks, rich bastards, and known bloodsuckers. 2. Publish their names. 3. Seize all their grain. 4. Single out the hostages per my instructions in yesterday's telegram. Do all this so that for miles around people see it all, understand it, tremble, and tell themselves that we are killing the bloodthirsty kulaks and that we will continue to do so. Yours, Lenin. P.S. Find tougher people. This communique also gets to another component of the terror, which is trying to draw a sharp distinction between us, the good guys, and those, the bad guys, the rich bastards, the bloodsuckers. This distinction would make the terror not merely something the population would endure with trembling fear, but also maybe even actively support. Meanwhile, out on the war front, things started to turn in the Reds' favor, and Trotsky was right in the thick of it. The Commissar of War was now cruising around in a mobile train command center, and on August 28th was at the Romanov Bridge, a huge bridge that spanned the Volga 20 miles west of the city of Kazan. He was there surveying the scene when 2,000 forces of the People's Army marched out of Kazan and tried to take it over. But they had marched all day by the time they reached the bridge, and were so tired that when they got there, the Red Army forces under Trotsky fought them off. But it was not a clean victory. One regiment broke and fled in the middle of the battle, and the next day, showing his own clear affirmation for uncompromising discipline and will, Trotsky had the commander of the offending regiment shot, along with 1 out of every 10 men. After its brief hiatus following the February Revolution, the death penalty was back with a vengeance. The victory at the bridge meant General Vatius had a clear path to retake the city of Kazan, and Lenin suggested to Trotsky that if Vatius stalled, delayed, or hesitated in any way, that he should be shot. This, too, hearkening back to the good old days of the French revolutionary armies. But while all this was going on, far more momentous events unfolded in Moscow. Lenin was very much more in favor of killing than being killed, so he rarely left the safety of the Kremlin. But on August 30th, he gave a speech at a munitions factory on the southern outskirts of Moscow. After the speech, he was walking out of the building towards a waiting car. A woman called out Lenin's name, and when he turned, she pulled out a gun and fired 3 shots at him. One of the shots missed and went through his coat. Another one lodged in his shoulder. But the other one was the bad one. It passed through his neck and partially punctured a lung. Lenin dropped in a bloody heap on the ground as confusion exploded all around him. Still conscious, Lenin refused to go to a hospital because he didn't trust anyone there, and he demanded he be taken to the Kremlin and that doctors be brought to him. And given the scope of the injuries and the inadequate medical facilities at the Kremlin, there seemed to be very little chance that Lenin would survive this. I mean, if you move these bullets just a centimeter, he's dead before he even hits the ground. And history starts doing its summary assessment of the life and career of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who was assassinated at the age of 48 here on August 30, 1918. But the bullets landed where they did, and he did not die that day. Through that magical combination of luck and will, he survived. Now, as for the would-be assassin, it turned out to be a woman named Fanny Kaplan. At least, that's the official story. Fanny Kaplan was a long-standing member of the SRs. She had joined the party as a teenager in 1905 and been arrested in 1906 as a part of a bomb plot. After 11 trying years in Siberian exile, she was set free in the political amnesties following the February Revolution. Kaplan had no love for Lenin and the Bolsheviks, and she had completely soured on their vision for revolution after October. With the outset of deep political repression in the summer of 1918, she and several SR comrades, who she refused to subsequently name, decided to start assassinating people. She was assigned Lenin. There were a bunch of arrests in the wave of the shooting, and under questioning, Kaplan made the following recorded confession. "My name is Fanny Kaplan. Today I shot Lenin. I did it on my own. I will not say from whom I obtained my revolver. I will give no details. I had resolved to kill Lenin long ago. I consider him a traitor to the revolution. I was exiled to Siberia for participating in an assassination attempt against a Tsarist official in Kiev. I spent 11 years at hard labor. After the revolution, I was freed. I favored the Constituent Assembly and am still for it." This confession was good enough for a speedy conviction. Fanny Kaplan was taken out and shot in the back of the head on September 3rd. Now, the thing about this is, so far as I can tell, there were no actual witnesses saying, yes, I saw that woman there, Fanny Kaplan, fire the 3 shots at Lenin. Nor was she wrestled to the ground gun in hand right at the moment that it all happened. So there are lingering alternate theories that maybe she wasn't actually the shooter, and that she either willingly gave herself up as the shooter to protect her comrades, or that the very clear and straightforward confession she offered was extracted after some good old-fashioned enhanced interrogation techniques. The further details about Kaplan and the assassination attempt came from one of her comrades who turned informant a few years later and was the star witness for the public trials of the SRs in 1922. And yes, that witness confirms and elaborates on all these details, but he isn't exactly the most reliable source either. Now, I'm not trying to inject conspiracy theories into this. I'm just reporting that what actually happened is surprisingly muddled. If you're ever on Jeopardy and they say, "This SR shot Lenin on August 30, 1918, the answer is Fanny Kaplan. That's the historical answer. So Lenin managed to live, but he is now confined to a recovery bed. And in that bed, he absolutely resolved that the time had come for terror. Now, Checo was already out there arresting people and interrogating people and executing people, but it's all about to get ramped up to vast national policy. Just a few days after the assassination attempt on September 3rd, Pravda published an appeal to the working class, which said that the people must crush the hydra of counter-revolution with massive terror. And it said the defenses could be slight, but invite swift and permanent retribution. Quote, "Anyone who dares to spread the slightest rumor against the Soviet regime will be arrested immediately and sent to a concentration camp." Then on September 5th, the People's Commissars issued the following decree. The Council of People's Commissars, having heard the report of the chairman of the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution, Speculation, and Crime, which is, by the way, just the official name of Cheka, about the activities of this commission, finds that in the present situation, the safeguarding of the rear by means of terror is necessary. That it is necessary to send a greater number of responsible party comrades to the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution, Speculation, and Crime in order to strengthen its work and introduce into it a more systematic character. that it is necessary to safeguard the Soviet Republic from class enemies by isolating them in concentration camps, that all persons associated with White Guard organizations, plots, and rebellions are liable to be shot, that it is necessary to publish the names of all those shot and the reasons for shooting them. This decree of September 5, 1918, is the legal embarkation point for what becomes the Red Terror and the foundations for a generally repressive police state. So, the Red Terror is going to last for years and go through periods of winding up and winding down, and obviously the first several weeks and months after the decree were a period of major windup. There is a lot of conflicting information out there about casualties and victims. Some people tend to downplay how many people were killed. Other people obviously exaggerate it beyond all reason. The communists were often fastidious record keepers about who was being killed, where, and why, but oftentimes local decisions were simply made on the fly. Groups of people were taken to the outskirts of town and shot. The who, what, when, and why of their deaths never recorded. Among the first victims were those who had already been rounded up and held in custody, whether as hostages or as potential threats to the regime. They were executed. Lots of SRs were executed. There were also large police sweeps to pick up all kinds of suspects. People were just rounded up and crammed into prisons. There were little revolutionary tribunals operating at the local level, haphazardly and ruthlessly. Now, very often, yes, they were identifying real threats to the communist regime, arresting them and executing them, or they were picking up people from rival political parties. But as often as not, the basis for an arrest is extremely flimsy. A single denunciation from an anonymous informant. Maybe somebody is arrested for the crime of being a foreigner. And as history has seen in several different times and locations, sometimes people are arrested for having the same name as somebody who the government is looking for. That happens a lot during the initial phase of the Red Terror. And then, of course, as we've also seen many times throughout history, going all the way back to, let's say, the Sullen proscriptions and people like Crassus and Catiline, where denunciations and arrests are driven entirely by greed and avarice, or maybe a ruthless desire to get ahead, settling personal grudges, settling old scores, none of which had anything to do with politics. Now, this is all just the very beginning of it, and as we move forward, there will be dungeons and tortures and executions, and the whole thing will become an absurd paranoid blanket spreading out over everything. Initially justified by the context of the Civil War, it would become a permanent feature of post-revolutionary Soviet life. As the Cheka fanned out and fulfilled its mandate to grow its operation and systematically impose a reign of terror, the Red Army advanced on the Volga. They recaptured Simbirsk on September the 2nd, and then on September the 12th took Kazan, which meant, by the by, that General Vatius did not become an early victim of the Red Terror, which he surely would have had he failed, and instead is on his way to being promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the whole Red Army. In the face of this onslaught, the Kammuch collapsed as a potential threat to the communist regime. The People's Army they created topped out at just 30,000 soldiers, and they couldn't get any more as the Red Army poured reinforcements into the region. In the first week of October 1918, with the Red Army closing in on Samara, the Kammuch disbanded, and everyone fled east, seeking the protection of white armies that were forming in Siberia. Meanwhile, the Czechoslovaks grew demoralized and frustrated. They had never wanted to get involved in a Russian civil war in the first place, but had tolerated it because the Reds were putting up practically no resistance. Now that it was turning into a real war, they wanted out. And as they reoriented themselves back to their original goal of trying to get out of Russia, the Allies continued to bring forces into Russia, under the cover of getting the Czechoslovak legions out of Russia. On September the 4th, 4,500 Americans arrived at Archangel. They were officially dubbed the American Expeditionary Force, and unofficially they were called the Polar Bear Expedition. And then more troops flooded into Vladivostok, most especially the Japanese. But if you take a quick glance over the calendar, you know that in next week's episode, everything is about to get rocked by another major event that is going to destabilize the whole Eurasian continent. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month is just around the corner, and I have taken pains to impress upon you that everything that we have understood so far about the Russian Revolution has to be understood in the context of World War I. So, how are things going to change when World War I isn't a thing anymore? Episode 10.84, The End of the Old World. With the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk securing their eastern front and ensuring vital supplies from the Ukrainian breadbasket, Germany threw everything it had into one final offensive push on the Western Front in the spring of 1918. They believed this final push was the only way to win a war they were clearly on the verge of losing. But by the summer of 1918, this last great push stalled out, and the Allies spent the final 100 days of World War I pushing the Germans back through a series of rolling defeats. By the fall of 1918, the Central Powers finally burst like rotten pumpkins and collapsed into a messy heap. The Bulgarians signed an armistice on September 29th, the Ottomans on October 30. The Austro-Hungarian Empire signed their armistice on November 3rd, and then finally, the Germans signed on November 11th, 1918. This is the famous 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month that ended World War I. By the time these armistices were signed, though, the internal cohesion of the Central Powers was already shattered. The autumn of 1918 was the graveyard of the Old World. World War I had already taken down the Roman dynasty and the Russian Empire, and it now claimed its imperial counterparts. I neglected to mention this at the time, but old Emperor Franz Joseph, who had been put on the Austrian throne as a teenager during the neo-absolutist reconsolidation following the Revolution of 1848, died in November 1916 at the age of 86 after 68 years on the throne. His grandnephew Charles succeeded him, just long enough to oversee the dissolution of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. With the Allies having made national self-determination for the people living under the dominion of the Central Powers one of their principal tenets of any post-war peace, the nationalities living in those dominions started taking matters into their own hands. They started fulfilling the dreams first conceived during the heady days of 1848. On October 28, Czechoslovakia was proclaimed. On October 29, the state of Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs was proclaimed, on its way to union with the kingdoms of Serbia and Montenegro to create the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, which was proclaimed on December 1st. On November 6th, Poles declared the Republic of Poland in Krakow, putting an independent Poland back on the map for the first time since the Great Partitions. The West Ukrainian People's Republic was proclaimed on November 1st, 1918, with the intention of staying free of the Republic of Poland and then uniting with their cousins over in Ukraine. On October 28th to 31st, the Hungarians staged what is called the Aster Revolution, breaking the 1867 dual monarchy compromise with the Austrians on their way to declaring an independent Hungarian People's Republic on November 16th. Meanwhile, on November the 11th, just a few days earlier, Emperor Charles I renounced his right to take part in matters of state, and though he studiously avoided the word abdication because he refused to recognize any abrogation of his sovereignty, this renunciation effectively ended 700 years of Habsburg rule. The following day, the Republic of German Austria was proclaimed. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is over. The last remnants of the Holy Roman Empire are over. That world is done. Meanwhile, up in Germany, revolts at home and mutinies in the military, most especially in the Navy, combined to form the German Revolution of 1918, leading to the proclamation of a republic to replace the monarchy on November 9th. Now, I'm not going to dwell too much on the details here because we're going to talk a lot more about it next week, but just to be clear where we are at, the abdication of the Kaiser was announced on November the 9th and then confirmed by Dear Willie in a written statement on November 28th. This abdication ended the 500-year-long reign of the House of Hohenzollern. The armistice signed on November the 11th then acknowledged significant territorial renunciations by the Germans both in the West and the East. Most importantly for us, it meant the renunciation of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and giving back all the things that had been given to them by Lenin's government back in March. And Lenin's government, which had only given away so much because there was a gun to their head, eagerly renounced the treaty on their end on November the 13th. So, as humiliating as the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was, it wasn't as catastrophic as it appeared to be at the time, because it was only legally in effect for 8 months, and it is now a dead letter. From the perspective of the communist leadership in Moscow, all of this appeared very much to be the pieces of historical necessity falling into place. One of the key pillars of Bolshevik ideology was that Russia was merely one facet, and frankly a peripheral one at that was guaranteed to erupt from the murder-suicide pact of the imperial powers that we call World War I. Now, Lenin and Trotsky's wing of the party had held the line against the left communists and left SRs, who never wanted to sign the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in the first place and just go fight a revolutionary war, because Lenin and Trotsky considered a revolutionary war fought against the German army to be pure folly. But now that the Central Powers have collapsed, they started to change their tune a little bit. On November the 3rd, Trotsky told the Executive Committee of the Soviet, "A crisis is maturing already in Germany and throughout Central Europe." He said, "Perhaps tomorrow the working class of Germany will ask you for help, and you will create not a million-strong army. You will create an army of 2 million, since your task will have doubled, tripled." That same day, Lenin wrote his own letter to the Executive Committee saying, "We decided to have an army of 1 million men by spring. We now need an army of 3 million men. We can have it, and we shall have it." Their revolutionary ideology was absolutely founded on the notion that the Western powers needed to be overthrown in their own socialist revolutions, and especially Germany, which was richer, more advanced economically, technologically, and politically. That socialist revolution in the West would be the thing that backstopped and guaranteed the socialist revolution in Russia. The historical task of the revolutionaries in Russia was to simply hold the fort long enough for all of that to happen, and to do everything in their power to make sure that it happened, because they needed their proletarian comrades in the West to take possession of the great engines of capitalist imperialism and turn them not against trying to eradicate the Russian Revolution, but to eradicate the last vestiges of capitalist imperialism. On November 6th, the 6th All-Russian Congress of Soviets convened in Moscow, and the next day they symbolically marked the 1-year anniversary of the October Revolution. Here, Lenin unveiled a statue of Marx and Engels that would now stand in front of the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow, and was physical proof of the fact that this was a worldwide revolution involving all the proletarian forces of Europe, not just a parochial Russian affair. The crowd sang La Marseillaise and the International. The next day, Lenin addressed the Congress and said, "We have never been so near to international proletarian revolution as we are now." And indeed, with revolution breaking out in Germany, that seemed exactly like what was going on. Certainly, all Russian foreign policy up to this point, wherever they had embassies, had been about fomenting such a revolution, especially in Berlin. You didn't have to listen very hard to hear the death rattle of the old world. All across Central and Eastern Europe, new independent nations were declaring themselves, and many of those leaders were aligned with left-wing socialist views. But Lenin also warned his comrades that it was not all revolutionary sunshine and socialist roses, that the defeat of the Central Powers was also an extremely hazardous time. He said, "Our situation has never been so dangerous as it is now. The imperialists were busy among themselves, but now one of the groups has been wiped out by the group of the English, the French, and the Americans. They consider their main task to be to smother Bolshevism, to smother its main center, the Russian Soviet Republic." Now, as we will see, this is massively overstating the case. But also, as we talked about last week, I think Lenin and the gang had good reasons to believe that this was true. The big new threat was that the withdrawal of the Central Powers meant that both the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea would now be wide open to further Allied intervention, especially down in the south, where they would have a direct line to supplying, arming, funding, and maybe even providing foreign reinforcements for the volunteer army and the Cossacks. The ascendant Allies, riding high on their victory, would not tolerate communism in Russia. That the French were landing forces in Odessa and Sevastopol by the end of November was proof enough of this. But the withdrawal of the Central Powers was also a great opportunity for the Communists, especially in all those areas that they had given up in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the Baltic states, Belarus, Ukraine. All of them had been invaded and occupied by the armies of the Central Powers, so there was about to be a major military and political vacuum opening up that Lenin's government was keen to fill. So, for example, we take the Baltic states, and if you Google things like Estonian War of Independence, Latvian War of Independence, and Lithuanian War of Independence, they all start right here in November 1918. In these Baltic states, the new German government pledged to move out, and the communist government in Moscow prepared to move in. Now, this can be read cynically as simply Russians recreating the Russian Empire by another name, without any need to reference their professed ideologies. But it can also be read idealistically as the communists in Moscow believing that with world socialist revolution on the march, that they must not let these areas fall into the hands of nationalist groups who were so often dominated by moderate reformist socialist or liberal bourgeois types, or even worse, reactionary landowners. Whichever you believe, Moscow believed it was the Red Army's job to ensure that the right kind of socialists, aligned with the right kind of revolutionary doctrines, grabbed the reins of power in the Baltic states. So in November and December, the Red Army crossed the lines formerly demarcated by the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and that's what started all of these various wars of independence. And the results were a very mixed bag. Estonia and Lithuania both put up considerable resistance to the Red Army, while in Latvia, the very visible presence of the Latvian riflemen at the forefront of the Red Army meant that it didn't feel quite so much like a foreign invasion. In all cases, though, Moscow's goal was to set up local Soviet Socialist republics, SSRs, that would align with the Russian Communist Party. That this period marks the beginning of various wars of independence is maybe a hint that enthusiasm to being dominated by Russian communists from Moscow is not exactly widespread. Down in Ukraine, things would prove to be even more chaotic and contested, as it was the largest and most important of all of the various states the Central Powers were pulling out of, and obviously the communist government in Moscow would very much like all of that Ukrainian grain to help relieve the pressure of food shortages in all areas controlled by the communists. Now, going into November 1918, Ukraine was still governed by the hetman, Pavlo Skoropadsky, who had staged a coup against the Ukrainian Rada back in April. But the hetman was obviously a German client, entirely dependent on the military forces of the Central Powers, and when they collapsed, his days were numbered. So the same clique of socialist-leaning Ukrainian nationalists who formed the Rada came back in force, and they had more popular support than Skoropadsky. On December 14th, they took Kiev, drove the hetman out, and redeclared their Ukrainian People's Republic. But though they were more popular than the hetman, that wasn't really saying a ton, and the political legitimacy of the Ukrainian People's Republic was very shaky, especially with Moscow backing a Communist Party of the Ukraine, aiming to drive them out and establish a Ukrainian SSR. And more than anything, this opens up several years, which are marked by incredibly complicated factional fighting between various groups, nationalist, socialist, communist, and foreign incursions from both Russia and the Allied powers. The most interesting of these factions obviously being the anarchist group led by Nestor Makhno, and don't worry all you Nestor Makhno fanboys and fangirls out there, we'll talk all about your boy in due time. But while the fallout from the end of World War I was obviously the biggest thing going in November and December 1918, there were also really momentous things happening out in Siberia that would have a major impact on the course of the Russian Civil War and would seem to further prove that the Allies were hell-bent on destroying the Communists. Now, last week we talked about how the Red Army had regrouped and advanced towards the Volga, and in the first week of October they captured Samara and sent the SR leaders from that self-declared government to the Constituent Assembly, the Komuch, fleeing east through the Urals and out into Siberia. Many of them headed for the city of Omsk, where a collection of right-wing military officers had conscripted about 38,000 peasants into an army that flew the green and white flag of Siberia. Now, by this time, the leaders in Samara and Omsk had already reached a tentative political alliance in September. Both sides recognized that the Constituent Assembly would still be considered the ultimate sovereign authority, and once it was reconstituted, it would settle all post-revolution and post-Civil War political affairs. They agreed that the Constituent Assembly would in fact be considered officially back in session if a quorum of 250 delegates were ever assembled in the same place at the same time. In the meantime, they would merge their efforts, and agreed to form a 5-man directory government that would be based safely in Omsk, which was far from the front line of the civil war against the communists and had plenty of military protection surrounding it. This directory was made up of 5 men, 2 SRs, 2 liberals, and a SR-leaning general who was named commander-in-chief of their combined armed forces. But the SRs of the Komuch believed that the end goal here would be reconvening the Constituent Assembly and bringing something like democratic socialism to Russia. The military officers in Omsk, meanwhile, believed the only way to save Russia was by a military dictatorship, full stop. So because the two sides did not at all agree on where this was going, the compromised directory government was a complete non-entity. It had no money, no supporters, no administrative bureaucracy, no fighting forces, and in fact practically nobody even knew it existed. So to say that the directory lasted 8 weeks quote-unquote in power would be stretching the meaning of the word power to its absolute breaking point. After Red Army advances on the Volga led many SR political leaders to regroup in the relative safety of Omsk, the city became a hotbed of factional jockeying between the SRs on the one hand and the military officers on the other. Neither group had any faith either in the directory government or each other. Each side suspected the other of planning to overthrow the directory at the earliest opportunity, and they were both right. But the military officers were able to strike first. On November 17, armed Cossacks broke into a meeting of the SRs in Omsk and arrested several of their leaders, including the 2 SR directors. The pretext for this raid was that the SRs were planning to overthrow the directory, which the military officers then used as a pretext to overthrow the directory. On the morning of November 18, the directory's Council of Ministers gave its blessing to invite one Admiral Alexander Kolchak to become what they grandiosely dubbed the Supreme Ruler of Russia, with pretensions to being the sovereign head of state to the whole of Russia, not just this little military outfit in Siberia. Kolchak accepted. So, I guess we better talk about Alexander Kolchak. Alexander Kolchak was a young admiral. He was just 44 years old when he became the supreme ruler of Russia. So he was in the prime of his life, not some doddering old figurehead. He had spent his life in the Navy and first earned public notoriety for his participation in a somewhat ill-fated polar expedition of exploration and scientific investigation from 1900 to 1902. He served in the early stages of the Russo-Japanese War, and he was wounded and taken prisoner at the Siege of Port Arthur. We fast forward to World War I, and we find him commanding naval forces in the Gulf of Riga, where he was promoted to vice admiral in August 1916, making him the youngest vice admiral in the fleet. When the February Revolution hit, Kolchak was vocally opposed to the democratization of the military, and conservative groups made the young vice admiral a hero, and hinted that he made a suitable candidate for a military dictatorship that would be able to restore dignity, honor, and order to the Russian Empire. Prime Minister Kerensky caught wind of this and sent Kolchak on a mission to the United States to get him out of the country as quickly as possible. So Kolchak was not present for any of the drama surrounding, for example, the Kornilov affair, which one gets the feeling he very much would have supported. When the October Revolution hit, Kolchak was returning from the United States via Japan, and when he got the news, he went and knocked on the door of the British embassy and pledged himself to do whatever he could to bring Russia back into the war on the side of the Allies to continue to fight against the Germans, up to and including resigning from the Russian Navy and serving in the British Army as a private. The following year, with the Allies taking over control of Vladivostok, Kolchak re-entered Russia and was on his way to join the volunteer army, and so it was simply happenstance that he was in Omsk in November 1918 when military coup plotters made their move and needed somebody to hand power to. Alexander Kolchak's name was well known in Russia. He was a senior military officer, and his anti-communist credentials were unimpeachable. He also enjoyed strong contacts among both the British and the Americans, whose supplies would be vital to any forthcoming military campaign. Kolchak's connection to the British in particular made it very easy to see the coup in Omsk, and all subsequent developments in Siberia, as being the work of Allied puppet masters. Kolchak himself did not appear to have any great political ambitions beyond simply driving the Bolsheviks from power. He was no Napoleon Bonaparte, and so the incident is called Kolchak's coup. He was probably not even informed of the details beforehand, and only accepted the offer of power out of a sense of patriotic duty. His own personal political ambitions were quite limited, and Kolchak was viewed by almost everyone around him as a political cipher who could be manipulated into pursuing the aims of the advisors closest to him, most of whom turned out to be young, right-leaning cadets. So in the proclamation accepting power, he said, "My chief aims are the organization of a fighting force, the overthrow of Bolshevism, and the establishment of law and order, so that the Russian people may be able to choose a form of government in accordance with its desires and to realize the high ideas of liberty and freedom." This, it was agreed by everyone, was nice and vague. But that did not mean that Kolchak was an unwilling agent of the White Movement or the Allies, nor that he was a passive figurehead, nor that he had any interest in being soft towards the perceived enemies of Russia, which included in his mind socialists of all stripes. And so his elevation to power came with terrible consequences for the SRs. And whatever one says about the draconian Red Terror, we can invariably say very similar things about draconian White Terrors. On December the 3rd, the supreme ruler of Russia issued a decree that said, "In order to preserve the system and rule of the supreme ruler, articles of the Criminal Code of Imperial Russia were revised, Articles 99 and 100 of which establish capital punishment for assassination attempts on the supreme ruler and for attempting to overthrow his government." This verbiage could be applied to practically any perceived threat at any time, and was the basis of summary executions wherever Kolchak's forces went. "Oh yeah, these guys, they were plotting to overthrow your government. Blam, blam, blam." Reigns of terror and summary executions and arbitrary arrests were perpetrated by all sides in the Russian Civil War. Now, there was actually a very real uprising by the SRs in Omsk, but like all SR uprisings, it petered out pretty quickly, and as a result, Kolchak's forces made hundreds of arrests and doled out pretty indiscriminate executions, including 20 SR delegates who had been elected to the Constituent Assembly, which meant subtracting 20 delegates from the alleged goal of trying to reconvene the Constituent Assembly, which, spoiler alert, that's not ever going to happen. Kolchak's new army then got off to a pretty good start in December 1918. They advanced towards the northern provincial capital of Perm and threw back a pretty demoralized Red Army unit. There were heavy casualties on both sides, but on Christmas Day 1918, Kolchak's army captured Perm, which the communists would then always refer to as the Perm catastrophe, which exposed major problems inside their nascent Red Army, as they had started with a force somewhere north of 30,000 and wound up with a force down around 10,000. But due to local conditions, the state of the Siberian armed forces, and the fact that they really couldn't do anything if they didn't simultaneously advance through the center, Kolchak called a halt to this northern advance on January the 6th. This was so he could concentrate on a push in the center that would hopefully see them go through the Urals to the Volga, then line up with the volunteer army and the Cossacks in the south, whereupon they would all march off together to liberate Moscow from the communists. As Admiral Kolchak's forces gathered strength in the east, down in the south, his allies, the volunteer army and the Cossacks, were doing the same. As since the summer, the whites in the south had been growing, and the Communist Central Committee believed that especially after the end of World War I, that the southern front was the most dangerous front. The opening of the Black Sea ports to Allied navies meant that they were about to face the possibility of the White armies becoming an unstoppable juggernaut armed to the teeth. For the rest of 1918, for example, Commissar of War Trotsky spent most of his time down on the southern front. Now, fulfilling absolutely no one's expectations, the volunteer army, and in fact the entire White movement in the south, was now led by General Anton Denikin. While they initially coalesced after the October Revolution, the White armies were led by well-known and charismatic leaders, like General Kornilov and the Cossack General Kaledin. But they were both now dead. Politically, the Whites were led by the venerable General Alexeyev, and indeed the volunteer army was initially better known as Alexeyev's army. But his health started failing over the summer, and he died of heart failure on October the 8th, 1918, which meant that without anybody predicting it or intending it, all political and military authority of the White movement fell into the hands of General Denikin, who was more surprised than anybody to find himself holding it. General Denikin was not precisely the wrong man for the job, but he wasn't exactly the right man for the job either. He took over a White coalition that was absolutely teeming with divergent interests, and overseeing a population that wasn't super stoked about what the Reds were offering and desperately needed some assurances that the whites weren't going to be even worse. Duncan responded to this need for subtle delicacy and savvy public relations by retreating into a laser focus on strictly military concerns. He left politics to a few civilian hangers-on who he mostly tried to ignore, but who did helpfully draft a constitution that paid lip service to civil rights and political freedom while giving unlimited power to General Duncan to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, wherever he wanted. As a career military officer, Duncan had a certain disdain for politicians, and he tried to be as non-political as possible, and he retreated into the belief that all the political stuff would be solved once the military war was over. But this military war was a civil war, and the civil war was happening in the midst of a wider social revolution. So politics were not just unavoidable, they were a vital key to victory which Duncan neglected at his peril. He tended to be surrounded by people who came from the gentry classes, who assumed as a matter of course that the shameful, uncompensated dispossession of the landowning classes would be reversed wherever the white armies held power. That wasn't politics, that was just morality and justice. And so wherever the white army showed up, officials attached to the volunteer army would work to restore the property of those who had been dispossessed. This meant that in a conflict where the hearts and minds of the people were very much in play, the whites did very little to win them over. General Duncan himself, to his credit, later acknowledged that this was a major mistake, and he said of the reactionary officials going around trying to undo the revolution in land, in terms of their psychology and worldview, their customs and their habits, they were so far removed and alienated from the changes that had taken place in the country that they had no idea how to act in the new revolutionary era. For them, it was a question of returning to the past, and they tried to restore the past, both in form and spirit. Far too much had happened for that to be the path to victory. If the whites were going to win the Civil War, they were going to have to embrace something like a forward-looking policy, and far too many of them were too intent on looking backward. The group of leaders around Duncan also didn't make many friends among non-Russians, the Cossacks being the most immediately important of these, as they form much of the rank and file and cavalry of the volunteer army. But also we're talking about other nationalities who might have joined them in a broad anti-red coalition. The white officers of the volunteer army were almost to a man committed Russian patriots fighting to restore the power and dignity of Russia. Now, to their credit, they weren't clamoring to bring back the Tsar, but they did want to bring back the old Russian Empire. So they did not so much as hint at anything resembling autonomy for the various nationality groups who were presently out there declaring independence. The whites might have made good common cause with those nationalities against Red Army incursions, but those white officers were temperamentally even more inclined to support such a Russian invasion of old Russian Empire territory as the communists were. They weren't even interested in offering political autonomy to the Cossacks, their most important ally, which meant that while they were all fighting on the same side, they were never really together fighting on the same side. These political mistakes would ensure the white movement remained a fractious coalition at cross purposes with itself and enjoying very little popular support. I think partly the hope and expectation on General Duncan's end was that the Civil War was not going to last very long, that it would in fact be over quite soon. The white leaders believed exactly the same thing that the communist leaders did, namely that the Allies were about to start pumping supplies and guns to the white armies. Now, I don't want to underestimate Allied support for the whites. They absolutely did pump supplies and guns to the white armies, but with the benefit of hindsight, we know that the Allied interventions into Russia were never going to be as wholehearted as any of the Russians expected. In the winter of 1918 and 1919, the Allies had far bigger issues on their plate. The Civil War in Russia was just not a high priority. Now, it is the case that there were small groups out there in France and in Britain and the United States, people like Winston Churchill, for example, who really were pushing for an immediate, all-out attack on Bolshevism. But they were in the minority. At least as many British, French, and American leaders liked and supported the idea of the Soviet Socialist Republics as they appeared in 1917 and 1918. Certainly they much preferred the Socialist Reds to the reactionary Whites, who no doubt intended to restore barbarous absolutism. Mostly, though, both the general populations and ruling classes of Britain and France and the United States just did not have Russia very high on their list of interests. Everyone was sick of war, sick of fighting, sick of being trapped in destructive quagmires. The unrestrained jubilation that marked the end of World War I meant that it was going to be very tough to say, oh yeah, glad the war with Germany is over, now we're going to go plunge into the middle of the Russian Civil War. So, as we go forward, we are never going to see the Allies make the kind of major commitments both sides of the Russian Civil War expected them to make. The expeditionary forces they landed in 1918 around the periphery tended to just stay put and not grow. There were some naval blockades, definitely major shipments of munitions, lots of shipments of munitions, but the Allies were not, in fact, hell-bent on destroying Bolshevism. And they were absolutely ready to cut the cord if it looked like destroying Bolshevism was going to require them to get sucked even deeper into the Russian Civil War. But next week, we are going to leave the Russian Civil War off to one side and usher in 1919 not in Russia, but in Germany. Because, as Lenin said, this was as close as they would ever be to worldwide proletarian revolution. And we need to understand why that worldwide proletarian revolution didn't happen the way the Russian communists hoped and expected. Because the fact that it didn't manifest is going to have far-reaching consequences for their entire ideological program. So next week, we're headed to Berlin for the beginning, middle, and end of the Spartacus Uprising. Episode 10.85, The German Revolution. At the core of Bolshevik communist ideology was a faith that they were in the vanguard of an international socialist revolution, that World War I would mark the death of the old world of capitalist imperialism and the birth of a new world of global socialism. In their minds, the October Revolution was akin to a small army of Russians winning control of a key hill adjacent to an important battlefield. Yes, it was vital and necessary that they hold that hill, but the main battlefield was off in the west, in places like France and Britain and Germany. These more technologically and economically advanced nations would provide the mass proletarian army envisioned by revolutionary Marxism, an army that would storm and overwhelm the forces of capitalist imperialism everywhere. So in the background of all Bolshevik thinking throughout 1917 and 1918 was the idea that all they needed to do was hold their hill and maybe provide some covering fire for their comrades in the West so that they could go off and win the greater battle. The notion that the Russians might be left to fight alone was not only not a part of the larger plan, but it was assumed to be effectively synonymous with their own final defeat. Lenin and company needed proletarian victory in the West to secure their own position in Russia. As the one-year anniversary of the October Revolution came around in the autumn of 1918, communist leaders in Moscow thus looked eagerly to events in Central Europe, especially in Germany. The collapse of the Central Powers and the end of World War I would surely mark the arrival of the proletarian reinforcements they had been waiting for. And that is what we are going to talk about today. Because the events in Germany between October 1918 and January 1919 are the decisive moments when the theory that radical socialist revolution would soon be sweeping across Europe was decisively contradicted by the reality of events. Events that are going to force the Russians to completely rethink and reimagine what it is that they are up to, as they realize that they are going to have to do it alone. So to set up the fault lines of the coming German Revolution, we need to talk about the fracturing of the German Social Democratic Party, the SPD. Now, by the time World War I broke out, the SPD was the model socialist political party. It was by far the largest, strongest, and best organized socialist party in Europe. It was the leading element of international socialism and a backbone of the Second International. Domestically, in the 1912 Reichstag elections, The SPD won the largest number of seats. Not an outright majority, but they were still the biggest single party. But then, as we discussed in episode 10.55, on August 4th, 1914, the leaders of the SPD decided to support the German war effort, whereupon all the other socialist parties in Europe supported their own respective national war efforts, precipitating the breakdown of the Second International. But there was inside Germany a faction of socialists who held to the principles of opposition to imperialist wars. Aghast at the betrayal of the SPD, gathered for the first time the very next day to organize a group that would maintain fidelity to the repeatedly endorsed principles of international proletarian solidarity. This group would become known to history as the Spartacus Group, taking their name from a guy we talked about way back in episode 36 of the History of Rome, I Am Spartacus. As the Spartacus Group organizes itself, I want to briefly highlight three leaders in particular: Rosa Luxemburg, Clara Zetkin, and Karl Liebknecht. We'll start with the most famous of the three, Rosa Luxemburg, who has already made some cameos in our series on the Russian Revolution. 43 years old when World War I broke out, Luxemburg was a long-standing force in international socialism. Born into a Jewish family in the Russian-controlled part of Poland, she radicalized early and was already attending underground reading groups by the time she was 15 years old. This put her on the radar of the Ukraine, and in 1889 she fled to Switzerland at the age of 18. There she enrolled in the University of Zurich, where she was one of the only women in a nearly all-male student body. She studied economics and political science and earned a doctorate in 1897 in political economy. But mostly, Rosa Luxemburg was a Marxist revolutionary. She entered the socialist scene and became acquainted with all the heavy hitters of the day, and then became the principal theoretician of the Social Democratic Party of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania. She attended her first international socialist gathering in 1893. Over the years, Luxemburg developed an idiosyncratic version of Marxism that combined a belief in the inevitable collapse of capitalism, the necessity of revolution to deliver the final blow, the priority of class interests over national interests or gender interests, and a commitment to mass struggle, especially in the form of the general strike. Her 1898 pamphlet, Social Reform or Revolution, marked Luxemburg as one of the most gifted and eloquent opponents of Edward Bernstein's revisionist version of Marxism. Throughout the pre-war years, Luxemburg zealously engaged in intra-socialist debates, always attacking everyone from the position of the revolutionary left. She bounced in and out of various prisons, and after moving to Germany, served as a teacher for the SPD, where she instructed, among others, a rising star in the party named Friedrich Ebert. During these years, Luxemburg met and befriended the second person I want to highlight today, Clara Zetkin. 14 years older than her young friend Luxemburg, she too had radicalized as a student and then departed for Switzerland and Paris on account of Bismarck's ban on socialist activities in 1878. Zetkin was committed to the cause of international socialism, but she also worked especially hard on the interest of women as a vital part of the socialist revolution. A fixture of expat German socialism, when Zetkin returned to Germany after the ban on socialism was lifted, she became the editor of the SPD's women's newspaper, Equality, which she guided for the next 25 years. As a leader of the socialist wing of the international women's movement, Zetkin was hostile to the aristocratic sensibilities of bourgeois liberal feminism, but she was also opposed to her young friend Rosa Luxemburg's opinion that the women's question was entirely beside the main point of revolutionary class struggle. Zetkin believed women needed to address this struggle as women, but at the same time, she always fought alongside Luxemburg from the position of the revolutionary left in any larger controversy inside socialist circles about tactics, strategy, and ideology. Together, they would defiantly break with the SPD leadership in August 1914 and help found the anti-war and pro-revolution Spartacus Group. The third person I need to introduce here is their friend and ally, Karl Liebknecht. Liebknecht came from socialist royalty. He was the son of Wilhelm Liebknecht, a veteran of 1848, lifelong friend of fellow London exile Karl Marx, member of the original Communist League, and founder of the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany, and he helped lead the merger with the German Workers' Party Association in 1875, forming the party that would officially rechristen itself as the Social Democratic Party of Germany in 1890. That was the life Karl Liebknecht was born into in 1871. An active socialist lawyer, he was a leading voice against German militarism, writing polemics that eventually got him thrown in prison in 1907, where he was still sitting when the voters elected him to the Prussian parliament in 1908. Once out of prison, he was elected in the SPD's great parliamentary victory of 1912. And so he was actually in the Reichstag when the decisive vote on war credits came up in August 1914. Under heavy pressure to toe the party line, Liebknecht chose to abstain so as not to violate his anti-war principles, but also so that he didn't upset the party leadership, which was now being led by the aforementioned Friedrich Ebert, who wanted a unanimous vote from the party to absolutely establish their patriotic loyalty. Liebknecht did not live in this conflicted space for long, and he joined Luxemburg and Zetkin and other anti-war, pro-revolution socialists to form the core of the Spartacus Group. In December 1914, a vote came up in the Reichstag to renew the war credits, and this time, Liebknecht defiantly voted no, making him the only delegate in the Reichstag to do so. This earned him the eternal enmity of Friedrich Ebert and the other leaders of the SPD, who subsequently conspired with the government in February 1915 to have Liebknecht drafted into the military, despite parliamentary immunity from conscription. As further retribution, he was expelled from the SPD, the party that his own father had helped found a generation earlier. Now, just to be clear, the group they founded wasn't technically called the Spartacus Group until January 1916, but the organization and its ideals were consistent from the start. Oppose capitalism, oppose imperialism, oppose the war, and support any other group in Europe who felt the same, which made them allies of Lenin's little Bolshevik group. Their activities were straight-up illegal during the war years, and most of them were tossed in prison at various points, especially in 1916, when Liebknecht was sentenced to a 4-year prison term, and Luxemburg and Zetkin were both placed in preventative detention, as much to prevent what they might do as punish them for what they had done. But just as they were going into prison, their ideals started to gain wider currency. A faction of the membership of the SPD, who had held their noses and voted for war credits in 1914, were by now thoroughly disillusioned with the war after 2 years spent in a murderous quagmire. This group included major socialist luminaries like Karl Kautsky and Edward Bernstein. Forming irreconcilable differences with the leadership group headed by Ebert, who continued to support the war, members started quitting or getting expelled from the party. Shortly after the February Revolution hit Russia, these anti-war German socialists came together to form a new party called the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, which was then known by its German acronym, the USPD. The Spartacus Group joined the USPD as its radical left wing. For the rest of 1917 and 1918, the USPD and the Spartakists supported strikes, protests, and military mutinies against the government and the war, which grew in size and scope as the war continued and de facto military dictatorship in Germany deepened. These were the strikes and mutinies that Lenin and his Bolsheviks were keeping such a close and hopeful eye on. After Germany's last-ditch offensive in the spring of 1918 failed, and by the fall of 1918 the war was looking hopelessly lost, the political ties binding the German Empire started to strain and snap. And so what I want to do now is plot the course of the German Revolution of 1918, but with specific reference to the map that had been laid out by the Russians in 1917. Because the two events unfolded in remarkably similar ways, but there are enough critical distinctions between the two that they wind up in very different places. So what I want to do here is keep an eye on the course of the Russian Revolution as we talk about the course of the German Revolution and compare and contrast the two to understand why one wound up as the Communist Soviet Union while the other wound up as the parliamentary Weimar Republic. So to start this, in October 1918, we find Kaiser Wilhelm in the same kind of position his cousin Tsar Nicholas had been in January 1917, presiding over an autocratic empire that was teetering on the brink of collapse and being pressured to liberalize democratize, and swap out the leadership as the only way to survive. In Wilhelm's case, he was facing demands from the advancing Allies, now especially the Americans, saying that democratization of the German political system was a precondition of peace negotiations. But the Kaiser was also taking the same kind of advice from the military high command, guys like General Ludendorff, who were eager to throw the messy and humiliating business of surrender over to a bunch of new civilian politicians in order to pin the blame for losing the war on them rather than the military. And this becomes the origin of the infamous stabbed in the back myth, that the military could have won the war had it not been for these dirty politicians. On October 3rd, the Kaiser appointed the liberal Prince Maximilian of Baden to serve as the new Chancellor of Germany and oversee a transition to a constitutionally responsible government. Which, right away, we see a key difference between the German Revolution and the Russian Revolution, as Willy did in 1918 what Nicky had so stubbornly refused to do in 1917, inaugurate a new government holding parliamentary confidence. Now, until the end of October, changes to the German political system will come in swift and confusing succession, but nothing yet was particularly revolutionary. That would all change thanks to the Supreme Naval Command. Still believing they could salvage Germany's position with a final all-out assault on the Royal Navy in the English Channel, the Admiral sent an order on October 24, 1918, for all ships to prepare to sail into this final battle. But when they got this order, the crews instead mutinied. This naval mutiny is the trigger for the German Revolution. After several days of defiance, mutiny, and sabotage, sailors gathered at the naval base in Kiel, ostensibly to protest the arrest of some of their comrades, but they were also now in cahoots with radical civilian leaders, and they gathered under banners that read peace and bread. These mutinous sailors were about to become ground zero for a true revolutionary moment. After armed clashes with troops loyal to the government left dead bodies on the ground, 40,000 rebellious sailors took over the naval base and the adjacent town. And if we glance at our map of the Russian Revolution, the naval mutiny in Kiel is essentially the equivalent to the mutiny of the Petrograd garrison in February 1917, which tipped a political crisis into a full-blown political revolution. Late in the evening on November the 4th, 1918, sailors and workers in Kiel established a Soldiers' and Workers' Council, deliberately modeled on the Soviets of the Russian Revolution, and then they sent delegations of sailors to other major cities to proselytize the revolution and encourage everybody to set up their own councils, which was just the German word for Soviets. Within a matter of days, most of the large coastal cities were in the hands of these revolutionary groups, and then it spread to Hanover, Brunswick, Frankfurt, Munich. Things now moved very fast in a very revolutionary direction. Workers and soldiers were setting up councils, and all of this is obviously akin to the spread of the Soviets throughout Russia after the establishment of the First Petrograd Soviet at the end of February 1917. In Berlin, the rapid spread of these councils/Soviets was met by hostile alarm from Friedrich Ebert and the other senior leaders of the SPD who absolutely did not want a Soviet-style revolution in Germany. Ebert believed it was vital to prevent the kind of social revolution that had taken down Russia. He believed it was vital to ensure a smooth and peaceful transition to a new form of government, and that the SPD itself would command enough electoral strength to enshrine socialist goals using the ballot box, not the barricade. Standing between the radical left and the old establishment, Ebert put himself forward as the one leader who could navigate Germany through this moment without disrupting any administrative functions, enacting mass land confiscation, or nationalizing industry. Socialist changes would come, but they would be carefully managed and enacted after prolonged deliberation, not in one apocalyptic flash of social revolution. So the key date of the German Revolution is November 9th, 1918. The Kaiser was now under enormous pressure to abdicate the throne, not just to satisfy the Allies, but also his own people, who believed his departure was necessary to secure the aforementioned peace and bread. But Wilhelm was dragging his feet. So Prince Maximilian helped him out the door by simply announcing that the Kaiser and his eldest son had abdicated the throne, even though they really had not. Then Maximilian resigned and handed his office to Friedrich Ebert, who thus became Minister-President of Prussia and Chancellor of Germany. Now, Maximilian had no authority to do any of this. He just did it, and then it was done. The streets of Berlin, meanwhile, were teeming with protesters and demonstrators and curious onlookers, and word reached the Reichstag building that Karl Liebknecht, who had just been released from prison, planned to seize the political initiative and proclaim Germany a socialist republic from the seat of the Berlin city government. Catching wind of this, the deputy chairman of the SPD, a guy called Philipp Scheidmann, spontaneously preempted the radicals. Over Ebert's express objections, Scheidmann walked out onto the balcony of the Reichstag and announced to a gathered crowd that Germany was now a republic. Long live the German Republic. So, thanks to all of these events on November the 9th, Friedrich Ebert now presided over a self-created Republican government, which makes November 9th, 1918, akin to March the 2nd, 1917, the moment when leaders of the Russian Duma formed a provisional government amidst Tsar Nicholas's own abdication. But there is a crucial difference between the two that becomes very important. In the Russian case, the provisional government was all liberals. It was cadets and Octobrists, whereas in Germany, they're all socialists. It would be as if in Russia in February 1917, the Right SRs had formed the very first Russian provisional government and standing outside of it for so long. Oh, and I should also mention here that the liberal noble Prince Maximilian is basically playing the role the liberal noble Prince Lvov did in Russia, except Maximilian is just going to quit the scene instead of hanging around long enough to become frustrated and disillusioned with everyone and everything. Trying to take back the political initiative, a group of about 100 radical shop stewards then occupied the Reichstag building that night and announced that every factory and military regiment within reach should send delegates the next day to the Circus Busch to elect a council of people's deputies that would serve as the new government of Republican Germany. Unable to stop the spread of this call, and recognizing that this meeting would be held whether he liked it or not, Ebert and the other SPD leaders leaned into this and tried to get as many of their people as possible elected to the assembly. And so, the next day, November 10th, an assembly of workers and soldiers indeed got together and elected a 6-man Council of People's Deputies that was meant to serve as the new government for Germany. But by now the SPD and the USPD had come to an arrangement, and, controlling a majority of the delegates at the assembly, they each got themselves 3 of the 6 seats on the Council of People's Deputies, co-opting the intention of the radicals to form a more aggressively revolutionary body. These more radical elements then pulled a surprise move and called for the additional election of something they called the Executive Council of Workers and Soldiers Councils, which would oversee the Council of People's Deputies. But the SPD and USPD leaders dominated this council too. So when we map this over to Russia, this assembly on November the 10th, 1918 is clearly the equivalent to the formation of the Petrograd Soviet, and it was deliberately intended as such by the German radical left, who hoped to create a revolutionary body that could overawe Ebert's government, the way the Petrograd Soviet had dominated the Russian provisional government after February. But in the Russian case, the SRs and Mensheviks had won early control of the Petrograd Soviet, while it was liberal cadets who were running the provisional government. 2 different ideological parties, each in control of their own separate institution of government. But here in Germany in 1918, it's just SPD guys everywhere you look. And so, while there is the faintest outline to the kind of dual power dynamic that defined Russian politics for the first few months after the Russian Revolution, and that's certainly what the radical left is hoping happens, it's just not going to develop the same way in Germany. After this was all settled to his satisfaction, if not exactly joy, Ebert got on the horn to General Wilhelm Gruner, who had taken over the critical job of Quartermaster General of the German military. Ebert and Gruner came to a very quick understanding with each other. Ebert promised to keep the autonomy of the military in place and not mess with the army hierarchy at all, if Gruner and the military brass supported Ebert in his coming fight to stop the radical left from trying to implement something like the Russian Soviets, which they both agreed would be a disaster. Gruner agreed, with far-reaching consequences. Ebert now had the support of the military, and was not only temporarily safe from a right-wing military coup, but he could also count on armed soldiers to defend his nascent government if the radicals took up arms. And though it happens just a little bit out of order here, one does not have to squint very hard to see in this phone call between Ebert and Gruner the communications between Kerensky and Kornilov in August 1917, which might have had the same effect in the Russian Revolution and forestalled the October Revolution, had not Kerensky hung Kornilov out to dry. Now, the day after all this is the infamous 11th of November and the signing of the armistice that officially ended the war. And here, more than anywhere, we find the key difference between the Russian and German revolutions. The Russian Revolution took place while the war was still ongoing. The whole first wave of revolutionary leaders, whether they were cadets or SRs or Mensheviks, in fact believed that one of the key objects of the revolution was to simply install better leaders who could win the war. This made the question of war or peace one of the key questions of 1917. And when Kerensky's June offensive collapsed in failure, the Bolsheviks were able to make major political gains thanks to their anti-war position. Ebert's government does not have to worry about maintaining an unpopular war, because the war is over. They have lost. So it's not the case that radicals can run around arguing that the war should be over, because the war is already over. The other big component here is that because the war was still ongoing in Russia in 1917, the Russian military had to be kept in the field, and units became radicalized and democratized, making them insubordinate and unreliable, and far from being a bulwark defending the government, they would be a major threat to the government. Here in Germany in 1918, there's no need to keep the army intact. The revolution isn't going to radicalize military units because the political revolution is coinciding with mass military demobilization. Imagine how the course of the revolution would have been altered had World War I abruptly ended in February 1917. Well, it's actually pretty easy to imagine, because that's basically what happens in Germany in November 1918. So then, on the day after that, November 12th, the Council of People's Deputies published a program for a social democratic government. It ended press censorship, it promised universal suffrage for everyone over the age of 20, including women, it offered amnesty for all political prisoners, it created freedom of association and assembly in the press. And on top of all those liberal civil rights, they also enshrined an 8-hour workday as a statutory requirement, and they expanded unemployment, social insurance, and worker compensation benefits. This was all very popular. It lifted the burden of autocratic tyranny, but also provided social guarantees for the working class. This announced program put Ebert's government on pretty solid popular footing, but they were still afraid of all those councils sprouting up out there, that they might grow into rival centers of power. But this fear was mostly based in ignorance of what was happening at the grassroots level. To take one example, the famous sociologist Max Weber joined a workers' council in Heidelberg and happily discovered that most of his colleagues were moderate liberals, just ready to take over distribution of food and support the frontline soldiers returning home. So many of these German councils didn't resemble Bolshevized Soviets so much as the old liberal Zemstva. But Ebert and his fellow leaders in the SPD were still in the grips of, a not unreasonable amount of paranoia, and they were especially afraid of an empire-wide convention of councils that was set to convene in Berlin in mid-December. General Gruner dutifully sent several divisions of troops to Berlin, but when Ebert tried to use them to prevent the convention of councils from meeting, this group simply self-demobilized. They refused to do anything. The next batch sent in were then too clumsy in their movements and fired on an unarmed group of demonstrators on December the 16th, which did not stop the convention from meeting and only reflected poorly on Ebert and his government. But Ebert had nothing to worry about here. It's not like the delegates were radical Spartakists. Even Karl Liebknecht failed to win a seat. Everyone in the room was almost uniformly SPD, And on December the 19th, this council voted 344 to 98 against the creation of a Russian-style Soviet system as the basis of the new constitution. They instead supported the government call for elections for a national assembly empowered to settle all Republican constitutional questions. So there's really no dual power here. There's never going to be a situation where the Soviet over here and the provisional government over there are at loggerheads with each other, because everywhere you look, it's just members of the SPD. They're all pulling in the same direction. And speaking of this forthcoming National Assembly to settle all constitutional questions, we saw how bad it was for the Russians to stall and stall on calling their National Assembly. Now, this stalling was partly due to just incompetence, but it was also because they wanted to wait until the war was over. And then when the war just kept going, the Constituent Assembly was endlessly put off. Failing to deliver a democratic constitution in a timely manner meant that it was permanently preempted by the October Revolution. And this here is another big consequence, I think, of the German Revolution happening against the backdrop of peace rather than war. The Germans could move decisively to their Constituent Assembly without worrying about the effect it may or may not have on national defense. It's also possible they were more competent. But though the political tide was clearly running in his favor, Ebert then tried to make a move to further secure his government's position that very nearly wrecked everything. Now, back on November the 11th, a group of radicalized sailors formed what they called the People's Navy Division. They installed themselves in Berlin to defend the revolution, and in its initial weeks was tolerated by the government. But now Ebert wanted them demobilized. As a first move, the sailors' wages stopped being paid, and then they were deliberately ignored when they complained about it. Instead of taking this lying down, however, on December the 23rd, about 1,000 of these sailors marched into the Imperial Chancellery. They occupied the building, and they held the Council of People's Deputies hostage. Ebert's response to this was to get on a secret phone line to military headquarters and call for an attack by loyal troops. So, on the morning of December the 24th, about 800 soldiers tried to take back control of the Chancellery. But here's the thing. They failed. The sailors successfully repelled them, and the government troops were forced to pull out of the city center entirely. Had the sailors been more politically ambitious, things might have spun in a completely different direction right then and there. Ebert's alliance with the military clearly hadn't produced a decisive military force to defend his government, and for the moment, right here on Christmas Eve in 1918, armed radicals were the masters of the government and of the Berlin city center. But the sailors were not more politically ambitious. All they did was negotiate for their wages to be paid in full and for a promise not to be demobilized. And that was it. They went home. But though this incident wasn't itself a decisive historical moment, it triggered some profound ripples that produced a decisive historical moment. First, Ebert and Gruner recognized that the regular army was maybe not as reliable as they had expected. So in response, they accelerated a program of raising what they called the Free Corps, officially sanctioned paramilitary units composed of volunteers from the demobilizing soldiers. In most cases, the officers and soldiers who would volunteer for such service had little to look forward to back in civilian life. They jumped at the chance to stay inside the structure of the military and be allowed to vent their aggressions, now exacerbated by the humiliation of defeat. The Free Corps volunteers also tended to be politically conservative and nationalistic, and they were more than happy to go beat the heads of dirty, traitorous socialists in the service of, well, whoever gave them permission to go beat the heads of dirty, traitorous socialists. So the Free Corps don't map one-to-one with the Russian Black Hundreds, but they are playing basically the same role. They're going to turn out to be the muscle of right-wing German politics. The Free Corps will in time be an early incubator of the kind of fascism that was taking root in post-war Europe. But for now, the military establishment that was in control of them was aligned with Ebert's government against the radical left. So the Free Corps would find themselves bashing the heads of socialists on behalf of other socialists. But that would not always be the case. The other big result of the sailors storming the Chancellery over Christmas was that it fractured the very brief political alliance between the SPD and the USPD on the one hand, and also ended the longer alliance between the USPD and the Spartacists. In protests of Ebert's actions taken over Christmas, the USPD resigned from the Council of People's Deputies, which left them free to chart a more oppositional course from the outside, but it of course also left the SPD without any internal opposition. They were free to do whatever they wanted without having to placate anyone. Meanwhile, the Spartacus group took this moment to break off and go their own way entirely. On December 31st, 1918, they formally refounded themselves as the Communist Party of Germany, and they were looking to be the party of true proletarian revolution. The original Spartacists were joined by other left-wing socialist groups and workers dissatisfied with the tepid course of the revolution thus far. Its leaders were, of course, the people I introduced at the beginning of the show: Rosa Luxemburg, Claire Zetkin, and Karl Liebknecht. In her initial declaration announcing the formation of the party, Luxemburg laid out what she thought was their program: that they must dedicate all their energy to raising a mass movement from the grassroots up, to build the councils into a network of majoritarian power that would then supplant Ebert's government. She said, "Comrades, we have here an extensive field to till. We must build from below upward, until the workers' and soldiers' councils gather so much strength that the overthrow of the Ebert or any other similar government will be merely the final act in the drama." She then said that the revolution would not be a matter of one dramatic blow, but the work of steady agitation and activism. "We have to work from beneath," she said. "Therein is displayed the mass character of our revolution, one which aims at transforming the whole structure of society. It is thus characteristic of the modern proletarian revolution that we must effect the conquest of political power not from above, but from beneath." Their ultimate objective would be to stop the compromises with capitalism pursued by moderate socialists in the SPD, and instead pursue real revolutionary change: land redistribution, nationalization of industry, and a dictatorship of the proletariat, which she took to mean just the majority of the people. But here on New Year's Eve 1918, Luxemburg did not expect or anticipate an armed uprising. She said that in the end, strikes will become the central feature and the decisive factor of the revolution. But everything spun out of control within a couple of days. The chief of the Berlin police refused to take action against any of the sailors who had stormed the chancellery, and he was fired. The USPD and the newly rechristened Communist Party then both called for protest demonstrations and set them for Sunday, January 5th. Those demonstrations turned out to be much bigger than anyone anticipated. Thousands of people poured into the streets, and many of them were armed. By that afternoon, train stations were being occupied, as well as the offices of newspapers critical of the radical left. Leaders of the USPD and the Communists then hastily gathered at the Berlin police headquarters and formed a revolutionary committee. But they had difficulty agreeing on anything. They had no clear direction, and didn't quite know what they wanted to do. But eventually they settled on taking Luxemburg's advice. They put out a call for a general strike to begin January 7th. This too turned out to be a big hit with the workers of Berlin, and 500,000 people surged through the streets of Berlin. But for Rosa Luxemburg, this show of mass support should have properly marked the beginning of a larger, sustained revolutionary movement. Instead, some hotheads decided this was it, this is the moment. It's the perfect time to overthrow Ebert's government and launch a full-blown communist revolution like the Russians had done in October 1917. Now Luxemburg, Liebknecht, and other communist leaders thought this would be catastrophic, and they spoke out against launching an insurrection. But it was soon out of their hands. Ignoring the leadership, armed insurgents seized key buildings, and what we now call the Spartacus uprising began, launched over the protests and most of the leaders of the Spartacus group, who could only belatedly hope for the best. That revolutionary committee, meanwhile, that was supposed to be leading this thing, couldn't agree on what to do. When leaders of the USPD reached out to Ebert on January the 8th to negotiate a compromise, the communist leaders stormed out. The next day, posters started going up around Berlin saying, "The hour of reckoning is coming soon." This is because Ebert had spent all his time rapidly recruiting and arming more Free Corps volunteers. When talks with the USPD broke down, Ebert ordered 3,000 Free Corps to counterattack on January the 9th. Heavily armed with all the guns and ammunition the Army could provide, and it did not take them long to reconquer the barricaded streets and buildings that had been taken by the insurgents, who remained an isolated few, as they had not managed to trigger any kind of mass armed uprising. Somewhere between 150 and 200 people were killed in the fighting, and the rest surrendered. The Spartacus uprising was over almost as quickly as it had begun. They were going for the October Revolution, but clearly this is far more like the July days of 1917, when Lenin and the Bolshevik leadership had tried to prevent their followers from staging an armed uprising, which they correctly determined was premature and doomed to failure. The Spartacus uprising is as far as the radical left is going to get in the German Revolution. There would be no advance from the failure of the July days to the triumph of the October Revolution. And that's partly because of what happened a week later. On January 15th, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg were discovered hiding out in an apartment building, and they were delivered to the Eden Hotel, headquarters of the largest Free Corps unit in the city. Holding the two communist leaders outside the chain of regular law and order, the Free Corps soldiers spent several hours beating and interrogating them. The officer in charge then formally ordered Liebknecht to be transferred to a prison, but along the way the car stopped, and Liebknecht was ordered to get out. When he did, he was immediately shot in the back, using the tried-and-true cover story that he had tried to escape. Rosa Luxemburg, meanwhile, was brought through the lobby of the hotel and severely beaten there by some assembled soldiers before her unconscious body was thrown into a truck. She was unceremoniously shot in the back of the head, and her body was dumped in a canal. The murders of Liebknecht and Luxemburg pretty much marked the end of the line for the radical left wing in the German Revolution. Deprived of their most capable leaders, there would be no equivalent advance from the July days to the October Revolution. And we also see here the probable outcome for the Bolsheviks had some Black Hundreds gotten a hold of Lenin and murdered him in July 1917. They would have gotten nowhere. Certainly not to the October Revolution. But even if Luxemburg and Liebknecht had lived, it might not have mattered. Elections to the German National Assembly came off without a hitch on the basis of universal suffrage. Moderate delegates then convened away from the dangerous streets of Berlin in the city of Weimar to craft a republic rooted in parliamentary democracy that refused to follow the more radical communist example. And thus was born the Weimar Republic. And not for nothing, but had circumstances been different in Russia in 1917, had the leaders done one or two things differently, had they not been forced to deal with an ongoing war, had Lenin gotten a bullet put into his brain, a parliamentary democracy run by cadets and right SRs might very well have been the result of the Russian Revolution too. Or a right-wing military dictatorship, whichever. So, bringing this all back around so that we can pick things back up in Russia in 1919, the failure of the Spartacus uprising in Germany was a bitter pill to swallow, especially because no further proletarian revolution appeared imminent in France or Britain or the United States. Everywhere they looked, the capitalists and the imperialists remained in power, and in places like Germany where socialists were getting an upper hand, they were fully ready to compromise with the capitalists and the imperialists. The Russian communists are now going to have to figure out how they are going to survive while permanently surrounded on all sides by enemies of their revolution. Episode 10.86, The Communist Soviets. Before we get started this week, I have some fun, cool news. Back around 2019, I started thinking about the kinds of things I might like to do in addition to podcasting and writing books. One of my favorite things is going around doing book events, performing a talk in front of a live audience. And so doing more live events became an obvious future path to consider. I in fact started making plans to write and rehearse material that I could take out on the road, but then of course COVID blew all that up and we retreated to our bunkers. Well, now the dead dream is going to go live. And I'm here to announce that on Saturday, April 30th, 2022, I will debut a live monologue at the Back Room at Collectivo in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is going to be a live performance. It is all new material. It's nothing anybody has heard before. Just between you and me, I'm not even done writing it yet. But if I had to gesture at where it's coming from or what to expect, I would point to episode 7.13, The Spectre of the French Revolution, where I explained conflicting reactions to the revolutions of 1848 by mapping out everyone's conflicting interpretations of the French Revolution. Also, I would point to those first 9 episodes of the Russian Revolution series, where I delved into socialist and anarchist philosophy. Plus, I would merge all of that with that supplemental Streets of Paris personal episode I wrote about my time living in France. If you enjoyed those episodes and those types of episodes, that's where I'm coming from here. The reflective space that mixes history, philosophy, biography, and storytelling in an attempt to make sense of what's going on around here, where we've come from, where we are at now, where we're going. So I'm going to debut this thing on Saturday, April 30, 2022 at the Back Room at Collectivo in Milwaukee. Tickets go on sale today. There is a link to it in the show notes, and there are a limited number of tickets available because you do have to come out for the live show to see it. And I really hope that you do, because I am really looking forward to doing it. So I will see you all Saturday, April 30 at Collectivo in Milwaukee, and if everything goes well and people come out and everybody enjoys it, then I'll get to take it out on the road. But I'm also never going to stop podcasting, so let's also get back to podcasting. Last time, we talked about the German Revolution and the failed Spartacus Uprising of January 1919. Now, I've got that uprising representing the extremely brief high water mark for the kind of European revolution the Russian Bolsheviks had long been counting on, but which then failed and receded as quickly as it developed. But I don't want to oversell that. And it's only in hindsight that we can recognize the Spartacus Uprising as a weather vane telling us which way the winds are blowing. Lots of revolutionary conflicts broke out in the wake of World War I, from Ireland to Hungary to Turkey. And radical communist groups are always in the mix. But those groups always wind up being small and isolated and working at the periphery of events. And in places like Bavaria or Hungary where they do briefly seize power, it's not long before they are ousted from power. With the clarity of hindsight, we know that the revolutionary narrative after World War I is that conservative forces, which now include moderate socialist parties like the German SPD or the British Labour Party, will successfully forge a post-war political and economic order that has no place for radical communist revolution. And we find the essential features of this new order defined by the victorious allies at the peace talks, which are presently commencing in Paris. They start on January the 18th, 1919, and which communist Russia was pointedly excluded from. Hoping to foster, foment, and unite the forces of communist revolution against the bourgeois international order that was coming together in Paris, the Russian Communist Party issued an invitation at the end of January 1919 for communist-aligned groups throughout the world to send delegates to Moscow to form a new international, a third international, to replace the dead and buried Second International, which, as we know, committed political suicide in the summer of 1914. This new communist international would be committed to true proletarian world revolution and set themselves not just against the forces of imperialist capitalism, but also the weak-willed moderate social democrats who appeased rather than fought the forces of imperialist capitalism. Drafted by Trotsky, this invitation read, "The Congress must establish a common fighting organ for the purpose of maintaining permanent coordination and systematic leadership of the movement, a center of the Communist International, subordinating the interests of the movement in each country to the common interests of the international revolution." Trotsky said they would reject false bourgeois democracy, which he called that hypocritical form of rule by the financial oligarchy. The invitation declared the communist intention to completely overturn the capitalist world order and replace false bourgeois democracy with a system of Soviet-style councils composed of workers and peasants, not bankers and fat cats and sellouts. So as the high priests of bourgeois diplomacy negotiated with each other in Paris, about 50 communist delegates representing roughly 20 countries gathered in Moscow on March 2, 1919, to found a new international. This founding Congress was a fairly inauspicious event. As the delegates gathered in the Imperial Senate chamber in the Kremlin, they were seated on a hastily assembled collection of folding chairs. As Allied forces had most access points into Russia blockaded, most of the delegates present were already residing in Russia when the invitation went out. Only 9 delegates were able to show up from abroad. Most of the delegates were also from areas formerly under the umbrella of the Russian Empire, though there was a delegate each representing France, Germany, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, Hungary, 2 for Austria, and 1 delegate representing the Socialist Party of America. Credentials were extremely loose, and when these people initially gathered, it was not clear whether they were to plan a founding Congress of a new international, or whether they were the founding Congress of a new international. After some discussion and debate, however, they decided, no, we are the founding Congress of the Third International, also known as the Communist International, which would be shorthanded down the road as the Comintern. Most of the initial sessions of this founding Congress were taken up with defining the key differences between bourgeois democracy and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Addressing the Congress on March 6, Trotsky said the principal task confronting them was to prevent toiling mankind to become the bond slaves of victorious world cliques who, under the firm name of the League of Nations and aided by an international army and an international navy, will here plunder and strangle some peoples and there cast crumbs to others, while everywhere and always shackling the proletariat. Instead, he said, the proletariat of the world must fight to erect their own system, built on the principle of worker Soviets. He said, this irreplaceable organization of working-class self-rule, this organization of its struggle for, and later of its conquest of, state power. Through the medium of Soviets, the working class can save itself from decomposition, come to power most surely and easily in all countries where the Soviets are able to rally the majority of the toilers, exercise its sway over all spheres of the country's economic and cultural life, as is the case at present in Russia. After declaring themselves to be the new Communist International, the delegates formed a standing executive committee chaired by Grigory Zinoviev to supervise the arduous task of exporting true communist revolution throughout the world. But while Trotsky's language at the founding of the Comintern was a panegyric to the Soviets, it was not at all clear that what he described was actually the case at present in Russia. By early 1919, there was a great deal of grumbling among both the Russian workers and the Russian peasants that the locally empowered Soviets that they had come together to form in 1917 were being co-opted by Communist Party officials, acting not in the interests of the workers and the peasants, but in the interests of themselves. In fact, while the founding Congress of the Comintern met in Moscow to plan how to export the Soviet system abroad, peasants in the Volga region rose up in the first major popular rebellion against the Soviet regime at home. Now, the Volga River had been on the front lines of the Civil War all through 1918, and in the spring of 1919, the local communist officials and Red Army leaders prepared for an invasion through the Ural Mountains by the military forces which had coalesced in western Siberia under Admiral Kolchak. With this attack looming, communist leaders and Red Army officers put the local population in the Volga region under enormous pressure to produce food, supplies, and soldiers. Armed detachments fanned out to expropriate grain to feed the army and to conscript eligible young men to fight in the army. Whenever these armed detachments came into a village, resistance to their demands were met with a mostly unsupervised campaign of threats, abuses, torture, execution, and rape. This, of course, infuriated the local population. On March 3, 1919, a squad of Red soldiers tried to requisition more grain than was even stipulated in their orders from a small town in the province of Samara. The enraged population mobbed the soldiers, disarmed them, and deposed the local communist representatives. When additional soldiers were sent in to bring these peasants to heel, they promptly mutinied and shot their own officers rather than attack the peasants, because they were mostly conscripted peasants themselves, and they were entirely sympathetic to the angry people. From this initial spark, flames of popular revolt fanned out across the Volga Basin, and this all became known as the Chapin Rebellion, after the sheepskin winter coats worn by the local peasants. Their collective demands were simple. They wanted an end to forced food requisitioning, forced conscription, and abuses by communist commissars issuing authoritarian directives. Far from opposing the Soviet regime, they actually sought to restore the kind of free elections to the local Soviets that had prevailed in 1917, but which had been steadily eroded and co-opted by the centralizing instincts of the communists throughout 1918. In many cases, the rallying cry was Soviets without communists. After a week and a half of spontaneously spreading insurrections, a huge portion of the Volga around Samara and Simbirsk were in a state of acute anti-communist insurrection. And this was just as Admiral Kolchak's White Armies were launching their attack aimed at precisely this location. The spring offensive of the White Armies under Kolchak was not a little thing. Their military forces in Siberia had grown to number some 100,000 men by the spring of 1919. And that sounds like a lot, and it was, but they were also spread out over thousands of miles of territory. And, as with the Red Army, their numbers were enlarged by forced conscription, which does not always produce the most reliable, committed soldiers. But still, in March 1919, they were a formidable army, especially because the British were dumping insane amounts of munitions at Vladivostok and then shipping it along the Trans-Siberian Railroad. In the first 6 months of 1919, the British sent Kolchak's forces 1 million rifles, 15,000 machine guns, 700 field guns, 800 million rounds of ammunition, plus clothing and equipment for 500,000 men. So, while I do think it's a mistake to overstate the role played by the Allied forces in the Russian Civil War, one should also never make the mistake of underestimating their role either. In the first week of March 1919, Kolchak's army started advancing on 3 fronts. A Siberian army moved northwest out of Perm, aiming at linking up with anti-communist white forces based in Archangel. An army of Cossacks moved southwest towards Orenburg, which could open up links to General Denikin's volunteer army in the south. And then in the middle, there was a Western army that advanced through the Urals to the city of Ufa, aiming to descend on the Volga region presently engulfed in an anti-Red peasant revolt. The initial offensive launched in the first week of March was almost uniformly successful, and these white armies advanced the front lines 200 miles west without breaking a sweat. On March 16th, the Western Army took Ufa without a fight. The line from there to the Volga, and from there to Moscow, was an alarmingly straight shot. But the Red forces rallied, and even with the Red Army buckling under the White offensive, local Cheka leaders in Simbirsk peeled off 13,000 troops to first suppress the Chapin rebels. With the White Army looming, the suppression of the peasants was carried out with swift and merciless brutality. It was scorched earth, infernal columns type stuff. Villages were burned, prisoners were rounded up and summarily executed. A quasi-prisoner of war concentration camp quickly became overcrowded, so they simply shot prisoners who couldn't fit inside. The Red forces did not discern much between active combatant rebels and people who were simply caught in the middle. By the end of March 1919, they had stamped out the last pockets of resistance. In addition to the destruction of villages and property, it's estimated the final death toll was somewhere around 10,000 people. So that was the fate of the first large, coordinated peasant uprising against the communist regime. It would not be the last. With Kolchak's forces advancing towards the Volga, and the brutal suppression of the peasants ongoing, the Communist Party convened their 8th Party Congress in Moscow between March 18th and March 23rd. And for as much as there was angry complaining out there about how the communists were running a one-party dictatorship, inside the party leadership, the main concern was that they had too little control, not too much. In early 1919, the Soviet system of government in Russia still defied the kind of centralized control that the party preferred. And there was no reliable mechanism to force some local Soviet to adhere to decisions made by the All-Russian Executive Committee. But there was such a mechanism inside the party apparatus. Being a member of the Communist Party meant submitting to party discipline. You followed orders from those higher up in the party, or you got kicked out of the party. So if the communists staffed all the local committees, bureaucratic jobs, local offices with loyal Communist Party members, then those people could be told what to do not in their capacity as committee members or bureaucrats or public officials, but in their capacity as party members. The way to get a local Soviet to align its policy to the National Soviet was to tell the Communist Party members in that local Soviet it is your job to align the local Soviet with the National Soviet. And then you stash the National Soviet with a bunch of Communist Party members also under party discipline, and pretty soon the Communist Party, rather than the Soviet apparatus, becomes the main source of power, policy-making, and ultimate authority. So it was here around the Eighth Party Congress that the Communists started to reorient how they went about their business. To guide the party, they created a couple of very important new committees designed specifically to make quicker decisions than the large and somewhat cumbersome Central Committee could. These were known as the Political Bureau and the Organizational Bureau, or as they are better known, the Politburo and the Org Bureau. The Politburo would decide policy, and the Org Bureau would be in charge of distributing the human resources necessary to carry out the policies as decided by the Politburo. The new Politburo would have just 5 voting members: Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Kamenev, and a guy called Nikolai Krastinsky. As political centralization and the implementation of state policy started to run increasingly through the party machine rather than the official public state apparatus, the Politburo became an enormously important seat of power. Because in addition to abstract policy making, they also had power over public appointments, promotions, advancements, who would be hired, who would be fired. The power of patronage now wielded by members of the Politburo and the Org Bureau would give senior members of the party enormous amounts of influence and personal power. Client-patron networks started growing up inside the party underneath people like Trotsky or Zinoviev, who regularly appointed people because they were loyal allies, who could be trusted not to stab their political patron in the back. Stalin, of course, became the master of this, and the first to truly recognize that being the one to control the organizational chart of the Communist Party was the key to ultimate power in Russia. Because of all this, the very nature of the Communist Party started to change. Now, ever since the October Revolution, membership in the Communist Party had always come with perks and privileges. In Lenin's opinion, those who worked tirelessly round the clock on behalf of the revolution deserved a few perks and privileges. But over the course of 1918, and then really starting in 1919, the character of the business started to change. Before the revolution, joining the Bolsheviks meant voluntarily joining an utterly fringe party of fanatics tilting at revolutionary windmills. You had to believe in what they were doing and want what they wanted. The Bolshevik Party before October 1917 was not a magnet for careerists and social climbers and self-interested opportunists. But after more than a year in power, and with the Communist Party itself now taking on larger importance, that's exactly what it became. Party membership meant access to food and better lodgings in a time of acute scarcity and hardship. If you were a party member, you got higher salaries, special rations, subsidized or free housing in hotels and apartments, access to exclusive shops, doctors, and railroad cars. The Communist Party had soon accumulated all the standard-issue trappings of any elite ruling class, and because of this, they now attracted the kind of people who were interested in those trappings, not the idealistic political ambitions of the true believers. And of course, with all this elevated status and perks and privileges, came opportunities for graft and corruption. Bribery, theft, embezzlement, misallocation of funds, sale of public property for private gain, requisition of goods for personal gain, became endemic within the party. Party officials, for example, became the clearinghouse for the ever-growing black market. Whatever they had better or more exclusive access to, tobacco, alcohol, fuel, housing, went up for sale on the black market. They used their public roles as inspectors or managers or bureaucrats or local officials to exploit every imaginable opportunity for graft and self-dealing. The people who joined Cheka seemed particularly interested in living this kind of pirate lifestyle. They would go out on patrol to squeeze the bourgeoisie on behalf of the revolution and use their almost unlimited power to extract money, jewels, and other valuables from victims who had no recourse, no place to complain to. And as I said, the Russian communists are not historically unique in the fact that they abused power that they recently acquired. Lots of people do that. But neither were they uniquely immune to all of this on account of their professed socialist principles. They were, after all, under it all, very human. Throughout 1919, there were increasing complaints about all this, and it was well known that the Communist Party members were increasingly living high on the hog at everyone else's expense. And if you wanted to get ahead in life, or maybe just get a few extra perks, you would join the party, not because you were ideologically committed to revolutionary socialism, but because you wanted a better life, however corrupt or exploitive it might be. In February 1919, Maxim Gorky wrote, "Only the commissars lead a pleasant life these days. They steal as much as they can from the ordinary people in order to pay for their courtesans and their unsocialist luxuries." In July 1919, an old Bolshevik party member wrote despairingly to Lenin, "We have cut ourselves off from the masses and made it difficult to attract them. The old comradely spirit in the party has died completely. It has been replaced by a new one-man rule in which the party boss runs everything. Bribe-taking has become universal. Without it, our communist comrades would simply not survive." Then, in September 1919, Adolf Joff, who had been a Brest-Litovsk negotiator and then ambassador to Germany, wrote Trotsky saying, "There is enormous inequality, and one's material position largely depends on one's post in the party. You'll agree this is a dangerous situation. I have been told, for example, old Bolsheviks are terrified at being kicked out, mainly because they would lose their right to reside in the National Hotel and other privileges connected with this. The old party spirit has disappeared, the spirit of revolutionary selflessness and comradely devotion." Now all of this is partly, for example, why a peasant rebellion is breaking out in the Volga. For all the lofty claims about the superior freedoms of the Soviet Republic issued at the founding Congress of the Comintern, many people in Russia and the adjacent nationalities did not see the Communist Party as apostles of liberty, equality, or socialism, but as gangsters from a mafia. Communist Party officials were officially in the business of eradicating economic exploitation and spreading universal brotherhood, but unofficially, they seemed to be in the business of seizing whatever they could lay their hands on at bayonet point and then reselling it for a tidy profit on the black market. So you can obviously see where this is all headed. Admiral Kolchak's white armies, coming over from Siberia, are now going to be seen as the great liberators from the mean old red communists, who said they were cool, but who turned out to be exploitive jerks. The local peasantry who had just risen up against the communists will now obviously join the white armies in droves. Their forces will grow exponentially, and they will easily roll on to Moscow and Petrograd. But, that's not really what's going to happen. Because the communists were not unique at all in anything they were doing. And frankly, Kolchak's government, if it could even be called that, was even worse. The city of Omsk, where he made his headquarters, was an absolute hotbed of corruption and vice. Everyone in town was guzzling vodka and snorting cocaine. Prostitution was rampant. Gambling was everyone's favorite pastime. All those supplies that were being shipped in by the British, they were gathered up by well-connected officials in the Kolchak regime and resold on the black market. Cigarettes, uniforms, boots, food, coats, whatever. This was up to and including selling things on the black market to buyers representing the Red Army. General Knox, the senior British military official attached to Kolchak, was jokingly referred to as the Quartermaster General of the Red Army. And at one point, Trotsky sent a note to Knox teasingly thanking him for helping equip the Red Army. In the coming battles, many Red Army soldiers marched out wearing British-manufactured uniforms. Now, beyond the corrupt greed of the people in Omsk, the white forces made themselves hated wherever they went. Everything I've just said about Red Army abuses applies just as much to the White Armies. Their armies were also built on forced conscription at gunpoint or bayonet point. With their supply lines being so long, they too had to requisition food from the locals. They too used abuse, torture, and executions to extract food, supplies, and anything else they could carry off. When people resisted, villages were burned and people were shot. On market days, White Army cavalrymen would come around and conscript young men into the army. Many of these conscripted soldiers promptly deserted as quickly as they could, taking with them even more uniforms and equipment and weaponry over to the side of the Reds. So, in all those respects, the abuse of the peasantry basically, white or red, it was all the same. But in the final analysis, the Reds still wound up looking like the lesser of two evils. This was because Kolchak's forces were viewed fundamentally as restorationist in their aims. Because even if they weren't fighting for the Romanovs or anything like that, they absolutely refused to recognize the revolution in land that had taken place since 1917. So wherever white armies went, officers and officials tried to reinstate the old economic order, and especially west of the Ural Mountains, they threatened to take away the land that had been taken over by villages and give it back to the previous owners. And so for as much as the local peasantry didn't like the Red Commissars, they were still preferable to the whites. And all throughout the areas where Kolchak's white armies were nominally in control, especially across Siberia from the Ural Mountains all the way to the Pacific, they dealt with peasant uprisings and all manner of resistance. This especially took the form of attacks on their supply lines by guerrilla units. The whites responded with more indiscriminate violence, more village burning, more summary executions, and as so often happens in guerrilla wars of this type, it was very difficult for the whites to tell the difference between active fighters and mere civilians, and so people were just sort of killed at random, which made the whites even more unpopular. So, theoretically, I think there was an opening in 1919 for the whites to come in and offer themselves as like a less brutal and less corrupt alternative to the Red Communists. But instead, they turned out to be equally as brutal and corrupt, and then added a cherry on top, which was they were going to take the land away from the peasants and give it back to the old gentry. There's a reason Kolchak is going to go nowhere and achieve nothing politically. Because, at least with the communists, all the abuse and corruption came with the vague promise that it was all leading to a better future. Whereas with Kolchak and his gang, the abuses went along with nothing more than a promise to restore a despised past. So in late April 1919, just as everything seemed to be going wrong for the Reds between these peasant uprisings and Kolchak's offensive, they regrouped and launched a very successful counteroffensive. In the south, superior Red Army forces crushed the Cossacks near Orenburg, which opened up the overextended middle of Kolchak's forces to a flanking movement up into their underbelly. On April 25th, the Supreme High Command of the Red Army ordered a general advance that progressed through May, and Kolchak's forces were forced to fall back and fall back again. On June 9th, the Reds retook Ufa, and on June 13th, Kolchak admitted defeat and ordered a general retreat. This included his army in the northwest that had so far faced very little resistance and had made contact with potential allies coming out of Archangel, and in fact they seemed poised to threaten Petrograd. But they too had to pull back because their supply and communication lines were now exposed. The Reds proceeded to advance across the Urals, and Kolchak's demoralized forces, most of whom had never wanted to fight for him in the first place, deserted in droves. He was soon down from a high of 100,000 soldiers to just 15,000. This was all the result not so much of military mistakes per se, as political ineptitude and an inability to properly distinguish himself in any positive way from what the Reds were offering. Kolchak's failed spring offensive represents the first of 3 failed offensives by the whites in 1919. And next week, we're going to move on to the second of these, a summer offensive by General Duncan from southern Russia and Ukraine. One of the big reasons the whites wind up losing the Civil War, and spoiler alert, obviously, the whites are going to lose the Civil War, it's because they couldn't coordinate their actions. As we'll see next week, General Duncan is going to start his campaign in July 1919 at almost precisely the moment Kolchak's forces have been pushed back into Siberia, never to be heard from again. And then there's going to be a third push from forces based in Estonia that comes in the autumn of 1919, which gets going just as Denikin's campaign is failing. Had these three offensive waves of 1919 come simultaneously instead of successively, the Whites might have won the Civil War. But they didn't. And so they didn't. Now, before I go this week, I do want to just remind you that tickets are now, right now, as we speak, on sale to see me on April the 30th at the back room at Collectivo in Milwaukee. And I would encourage you to move quickly, because once the show is sold out, it's sold out. And I don't want you to miss out. Episode 10.87, Anarchy in Ukraine. Last time we talked about the ongoing transformation of Russia into a centralized one-party regime, which increasingly took the form of elected Soviets of soldiers, workers, and peasant deputies, but which functionally became an appendage of the Communist Party. And as we discussed, this transformation caused tension, resentment, and finally outright revolt in many areas controlled by the Communists. But we also discussed how this was all taking place inside the context of the larger Civil War, and many of those frustrated with the Communists ultimately concluded that the Reds, however annoying they were better than the Whites. This week we are going to talk about a region where this mess of social unrest and political tension and military necessity combined with particular volatility, Ukraine. Since the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the armies of the Central Powers had been occupying Ukraine, but their capitulations on the Western Front in the autumn of 1918 meant that they were now going to be forced to withdraw. This withdrawal would leave a gaping power vacuum that left much of Ukraine in a state of anarchy. And I don't mean that as a pejorative synonym for chaos and disorder, although there was an awful lot of that going around. I mean a literal state of anarchy. Because Ukraine was the place where the black flag-flying anarchists enjoyed the greatest success at establishing their vision for what post-revolutionary society ought to look like. Now, depending on who you talk to, they either provided a viable blueprint for an alternative to the creeping authoritarianism of the communists, or they were simply tossing off half-baked ideas that were never going to survive prolonged contact with reality. Either way, there is no way to tell the story of the Russian Revolution without discussing the Ukrainian anarchists, and specifically their greatest leader, Nestor Makhno. Nestor Makhno was born in 1889 in Hulaypol, a small rural city in southeast Ukraine situated east of the Dnieper River and north of the Sea of Azov. His parents had both been born serfs and were liberated by the Emancipation Decree of 1861, but they were still extremely poor at the time of his birth. Compounding the family's misfortunes, Makhno's father died when he was just 10 months old. Little Nestor was the youngest of 5 children, and he received only a few years' primary education. As a student, he was noted for being bright and clever, but also extremely headstrong and rebellious. He didn't last long in school, though, but mostly because the family's economic circumstances forced him to go out and work for wages. He took his first paying job at the age of just 7. Makhno spent what was left of his childhood working in the fields for wages before moving on to assorted other odd jobs. Wherever he went, the story was always the same: bright and capable, but rebellious and undisciplined. Makhno came equipped with an instinctive hostility to authority that was compounded by a life spent working for various landlords and estate managers. He never did go back to school, and so unlike most of the other revolutionaries we've talked about, Makhno was not radicalized at university before advancing on to the coffee houses. In fact, he developed something of a loathing for those kind of intelligentsia radicals who had no real connection to the things they were talking about. And in fact, Makhno actually was what many coffee house Russian revolutionaries idolized, but could never be themselves: a true revolutionary peasant. Makhno first got into politics as a teenager in the wake of the Revolution of 1905, Attracted to the fundamentally anti-authority message of anarchism, he joined a small anarchist group in his hometown of Hulaypol in 1906. Their group numbered in the mere dozens, but were committed to continuing the revolutionary struggle even in these reactionary days of the Stolypin era. The group engaged in both revolutionary expropriations, which is to say robberies, as well as revolutionary strikes against the enemies of the people, which is to say bombings and arsons of local estates. He was arrested once and held for 10 months before being released without charges even being filed. And then the Okhrana infiltrated the group, and after several shootouts with the police, Makhno was arrested again. Several of his comrades were hanged, and he himself was sentenced to death, but this sentence was commuted down to life in prison on account of his alleged youthful immaturity. Transferred to a prison in Moscow, young Makhno wound up amidst other veteran political prisoners. And as we've seen before, Russian prisons turned out to be a great place to get further radicalized. In particular, Makhno met a guy called Pyotr Arshinov, who schooled him in anarchism, slipping him smuggled copies of Bakunin and Kropotkin. These books gave form and voice to Makhno's own instinctive loathing of authority, and he became a committed anarchist, placing the blame for most social ills and injustices on the nature of political authority itself, and believing the common people would be just fine running their own affairs without the need for any parasitic and exploitive state apparatus. Makhno was still sitting in prison at the age of 27 when the February Revolution hit. He and all the other political prisoners were amnestied and set free. He returned home to Hulaypol and immediately started working to organize the local population, putting into practice the things he had learned in prison. Makhno turned out to be a naturally charismatic leader, and in the post-February Revolution era became a forceful advocate for direct appropriation of land by the peasants. These were the days when the provisional government in Petrograd was dragging their feet on the land question, and we talked about how the peasants out there just started taking matters into their own hands. Well, Nestor Makhno was one of those taking power into his own hands. He led strikes and work stoppages, organized volunteer armed bands to go disarm local law enforcement, and simply seize estate lands and redistribute them to the peasants, asking neither permission nor forgiveness. It was during this period in 1917 that Makhno gained a reputation as a sort of revolutionary Robin Hood, rallying the locals under the slogan "Land and Liberty," not unlike his Mexican counterpart, Emiliano Zapata, who had been doing the same thing for years in the Mexican state of Morelos, doing of their own initiative, with their own people, what the educated big city intellectuals only talked about doing. This initial period of revolutionary anarchism was upended by the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and the invasion of Ukraine by the Central Powers. This invasion was ostensibly welcomed by the leaders of the Rada and their self-declared Ukrainian People's Republic, and also ratified and recognized by the Russian Bolsheviks. Makhno and his comrades were aghast at the betrayal of the people of Ukraine, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. He had a small partisan band who were sturdy, loyal, and tough, but they weren't going to be able to fend off hundreds of thousands of invading Germans, Austrians, and Hungarians. So instead, they settled into a life resisting the occupation when and where they could, and protecting local peasants from abuses by the occupation authorities. In the early summer of 1918, Makhno embarked on a tour of Russia to try to gin up support for the Ukrainian resistance, eventually winding his way to Moscow in July. According to Makhno's memoir, while in Moscow he had two important meetings. First, with an aging Kropotkin, who offered him sage advice and cautious encouragement, but the other was an audience with Lenin in the Kremlin. According to Makhno, Lenin quizzed him on the situation in Ukraine, bemoaned the contagion of anarchism, but finally admitted that they were at least probably fighting on the same side. Makhno provides a detailed description of this conversation, and his depiction of Lenin certainly tracks with Lenin's personality, but it is worth mentioning that, so far as I can tell, Makhno's memoir is the only evidence we have that he ever met personally with Lenin. There's apparently no other contemporaneous record, schedule, calendar entry, or note from anyone working inside the Kremlin at the time that confirms that this meeting ever took place. Which doesn't mean that it didn't, just that it's not entirely clear that it did. From Moscow, Makhno returned to Hulaypol and found things had gotten worse in his absence. The occupation forces were rooting out all his comrades. His mother's home had been burned to the ground. His brother had been shot. He also discovered that a bounty had been placed on his own head, and he had to go into hiding. But it would be a very active hiding, not a passive hiding. Makhno started organizing and arming local forces to commence a more deliberate guerrilla campaign against the occupation. And it was during this period, in the second half of 1918, that his reputation as an innovative military strategist and tactician grew. He wound up running an exemplary guerrilla campaign built on speed, mobility, surprise, local knowledge, and loyal camaraderie. His growing forces were supported by the peasants with food, supplies, and information. They could gather, strike, and disperse before the enemy forces, mostly Austrian soldiers, could respond. He famously pioneered the use of mounting machine guns on horse-drawn carts to strike targets with deadly speed. And while military affairs took up most of his attention, Makhno also became quite the anarchist proselytizer. He delivered passionate political speeches in every town and village he passed through, always and everywhere promising the people what they wanted: land and liberty. His courage in battle and steadfast commitment to the safety of the local population earned him the affectionate honorific Batko, or Little Father. And as much as Makhno hated all forms of authority, he was earning quite a bit of it for himself. This brings us to November 1918, when everything gets turned upside down once again. The defeated Central Powers had to renounce their claim to Ukraine and prepare to withdraw their forces. This left the propped-up reactionary regime of Hetman Skoropadsky without anything propping him up. Multiple political factions gathered forces to overthrow the Hetmanate, and within a matter of weeks, Skoropadsky abandoned Kiev and fled into permanent exile. His flight was precipitated by the advance of those left-leaning Ukrainian nationalists that had formed the initial leadership of the Rada. They took over Kiev on December 19th and established a new directory government to govern what they were declaring to be the restored Ukrainian People's Republic. But they were far from the only faction in play. Conservative forces who had supported the Hetman and the occupation waited in the wings for an opportunity to launch a counter-revolution. Meanwhile, on the border with Russia, there loomed two forces. The Russian communists were organizing an army to support a Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic that would enter Ukraine as soon as they were sure the armies of the Central Powers were fully withdrawn. But there were also white armies under General Duncan, also poised for an invasion. They planned to take over Ukraine and use it as a further springboard to capture Moscow. Meanwhile, anarchist groups like Makhno's had no truck with any of these people, and they planned to carve out their own stateless society free of all outside authority or interference. At a regional congress of insurgent leaders in late 1918, they organized themselves into a much larger force called the Revolutionary Insurgent Army of Ukraine, fighting under the black banner of anarchism. Makhno became its overall leader. And even though the insurgent army had its own interests, the brewing conflict over the future of Ukraine was a great time for enemies of enemies to become friends. Makhno identified 4 immediate enemies for the insurgent army: the forces who had propped up the Hetmanate, the withdrawing armies of the Central Powers, the Don Cossacks, and the White Russians who were aligned with Denikin's volunteer army. These last two were acutely important, and on January 12, 1919, the White Army launched an attack on the area controlled by Makhno, and on January 21st, they directly attacked Hulaypol. Facing this threat, Makhno resolved on an alliance with a rival faction he did not include on his list of immediate threats, but who would in time be his political rivals, the Russian communists. Now at that same moment, the Red Army was preparing its own invasion of Ukraine, and they were looking for local military allies. So the Reds and the Blacks agreed to an alliance of pure military convenience. Makhno agreed to integrate his insurgent army into the organizational structure of the Red Army and nominally submit to orders from Red Army headquarters, but the Ukrainian insurgents would maintain their own internal structure and in reality acted far closer to an independent auxiliary force than a centrally controlled subsidiary of the Red Army. The Ukrainian front of the Red Army was now under the command of Vladimir Antonov, the guy who had overseen the capture of the Winter Palace during the October Revolution. His forces crossed into Ukraine and successfully captured Kiev on February 5th, installing the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic to replace the ousted Ukrainian People's Republic. Good luck keeping all of this straight. As part of the offensive, Makhno's forces participated in battles against the Whites down in the Donbass region, north of the Sea of Azov. As a result of the Black Army's successes, the territory controlled by Makhno grew even more, and they soon controlled a large autonomous zone free from all outside authority, just the way they liked it. So what I want to do now is turn to what was going on inside this zone during the first half of 1919. We're talking about a loose blob of territory comprising maybe 75,000 square kilometers east of the Dnieper River and north of the Sea of Azov. It had a geographic and political center in Makhno's hometown of Hulaypol. At its maximum extent, it probably covered a population somewhere north of 7 million people. Mostly, these were agrarian peasants, but we also have several small industrial cities with the working classes that go along with them. The population was also mostly Ukrainian, but there were also Russians in the cities, as well as a significant population of Jews. And in dealing with the Jewish population, Makhno was famously a virulent anti-Semite. Most of the people he had been fighting with since he was a teenager were Jewish, and he detested their persecution and abuse at the hands of anti-Semites. So while anti-Jewish pogroms tended to follow the advance of practically all the armies running around in Ukraine, Makhno wasn't having it. In fact, he demanded the opposite. In his mind, everybody was a part of a universal brotherhood. Rank bigotry like anti-Semitism could not be tolerated. It had to be eliminated root and branch. So we find Makhno's Black Army consistently anti-Semitic, though this was not something everyone in the ranks embraced. He apparently had one troop commander summarily shot for exploitively raiding a Jewish settlement. Another soldier was executed for waving a flag that said, "Beat the Jews and save Russia." Now, Makhno's ultimate object was for all the people living in his zone to live under their own authority, forming hyper-local councils that would see to their own affairs. When the Black Army rolled through town, they posted a notice which read, "The Army does not serve any political party, any power, any dictatorship. On the contrary, it seeks to free the region of all political power, of all dictatorship. It strives to protect the freedom of action, the free life of workers against all exploitation and domination. The Makhno Army does not therefore represent any authority. It will not subject anyone to any obligation whatsoever. Its role is confined to defending the freedom of the workers. The freedom of the peasants and the workers belongs to themselves and should not suffer any restriction." So Makhno was there to liberate and move on, not to stay and set up shop. With this particular focus on hyperlocal administration, Makhno also started establishing formal anarchist communes, not just liberating existing villages, but setting up brand new settlements on land seized from large estates and populated with the formerly landless poor. They were meant to live together in communes of a couple hundred people, working the land together and sharing the produce together, and Makhno himself periodically resided in these communes, working the fields just as he had done when he was a kid, except this time not for any master. Now, these communes tend to function more like prototypes than anything else, and there were only a handful of them set up. Mostly the people in Makhno's zone continued to live in their existing village structures and continue on with their traditional way of life, simply cut loose of external authority. Now, ultimately, what Makhno wanted was for all these communities to knit themselves together in a larger confederation that would spread out across Ukraine. And to effect this confederation, they wanted to use the existing structure of the Soviets. But they called for a very specific kind of Soviet, a free Soviet. Over 1917 and 1918, they had seen how organized political parties, now most especially the communists, had been getting themselves elected to the executive committees of local Soviets, and then ignoring the wishes of the peasants and the workers who had elected them, and instead serving the interests of the party. The role of the Soviets had thus been flipped on its head. They were now enforcing top-down decrees with no input from the local population, rather than what they had originally been, which is a forum for the expression of local needs from the bottom up. So by a free Soviet, what they meant was a Soviet that explicitly barred members of political parties from joining. This was supposed to keep the Soviet grounded in the interests of the local population they served, rather than having the local population serve the interests of some political party and their far-off central committee. This was an idea that was gaining widespread traction, and as we talked about last week, the peasant uprising in the Volga were often rising up under the banner Soviets without communists. So Makhno's anarchism was rooted in hyperlocal autonomy, but that did not mean the Ukrainian anarchists did not seek wider coalitions and confederations. In the first half of 1919, they held several regional congresses, the first one in January of about 100 delegates, and the second, more consequential and controversial Congress, held in February. It was controversial because by now the communists had established a Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic based in Kiev, and the growth and solidification of this anarchist autonomous zone in their midst was a threat. This second Congress, held in February, also established its own revolutionary military Soviet that challenged the communist claim to power. They further issued a declaration that read, "The workers and peasants of Ukraine had liberated the territory from its enemies. Now that the enemy is beaten, some government appears in our midst describing itself as Bolshevik and aiming to impose its party's dictatorship upon us. Is that to be countenanced? We are non-party insurgents. We have revolted against all our oppressors. We will not countenance a new enslavement, no matter the quarter whence it may come." The Congress then declared its intention to establish a regime of freely elected anti-authoritarian Soviets. Now, it was not all land and liberty inside this anarchist free zone, though, and there were internal contradictions of their own making that threatened the project. For one, the regional congresses approved the need for military conscription, which tends to undermine the kind of free choices guaranteed by the anarchist creed. But they insisted that this was all voluntary, it wasn't conscription, because the levy had been approved by the people's representatives at the regional congress. Which is, of course, clever rhetoric, but doesn't matter very much to the people being pressed into service against their will as the Black Army joined the Reds and the Whites and everyone else, pissing off every local population they passed through by conscripting people into their army at bayonet point. There were also problems with the urban population. Makhno was temperamentally a peasant, and he kind of detested cities. He encouraged workers to take control of their own factories, but otherwise offered very little understanding of their specific needs. He certainly didn't care much about the value of paper money, which urban workers needed to buy things, like food from the villages. Makhno tended to insist that food should only be given up for bartered goods the urban population often didn't have readily at hand. So Makhno's free society had many supporters among the peasants, but was viewed with increasingly hostile skepticism by the urban population. So while there was internal dissension and internal conflict, the main threat to Makhno's autonomous zone seemed to come from outside, from the communists, those in Kiev and those in Moscow. In the spring of 1919, both the Reds and the Blacks were making it very clear to each other that once the war against the Whites was over, there would not be room in Ukraine for the both of them. These conflicts really started breaking out into the open when a third regional congress of insurgents was called to convene on April the 10th. The communist authorities deemed this congress counter-revolutionary and explicitly banned the delegates from convening. In their eyes, it represented an attempt to create a state within a state that was outside the bounds of the authority of the communists. Which, of course, it was. That was the whole point. And since communist authority didn't actually extend into the region yet, the delegates to the Congress just went ahead and convened in defiance of the ban. When they met, they incredulously defended themselves against the crazy charge that they were a bunch of counter-revolutionaries. They said, "Can it be that laws laid down by a handful of individuals describing themselves as revolutionaries can afford them the right to declare outside of the law an entire people more revolutionary than themselves? Is there some law according to which a revolutionary is alleged to have the right to enforce the harshest punishment against the revolutionary mass on whose behalf he fights, and this because that same mass has secured for itself the benefits that the revolutionary promised them, freedom and equality? Can that mass remain silent when the quote-unquote revolutionary strips it of the freedom which it has just won? Does the law of revolution require the shooting of a delegate on the grounds that he is striving to achieve in life the task entrusted to him by the revolutionary mass which appointed him? What interests should the revolutionary defend? Those of the party or those of the people at the cost of whose blood the revolution has been set in motion. The Congress met and dispersed without further incident, but gauntlets are being thrown down. Now, despite all this, as late as April 1919, both sides were still publicly supporting each other. Kamenev even came down and praised Makhno's steadfast revolutionary principles, though he also sent a private telegram to Lenin recommending only temporary diplomacy with Makhno's army. Makhno was also told by sympathetic functionaries inside the Soviet apparatus he might be ambushed and killed. Now, this was not a great time for the Reds and the Blacks to be sizing each other up for a final battle, because General Denikin's White Army was about to make a major push into Ukraine. Like his counterpart Admiral Kolchak, Denikin was now being supplied by the British, and throughout the fighting in 1919, his army would receive in total almost 200,000 rifles, 6,200 machine guns, 500 million rounds of ammunition, 1,100 artillery pieces, and nearly 2 million shells. They also delivered 60 brand new tanks and made available 168 aircrafts from the newly minted RAF. They also received additional supplies for the soldiers, including 460,000 coats and 645,000 pairs of boots. Supplied to the hilt and now commanding a pretty competent and disciplined White Army of about 50,000 men, Denikin moved into Ukraine in the spring of 1919. The forces opposing him started to break down in May. Trotsky visited the region for the first time and reported, "The prevailing state of chaos, irresponsibility, laxity, and separatism exceeds the most pessimistic expectations." The Ukrainian front to the Red Army had been built on a system of alliances with local warlords, including people like Nestor Makhno. But just as the Whites started to advance, one of the most important of these local warlords, a guy called Nikifor Grigoriev, split from the Reds, taking all his forces with them. It wasn't entirely clear what Grigoriev's ultimate plan was, but he controlled a good chunk of southwest Ukraine, and his defection was a big deal. Trying to hold the rest of the line together, Kamenev ordered Makhno to denounce Grigoriev publicly, but Makhno refused to take a hard, pro-communist line, and said only that he remained unshakably loyal to the worker and the peasant revolution, and that, as an anarchist revolutionary, I cannot by any means support seizure of power by Grigoriev or by anyone. This rather lackluster declaration of loyalty to the communists, which obviously implied that he wasn't planning on letting the communists take over either, rang alarm bells in Moscow that maybe Makhno could not really be depended on. Though it is worth pointing out that Makhno ultimately did denounce Grigoriev and wrote, among other things, "Brothers, don't you hear in his words a grim call to the Jewish pogrom? Don't you feel the desire of Ataman Grigoriev to break the living fraternal connection between the revolution of Ukraine and revolutionary Russia?" And of course, Grigoriev's ultimate fate, which we'll get to next week, was a pretty clear final denunciation by Makhno. Then in the first week of June, there was a huge blow-up between the Reds and the Blacks. A fourth regional congress was scheduled for June 15, and this time the communists absolutely refused to allow it to proceed, especially because the invitation sent out was addressed to soldiers in the Red Army, all but encouraging them to mutiny and desert, to ditch the authoritarian Reds and join the freedom-loving Blacks. So Trotsky issued Order Number 1824 on June 4th, absolutely forbidding the Congress. And he said, among other things, "The Hulaypol Executive Committee, in concert with Makhno's brigade staff, is attempting to schedule a Congress of Soviets and insurgents. Said Congress is wholly an affront to Soviet power in the Ukraine and to the organization of the Southern Front, to which Makhno's brigade is attached. That Congress could not produce any result other than to deliver the front to the Whites, in the face of whom Makhno's brigade does nothing but fall further and further back, thanks to the incompetence and criminal tendencies and treachery of its commanders." This is quite an open denunciation of Makhno, and it was followed up by communist-aligned Red Army forces moving into his district, breaking up the anarchist communes, and briefly occupying Hulaypol itself. But this occupation didn't last very long, because just a few days later, Denikin's forces showed up and drove off everyone. Makhno resigned from his position in the Red Army while reaffirming his commitment to the revolution, at least to the revolution as he understood it, as a revolution of workers and peasants, actual workers and peasants, not just those who claimed to represent them. With the whites advancing through Ukraine, Makhno declared his intention to go on waging a guerrilla war, just like he had waged against the occupation forces in 1918. Trotsky ordered Makhno arrested for deserting his post, but sympathetic officers in the Red Army tipped him off, and he avoided capture by the Cheka. Meanwhile, the whites enjoyed unbroken success in Ukraine against the disintegrating line of Red and Blacks. The Red Army retreated more than 200 miles beyond even Kharkov, the main political and industrial center of eastern Ukraine and one of the most important cities in the whole region. On June 4th, Trotsky had confidently said, "I think that Kharkov stands in no greater danger than Moscow or any other city of the Soviet Republic." It fell to the whites by the end of the month, which opened up the question, if it was in no greater danger than Moscow, then how much danger was Moscow in? Next week, we will answer that question, as we get to the second stage of Denikin's 1919 summer offensive. The threat of an ultimate white victory will force the Reds and the Blacks back together into an uneasy fighting alliance, as the Red Army reformed a front line, and Makhno's guerrilla forces found the overextended white supply lines easy pickings. They would once again team up to save the revolution they both believed the other was hell-bent on wrecking. Episode 10.88, The Moscow Directive. We left off last week with the Red-Black alliance in Ukraine fracturing just as the whites put a major head of steam into their offensive operations. At the end of June 1919, the Red Army pulled out of Ukraine entirely, while the Blacks scattered into independent guerrilla units who would harass and disrupt the white occupation of their homeland. The successful white offensive into Ukraine was matched by successes on the east side of their lines. Their forces on the lower Volga River captured the key city of Tsaritsyn and now threatened to roll right up the river toward Saratov, Samara, and Simbirsk. On July 3, 1919, General Denikin, the commander-in-chief of the White Armies in the south, issued an order to his commanders to harness their growing momentum and launch a multi-pronged offensive aimed at nothing less than the capture of Moscow. Known as the Moscow Directive, it ordered the White Armies to use the rail lines in their sectors to push north and all converge on Moscow. Upon arrival, they would expel the communists, reclaim the ancient capital of Russia, and restore the Russian Empire. The dramatic push to Moscow would serve as the culmination of everything the whites had been working toward since the first officers had made their way to the territory of the Don Cossacks to form the kernel of the volunteer army under Generals Kornilov and Alexeyev in the weeks after the October Revolution. Over the past 20 months, their army had grown enormously, from the handful of volunteers who had literally walked off into the wilderness to commence their famous Ice March in February 1918. Now numbering somewhere between 100 and 150,000 men, the time had finally come to stop gathering strength in the south and instead project that strength towards the north. It was time to plunge into the middle of Russia. They could count on a stream of materials and supplies from the Allies, most especially the British, and they were well aware of reports coming from inside Red territory that the people were not happy with communist rule at all. But the Moscow Directive was a very risky gambit. The headcount for the White Armies had grown to impressive highs, but they were still outnumbered by the Red Army. Plus, the Moscow Directive called for a convergence of separate forces spread across a 1,000-mile front, and though many small tributaries can ultimately form one mighty river, they were all going to be starting as tiny tributaries. Beyond that, every mile these forces advanced toward Moscow would extend their own supply lines 1 mile further, and long supply lines are never the stuff safe campaigns are made of. Denikin's hopes thus rested on his armies, triggering anti-communist uprisings wherever they went, attracting volunteers to grow the white forces like a snowball, and also ensure their supply lines were secure and maybe even augmented by locally available resources. Winning this kind of local support would require restraint by the advancing white soldiers and careful politicking from the officers at the spear point of the charge. This was never going to work if the whites wound up alienating the people that they proposed to liberate from the communists. From the moment the Moscow Directive was issued, it faced criticism from inside the white ranks, most especially from one of Denikin's best generals, Pyotr Wrangel. Wrangel was of ethnically German descent and born in what is today Lithuania. A veteran of the Russo-Japanese War, he started World War I as a captain and was then promoted up through the ranks, serving with distinction in both the successful Brusilov Offensive of 1916 and the far less successful Kerensky Offensive of 1917. When the Bolsheviks came to power, Wrangel resigned his commission and left the army, and then subsequently joined the Volunteer Army in August 1918. By 1919, he was in charge of their forces on the Volga, and most recently, he had just led the impressive capture of the city of Tsaritsyn. He was also, I must mention at some point, an absolute giant of a man. He stood fully 6 feet, 6 inches tall. Wrangel was not a fan of the Moscow Directive. He believed the whites were spread too wide and too thin, and that their rear was far too disorganized and mismanaged to serve as an effective conduit to maintain a supply line through potentially hostile territory. And he wasn't wrong about that. The officers and officials in southern Russia tasked with receiving and then transferring the vital shipments from the Allies did what practically all officers and officials in charge of such operations did on all sides of the war, no matter their ideology. They sold the stuff on the black market or traded it for perks and favors. Bribery, corruption, and extortion were absolutely rampant, so much so that by the summer of 1919, the British were actively questioning whether they should continue shipping goods that they knew were just going to be received through the front door and sold off through the back door. Wrangel hated the Moscow Directive. He called it the death sentence of the white movement. His own preferred strategy was to concentrate all their forces on the Volga. This would allow them to maybe link up with Kolchak's armies in Siberia and make one mass push on Moscow, rather than a bunch of smaller ones all at the same time. It was, of course, purely a coincidence that the Volga was the region Wrangel himself was in overall command of. And when Denikin received Wrangel's counter-proposal, he responded, "I see you want to be the first man to set foot in Moscow." On the very same July 3, 1919, that General Denikin issued the Moscow Directive, the Reds were busy reformulating their own plans. Though they had successfully repelled Admiral Kolchak's forces, the rest of the spring and early summer of 1919 had been defined by defeat. In the west, they had been forced out of Ukraine completely, and in the east, Wrangel was besting them down on the lower Volga. With disappointment, defeat, and alarm mounting, rival factions inside the Red Army and the Communist Party challenged the leadership of Minister of War Trotsky and Commander-in-Chief Yukumsvatius, the former leader of the Latvian Riflemen who had been Commander-in-Chief of the Red Army since September 1918. Now, I don't want to get into all the backstabbing right now, but some of this internal maneuvering represents an early skirmish between Comrade Trotsky and Comrade Stalin in what would eventually become an all-out war for control of the Communist Party. So on July 3rd, in what was widely viewed to be an attack on Trotsky, Vatius was sacked, and a few days later arrested on charges of treasonous collusion with the whites. Although he was quickly released as no evidence of treason existed, it seemed to be simply a part of the internal politicking to get rid of him and discredit Trotsky. The new commander-in-chief was a guy called Sergei Kamenev. Absolutely no relation to the senior Bolshevik Kamenev. They just have the same name to keep everything nice and confusing. A former officer of the Imperial Army, this Kamenev was among those who had been recruited into the Red Army when it went fully professional in 1918. He was now being promoted to commander-in-chief because he had led the Eastern Army Group to victory over Kolchak in the spring, one of the few places where the Red Army had undisputed success. Trotsky opposed this change in command and submitted his resignation of Minister of War, but the party rejected this out of hat. Trotsky was too skillful and too valuable to the cause, so he had to stay in his position even though he would now be overseeing military strategies down in the South he did not really approve of. To keep this short and sweet, Trotsky wanted to counterattack the Whites on a southeastern line running through Ukraine, while Kamenev wanted to start on the Volga and attack on a southwestern line. Both plans had their pluses and minuses, but the fact that the party approved Kamenev's plan was a sign of Trotsky's insecure position. Now, Lenin backed Trotsky both publicly and privately to the absolute hilt, and as long as Lenin was around, Trotsky wasn't going anywhere. But plenty of the other old Bolsheviks had nothing but side-eye for the golden boy Trotsky, who had joined the party at such a late hour and now acted as if he was the party. In August, the Reds got going with their counterattack, with a diversionary army moving down the center to draw attention and resources away from their real line of attack, which would be coming down the Volga. Initially, both offenses advanced rapidly. The force in the middle moved 100 miles in just 10 days, cutting right through the boundary line between the old Volunteer Army and the Don Cossacks. Over in the east, the Red forces started advancing on August 15th, and they drove 150 miles down the Volga, aiming at recapturing Tsaritsyn. Now, while the Reds were starting to march south, a force of about 8,000 Don Cossacks launched a daring raid deep into Red territory. They used trains to move their forces rapidly and then rode out on lightning attacks, and the Cossacks raided towards the region around the city of Tambov, ultimately running them more than 400 miles behind enemy lines. The military objective was to cause enormous disruption behind the Red lines, and the Cossacks dutifully blew up munition depots and railway lines and scattered the rearguard reserves and local defenses easily. But while they were tactically successful and yes, caused a lot of chaotic damage for the Reds, in the larger strategic scope of the Moscow Directive, it's hard to call this Cossack raid anything but a disaster. The raid was mostly defined by violent and destructive looting wherever they went. The Cossacks plundered and killed and raped. Now, General Denikin's motivation for this raid may have been to disrupt the Red Army rear, but the Cossack motivation was loot. That's what drove them from town to town. That's what they spent most of their time focused on. Now, Denikin didn't like this looting, but he also couldn't control it. The local commanders believed it was perfectly justified and frankly the only thing keeping their men in the field at all. As the weeks went by, their movements actually slowed to a crawl because they had to account for miles and miles of recently acquired baggage. Trotsky referred to them as a comet with a filthy tale of robbery and rape. Now, over among the white leadership, the assessment was almost identical. Pyotr Vrongil said the soldiers came with a colossal tale of looters and speculators. The war for them was a means of getting rich. He now despaired at the larger goal of winning over the hearts and minds of the Russian people. All this abusive plundering made it, as he said, impossible to win over Russia. He said, "The population has come to hate us." Denikin, meanwhile, had said that the plans for the push to Moscow in the summer of 1919 relied on our liberation of vast regions was supposed to bring about a popular upsurge. He basically said success or failure would hinge on the answer to this question. Would the people come over to us, or would they, as in the past, remain inert and passive between two waves, between two morally opposed camps? Wherever the Cossacks went, they all but ensured that the answer to this question would be no, the people will not come over to the whites. As Evan Maudsley writes in his book about the Russian Civil War, it's really saying something that the whites weren't able to win over anyone in the region around Tambov because they were not disposed in the slightest to support Red communism, and in fact it would become the seat of a major peasant uprising against the Red communists in 1920. Now, while this is all unfolding, Ukraine is busy becoming the bleeding ulcer of the white movement. By the end of June 1919, the whites controlled all of eastern Ukraine and had advanced up the Dnieper River and taken Kiev. Ukraine was meant to be a vital component to the push on Moscow, as Denikin and his officers envisioned the region providing recruits for the army, coal for the trains, and serving as a main artery for supplies running up from the south. Now, if Ukraine was going to be these things, the whites had to bring the Ukrainians under a peaceful and productive occupation. Ukraine had been in a state of crisis for years, and when the whites came in, there was essentially no functioning central government or administration. It had become a kind of no man's land, simply being crisscrossed by rival armies. If the whites could establish an effective administration and coax the Ukrainians into cooperation by offering them various incentives, it might very well be the key to the Moscow Directive succeeding. Okay, so enough with the ironic foreshadowing. When the whites came into Ukraine, they endeared themselves to precisely no one. In fact, they seemed hell-bent on pissing everybody off. To the extent that the whites had any political ideology at all, it was patriotic Russian nationalism. When the white armies rolled into town in Ukraine, their big promise was to restore the old Russian Empire, make it one and indivisible again. This ideology was driven by a kind of Russian chauvinism that just did not play in Ukraine at all. Duncan refused to even make the slightest nod to Ukrainian regional autonomy, let alone acknowledge their existence as a people. He never referred to Ukraine in his statements. He only ever called the territory Little Russia, and he only ever called the Ukrainians Little Russians. In his mind, there was no such thing as Ukraine or Ukrainians. But even with this whole, hey, look, we're all the same people rhetoric, the native Ukrainians were never invited in to serve as partners in this project, even if they had wanted to restore the Russian Empire one and indivisible. When the whites came to town, Russians were appointed to all important administrative posts. The Ukrainian language was banned in all official institutions. It's actually impressive how little they did to mollify the Ukrainians. Even the despised Hetman Skoropadsky got more native Ukrainian support than the Russian whites did, and Skoropadsky's regime was famously propped up entirely by the German army. It speaks again to the major political failings of the white movement, which just seemed to offer nothing to no one. The arrival of the whites also re-energized the various partisan forces that had been in and out of the field since the Germans had invaded back in early 1918. Nestor Makhno was now resigned from the Red Army, and he had seen his anarchist autonomous zone overrun by the Cossacks, but he was soon organizing a resistance army of thousands of veteran guerrilla fighters. And he was not the only one. Ukrainian nationalist forces under the command of a guy called Simon Petlura organized in the West under his auspices as president of the Ukrainian People's Republic, an entity which at this point existed more on paper than reality. Then there was also Nikifor Grigoriev, who I briefly introduced last week. He was one of the most important paramilitary leaders in southwestern Ukraine, and he was going around selling a kind of peasant populism that opposed all foreign invaders of their homeland, which for Grigoriev included not just the Red Army and the White Army, but even the inhabitants of Ukrainian cities, who were often ethnically Russian or Jewish, and even if they had been born in Ukraine, they weren't exactly Ukrainians. Grigoriev portrayed the cities as parasitic dens of vice and corruption, with alien elements exploiting the noble native Ukrainian peasantry. Now, on the surface, some of what Grigoriev says sounds a lot like what Makhno was saying, who also had nothing good to say about the cities, but there was a huge difference between them. Grigoriev leaned heavily into anti-Semitism. He pointed to the Jews as a major cause of all Ukraine's misfortunes, and that they should be targeted for dispossession and removal. Makhno obviously disagreed. But this brings us to a larger discussion we now have to have about one of the blackest chapters in this conflict, because unfortunately the anti-Semitism of Grigoriev and other leaders like him found a ready audience among the Ukrainian peasants eager to pin the blame for all their misfortunes on someone. Ukraine was a part of the Pale Settlement, designated by the Russian Tsars as the only place Jews could live inside the Russian Empire. And while Jews did live there, they were subject to further restrictions on land ownership that typically confined them to the cities, where they earned their livings doing the kinds of things that people who live in cities do. They were a part of the urban labor force working for wages, while the more prosperous among them earned their livings as traders, merchants, bankers, and shopkeepers, which of course engendered a lot of jealousy and led to stereotypes about their greedy and exploitive nature. Now, way back at the beginning of this series on the Russian Revolution, we talked about how just about every European political ideology on the map comes with some kind of anti-Semitic wing. And that was obviously true in both Russia and Ukraine. Tsar Nicholas and the conservative aristocracy were all virulently anti-Semitic. They used the Jews as scapegoats to deflect from their own massive failings as leaders. By 1919, if you were an old-school conservative opposed to red communism, or really just about anybody opposed to red communism, you might embrace the Judeo-Bolshevik myth, which had it that all the leaders of the sinister Bolshevik party were ethnically Jewish, and the whole revolution and civil war was a giant Jewish plot perpetrated against good, pure Russians. White newspapers and pamphlets would always be sure to put Jewish surnames in parentheses whenever they discussed Communist Party leaders. So Trotsky's name would always be followed with the parenthetical Bronstein to drive home the point that this was all a giant Jewish conspiracy. But that right-wing anti-Semitism was always matched by left-wing anti-Semitism. Socialists could attack Jews for seeming to be a pillar of bourgeois capitalism. SRs could tell their peasant constituents that the Jews were an alien element living in cities parasitically extracting the wealth of the native-born peasants. Other varieties of socialism and communism would portray Jews as the secret puppet masters of international capitalist imperialism. They could go in for banking conspiracies centered on the Rothschilds. I mean, hadn't the Jews just pitted the peoples of Europe against one another in a horribly bloody and destructive war just to make a buck? Now, this is not to say that all these ideologies are anti-Semitic, or that anyone who adheres to any one of these ideologies is necessarily anti-Semitic, just that every wing of the Russian Civil War has anti-Semites in their midst, expressing their own particular flavor of anti-Semitism. And so it was in Ukraine. Between 1918 and 1921, Jewish communities in Ukraine endured a particularly brutal concentration of pogroms. The first rounds were committed by the Ukrainian nationalist groups after the withdrawal of the Central Powers at the end of 1918. The nationalist Ukrainian People's Republic was not officially anti-Semitic in any way. Jewish cultural and religious rights were guaranteed, Yiddish was recognized as an official language, and there was even a Ministry of Jewish Affairs. But the authority of this Ukrainian People's Republic did not run very deep, especially in the realm of protecting Jews from abuse. And if you were somebody down in the rank and file, somebody who had volunteered to serve under the banner of Ukrainian nationalism, it was highly likely your definition of Ukrainian did not include the Jews, who were invariably, and almost necessarily, excluded from every project of European nationalism in the 19th and 20th centuries. The initial investigations after all of this was over identified close to 500 separate pogroms perpetrated by forces associated with the Ukrainian People's Republic, resulting in close to 17,000 deaths. But, as we'll get to in a second, this is probably a massive underestimate. Now, the head of the Ukrainian People's Republic, Simon Petlura, made some attempt to halt these pogroms. At the beginning of March 1919, he issued a statement denouncing the pogroms and ordering his forces to stop them. The statement read in part, "It is time for you to realize that the Jews, together with the majority of the Ukrainian population, have recognized the evil of the Bolshevik communist invasion and know already where the truth lies. The most important Jewish parties have decidedly placed themselves on the side of the Ukrainian independent state and are working together hand in hand for its good. It is time for you to understand that the peaceful Jewish population, their children and women, the same as ourselves, have been oppressed and deprived of national freedom. They cannot be alienated from us. They have, of old, been always with us, and they have shared with us their joys and sorrows." The statement then went on to say, "I most positively order that all those who are instigating you to pogroms be thrust out of the army, and as traitors to the fatherland be handed over to the court. Let the court punish them according to their crimes by giving them the severest lawful penalty. The government of the Ukrainian Democratic Republic, recognizing the harm done to the state by the pogroms, has issued an appeal to the whole population of the Ukraine to withstand all attempts of the enemies who might arouse it to anti-Jewish pogroms." Now, this statement gets entered into the ledger of very contested historical territory, because Simon Petlura's authority was very weak when he issued this order, and even if he personally deplored the pogroms, or more cynically maybe recognize that they were bad for PR as he tried to curry favor with the Western powers, he does not appear to have actually done much to prioritize ending attacks on the Jewish communities, which is a very common way for these things to unfold. The high leadership lamenting and denouncing the abuses, while those on the ground simply continue to abuse the Jewish communities without much in the way of fear of punishment or repercussion. In the case of Petlura, the pogroms would come back to haunt him in a major way. After being driven into exile, he was shot dead in Paris in 1925 by a Russian Jew, who then surrendered to the police saying he had done it to avenge his brethren killed in the Ukrainian pogroms. When the confessed assassin was put on trial 2 years later, he was acquitted after the jury heard eyewitness and expert descriptions of what had happened. I don't think there was ever any evidence of Petlura's direct involvement, but it all happened on his watch, and he appears to have done little to stop it. But the nationalists were just one group among many attacking the Jewish population of Ukraine. Forces aligned with the Red Ukrainian SSRs certainly believed that the Jews had grown rich with wealth that should be returned to the people. When the Reds targeted the Jewish communities, it was marked down as a part of their general looting the looters campaign, as they targeted the old aristocracy or the bourgeoisie or the kulaks. Now, in general, it doesn't appear that the Reds did quite as much as some of the other groups did, but they did impose heavy taxes on the Jews, requisitioned them with special brutality, and often took hostages to ensure payment. But at the same time, individual Jews did serve in important parts of the Ukrainian SSR and the Ukrainian branch of the Cheka, so their looting wasn't quite so narrowly anti-Semitic in nature. When the whites advanced into Ukraine, they took over the persecution of the Jews with a vengeance. Their anti-Semitism was both racist, as in the Jews as a race are evil and greedy, as well as ideological, as in the Jews are synonymous with the hated Bolsheviks. When a white army came to town, troops were often let loose for 2 or 3 days of looting, and they would go straight for the Jewish communities and neighborhoods. Homes and businesses raided and destroyed, synagogues trashed, Jews taken hostage and shot if their families didn't pay a ransom. Families were tortured until they handed over everything of value, and then often killed anyway. Corpses were often publicly displayed with signs that read traitors. Jews were herded into synagogues that were then burned to the ground. All of this violence and ransacking was then performatively lamented by senior white leaders like General Duncan. But, everybody knew the Jews were all but synonymous with the evil scourge of Bolshevism, so they'd really just brought this all on themselves. Death to the Yids became as common a rallying cry as death to the Bolsheviks. So, just to round this up and take a step back, pogroms in Ukraine were perpetuated against the Jews by nationalists, by whites, by Reds, by other leaders like Grigoriev, or just other random, small-time, independent paramilitary groups. When all of this was later investigated, the initial tallies had the official recorded number of deaths between 1918 and 1921 at 31,071. That number was assumed to be at least double in reality, numbering anywhere from 50 to 60,000. More recent archival research probably pushes that total number to somewhere between 100 and 150,000, with at least the same number of wounded. And this was just accounting for the bodily harm, the dead and the wounded. The Jewish communities were also, of course, dispossessed. Their homes were looted and destroyed, their businesses were looted and destroyed, their towns were looted and destroyed. Probably something like 500,000 people were left homeless. It was absolutely brutal and absolutely horrific. And the final verdict is that really everyone is to blame, except the Jews. Now, among those partisan forces fighting in Ukraine, though, it's pretty obvious that Makhno's anarchists were the most aggressively anti-Semitic. As I mentioned, though, even his forces could fall into the trap of anti-Semitism. Makhno simply did more to try to prevent it. As the various peasant-based insurrectionary forces recoalesced in light of the white occupation, Makhno and Grigoriev held a summit on July 27th to see if they could possibly align their forces. And if you'll remember from last week, one of the things Makhno had said against Grigoriev is that he represented pogroms and anti-Semitism. Well, during this summit, Grigoriev said their best choice of action would be siding with the whites against the Reds, Makhno said no, the best course of action is going to be to ally with the Reds against the Whites, even if ultimately he's opposed to both. It's hard to know exactly what happened next, but the standard version is that during the ensuing argument, Grigoriev maybe tried to shoot Makhno, but Makhno's people gunned down Grigoriev first. And however it went down, Makhno's people gunned down Grigoriev at this meeting. And it's entirely likely they went into the summit having already decided to execute Grigoriev. The stated justification for killing him was his collusion with the Whites and his perpetration of anti-Jewish pogroms, which Makhno again would not countenance. It would also appear that as Makhno signaled his willingness to absorb willing recruits from Grigoriev's forces, anyone who came in holding anti-Semitic hopes and dreams were expelled for lacking true revolutionary consciousness. The Ukrainian blacks then spent the rest of August 1919 reorganizing themselves, and at the end of the month, they officially refounded the Revolutionary Insurgent Army of Ukraine. Makhno had personally gathered some 3,000 soldiers and 700 cavalrymen, while other independent groups joined under his overall leadership, pushing their numbers to somewhere between 15 and 20,000. They then launched a campaign against the White supply lines, attacking trains and convoys and isolated garrisons. They caused enormous complications for the Whites, and more than anything else, Makhno's forces raided for guns and ammunition to keep themselves in the fight. As the Whites had done very little to endear themselves to the local population, they could only respond to these threats through more force and more violence and more terror to keep the people in line and to keep their supply lines running. If the Whites had ever had any intention of trying to win over the hearts and minds of the Ukrainian people, that was abandoned completely, although it would seem to me that they never had that intention in the first place. Meanwhile, in the larger context of the push to Moscow, despite these problems in Ukraine, the Whites were very much on the move. On September the 5th and September the 6th, the Red Army coming down the Volga was halted by Wrangel before they had a chance to retake Tsaritsyn. Meanwhile, in the center, that Red diversionary offensive was now being pushed back as quickly as it had advanced, and by mid-September they were right back where they started. On September 15th, the general who had been in charge of that operation turned up dead. Officially, the cause of death was typhus, but you never know. By the end of September, the leading edge of the Whites were driving hard on the capital. On September 20, they advanced to Kursk. By October 15th, they had made it to Orel, just 250 miles from Moscow. But more importantly, they stood poised to strike the industrial city of Tula, which was basically the principal munitions manufacturing base for the Red Army. Losing that would be a catastrophic blow to the communists. So, at this point, by mid-October 1919, it really looks like the Moscow Directive is going to work, that it's all going to work out. And next week, the White forces coming up from the south will thrill at the news that a whole separate anti-communist army is moving from a base in the Baltic and stands poised to capture Petrograd. I mean, if things go right, everything would come full circle, with October 1917 marking the birth of the Bolshevik regime, and October 1919 marking its death. But as it will turn out, the White threat was utterly superficial, and October 1919 is not going to stand as the moments when the Whites crush the Reds, but the moment when they go crashing backwards in every direction and never really threaten the Soviet regime ever again. Episode 10.89, The Collapse of the Whites. The Russian Civil War began the moment the Bolsheviks seized power in October 1917. It was an inevitable result of October 1917. Now, this conflict had spent the 6 months after October taking the form of low-grade skirmishes between armed factions before it really blew up in the spring of 1918. Especially after the Czechoslovak Legion played their wild card at Chelyabinsk on May 14th. Since then, we have seen massive armies rising and clashing in major battles in theaters spread across thousands of miles, which involved every nationality in the former Russian Empire, as well as every great power in the world. 2 years after the October Revolution, the Russian Civil War is now reaching a critical point of climax. In the autumn of 1919, the white forces that had been raised, funded, and equipped to oust Lenin, Trotsky, and the Communists threw everything they had at the Reds, and they would come up short. The winter of 1919-1920 does not represent the end of the Russian Civil War, but it does mark a major turning point that we can say, from this point right here, the whites are done. They are not coming back from this. Now, we left things off last week with General Denikin's most advanced forces having reached the city of Orel by mid-October 1919. They now stood just about 250 miles from Moscow. The communist capital was in a state of emergency as workers were conscripted to dig defensive trenches, and the Communist Party leadership made plans to possibly evacuate Moscow should it come to that. Had it come to that, the plan was to regroup on the Volga and up in the Ural Mountains. And the communist leadership had reason to believe it might very well come to that, because at that same moment in mid-October 1919, Petrograd, the birthplace of the revolution, stronghold of the revolution, was itself in imminent danger of falling to a white army. It was not out of the question that within a matter of months, perhaps even within a matter of weeks, the two major cities in Russia would be lost. Now, we have not talked at all about the Northwestern Army currently threatening Petrograd because it was never that big, nor a major player in the Russian Civil War, except for this one moment in the autumn of 1919. The first colonel of the Northwestern Army had been formed by reactionary officers under the auspices of the Germans back in the summer of 1918, who were looking for native forces to confront the Bolsheviks if they needed to confront the Bolsheviks. In October 1918, this group officially formed a small army of about 6,000 men based in Pskov, the city where Tsar Nicholas had submitted his abdication. But of course, this is all right as the German Empire is collapsing in defeat, and so instead of this Northwestern Army accepting promised munitions and supplies from the Central Powers, they were forced to fall back into Estonia, where they were tolerated with heavy reservations on account of the fact that the Red Army was trying to invade Estonia at that very moment. So this little white army plays a role in helping push the Russian Red Army out of Estonia by the spring of 1919, and then they advanced and established a territorial beachhead inside of Russian territory. The Northwestern Army's administration of this newly conquered territory was terrible, as it was practically everywhere the whites seemed to go. They abused and exploited the local population. They unleashed a wave of white terror against anyone linked to the communists, and, in particular, they persecuted the Jewish population. So by this point in the conflict, the officers leading the Northwestern White Army recognized the ultimate authority of Supreme Ruler Kolchak. And while this recognition of Kolchak was necessary to win support and supplies from the British and other allies, it absolutely torched their ability to make local alliances. A real campaign to take Red Petrograd was probably going to need the participation of both the Estonians and the Finns, but their interests were no longer aligned with the Northwestern Army. Kolchak's plan was to restore the Russian Empire, one and indivisible, and that meant absolutely reincorporating Finland and the Baltic states into that one and indivisible Russian Empire. So not only was getting tangled in a Russian civil war a dubious prospect for the Estonians and the Finns, they would find themselves doing so on behalf of political forces that promised to ignore their independent sovereignty. So, both the Estonians and the Finns refused to join this campaign. On the other hand, the Northwestern Army did not get much support from the Allies, despite the obvious geographic proximity to, the United Kingdom. The Allies saw this particular group of whites as being closely linked to the Germans, and so they tended to direct their aid, munitions, and supplies to leaders who they believed to be their clients in Russia's, rather than the old Kaisers, and that meant Kolchak and Denikin. Though, as we'll see in a bit, the Allies are souring mightily on them too, and they will soon be looking to quit the Russian adventure altogether. Still, with Denikin's Moscow directive pushing up a huge array of forces from the south, the Northwestern Army advanced toward Petrograd at the end of September 1919. Mostly preoccupied with defending themselves against Denikin, the Reds suddenly had to scramble a defense of Petrograd. And while it might seem this is obviously something they would want to do, there was a great deal of argument inside the Communist Party about it. Lenin, for one, appeared willing to abandon Petrograd rather than commit vital forces to defending it. There was, after all, a reason he had moved the capital to Moscow in the first place. But the rest of his comrades were unwilling to just abandon Petrograd to its fate, and so even as Denikin's forces neared Moscow, the Reds peeled off some key reserves to go shore up Petrograd, and they sent none other than Trotsky to personally see to the defense of the cradle of the revolution. Trotsky arrived in the city on October 17th and took over leadership from Zinoviev, who had remained in Petrograd serving as the party boss since March of 1918. He had very much enjoyed his time as party boss of Petrograd, and was among those Communist Party officials living extraordinarily high on the hog as he enjoyed the fruits of revolutionary victory. Trotsky, meanwhile, had spent the last several months enduring slights and critiques of his handling of the war, and was determined to save his flagging reputation by saving Petrograd. He came in and energetically reorganized and refocused the garrisons, oversaw the arrival of reinforcements, and laid plans to turn Petrograd into what he called a stone labyrinth if the White Northwestern Army actually tried to take over the city. Despite the ongoing depopulation of all the urban centers of Russia, Petrograd still had a population of about 600,000, and Trotsky laid plans to force the White Army to fight block by block, street by street, and house by house, turning Petrograd into one giant exhausting trap that would either destroy the army or force them to quit and leave. But Trotsky never had to put this plan in motion, as the Northwestern Army never attempted an attack. They got as far as the imperial palaces at Tsarsky Selo, but by then their supply lines back to the west were badly exposed and they were badly outnumbered. Nobody was rising up to join them, the Estonians and the Finns absolutely refused to get involved, and support from the British was extremely minimal. The Reds around Petrograd commenced a counterattack on October 21st, coinciding with events in the south that we'll talk about here in a second, and they just forced the Northwestern Army into a fighting retreat west, racing back towards the Estonian line. By the middle of November, the Northwestern Army was even further back than they had started, and they were trying to cross back into the safety of Estonia. But here they found themselves blocked and forbidden to cross the frontier until they disarmed. By this point, the Estonians determined it was in their interest to sign a treaty with the Reds, who appeared willing, at least on paper, to grant them terms that the Whites refused to consider. And just to look ahead a little bit, in February, the Estonians will be the first border state to conclude a formal treaty with the Russian Soviet Republic. Simultaneous to all these battles around Petrograd, and the alarming thought of possibly losing the birthplace of the revolution, the Reds were also facing a threat to the present capital of the revolution. By mid-October, as we've said, the most advanced forces of the White Volunteer Army had entered the city of Orel. But this was as close as they're ever going to get. Orel turned out not to be the final springboard towards the capture of Moscow, but the high water mark of the White Army. These advanced units had moved fast, their supply lines now stretched for close to 1,000 miles, and their conduct ensured that territory they cleared and occupied would be hostile rather than friendly. When he issued the Moscow directive, Commander-in-Chief Denikin had counted on something like a popular uprising, creating a tidal wave that would bear down on Moscow. Instead, nobody joined up, and the army approaching Moscow looked like nothing so much as a thin trickle, currently in danger of being cut off from its source. Coming under heavy Red counterattacks, they fell back within a matter of days, and the Reds retook Orel on October 20th. Nobody knew it at the time, but the Whites had already gone the furthest they would ever go. From here on out, it was no longer about advancing forward, but about falling back. Now, in the face of the advances made by the Whites through central Russia, the Red High Command improvised a whole new strategy to deal with it. Now, you'll recall from last week that the plan was to direct their main attack down the eastern flank, down the Volga. But that strategy had to be abandoned in order to consolidate a defense against the White column coming up the middle. So as the Whites pulled back from Orel, they were hit with a 1-2 punch that sent them absolutely reeling. First, they got hit from the west by shock troops that included the core of the vaunted Latvian riflemen, who were still the best and most reliable troops the Reds had. But even more devastating for the Whites was a sudden mass cavalry attack from the east that truly threatened to cut their lines and envelop all the forward groups. Now, up through mid-1919, the Red Army had shied away from building a cavalry corps as a matter of policy. Minister of War Trotsky associated the cavalry with retrograde politics. He called the cavalry a very aristocratic family of troops, commanded by princes, barons, and counts. He believed that a modern communist army would be built around mass mobilization of the population, backed by the most advanced industrial weaponry they could build. World War I had amply demonstrated that cavalry, in addition to being a bastion of conservative politics, was a military anachronism. So, while small units of Red cavalry did form in the spring of 1919, it was mostly over Trotsky's objections. The Great Cossack Cavalry Raid of August 1919, however, the one we talked about last week, convinced everyone in the Red High Command of the immediate practical necessity of a large mobile cavalry force in the field. So they aggressively recruited among World War I cavalry veterans, including Don Cossacks and Cuban Cossacks. There was something of a generational divide among the Cossacks, as the younger cohort was more sympathetic to socialism and saw the advantage of allying with the Reds rather than the Whites. These new recruits and existing cavalry detachments were all merged together and formed the 1st Cavalry Army, under the command of a guy called Semyon Budyny. Budyny had been born into a poor Russian settler family in the traditional Cossack regions and was drafted into the Imperial Cavalry back in 1903. He was a decorated soldier who transferred from the disintegrating Imperial Army into the Red Army and had been leading small cavalry units down in the southeast since the spring of 1918. In the emergency chaos of late 1919, Budyny's 1st Cavalry Army made their most consequential and dramatic entrance into the Civil War. In the 3rd week of October, in conjunction with several Red Rifle divisions, the 1st Cavalry Army fought the main force of White Cavalry for control of the city of Voronezh, which was a critical regional capital and railway junction situated at a very strategically important spot on the upper Don River. When the Reds successfully captured the city on October 24th, the White Volunteer Army was truly exposed to encirclement and was now effectively cut off from their Cossack allies. The 1st Cavalry Army was absolutely the difference in this fight. They forced the entire White line everywhere to retreat backwards in search of a safe place to regroup, with the Reds following in fighting pursuit. Now, as the Whites fell back in late October and early November 1919, they staged various counterattacks, and it was far more of a back-and-forth campaign than simply the Whites fall back and the Reds advance. But if you plot a map through this period of who is where when, the story is the Whites are falling back and the Reds are advancing. Morale among the White forces is absolutely collapsing as they stumble backwards. They were unable to find a firm base they could defend long enough to truly regroup. The Reds had them on the run. With their forward detachments in full retreat, the Whites also faced major problems behind their lines. Ukraine was filled with antagonistic turmoil, and Nestor Makhno's Black Army was making the whole region untenable for the Whites. Now, over the summer of 1919, initial White ascendancy in eastern Ukraine had forced Makhno's insurgent army to relocate far to the west in the city of Uman. They arrived as a somewhat bedraggled mass of refugees and armed partisans, most of them wounded in one way or another over weeks of fighting, and plenty more sick from a raging typhus epidemic that was taking hold just about everywhere in mid-1919. The Blacks cut a ceasefire deal with the nationalist forces who controlled Uman, and they tended to their sick and wounded. But by early September 1919, the Whites decided they should launch an offensive and crush the Black menace. This was a decision that backfired spectacularly. Makhno still had about 8,000 capable fighters, and at the Battle of Peregonovka on September 26th, the Blacks not only resisted the White attempt to annihilate them, but they turned the tables entirely. They broke the Whites and sent them falling back in complete disarray, with entire units being wiped out or disintegrating during their chaotic retreat. Makhno then spent 10 days leading a rapid advance back east towards the Dnieper River, and by the first week of October, they had reestablished control over the whole middle of the river. So just as the Whites' leading edge was falling back in search of a safe base, the Blacks in Ukraine were there to ensure that they found no peace or rest inside Ukraine. By November 1919, the Moscow Directive was an absolute dead letter, and the Whites were falling back in an unbroken retreat. In the west, Kiev fell to the Red Army on December 16th. In the east, the Red Army pushed south and recaptured Tsaritsyn on January 3rd. General Duncan tried to reform a line north of the Don River and hold on to Rostov, but frankly could not make his forces hold still, and of their own disobedient initiative moved south of the river to put the natural barrier of the Don between them and the advancing Red Army. Rostov fell to the Red Army on January 7th. But here the lines did briefly resettle. Duncan managed to make a brief reorganized stand and repulse the First Red Army's attempt to cross the river. Now, despite Duncan finally holding this position, this is very much endgame hours for the white movement on all fronts. 6 months after issuing the Moscow Directive, Duncan's forces had been pushed back not just to where they started, but even further south. The situation looked bleak on all fronts. Rail lines and roads were choked with refugees streaming south to the Black Sea, hoping to be evacuated from what appeared to be inevitable Red Army victory. Soldiers deserted in droves. That major typhus epidemic was sweeping through everything and everybody. The White High Command was at each other's throats, assigning blame, resigning from the service, or being forced out. Pyotr Wrangel organized a group of high-ranking officers to oust Duncan as commander-in-chief. The whole thing was falling apart. Collapsing morale was then exacerbated by the news from everywhere else, which was all bad. As we'll get to here in a second, the army and the government of Supreme Ruler Kolchak was incredibly, somehow even worse off than the whites were in the south. That little northwestern army that had threatened Petrograd was in a state of acute disintegration. They were being disarmed, all their officers were quitting. And perhaps most distressingly, representatives of the Allies indicated they were cutting off aid to the Russian whites. Back on November 8th, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George gave a speech basically saying, "We're all done in Russia." The combination of white military failures, coupled with their inability to work together politically, coupled with their brazen corruption, coupled with general war weariness, equaled time to leave Russia to the Russians. Because at this point, salvaging the white armies would mean drastically ramping up Allied investment and involvement just to keep them afloat. And no one had any stomach for this, aside from some hardline anti-Bolsheviks like Winston Churchill, but they were in a tiny minority. The British told their white allies in southern Russia their last major contribution to the cause would be allowing British ships to ferry as many white refugees as possible out of the country, but that was it. Faced with the decision to fish or cut bait in Russia in early 1920, the Allies cut bait. Now, this decision to cut bait was, of course, massively influenced by events in Siberia during this same period. The Allies had put a great deal of stock in Supreme Ruler Kolchak. They, in fact, presently recognized him as the sovereign head of Russia. But by the end of 1919, it looked as though the Supreme Ruler of Russia was in control of little more than his own immediate staff. With Duncan's forces being pushed back away from Moscow, and that northwestern army being pushed back away from Petrograd, the Reds felt comfortable sending reinforcements across the Ural Mountains to take the fight to Supreme Ruler Kolchak, although there was practically nothing to take the fight to. By November 1919, Kolchak's armies were falling apart, and his government, if it could even be called that, was an increasingly hopeless bunch of corrupt officials who didn't really have power over anything. With very little standing between the Red Army and their capital at Omsk, they decided to just abandon the city and flee east towards Lake Baikal, maybe regroup in Irkutsk. They abandoned Omsk in a hurry, leaving behind tons of supplies and ammunition, which the Red Army gratefully absorbed when they captured the city on November 14th. Those officials and officers and troops who managed to get away then embarked on what is dubbed the Great Siberian Ice March, which is not to be confused with the first thing that is called the Ice March, which was the volunteer army wandering off into the wilderness in early 1918. This Great Siberian Ice March was a rolling and chaotic retreat 1,500 miles east across the Siberian winter from Omsk to Lake Baikal. The Great Siberian Ice March represents the disintegration of Kolchak's forces in the east. Peasant soldiers who had been conscripted simply deserted and went home. Typhus raged through the ranks. Railroads were frozen and clogged with traffic as refugees and soldiers were trying to move in both directions. Local anti-white partisan groups all along the Trans-Siberian Railroad attacked them as they moved east, capturing some, killing some, wounding others, forcing them to remain behind, preventing trains from moving at all. As was happening down in southern Russia, the senior leadership around Kolchak resorted to pointing fingers at one another, quitting in disgust, or just looking out for themselves. What was left of the political officials who had made up Kolchak's quote-unquote government made it to Irkutsk, where they tried to reestablish the government, but they had no authority whatsoever. Kolchak himself was separated from what was left of his main forces, but he would not be separated from the single most valuable thing in his possession, 36 freight cars loaded with gold. This gold represented a large chunk of the Tsar's gold reserves which had been stashed in the city of Kazan on the Volga for safekeeping during World War I, and which were subsequently captured by Kolchak's forces and taken into his possession the previous year. And as he claimed to be the sovereign ruler of Russia, he claimed control of the gold as his right and as his responsibility. He was still making his way east with this gold when he got word that Irkutsk was probably not going to be a safe haven. In December 1919, a left-wing group of SRs and Mensheviks took control of the city, declaring themselves to be this new thing called the Political Center, an anti-communist government which would replace Kolchak's disintegrated and discredited officials. One of their first acts was to formally dismiss Kolchak from service, and when he received word of this dismissal on January the 4th, he himself submitted his resignation, becoming just a private individual who just so happened to be in possession of Russia's sovereign gold reserves. Kolchak's resignation coincided with what is probably the great disaster that befell the Whites on their Great Siberian Ice March. The city of Krasnoyarsk, which stood between them and Irkutsk on the Trans-Siberian Railroad, was taken over by anti-white partisans, mostly SRs backed by the local military garrison. With this city falling into the possession of his enemies, Kolchak and his forces would be unable to move forward. Kolchak himself was stuck on a segment of track controlled by the Czechoslovak Legion. And the legionaries had been nominal allies of Kolchak and the Whites, but this had always been a marriage of political and military convenience. Most of the Czechoslovaks were ultimately sympathetic politically to the socialists, and they had frankly regretted the rise of the conservative Kolchak. So with the road ahead increasingly in the hands of Kolchak's enemies, the Czechoslovak legionaries decided to hold his train. Now, what they wanted more than anything else at this point was to get out of Russia. Remember, they had negotiated an exit from Russia nearly 2 years earlier because they wanted to keep fighting the Central Powers in order to win independence for Czechoslovakia. But then, they had gotten sucked into the Russian Civil War, and in the meantime, the Central Powers had lost World War I, Czechoslovakia had declared its independence, and it looked like the Allies were going to make that independence stick. So here in January 1920, we have all these Czechoslovak legionaries still stuck in Russia, and all they wanted to do was go home. They were happy to use any bargaining chip they might have on hand for safe passage out of Russia, including Admiral Kolchak, and especially his 36 train cars full of gold. Now, to ensure that they had no trouble with the political center group that had taken control of Irkutsk, the Czechs agreed to hand Kolchak over to them. Now, in these negotiations, it seemed like the idea was that Kolchak's safety would be guaranteed, and for his part, Kolchak wanted what the Czechs did: safe passage to Vladivostok and a ticket out of Russia. But just 6 days after the Czechs transferred custody of the admiral to the political center group in Irkutsk, a communist-aligned military revolutionary committee asserted its control of Irkutsk. Between January 21st and February 6th, a group of interrogators questioned Kolchak at length, and by all accounts he spoke honestly and with unapologetic frankness about everything he had done and everything he planned to do. He still hoped to be allowed to leave peacefully, but the orders from Moscow were to ship him back to the capital for trial. In any case, the orders were explicitly not to execute him, because the Reds did not want white leaders fighting to the bitter end on the assumption that if they fell into the custody of the Reds, they would be executed. But the leaders on the ground in Irkutsk made a different calculation. And I think this time it is different from when Tsar Nicholas and Empress Alexandra and the family were killed. In that case, the leaders in Moscow almost certainly ordered the execution and only pinned it on the local guys after the fact, whereas in this case, I think Lenin honestly did not want Kolchak to be summarily executed. But what was left of Kolchak's White Army was closer to the city than the Red Army was. So in the wee hours of February 7th, Allegedly, out of fear that the admiral would be rescued by that White Army, they took him out back and shot him, along with the guy who had been serving as his prime minister. Their bodies were then unceremoniously dropped in a river. Admiral Kolchak was just 45 years old, and he had been supreme ruler of Russia for 14 months. His body was never found. With the Red Army advancing, the Czechs decided to cut one last deal. They still had in their possession the Tsar's gold reserves, and they promised to hand it over to the Reds in exchange for free passage to Vladivostok. This was a very easy deal for the Red Army to make, as it would both bring the gold reserves into their possession and get rid of one of their most implacable opponents at the same time. So, they made the deal. On February 7, 1920, the same day that Kolchak was shot, the Czechoslovak legions signed an armistice with the Reds, promising to exchange the gold in exchange for safe passage out of Russia. When the armistice with the Communists was concluded, the last dozen or so Czechoslovak trains passed through Irkutsk on their way east. They would run into some trouble both from the remnants of the White Army who were trying to keep up the fight, and the Japanese military who had a huge presence in the region, but eventually they made it to Vladivostok, where they disembarked in waves over the next several months. They left behind about 4,000 dead, but more than 2 years after they commenced what they thought was going to be a journey home, the majority finally did complete this journey home. They practically circumnavigated the globe to return to what was now their independent homeland, where they would go on to form the core of a new Czechoslovak army. As for the Tsar's gold, the reputable research I can find says that it was taken in full back to the city of Kazan by the Communists, but there are persistent local legends that one of the cars maybe wound up falling into the ice of Lake Baikal, and another that the Czechs maybe helped themselves to a bit of gold on their way out the door, which, whether that's true or not, I can't say, but I can say that I wouldn't exactly blame them. Rumors of Admiral Kolchak's execution reached central Russia by mid-February, but they were not officially confirmed until March. By then, the White movement in southern Russia was in its death throes. General Duncan managed to stage one last counterattack and actually recaptured Rostov on February 20, but by then he was being flanked on all sides and had to abandon the Don River and fall back even deeper into the south. As they fell back, refugees followed in a flood, and one white officer commented, "The exit of the Russian people reminded me of biblical times." Their final destination was the port city of Novorossiysk, from which they hoped to get passage out of the region. At a minimum, get ferried over to Crimea, which was about to be the last major stronghold of the White forces. But there was not enough time to get everybody on board a ship, nor space enough for everybody who wanted to leave. By the end of March 1920, about 34,000 people had been evacuated, but tens of thousands more were stranded. Some attempted to keep moving on foot, heading down the coast and trying to board anything that would float. Some kept going until they had walked all the way to Georgia. General Duncan understood that whether the Whites would ultimately come back from the disasters of late 1919 and early 1920 would not be his question to answer. In April 1920, he said he planned to drink from the bottom of the bitter cup of the Novorossiysk evacuation and then resign. Despite his falling out with Pyotr Wrangel, the people around Duncan seemed to believe Wrangel was probably the only viable candidate left to take over the reins of what would be the last stand of the Whites from their base in Crimea. So with the Red Army closing in April 1920, Duncan formally transferred all his authority over to Wrangel and boarded one of the last ships departing Novorossiysk. But he was not bound for Crimea. His war was over. He instead went first to Constantinople aboard a British destroyer. And he said, "When we put to sea, it was already night. Only bright lights scattered in the thick darkness marked the coast of the receding Russian land. They grew dimmer and vanished. Russia, my motherland." Duncan never would see his motherland again. He spent the next several years bouncing around between England, Belgium, and Hungary before finally settling in France in the mid-1920s. He wrote a bunch of commentaries on the Russian Civil War, including a highly regarded memoir that was surprisingly candid about the mistakes and failings of the Whites generally, and his own personal mistakes and failings specifically. He was still in France when the Nazis invaded in 1940, and despite his ongoing vehement hatred of the Communists, refused to lend his name or reputation to the Nazis. He ultimately died in New York City in 1947. The Great Retreat of all the white forces meant that the spring of 1920 would dawn under entirely new military and political circumstances. Now, none of this marked the official end of the Russian Civil War, nor the wider conflict among the various nationality groups from the former Russian Empire. Things were different, but it was still far from clear who would ultimately emerge victorious, who would control what territory, what ideology would reign supreme, and what, exactly, the Russian Revolution actually meant. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.90, The Polish-Soviet War. After spending 1919 launching multiple attempts to overthrow the communists, the white movement was collapsing into a heap on all fronts by 1920. In the east, Admiral Kolchak's forces disintegrated in Siberia, and he himself was executed in February 1920. Down in the south, General Denikin's armies were pushed all the way down to the Black Sea port of Novorossiysk, where Denikin evacuated as many people as he could over to Crimea before resigning his command and departing for permanent exile in April 1920. This was not the end of the whites, as remnants of Kolchak's armies will remain active in Siberia, while General Pyotr Wrangel will organize a final redoubt of the southern whites in Crimea. But history will soon mark this all down as the last stands of a defeated cause, not a springboard back to final victory. From a contemporaneous point of view, it was clear by the spring of 1920 that the chances of the whites prevailing over the Reds in the Russian Civil War were small. From a historical point of view, we know that those small chances would not be converted. But this does not mean the Russians are done fighting with each other, nor does it mean the communist regime in Moscow no longer faces dire threats to their existence. Their victories over Kolchak in the east and Denikin in the south simply changed where they fought and who they fought. And specifically, it turned their attention to unanswered questions in the west. For centuries, millions of people and hundreds of thousands of miles of territory in Central and Eastern Europe had been dominated by imperial regimes based in Berlin, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. As these great empires collapsed in the midst of World War I, subject peoples revived the dreams of 1848 and sought independence. Finns, Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Belarusians, Ukrainians, Romanians, Czechs, Slovaks, and Poles all sought sovereign independence, both from their former imperial masters and from each other. The final defeat of the Central Powers in the autumn of 1918 triggered a violent race among all these peoples to stake out as much territory as possible for themselves before the dust settled, and the diplomats of the victorious Allied powers started drawing lines on maps in Paris. Now, so far we've talked about these scrambles in the regions immediately bordering central Russia, places like Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. We know that we are dealing with conflicts defined by a dozen different factional dimensions, including ethnicity, language, religion, social class, political ideology, and national identity. These conflicts thus unfolded simultaneously as internal civil wars and external border wars, as armies crisscross Central and Eastern Europe, capturing and relinquishing territory in the name of this political party or that nationality. The objective of the Allied diplomats in Paris was to organize new nation-states that would ensure national self-determination. But this is massively complicated by the fact that these regions were, in reality, a jumble of different ethnic and national groups living side by side, often literally next-door neighbors, each wielding their own historical claim for their group's right to political dominance in that region. In circumstances such as these, it is usually force of arms that makes the final determination of whose title is recognized and whose is discarded. Now today we are going to turn the dial one big click to the west and talk about Poland. because one of the most immediate consequences of the collapse of the Russian Whites in the Civil War in 1919 was the eruption of the Polish-Soviet War in 1920. Now, having been erased from the map of Europe by the Third Polish Partition in 1795, Polish leaders had never given up their dream of winning back independence, as was evidenced by numerous revolts, rebellions, and revolutions during the 123-year interval between 1795 and 1918. None of those revolts, rebellions, or revolutions had proved successful, but to say that the political situation in 1918 was quite a bit different would be a massive understatement. In November 1918, Polish leaders got together in Warsaw and declared the independence of what they were calling the Second Polish Republic. The final borders of this Second Polish Republic were yet to be determined, as there was quite a range of possibilities. At its maximum extent during the medieval period, the Great Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had been one of the largest political entities in Europe, encompassing a massive swath of territory between the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. On the other hand, at its minimal extent, Poland didn't even exist. All of its territory was claimed by the Prussian, Austrian, and Russian empires. So, the final border of this new Second Polish Republic was bound to be somewhere in between those extremes, and they were going to have to fight for every potential square mile. Starting in November 1918, the Poles fought, and they fought hard. To the west, they embarked on the Greater Polish Uprising and Silesian uprisings against Germany. To the southwest, it was the Polish-Czechoslovak War. To the northeast, the Polish-Lithuanian War. To the southeast, it was the Polish-Ukrainian War, the latter two of which are folded into the main topic of today's episode and the reason why we're talking about all this, the Polish-Soviet War of 1919 and 1920. The Polish-Soviet conflict began almost the minute the Central Powers admitted defeat in World War I. As we talked about back in episode 10.84, after the Soviet leaders in Moscow annulled the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, they sent Red Army detachments west into territories they had once renounced and now planned to reclaim. Over the winter of 1918-1919, they occupied cities like Vilnius, Minsk, and Kiev. But their strategy was not one of annexation or direct incorporation of territory, but instead establishing an array of nominally independent socialist Soviet republics in the former territories of the Russian Empire. So there would be an Estonian SSR, a Latvian SSR, a Ukrainian SSR. The idea was to co-opt national liberatory ambitions while ensuring local communists prevailed over other would-be leaders, whether they were liberal, bourgeois, nationalist, or reactionary. This was a practical step towards the ultimate goal, which was international revolution of the proletariat that would erase all national boundaries and identities. But in most cases in 1918 and 1919, the local communist parties were not very strong, and the advance of the Red Army was not welcomed by locals as a harbinger of liberation, but instead resisted as a harbinger of renewed Russian imperialism. Over in Poland, alarm bells clanged incessantly by the time New Year's 1919 came around, when it got out that the Red Army was referring to part of their western push as Target Vistula, indicating their plans to march all the way to Warsaw. Now, by far the most important Polish leader facing this Russian advance, and who had spent his life fighting for an independent Poland, was a guy called Józef Pilsudski. So, before we go on, we really got to introduce Pilsudski because he's been around the revolutionary bloc about a dozen times. Józef Pilsudski was born in 1867 into a noble Polish family from Lithuania, an area that was at that time part of the Russian Empire. This was, in fact, just a few years after the 1863 Polish uprising against Russian domination, which led to some pretty severe reprisals and policy changes from the Tsar. This meant stepping up Russification of the region, pushing Orthodox Christianity over local Catholicism, and the Russian language over Polish. Pilsudski came from a family of adamant Polish patriots. His father participated in the 1863 rebellion, and Pilsudski himself was a rebellious revolutionary against Tsarist Russia from a very young age. He participated in demonstrations, got rejected from university for his political affiliations, and was even tangentially caught up when his brother was implicated in a plot to kill the Tsar. And small world alert, his brother was caught up in the 1887 plot to kill Tsar Alexander III, where one of the co-conspirators was Lenin's brother. So that's how small this revolutionary world really was. Pilsudski himself was arrested in the wake of all this and exiled to Siberia for 5 years. When he returned, he joined the socialist underground in Poland and became editor-in-chief of the newspaper called The Worker. But though he had left-wing sympathies, his main motivation was Polish patriotism, and this left him hanging in a space between the more overtly nationalistic Poles and the internationalist socialists like, for example, Rosa Luxemburg. But he never lacked for revolutionary fervor, and he spent the next several years bouncing in and out of prison before going abroad, and at the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, we actually find him in Tokyo trying to convince the Japanese government to arm and fund a Polish rebellion against Russia, which they considered but ultimately declined after other Polish representatives in Japan maintained it would be a fool's errand, and in particular I'm talking here about a guy called Roman Dmowski, who emerged as the leader of right-wing Polish nationalism and who would be a long-standing political rival of Pilsudski's, even as they both worked towards the same goal of Polish independence. Pilsudski then returned to Poland and formed a paramilitary unit that was active all throughout the 1905 revolution. They led strikes and demonstrations, but also bombings and assassinations, invariably directed at Russian interests, but his group also occasionally clashed with Dmowski's National Democrats. After the 1905 revolution, Pilsudski moved away from his old socialist comrades to maintain a sole fixation on Polish independence. He spent those post-1905 pre-World War I years fixated on independence through armed revolution. He ran a paramilitary group that continually assassinated Russian officials and engaged in revolutionary expropriation like the Russian Bolsheviks, which is to say, they were armed robbers. Operating in between the nationalists on one side and the socialists on the other, Pilsudski tried to hold himself aloof from all parties, though he seems far more antagonistic towards the right-wing National Democrats than the left-wing socialists. In the lead-up to World War I, he had moved over to the Austrian part of Poland and, with their apparent permission, organized sporting clubs that were ostensibly about hunting, but which were actually about regular rifle training for future deployment against the hated Tsar. By 1914, Pilsudski's sporting clubs numbered 12,000 members, and they were a de facto Polish legion ready for service. Pilsudski himself entered the war under Austrian auspices to fight the Russians on the Eastern Front, and served with distinction over the next several years. In 1916, he was critical in the push that forced the flagging Germans and Austrians to declare an independent Kingdom of Poland. They finally agreed to this in November 1916, mostly to garner more Polish recruits for their armies, and they absolutely expected this thing that they declared to be the Kingdom of Poland to be nothing more than a puppet state. Pilsudski and his colleagues, however, considered this the first step to real independence. Pilsudski himself was invited to serve as Minister of War of the new Polish government, but in the summer of 1917, with the defeat of the Central Powers seeming like a real possibility, Pilsudski started unshackling Poland from their puppet strings. He forbade Polish troops from swearing a loyalty oath to the Central Powers, and was promptly arrested and tossed into the Magdeburg Fortress, which had once upon a time been the prison of the Marquis de Lafayette, which I discussed on pages 301 to 303 of Hero of Two Worlds, the Marquis de Lafayette in the Age of Revolution, which, I just had to jam that right in there. Pilsudski spent the remainder of the war in the Magdeburg Fortress, but on November 8, 1918, the Germans released him and sent him on a train back to Warsaw, apparently in the vain hope that he would, rally the Poles to their defense. But by this point, Pilsudski had spent decades in the service of Polish independence and Polish independence alone. When he returned to Warsaw, he enjoyed basically unrivaled popularity. Everybody knew who he was, everybody knew what he had been doing, everybody knew what he wanted to do. He was the natural choice to be the visible leader both of the government and the army during the post-World War I tumults. He was the man best situated to secure independence and not let it go, because more than anything, he had the loyalty of just about every Pole under arms. On November 11, 1918, the Regency Council that was running the Kingdom of Poland appointed Pilsudski commander-in-chief of the Polish army, and later that day, he was the one who proclaimed an independent Polish state. On November 22nd, he was named provisional chief of that state, making him both the head of state and the commander-in-chief of Poland. After taking over control of the Polish army, Pilsudski helped organize a counterattack against the Western Red Army, whose advances over the winter of 1918-1919 had stalled out now that the Russian communists were dealing with far more pressing threats in the form of Kolchak and Denikin. By necessity, they withdrew resources, manpower, and attention from their relatively less threatened western borderlands. This was a golden opportunity for Poland to stake out a generous border for itself in the region. Pilsudski himself said, "At the moment, Poland is essentially without borders, and all that we can gain in this regard in the West depends on the Entente, or the extent to which it may wish to squeeze Germany. In the East, it's a different matter. There are doors here that open and close, and it depends on who forces them open and how far." In February 1919, the Polish government declared its policy was the liberation of what they called the northeast provinces of Poland, with their capital in Vilnius. This led to the first official skirmish between the rapidly growing but still somewhat ramshackle Polish army and the Western Red Army. It came on February 14, 1919, at the town of, Bereza Kartuska, a town about midway between Warsaw and Minsk. This skirmish involved less than 100 soldiers on each side, but it did see the Poles capture 80 prisoners and begin a run of virtually unbroken success through the spring and summer of 1919. In April, Pilsudski personally led a renewed offensive that took the Polish army into Vilnius, where they expelled the recently proclaimed Soviet Socialist Republic of Lithuania and Belarusia. In Moscow, Lenin was furious when he got the news that Vilnius had fallen, and on April 25th ordered the Red Army to do everything in their power to reclaim the city. But with the great battles of the Russian Civil War presently raging around the Volga River and the Don River, the Western Red Army was little more than a skeleton crew. The only thing that it was in their power to do was retreat. When Pilsudski entered Vilnius, he was taken to be something of a liberator. According to a 1916 census taken by the Germans, Vilnius was 53% Polish and 41% Jewish, and both groups were optimistic about their prospects under a Polish regime. Doubly so, because Pilsudski had his own idiosyncratic political program that did not actually jibe with a lot of the more nationalistic Polish leaders back in Warsaw. They believed the object was direct annexation and incorporation of Lithuania and Belarus into a Poland restored to its former historical greatness. Pilsudski thought this extreme folly and pushed instead for a Polish-led confederation, dubbed the Intermarium, as it would encompass all that territory between the Baltic Sea in the north and the Black Sea in the south. In his grandest visions, this political confederation would include Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, Belarus, Ukraine, Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia. Now, Pilsudski was a Polish patriot, and he absolutely conceived of Poland as the dominant power in this confederation. He envisioned them overseeing a de facto empire that placed them between Germany and Russia. But not unlike the communist SSR system, he believed the best and most practical way to go about achieving Polish dominance was to create a bunch of nominally independent units that would, yes, look to the ascendant power of Poland, but not have their own national aspirations threatened by direct incorporation into Poland. So wherever he went, he loudly and publicly declared his army had come not to conquer and annex, but to liberate and set free. So, for example, after entering Vilnius, Pilsudski issued a proclamation on April 22nd, which read in part, "The Polish army brings liberty and freedom to you all. It is an army which I led here in person to expel the rule of force and violence, and to abolish governments which are contrary to the will of the people. I wish to create an opportunity for settling your nationality problems and religious affairs in a manner that you yourselves will determine, without any sort of force or pressure from Poland." This was, of course, welcome to the people of Vilnius, but it caused quite a stink back in Warsaw among Polish leaders who absolutely expected Poland to rule these places, using all the force and pressure due to a sovereign government ruling its own territory. But there wasn't much they could do, because none of them could match Pilsudski's reputation and authority, especially inside the army. So as the Polish army moved east into Belarus, they simultaneously advanced into western Ukraine, as a part of the little Polish-Ukrainian war that had been ongoing since November 1918. The historic boundary line of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had been the Dnieper River, and they had once upon a time claimed even the city of Kiev as their own. Now, Pilsudski did not necessarily share any plan for Poland to occupy and rule Ukraine, but he did believe that keeping Ukraine free from Russian domination was vital to the security and integrity of Poland, and he expected Ukraine to be a key component of his planned Intermarium Confederation. Now, the Polish-Ukrainian War had gotten going in November 1918, when Ukrainian leaders in the western city of Lviv declared themselves to be the Western Ukrainian People's Republic. They successfully resisted Polish encroachment over the winter, but come the spring of 1919, the Poles drove them back hard, thanks especially to the arrival of General Józef Haller's famous Blue Army. This Blue Army had been formed of Polish volunteers in France in 1917, and they had spent the remainder of the war fighting on the Western Front. They now numbered more than 60,000 men, and would prove to be by far the best-led, best-trained, best-equipped, and best-fighting armed military force in the whole theater. They pushed deep into western Ukraine at the same time that the Russian Whites were pushing their way up into eastern Ukraine. In the summer of 1919, the Poles then capitalized further on the fact that the Russian Reds and Russian Whites were caught up in a fight to the death with each other during the Moscow Directive campaign that extended into the fall. During this period, the Polish army advanced and captured Minsk on August 8th, and by mid-September had secured a north-south running line that covered hundreds of miles between Lithuania in the north and incorporating most of Belarus and western Ukraine before terminating in the south around the Romanian border. For Pilsudski, this was just about the limit of what he thought was viable, and he did not think it was a good idea to go any further. The Red Army made a half-hearted attempt to push them back in October, but it accomplished little, and these lines more or less settled into place until the following spring. All of these border wars and civil wars in Eastern Europe were very frustrating for the Allied diplomats at the Paris peace talks. After all, they were the victors of World War I and assumed it was their right to settle all the final territory boundaries. And here all these people were out there trying to settle things for themselves in their own way. It was making a mockery of self-determination. The Allies meant self-determination after they put everyone in boxes of their own making, not that the people would get to design the boxes themselves. Polish aggression in particular flummoxed the British and the French, who didn't want Poland getting so ambitious that they forced Soviet Russia and Weimar Germany to form a military alliance, which would be just about the worst possible post-war scenario imaginable. They wanted an independent Poland, but one that knew its place. British Prime Minister David Lloyd George didn't want the British to get involved with Polish conflicts one way or the other, and mostly fobbed it off on the French to take responsibility for the Poles. And while the French did extend loans and equipment to Poland, plus a bunch of French officers to train the new Polish army, including a young Charles de Gaulle, they wanted this to be a defensive force protecting boundary lines drawn by European diplomats in Paris, not an offensive force marching around trying to draw their own lines. And for example, the French only released Józef Heller's Blue Army after the Poles promised not to use it for an offensive campaign, a promise the Poles had no intention of keeping, and when he returned they promptly ordered Heller to invade Ukraine. Now, despite their attempts to contain Poland, in the fall of 1919 the Allies changed their tune a little bit and leaned heavily on Pilsudski to join forces with General Denikin to defeat the Russian communists. If the Poles sprang forth from the line they had reached over the summer and attacked the western flank of the Reds, it might very well cinch victory for the Whites. But Pilsudski was absolutely his own man with his own plans. When the Allies wanted him to stay put, he advanced. Now that they wanted him to advance, he refused to budge. In Pilsudski's opinion, whatever his issues with the Russian communists were, the Russian Whites were by far the greater of two evils. The Reds may clash with the Poles over some disputed territory, but at least they had declared the partitions of Poland a historical crime and recognized the right of something called Poland to exist. The White leaders refused to do even this. They refused to recognize even the basic right of Poland to exist. This, even as they tried to court Pilsudski into an anti-communist military alliance. It was absolutely not in Poland's national interest to side with the Whites, and Pilsudski said, "The lesser evil is to facilitate White Russia's defeat by Red Russia. With any Russia, we fight for Poland. Let all that filthy West talk all they want. we're not going to be dragged into and used for the fight against the Russian Revolution. Quite to the contrary. In the name of permanent Polish interests, we want to make it easier for the Revolutionary Army to act against the counter-revolutionary army. Pilsudski absolutely believed that Poland would be better served dealing with Russian Reds than Russian Whites. He resisted all Allied pressure to aid Duncan, and went so far as to promise the Reds that he would not launch any offensive campaign in the fall of 1919, leaving them free to pull troops from their western front to defend against Duncan's advance coming up from the south. In his memoirs, Duncan mentions that had Pilsudski joined him, they probably could have won the war. But frankly, that was Duncan's problem, not Pilsudski's. Over the winter of 1919-1920, there was, at least in theory, an opportunity for the Poles and Soviet Russia to come to terms that would settle the boundary between them without further conflict. It should come as no surprise that in November 1919, Moscow was absolutely ready to sign a peace favorable to Poland, as they were presently in the midst of fighting for their lives against Duncan. On the Polish side, they had just about reached the limit of their territorial ambitions, and could plainly see that the Reds would be dealing with them from a position of weakness. The two sides communicated in October, and as I said, Pilsudski had indicated he wasn't going to resume hostilities anytime soon. Lenin gave a speech on October 24th where he said, "We have clear indications that the time is past when we might have expected further encroachments by the Polish army." On November 3rd, the Poles communicated a list of 7 conditions of peace. Lenin and the Politburo saw nothing too objectionable on the list, and only countered on point 5, a demand that the Red Army not engage in any hostilities with the Ukrainian nationalist forces under Szymon Petlura. This didn't seem like a deal-breaker, but instead, Pilsudski surprised everyone by using this objection as a pretext to abruptly end negotiations. The two negotiating teams went their separate ways on December the 14th, and the opportunity to avoid a full-blown war seemed to leave with them. Pilsudski's decision to abruptly end the peace talks came from 2 basic assumptions he made. First, he was succumbing to overconfidence about his ability to handle the Red Army. After all, he had been besting them for the better part of a year, and they would surely be even more battered and exhausted after their war with Duncan. He said, "I am not worried about the strength of Russia. If I wanted to, I could go now, say to Moscow, and no one would be able to resist my power." But I think even more importantly, he absolutely did not trust the Reds. At all. He knew they would promise him everything under the sun to keep the Polish army from attacking, but as soon as they bested the Whites and their position improved, they would go right back to their Target Vistula nonsense. Their whole ideology was premised on exporting communist revolution, and the idea that Lenin would feel bound by his promises once he felt like he was in a position to break those promises was to fundamentally misunderstand the political character of Lenin. The day after the talks ended, Trotsky published an awfully bellicose statement that was clearly ready to go, which read, "The Polish lords and gentry will snatch a temporary marauder's victory, but when we have finished with Duncan we shall throw the full weight of our reserves onto the Polish front." And this was no doubt a bit of calculated gamesmanship, but it also pretty much predicts what's about to happen. Far more so than the note Lenin and Trotsky sent to the Polish government in late January 1920, which said, "You are deceived when our common enemies say that the Russian Soviet government wishes to impose communism on Poland at the point of the Red Army's bayonets." Pilsudski absolutely did not believe that for a second, and it's hard to blame him. But there were a couple of flaws in Pilsudski's reasoning. First, he was counting on alliances with all the states that were threatened with domination by the Russian communists. He expected them to join his Polish-led confederation. But not unlike Pilsudski himself, most of their leaders had concluded the Reds were actually offering them a better deal, that Moscow posed less of a threat to them than Warsaw. So Latvia signed a ceasefire with the Russians on February 1st. Estonia signed that first formal peace treaty with the Soviets on February 3rd. Lithuania would follow suit in July. Pilsudski also had similar difficulties gaining favor for Poland in Belarus and Ukraine because people just weren't interested in joining a reborn Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Eventually, Pilsudski had to settle for making just a single alliance of real consequence with Ukrainian nationalist Szymon Petlura, who was, by that point, reduced to pretty third-rate status. He had been pushed out of Ukraine entirely and was presently living in exile in Polish territory. Petlura enjoyed little popular support in Ukraine, and all he could offer was the veneer of Ukrainian participation in Pilsudski's plan to invade Ukraine in the spring of 1920. The other big flaw was his underestimation of the capacity of the Red Army, to say nothing of the morale of the Russian communists. Far from flagging on their way to total exhaustion, the victory over Duncan seemed to revitalize the grandest and most optimistic ambitions of the communists. Lenin was once again speaking of Poland as the revolutionary bridge to Germany. That is, literally the physical geographic link between revolutionary communism centered in Russia and its advance towards Berlin, and from there to Paris. Lenin was now talking internally about his hopes of looking at things like the failure of the Spartacist rebellion as a mere unfortunate blip in the grand historical march of the proletarian revolution. He once again laid plans to advance west with revolutionary bayonets. Approaching the spring of 1920, he wrote in a telegram, "We must direct all our attention to preparing and strengthening the Western Front. A new slogan must be announced: prepare for war against Poland." And this is exactly what Pilsudski had expected. And though he was, I think, overconfident heading into the spring of 1920, he was acutely aware that the Red Army's Western Front would only get stronger with each passing day. This is why he made the decision to launch a preemptive strike before the Reds got settled. In late April 1920, just as General Duncan was boarding a British destroyer to leave Russia forever, and the Reds were trying to reestablish their hold in Ukraine, Pilsudski ordered his forces to launch a daring raid through western Ukraine, and in just a matter of days all the way to the Dnieper River. Their forces marched into Kiev on May 7th. As Norman Davies notes in White Eagle, Red Star, the classic history of the Polish-Soviet War, Pilsudski sought to assuage the potential fears of the people of Kiev by ordering his forces to march through the streets with flowers in their muzzles to demonstrate their peaceful intentions. But mostly the people of Kiev just didn't pay any attention, because, as Davies notes, this was the 15th time in 3 years that a new army had come marching into town. The Kiev offensive of the spring of 1920 was meant to be an audacious punch to the nose of the Reds that pushed the Russians back out of Ukraine and forced them to consider the efficacy of simply giving up their larger ambitions and settling for control of Russia and Russia alone. But though the capture of Kiev was surprising, the Communists did not draw the conclusion Pilsudski hoped they would. And next week, the Red Army will rapidly regroup and turn the tables. As one Polish soldier would later say, "We ran all the way to Kiev, and then we ran all the way back." We are going to pick up this story in 2 weeks, as I'm taking next week off to travel home for a family visit. But when we come back in 2 weeks, we will talk about the Reds turning the table on the Poles, and then the Poles turning the table on the Reds, which they humbly refer to as the miracle on the Vistula. Episode 10.91, The Battle of Warsaw. Last time, we saw how Red victories over the Whites in the Russian Civil War paved the way not to peace, but to war of another kind, this time war with Poland. There was, in fact, a nearly seamless transition from the one conflict to the other, as the officers and soldiers who had pushed back Kolchak and Duncan were transferred over to the long-neglected Western Front to face the ambitions of Poland. The two sides in the resulting Polish-Soviet War had mutually exclusive visions for the future of Eastern Europe. The Russian communists, riding high on their victory over the Whites, rekindled their dream of rolling the proletarian revolution west towards Germany, and they planned to establish a network of Soviet socialist republics under Moscow's leadership. The Poles, meanwhile, wanted to expand their borders east, rebuild the old boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and bring almost all of Eastern Europe under Warsaw's leadership. With the Russians still untangling their civil war in the spring of 1920, the Polish army under Józef Pilsudski launched a daring offensive that saw them capture most of eastern Ukraine, and by the first week of May, see their armies marching into Kiev. Now, though the Poles were pretty much going to stop there, like they were not threatening to march on Moscow and overthrow the communist government, their advance still represented a dire threat to the Russian communists, both from their national perspective as Russians and international perspective as communists. As I mentioned last week, they viewed the Polish War as the third campaign of the Entente, and believed Britain, France, and the other allies were using the Poles to fight Russian communism as they had previously and unsuccessfully used Admiral Kolchak and General Denikin. So the Polish advance was really taken to be the advance of the Allies, who would then install pliant puppets on the borders, threatening both Russia's traditional territorial integrity and their ongoing socialist revolution. Now, in general, the Soviet government in Moscow had struggled to truly rally the people to fight for their side, to get them to fight for the ideological program of communism. As we've seen, the best they were ever able to do during the Russian Civil War was get people to say, "Oh, well, when it comes down to it, I guess the Reds are the lesser of two evils." So, in facing the Poles, the government in Moscow focused less on political ideology and far more on good old-fashioned patriotism. Their papers trumpeted the threat to Russia posed by a foreign invader and called upon the people of Russia to rally not so much in an ideological defense of the revolution, but in a patriotic defense of Mother Russia. Joining the Reds in this effort was now old General Alexei Brusilov. Brusilov was one of the few great military heroes to emerge from World War I, and his word still carried a lot of weight, both among his former fellow officers of the Tsarist army and the common people of Russia. Brusilov had spent the last few years laying low, reconciled, if not precisely sympathetic, to the Bolshevik Revolution. But in the spring of 1920, he emerged to publicly encourage his military colleagues and the citizens of Russia generally to set aside their political differences and join the Red Army. On May the 30th, Brusilov published an appeal in Pravda that was formally addressed to all former officers wherever they may be. And in this address he said, "Forget the wrongs you have suffered. It is now your duty to defend our beloved Russia with all your strength, and to give your lives to save her from irretrievable subjugation." Now, this is a bit of an overstatement, but Brusilov's point was generally that the Russian Civil War was kind of being put in the rearview mirror, and they were all going to have to move forward together, and right now they faced a threat together, the threat posed by a resurgent Poland. Brusilov himself was then appointed chairman of a new advisory council of military officers, and he would remain in the service of the Revolutionary Military Council until his death in 1926. The patriotic calls in the spring of 1920 proved highly successful, and the Reds quickly raised an extra 100,000 soldiers as well as 14,000 officers to join the war against Poland. The usefulness of intermixing Russian patriotism with Russian communism was plainly evident, and it would be used to great effect in the years and decades to come. There is a reason Stalin called the war against the Nazis the Great Patriotic War. For this patriotic war, the communists mobilized a huge army on two fronts, one called the Western Group mobilized in Belarus, and the other, known as the Southwestern Group, in Ukraine. In total, they got together 400,000 for the Western Front and 350,000 in the Southwestern Front, although how many of those were actually combat-ready was debatable both then and now. The foremost task of the soldiers on these two fronts was to run the Polish army back out of the disputed territories in Belarus and Ukraine. But if all went well, they were to continue pushing to the outer boundaries of the former Russian Empire and capture Warsaw. With a communist-aligned government installed in Poland, the revolutionary land bridge to Germany would be established. And though the Spartacist uprising had ended in demoralizing failure, in 1920 Weimar Germany remained a chaotic mess of revolutionaries, reactionaries, and separatists, with the final political outcome of the fall of the German Empire still very much in doubt. As Pravda trumpeted in May 1920 under the headline, "Go West," they said, "Through the corpse of white Poland lies the way to the world inferno. On bayonets we will carry happiness and peace to working humanity." Because happiness and peace always comes at the point of a bayonet. The Red Army launched its counteroffensives against the Polish army in 2 staggered waves. First, down in Ukraine at the end of May, they opened up a battle for control of the Dnieper River. The Polish forces in the region may have nominally held Kiev, but they were way out ahead of themselves and far too overextended. Plus, their supposed local Ukrainian ally, Simon Petlura, led only a small and relatively insignificant army, and he enjoyed no local influence to speak of. The Red Army, meanwhile, was led from the front by General Budyny and his 1st Cavalry Army, those guys who had proven so decisively effective during the campaign against Duncan the year before. Budyny won a critical breakthrough in the lines on June the 5th, and Pilsudski had to order the evacuation of Kiev on June 10th. Now, Pilsudski had planned to send forces from Ukraine up north to reinforce the defensive lines in Belarus, but the Red Army's successes in Ukraine precluded that possibility. Over the next 10 weeks, the Red Army in Ukraine steadily advanced towards the western city of Lviv, where they expected to soon stand poised to join their comrades moving freely across Belarus for a mass convergence on Warsaw. The Red Army advancing through Belarus was moving just as easily. The Polish defensive plans called for occupying the vast networks of the German trenches left over from World War I, which, remember, is only 18 months in the rearview mirror. But they did not have sufficient manpower, and they were spread far too thin. The Reds launched their offensive on July 5th and quickly sent the Polish army tumbling backward. After breaking through the first line of Polish defense, the Reds recaptured Minsk on July 11th. Then they broke through the second line of the Polish defenses and captured Vilnius on July 14th. Then the third Polish line of defense fell, and the Reds captured Grondo at the end of July. Marching with bold confidence, the Red Army now stood just to the east of the so-called Curzon Line, the line the Allied powers had marked down as the eastern border of Poland. Not recognizing the validity of this demarcation at all, the Red Army simply continued to advance west, and orders went out confirming that their final destination was now Warsaw. As the Red Army marched, the Soviet leadership's confidence soared. Lenin became positively giddy at the idea that the depressing setbacks for international revolution in the immediate wake of World War I were now proving to be mere hiccups. He could once again trumpet worldwide socialism as a historical inevitability. In Pravda, Nikolai Bukharin wrote that they would move beyond Warsaw right up to London and Paris. And for every mile further the Red Army marched west, the exhortations to patriotic defense of the motherland against a foreign invader grew weaker, and the triumphant declarations of the revolutionary advance of socialism grew louder. They started taking the capture of Warsaw for granted, and communist plans now looked ahead to Germany, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. The summer of 1920 was the last true high point of the belief that Russia would be the launch pad of the international revolution, something to be aggressively exported abroad, rather than merely protected and cultivated at home. The brief spell of being dizzy with success just so happened to coincide with the Second Congress of the Communist International, which met in Moscow from July 19th to August 7th. Now, unlike the extremely ad hoc First Congress, which was not even sure if it could count itself as a founding Congress, this Second Congress had 218 delegates, including representatives from Germany and France, as well as 30 delegates representing Asian countries like India, China, Indonesia, and Korea. Now, Russia was still under a general Allied blockade, and delegates mostly had to sneak their way across the various borders using smugglers or false passports. Once assembled, though, Lenin proposed to them 21 conditions for membership in the Communist International, which was going to set up the organizational basis for the final split with the Social Democrats and other moderate socialist groups. And more than anything, Lenin wanted this Congress to be the final divorce between the Communists and the Social Democrats. So point 7 read, "The parties that wish to belong to the Communist International have the obligation of recognizing the necessity of a complete break with reformism and centrist politics, and of spreading this break among the widest possible circles of their party members." Then point 15 read, "Parties that have still retained their old social democratic programs have the obligation of changing those programs as quickly as possible and working out a new communist program corresponding to the particular conditions in the country and in accordance with the decisions of the Communist International. The point was to create a strong, clear, independent, and uncompromising communist identity that would lead them away from the traps of reformism and social chauvinism, which in their minds had been the fatal virus that had infected the Second International. Representing the appearance of the delegates from the Asian countries, the Second Congress of the Communist International is also where we first start getting the idea floated that maybe the path to global communist revolution did not lay west towards Berlin and Paris, but instead east into places like China and India, where they would be able to completely destabilize the European imperial order. The delegates agreed to support national liberation movements in all their forms, whether they were explicitly communist or not, because destabilizing European imperialism could only help the larger communist cause. While in Moscow, the delegates eagerly followed daily reports from the front lines of the Polish-Soviet War as the Red Army approached Warsaw. It led them all to believe that this new Communist International might be on the verge of completely displacing the newly formed League of Nations, which they obviously considered nothing more than a front for imperialist capitalism. Meanwhile, in the corridors of Western power, that is, the headquarters of all those imperialist capitalists, the leaders of the Allies were getting awfully frustrated by the people of Eastern Europe, because they seemed to be taking this whole notion of self-determination literally. Neither the French nor the British were enthused about all these border wars in Eastern and Central Europe, and they were very put out by countries like Poland, which were meant to be little more than grateful client states of Britain and France, but who ignored them and chased their own ambitions. So yes, the French provided the Poles with money and munitions and officers to fight the Russians, but they were very annoyed by the fact that all of this aid was being used for offensive operations beyond the Curzon Line. Aggressive Polish ambitions in Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania had invited this counteroffensive by the Russian communists, who might now march all the way to the border with Germany and completely disrupt the post-war political settlements the Allies had put in place, and maybe even drag them into a war with Russia that neither the French nor especially the British wanted. With the Polish army falling back and the Red Army advancing, the Poles now went to the Allies and asked for help negotiating an end to the conflict, which the Allies agreed to on the condition that Polish forces withdraw to the border intended to delineate their eastern ethnographic frontier, arbitrarily determined to be the aforementioned Curzon Line. Further, the Poles had to agree that all territorial disputes in the borderlands between Poland and Russia would be left to the Allies to decide. They would be the ones who decided who went where, not the people on the ground. On July 11th, British Foreign Secretary George Curzon, he of the Curzon Line, sent a telegram to Russian Commissar of Foreign Affairs Georgy Chicherin, requesting the Red Army halt at the Bug River and accept it as a temporary border with Poland, implying that the Allies would actively aid the Poles to defend this line if Russia kept advancing. On July 17th, Chicherin rejected the British mediation offer and declared that Russia would only negotiate directly with Poland. Frankly, the Allies had no business meddling in Eastern European affairs and had no right to go around drawing boundaries. Both the British and the French responded to this with more definitive promises of aid to the Polish army, and at the end of July, they sent what is called the Inter-Allied Mission to Poland. The Allied governments assumed that this mission would take a leading role in the Polish War, that they would become something of a de facto general staff of the Polish army. But when they got there, they found that the Poles, for all their aid requests, were uninterested in simply taking orders from British or French officers. And the French managed to bungle their relationship with the Poles even further, and they encouraged the Polish government to recognize and support the Russian whites in Crimea, now led by Pyotr Wrangel. We'll talk more about this next week. But Russian white policy continued to deny the right of independent Poland to even exist. So the French were not exactly winning friends and allies among the Polish leadership. The Red Army, meanwhile, captured Brest on July 29th and then reached the Bug River on July 30th. Now, the Bug River does have some historical significance as a loose geographical dividing line between east and west, with those east of the river tending to be Orthodox Christian, while those on the west side of the river being Catholic. And it meant that if the Red Army crossed this river, that they would be moving into territory that was well beyond their cultural limits. Suddenly, the framework of this being a patriotic war of national defense hopped over to the other side. Whereas in the spring, Russian patriotism was mobilized to defend against the foreign invasion of the Poles, Now it was Polish patriotism being mobilized to defend against foreign invasion by the Russians. Now, like any army of this type, the Red Army attempted to portray itself as a liberating army, freeing the peasants and the workers of Poland from the clutches of the old landed aristocracy and the new exploitive capitalists. But, as always, liberation at bayonet point is a pretty tough sell, especially because the Russians were now the ones with long extended supply lines operating well beyond their own home frontiers and forced to feed and supply themselves by local requisitioning. So, when the Red Army showed up, the local Polish population did not see liberators, but oppressors and occupiers. As Lenin later lamented to German communist Clara Zetkin, they had to requisition bread from the Polish peasants and middle classes, and in the Red Army the Poles saw enemies, not brothers and liberators. The Poles thought and acted not in a social, revolutionary way, but as nationalists. The revolution in Poland, which we counted on, did not take place. What happened instead was that the Polish peasants and workers did not rally to the Red Army, but to the Polish army. Now, originally, the Russian plan was for the armies they had operating in Ukraine to come up and support the Western Army advancing on Warsaw. But this seemingly sensible and obvious approach was preempted by communist overconfidence. Still believing that the revolution in Poland they counted on would come to pass, and obviously lulled into believing the Red Army would just steamroll the Polish army, the Red Army in Ukraine was directed to capture the city of Lviv in far western Ukraine. The capture of Lviv would then be a launch point for further adventures abroad. This meant that instead of getting closer together, the two Russian armies out there grew further apart. The armies now approaching Warsaw were left unsupported due to a misreading of the situation, and it cost them badly needed reinforcements. There's a good case to be made that it cost them the Battle of Warsaw. Now, just before the final battle, Polish and Soviet negotiators met in Minsk to possibly hammer out a ceasefire. But the Russians, riding high on their momentum, issued demands that were far too harsh for the Poles to accept, as it would turn Poland into a Soviet-dependent state. So talks went nowhere. All matters would be decided on the battlefield, and it would all come down to the Battle of Warsaw. The Battle of Warsaw was a huge affair, with somewhere between 225,000 and 275,000 troops participating, evenly split between the two sides. After advancing toward the city over several days, the Red Army launched its final assault on the city on August 12th. The plan was to send one force directly west towards Warsaw, while others would sweep up around and cross the Vistula River north to outflank and surround the capital. But the fighting by the Poles was much stiffer than the Russians anticipated. The people were not rallying to the Red Army or to the Communist Revolution, but to the defense of their homeland. Within a few days, it was obvious the Red battle plan wasn't going according to plan. The armies down in Ukraine were ordered to go northwest to reinforce the assault, but General Budyny, apparently following orders from Comrade Stalin, refused to obey. Stalin was one of the leading political commissars down on the Ukrainian front, and he had his own political and military ambitions. He seems to have been seduced by the idea that the Poles were already as good as defeated, and he didn't want to get stuck in a merely supportive role in an all but guaranteed victory up by Warsaw, and instead insisted they continue to focus on capturing the city of Lviv, partly to stick laurels in his own cap. But with the Red Army around Warsaw actually badly in need of reinforcements, Stalin and Budyny missed the chance to be the glorious saviors of the cause who rode in to save the day. After several days spent fending off the Russians, Pilsudski launched an all-or-nothing counterattack that would sweep up and around from the south and come at the Red Army from the rear. He launched this attack on August the 16th, and in the midst of the fighting, the Red Army broke into confused retreat. Different armies and divisions broke in completely different directions. Two of the main armies apparently disintegrated entirely. The Red Army High Command was cut off from accurate communications with their forces in the field, and they issued commands that had little or nothing to do with the actual strategic or tactical situation facing their soldiers. Disoriented and demoralized and hit from all sides, the Red Army started falling back from Warsaw in disarray. Their sure victory turned into a massive and stunning defeat. As late as August 19th, the Red High Command tried to hold the line and regroup for another assault, but it was already too late. Their units were spread out far and wide, cut off from each other, many of them in chaotic retreat. Tens of thousands of Russian soldiers simply gave up and surrendered around Warsaw. Tens of thousands more wound up crossing the border into East Prussia, where they were detained and interned by the Germans. The estimated Russian losses in the Battle of Warsaw were something like 10,000 killed, 500 missing, 30,000 wounded, and 66,000 taken prisoner. It was, by all accounts, a devastating military defeat. It was also a shocking turnaround from the high hopes they had had just a few days earlier. The Reds believed they were about to capture all of Poland, and now they were falling back hundreds of miles east to the Niemen River in Belarus. The Battle of Warsaw was a huge victory for the Poles, and for Pilsudski in particular, who had been enduring heavy criticism for his handling of the war to date, though his critics were eager to deny him even this great victory, and they called the Battle of Warsaw the miracle on the Vistula, and they attributed the salvation of Poland to divine providence, and specifically the Virgin Mary, rather than the political and military acumen of Józef Pilsudski. So with the Polish army once again advancing while the Red Army retreated, we can see that the Polish-Soviet War unfolded as a great sloshing back and forth of armies across Eastern Europe. First, the Red Army had sloshed west over the winter of 1918-1919 during the Target Vistula days. This triggered the counter-slosh east as the Polish army advanced in the summer of 1919, and the Red Army fell back, until the front line was practically on the Russian border by the spring of 1920. Then there was the counter-slosh back west as the Red Army advanced and the Polish army retreated all the way to the gates of Warsaw by the summer of 1920. And now, here in the late summer and early fall of 1920, we have the final counter-slosh back east. The Poles pushed the Reds back across the Bug River, which just a few weeks earlier the Allies had tried to get the Red Army not to cross, and which maybe at this point the Red Army kind of wishes it hadn't crossed. The Russians then tried to make a stand around the city of Grondo on the Niemen River, but in the subsequent battles at the end of September, the second largest battles after the Battle of Warsaw, the Red Army was again outflanked and forced to retreat deeper into Belarus. By now, the Poles were also on the march down in Ukraine, and they forced the whole front line of the Polish-Soviet War hundreds of miles east by the beginning of October. This sudden about-face and the miracle of the Vistula led both sides to reconsider peace. Now, Pilsudski was adamantly opposed to making a peace with Russia. He believed he had the Red Army on the run, and his dream of that vast Polish-led Intermarium Confederation still burned in his heart. But most Polish leaders believed that would be a mistake. They had just stared total annihilation in the face, and now that they had restored some geographic breathing room for themselves, they sought only the confirmation of a sovereign and independent Poland recognized by Russia. Over in Russia, some quarters of the communist leadership believed in trying to regroup and keep fighting. Poland was, after all, still the land bridge to Germany, a bridge that had to be crossed in order to carry out international communist revolution, and had they wanted to, they probably still could have kept fighting. Their Western forces were in a state of disarray at the moment, but they still had millions of soldiers under arms spread throughout Russia. Had they really wanted to, they could have regrouped and launched a counter-slosh in the spring of 1921. But the ever-practical Lenin believed that this might be nothing less than political suicide, that if they tried it, they wouldn't make it through the winter. As we'll discuss more next week, the burdens of war communism were becoming intolerable to the people of Russia, and as Lenin said to Clara Zetkin, "I myself believe that our position did not force us to make a peace at any price. We could have held out over the winter, but I thought it wiser to come to terms with the enemy. The temporary sacrifice of a hard peace appeared to me to be preferable to a continuation of the war. Soviet Russia can only win if it shows that it carries on war to defend the revolution, that it has no intention to seize land, suppress nations, or embark on imperialist adventure. But ought we, above all, unless absolutely compelled, to have exposed the Russian people to the terror and suffering of another winter of war? No. The thought of the agonies of another winter of war were unbearable. We had to make a peace." By October 1920, then, leaders in both Poland and Russia concluded they wanted to end the war. And when their respective negotiators sat down in the city of Riga, they were both looking for a stable peace, rather than the fulfillment of all their heart's desires. Both sides, in fact, abandoned their primary objectives. The Poles gave up on the idea of expanding their borders to the old limits of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the Russians gave up on the idea of trying to install a communist regime in Poland. A preliminary ceasefire was signed on October 12th, which took effect on October 18th. Now, there was still some sporadic fighting and jockeying for position over the winter of 1920-1921, but both sides were ultimately committed to ending the war and settling into the negotiated peace that left neither with what they wanted, but with enough to walk away clean. Poland put its army on peacetime footing in January, before the final peace treaty was even signed, partly because the Red Army had begun a program of mass demobilization before the winter even set in. Though the final peace treaty would not be signed until March 1921, the Polish-Soviet War was over. The immediate impact of the Polish-Soviet War and its lasting legacy are mostly about what didn't happen, rather than what did. Because when you look at the final maps of the Treaty of Riga, after all this sloshing about, everyone is kinda right back where they started. Something like 100,000 people were killed. There was massive material and economic devastation. There was uncalculatable traumas inflicted on both soldiers and civilians as the armies marched back and forth across Eastern Europe. And for what? Kinda looks like for nothing. Kinda looks like they could have done none of that and wound up in exactly the same place. So the legacy of the war is wrapped up in the fact that it headed off the dramatic scenarios that would have resulted from a clear victory for either side. Polish victory might have led to a legitimately resurgent Poland occupying a massive space on the maps of Europe, no longer a contested borderland between Germany, Austria, and Russia, but a major power in its own right, ascendant at a time when Germany, Austria, and Russia were all reeling from the collapse of their respective empires. Who knows how that would have changed the near future of European war and diplomacy. On the other hand, and this is the legacy more commonly pointed to, had the Red Army won the Battle of Warsaw and successfully installed a communist regime in Poland, who knows what they might have accomplished in neighboring Germany. Maybe their communist revolution would have kept marching to Berlin and then to Paris and London. With this threat on the table, the Allies probably would have been forced into a direct war with Russia they did not want, but which they probably would have deemed unavoidable to prevent Western Europe from going red. As it stands, the Battle of Warsaw is treated in some quarters as one of the most important battles in European history, as the moment when communism was blocked from entering Western Europe. And certainly we can see a clear departure in both domestic and foreign policy in Russia come the spring of 1921. These changes were not entirely caused by the defeat in Warsaw, but certainly they were very much informed by it. Now, all this talk of the miracle on the Vistula halting the spread of evil atheist communism can obviously go too far, especially because it's not clear how much even a victorious Russia, at that time and under the conditions that prevailed in 1921, would have been able to truly exert their authority over a hypothetically communist Poland, nor how much support the local Polish communists would have even had. Which is to say, once installed, they might have been overthrown in a fortnight. And so yes, the Battle of Warsaw is the historical moment when the spread of communism is halted, but it's by no means the only possible historical moment when that might have happened. But hypotheticals aside, the Battle of Warsaw was that moment. It was the historical moment when the spread of communism was halted, and it is thus a critical moment in the timeline of the Russian Revolution and European history. Now next week, we'll turn our attention back to domestic concerns in Russia, as Lenin himself was already doing as he pushed to make peace with Poland. Since October 1917, the Communists had imposed a harsh reign on the people of Russia. 3 years of emergency conditions and ongoing war had justified those conditions, but the people were getting awfully sick of the burdens imposed on them, and going into the winter of 1920-1921, the most acute threat to the communist government in Moscow was not the Allies or conservative whites or the Poles, but the very workers and peasants on whose behalf they claimed to rule. Episode 10.92, Long Live the Bolsheviks, Death to the Communists. Last time we followed the Polish-Soviet War to the ceasefire that effectively ended the fighting in mid-October 1920. This week we need to turn our attention back to events inside Russia, because one of the big reasons Lenin was so keen to bring the Polish-Soviet War to an end before winter set in was because things were not going so great on the home front. In the 3 years since the October Revolution, the people of Russia had endured enormous hardships and borne often horrendous treatment by the communist regime because they all faced enemies, foreign and domestic, which threatened to overthrow the communists. And as we've seen over and over again, for all the faults of the communists, the workers and peasants of Russia always seemed to rate them as the lesser evil. Well, by the middle of 1920, most of those enemies seemed to be defeated, and with no greater evil to hold up in comparison, the workers and peasants of Russia appraised the communists on their own merits with an undistracted eye, and found them wanting. And so the communists now faced threats not from white armies or Western allies or rival neighbors, but from their own people. But before we get into all that, we do need to wrap up one major loose end, because throughout 1920 there was still a white army out there in the field keeping the flame of civil war burning. After the failure of the Moscow Directive campaign in 1919, General Duncan resigned his command and departed Russia, and he named as his successor General Pyotr Wrangel, who had been one of his best generals and who had since established a base in Crimea, making the peninsula the last bit of territory under white control. In the spring of 1920, Wrangel had about 30 to 35,000 troops left under his command, but he appeared, at least on the surface, to understand that the biggest reason the whites had been losing the Civil War was due to their political strategies, not their military strategies. The problem, as I just mentioned, is that the people of Russia always seemed to consider the whites to be a greater evil than the reds. So he declared his intention to wage a different kind of war. It is not by triumphal march from Crimea to Moscow that Russia can be freed, he told the press from his base in Crimea, but by the creation, on no matter how small a fragment of Russian soil, of such a government with such conditions of life that the Russian people now groaning under the red yoke will inevitably submit to its attractions. What this meant was showing the people that the whites did not represent the restoration of the old Tsarist regime, and more importantly, that they did not stand for undoing all the land redistribution that had gone on since 1917. And he later said in his memoirs, the question had to be settled for an important psychological reason. We had to tear the enemy's principal weapon of propaganda from him. We had to allay the peasant suspicions that our object in fighting the Reds was none other than to restore the rights of the great landed proprietors and to take reprisals against those who had infringed on those rights. So, okay, so far, so good, he's got a good bead on what's gone wrong. But even as Wrangel asserted the necessity of demonstrating their benign intentions and their understanding of the needs of the people of Russia, the officers and politicians and officials who surrounded him failed in this basic task. So, for example, they finally did publish a land law in late May that, at least on its surface, appeared to be something that would reconcile them to the realities of post-revolutionary Russia, but in pages and pages of fine print, the land transfers would require annual payments to the dispossessed former landlords that might take a generation or more to pay off. It also looked like, in many cases, people wouldn't even get that far. There were 1,000 tiny loopholes written in that would allow former owners to exempt their specific properties from all these transfers. So even as Wrangel trumpeted the need to recognize the needs of the peasants, the people around him just couldn't bring themselves to acknowledge the revolution in land. More visibly, they couldn't bring themselves to play nice, to demonstrate that they were not out to take reprisals against those who had supported the revolution. So in Crimea, Wrangel's government initiated a low-grade white terror aimed at anyone who was even mildly critical of the whites. They imprisoned thousands of workers and peasants for suspected Bolshevik sympathies. Hundreds were summarily executed for alleged subversive activities. Included in these roundups were also staunchly liberal journalists and professionals who had been loudly anti-communist since 1917 and had spent the last few years serving in the ranks of the whites. But the men around Wrangel lumped them all together and refused to recognize a difference between liberalism and communism. So, if the goal was to deliver, quote, such a government with such conditions of life that the Russian people now groaning under the red yoke will inevitably submit to its attractions, then they were failing miserably, and would thus fail miserably. On the military front, Wrangel initially planned no offensive operations. He just wanted to hold on to Crimea and grow political support slowly and steadily by offering a superior alternative to the communists. His army numbered in the tens of thousands, against a Red Army that was now peaking at 5 million soldiers by the summer of 1920. But his calculations changed when the Poles invaded Ukraine. With the Red Army now forced to turn its attention to their western front, their southern front was clearly vulnerable. So on June 6th, Wrangel launched a little military operation, moving troops both by land and sea up into mainland Russia, aiming to move further into the region around the Don River. The Reds, of course, were so focused on their war with Poland that the Whites got away with this. And for whatever marginal gain it offered him militarily, it cost him politically. Old patriotic officers like General Brusilov were appalled Wrangel would be so cynical as to launch an attack while Russia fought for its life against Poland. So as the Russians mobilized under patriotic banners in the spring and summer of 1920, it was easy to paint Wrangel as a tool of foreign powers, fighting mostly for his own self-aggrandizement at the cost of Mother Russia herself. If he intended to win the Civil War by playing politics, Wrangel was off to a terrible start. Now, when you step back and look at the big picture, it is pretty wild that even at this late hour, the Whites couldn't muster a superior alternative to the Red Yoke, because the Red Yoke was getting awfully uncomfortable, very heavy, and often fatal. The policies the communists had pursued since 1917 to survive the various crises they faced were becoming truly intolerable. Now granted, after 6+ years of World War, Civil War, and social revolution, it is not fair to lay the blame for the devastation of the Russian economy, or the suffering of the Russian people, solely at the feet of the communists. But as the military emergencies passed in 1920, people did want to know what the communists were going to do about all this. Were they going to continue the oppressive regime of war communism or transition to some new policies? Because while the Reds had always represented the lesser of two evils, the lesser of two evils is still evil. And so the Reds were going to have to start providing better answers than, hey, at least we're better than the Whites. The general collapse of the Russian economy since the beginning of World War I was vast and deep. The material devastation of its industry and infrastructure had taken Russia back practically to the days before the Vita boom of the 1890s. Crisscrossing armies, political mismanagement, general unrest, chaos, sabotage, and accidents had left Russia's industrial sector in complete ruins. Coal production was just 25% what it had been in 1913. Oil fields were operating at a third of their pre-war level. Mining operations for other vital resources were just a fraction of what they had been. The Allied naval blockades that were only just now beginning to let up had prevented the importation of technology, machinery, replacement parts, and a host of other necessary goods that Russia had relied upon to build up its industrial sector in the first place. So factories that might otherwise have been running had to cut back on production due to a shortage of both supplies and fuel. Exacerbating all this was the devastation to the railroads. Various armies, guerrilla partisans, and terrorist cells had destroyed bridges, torn up rail lines, and blown up engines. This was on top of the virtual cessation of regular maintenance and upkeep. So the transportation networks of Russia were running at just a fraction of what they had been before the war. So even if there had been an abundance of fuel and materials, it was just extremely difficult to get anything anywhere else. So by the end of 1920, this all added up to the fact that industrial output in Russia was running at just 20% what it had been in 1913. All of this meant the industrial working class of Russia, the political and economic base of communism, was in terrible shape. Life in the cities was horrendous. The scarcity of food and fuel and the necessities of life was at least as bad as it had been in the lead-up to the February Revolution. The communists had continued to print paper rubles with reckless abandon, making wages paid in money effectively worthless. By the end of 1920, the purchasing power of wages for factory workers in Petrograd had fallen to less than 10% what they had been before World War I, a time, let's not forget, when the cities were constantly on the verge of revolutionary insurrection. And mostly, workers now had to be paid with ration cards for food or allotments of physical goods that could then be bartered for other things, because Russia was now operating almost entirely on an in-kind economy. And that was even if you could get work to be paid for. With factories shutting down or reducing to part-time production, hundreds of thousands of workers were left underemployed or unemployed. Unable to survive in the city, they mostly decamped in the direction of their ancestral villages. Between October 1917 and August 1920, the population of Petrograd went from over 2 million to just 750,000. Moscow, meanwhile, lost 50% of its population over the same period. As you may recall, communism is supposed to come about when the unstoppable growth of modern industry turns all the rural peasants into urban proletarians. Well, after 3 years of communist revolution in Russia, the exact opposite had happened. The urban proletariat was turning back into rural peasants, and this was going to be a problem for the communist regime in Moscow. Those workers who remained workers, meanwhile, were getting awfully pissed at where the communist regime in Moscow was taking the revolution that had allegedly been waged on their behalf. The initial Bolshevik decrees of late 1917 had promised worker empowerment, control over factories, and a general democratization of management. But this had given way to a system of nationalized ownership, centralized management, and the reintroduction of hierarchical systems, where the bosses made all the rules, and the workers were supposed to just put their heads down and comply. Now, for years, all of this had been justified by the never-ending emergency of civil war, because everybody did understand that it would be worse if the whites restored the capitalists to power. But now this threat was receding, and the justification for mistreatment of the workers was receding with it. And so in 1920, labor unrest started to grow. In the first half of 1920, 3/4 of all Russian factories were hit by some kind of strike, and their angry resentment intensified when the communist authorities greeted these strikes not with friendly understanding, but angry crackdowns. Striking workers were punished harshly. They were arrested. Their leaders were often shot by the Cheka, who, in the eyes of the working classes, were now becoming virtually indistinguishable from the Tsar's Okhrana, except perhaps that the Cheka was more brutal. And the thing is, the Bolsheviks had never intended to implement the system of worker-owned and operated factories that their declarations of 1917 seemed to indicate. And in retrospect, we can all see clearly that those declarations were mostly about securing support from the workers for the October Revolution. But some members of the Communist Party, particularly those around Trotsky, now laid plans to move beyond even the basic nationalization and centralization program. In Trotsky's estimation, the one institution that had really shined over the past several years was the Red Army. Trotsky believed that the military might now serve as the model for the economy as a whole. That if they wanted to avoid capitalist trappings like wages and markets and profit to drive economic production, that a good alternative might be adopting the methods, discipline, and organization of the army. Trotsky firmly believed that had the Red Army continued to rely on volunteers to fill its ranks, an army-wide democracy to make decisions, that they would have lost the Civil War. That while the move to forced conscription, professionalization, and iron discipline may not have been popular, it had been the thing that brought them victory. So now Trotsky envisioned a similar move in the civilian economy. He wanted to make the central government akin to a general staff, planning campaigns and battles, and organizing the people into companies and brigades and divisions to carry out orders. Trotsky envisioned the militarization of the economy in quite literal terms. If shoes needed to be manufactured or railroads built or timber cut down, then Soviet leaders could draw up a plan to go win these battles on what was now referred to as the economic front. So as the Red Army campaigns against Admiral Kolchak and General Denikin wound down at the beginning of 1920, Trotsky reorganized soldiers who were on the verge of demobilization into what were called labor armies. The first labor army was formed in January 1920, the second labor army formed in February. They were put to work chopping timber, repairing railroads, procuring food, all under strict military discipline. Trotsky's plans, however, were not universally embraced by his fellow comrades, and indeed a growing number sympathized with the workers, who were, after all, supposed to be the main beneficiaries of the socialist revolution, and instead seemed to be as maltreated and exploited as ever, and were now going to be conscripted against their will into an economic war. The militarization scheme would only make things worse. Would a justified strike be marked down as disobeying orders? Would somebody who slept in for work be considered a deserter and shot on sight? This was all crazy. So a group loosely organized itself into what we now call the Workers' Opposition, those who wanted to defend the proletariat as human beings, as workers, rather than as some abstract entity that justified the communist regime. As a practical objective, the Workers' Opposition focused on maintaining the independence and autonomy of labor unions. And leaders like Trotsky now treated unions as anachronisms. They were necessary under capitalism to organize the workers and grow power, but now that the Communist Party was in power, and they were the party of the workers, unions were unnecessary. They should in fact be subordinated to the state, because the state was, after all, run by the party of the workers. Now, intellectually this all sounds very neat, but those Communist Party members who had come from the working classes rather than from the intelligentsia were not so convinced. A guy called Alexander Shlipnikov, who had risen as a labor leader in Petrograd's Vyborg district to become the first commissar of labor, was at the forefront of this movement. He was joined by Sergei Medvedev, who had started working in factories as a teenager back before the revolution of 1905. And then at the beginning of 1921, they were joined by Alexandra Kollontai, who was not exactly working class, but who had become a leading critic inside the inner circle of the Communist Party against the kind of authoritarian bureaucracy that appeared to be setting in. The Workers' Opposition planned to fight tooth and nail to prevent all of this from becoming permanent. Now, if the workers in the city were getting disillusioned with the communists, the peasants out in rural Russia were already well past furious. They had been enduring forced requisitioning for years, and as the wars continued and the economy collapsed, things only got worse. Confrontations between peasants and the food detachments were often bitter and bloody. Soldiers ransacked villages, abusing men, women, and children. They held family members for ransom until withheld grain was produced. This often led the peasants to simply stop working the fields to produce anything more than what they needed for their basic survival, because the food detachments were only supposed to be carting off their surpluses. If they didn't make surpluses, there wouldn't be anything to cart off. This contributed to a general collapse in the agricultural sector, paralleling the collapse in the industrial sector. By 1920, the amount of land that was being harvested in Russia had dropped to about 60% of what it had been prior to World War I. Now, general chaos, death, famine, and crisscrossing armies had done their bit to drive so much land out of cultivation, but with the realities of war communism leaving the peasants without any incentive whatsoever to grow more food than they absolutely needed, they just stopped doing it. This, unfortunately, caused even worse problems. The communists now took it for granted that the peasants were deliberately hiding their excess grain, and so they set their demands accordingly. So, though yes, the peasants did absolutely hide food and fodder, in the big picture, food detachments were now coming in and calling surplus things that were not actually surplus. It was just the food they needed to live on. Lenin later admitted as much and said, "The essence of war communism was that we actually took from the peasant all his surpluses, and sometimes not only the surpluses, but part of the grain the peasant needed for food. We took this in order to meet the requirements of the army and to sustain the workers." So, obviously, the leadership in Moscow considers this all regrettable but necessary. The peasants considered it infuriating and cruel. And so, they started fighting back. In 1918, roughly 2,000 food requisitioners were killed by angry peasants. In 1919, that number grew to 5,000. By 1920, it had grown to 8,000, and general revolt was very much in the air. Contributing to the peasant anger was the communist response to the agricultural shortfalls, and that was the introduction of collective farms. Now, we are not yet to the truly infamous collectivization process, but as we've previously discussed, the Bolsheviks had always been aiming for nationalization of all the land and centralized administration of large industrial farms. They believed that was the future of post-revolutionary Russia. Their adoption of the SR land program, which called for giving the land directly to the peasants, had always been a temporary program to win peasant support in the wake of the October Revolution. Lenin absolutely admitted as much at the time. Now, initially, the peasants very much took possession of the land in their neighborhoods, but as the Communist Party found its footing and the Soviet regime entrenched itself a bit, they started holding back certain estates, and reorganizing them to run as collective farms, often worked by those unemployed laborers who were fleeing the cities. By December 1920, there were 16,000 state-run farms encompassing nearly 10 million acres of land with 1 million people working them. All of this was an affront to the local peasants who expected and demanded to take that land over. In 1920, the low-grade resistance and skirmishing started blowing up into much bigger rebellions. Hundreds of little local uprisings broke out across Soviet territory, in Ukraine, around the Volga River, over in western Siberia, down in the Caucasus. It really looks like as soon as the peasants were confident that the whites were gone and no longer threatened to overthrow the revolution completely, that it was safe to start resisting the communists, to start fighting over what post-revolutionary Russia ought to look like. And as we've seen before, they often rose up under banners like Soviets without communists. But always and everywhere, they demanded an end to the forced requisitioning and the food detachments. Moderate demands were for a regularly assessed tax, with the peasants then allowed to trade or sell whatever surplus was left over. More radical demands were for the complete overthrow of the communists. In plenty of places, the rebranding of the Bolsheviks as the communists had never been fully appreciated, and so they would rise up shouting things like, "Long live the Bolsheviks, death to the communists," because they believed they were two separate groups, that the Bolsheviks had given them land, and now these treacherous communists were trying to take it away. The most immediately threatening of these peasant uprisings broke out in the Tambov region southeast of Moscow. This is the spot I mentioned a few episodes back that was so alienated by their treatment at the hands of the whites in 1919 that the locals offered the whites no support against the Reds, even though they were going to launch a huge uprising against the Reds just a year later. Well, here we are. It's a year later. The uprising started in August 1920, when food detachments came around demanding allotments that would leave the locals with just about 10% of what they would actually need to survive. When the Red soldiers got violent and beat an old man to death in front of an entire village, the villagers got real mad. They were really, really mad because the grain that they had been abused into handing over was then taken to a nearby train depot, where it sat and rotted on account of how crummy the train system had become. As the uprising in Tambov spread, old guard SRs started coming out of the woodwork to take over. The most important of these leaders was Alexander Antonov, a radical left SR who had been driven underground after his party's break with the Bolsheviks, and who had prosecuted a low-grade terrorist campaign ever since. He had been sentenced to death by the communists, and had attained a certain cult status as he managed to continuously outwit, outfox, and escape his communist pursuers. As there were only about 3,000 total Red Army soldiers garrisoning the whole province, Antonov was able to effectively overwhelm both them and the initial reinforcements sent in to support them. By the time the fall of 1920 arrived, Antonov's insurrectionary army was numbering in the tens of thousands, and they were waging a full-blown and highly effective guerrilla war. Their movement would still be growing unchecked by the end of 1920, and they organized a political apparatus to go along with it called the League of Working Peasants. This league issued a manifesto in December 1920 that demanded not just free trade and free movement of goods, and of course the end of grain requisitioning, but also a litany of SR-inspired ideas, points that the Bolsheviks had once upon a time readily endorsed, but had long since abandoned. For example, the convening of a democratically elected constituent assembly, worker control of factories, self-determination for all nationalities of the former Russian Empire, guarantees of political and civil liberties, and of course, the full implementation of the law on socialization of the land, which is to say confirming the Land Decree of 1917 as the law of the land and abandoning nationalization, centralization, and collectivization. Antonov's rebels in Tambov fought under the red flag, and they clearly posed a major threat to the communists going into 1921, because unlike the whites, they offered an extremely popular socialist program for the future of Russia, one that might tend to make the communists the greater of two evils. To wrap this up today, we'll go back to where we started, with Pyotr Wrongiel's little white army hovering around down in the south. Now, since this is about to be the end of them, I don't want to leave without noting one last time how extremely funny it is that even with all of this popular anger against the communists, people being so angry at them that they are going into open rebellion, that none of those insurrectionary groups even considered joining forces with the whites. They just wouldn't do it. Because even now, the Reds may be bad, but the whites were even worse. And so Wrongiel's little push up out of Crimea never went anywhere or accomplished anything. His strategy to win the war politically did not so much fall on deaf ears as on the ears of people who could still hear loud and clear what the whites represented. And so he garnered no popular support. Nobody new joined him. Nobody old rejoined him. And so as the Polish-Soviet War cooled off in October 1920, the Red Army could turn its attention south with an overwhelming vengeance. They were able to turn 130,000 men against just 35,000 whites and easily push them back into Crimea. The frontal brunt of this Red attack was joined by Nestor Makhno's Black Army, even though up in Ukraine the Reds and the Blacks were already at each other's throats again. That is how much they collectively hated the whites. So after falling back, the whites held the geographically defensible isthmus into Crimea, but Wrongiel had concluded the one shot he had of emerging victorious in the Civil War had now been fired, and it had missed. The defense of Crimea was entirely about buying time for his people to evacuate. In late October and early November 1920, 150,000 refugees congregated at several Crimean ports and boarded more than 100 British, French, and Russian ships, most of them bound for Constantinople. After everyone got away, Wrongiel himself boarded a ship on November the 11th, a ship poetically dubbed the General Kornilov. And like Duncan before him, Wrongiel departed Russia for permanent exile. The last White Army had given up and left. A sad epilogue to this story is that General Brusilov, who had been genuinely irritated at Wrongiel for attacking during the war against Poland, and was himself living proof that the Reds accepted patriotic defections, the communists distributed flyers in Crimea over Brusilov's signature, telling officers if they did not evacuate but stayed in Russia and joined the Reds, that they would be fine. They would be integrated into the army. A couple hundred did so. They believed what was written in the flyer. But when the Red Army showed up, they were all arrested and summarily shot. One last little atrocity in a civil war defined by mutual atrocities. So going into the winter of 1920-1921, the military threats to Soviet Russia were really receding into the rearview mirror. And the main threat to the communists was now from all of those worker and peasant uprisings. And with the military emergencies over, something was going to have to give. But unfortunately, it would not give soon enough. And next week, the greatest threat to the communists would not be their ideological and class enemies, nor even the peasants and workers who had supported the revolution without ever being card-carrying Bolsheviks, but instead, from their closest friends and most steadfast allies. No single group had been more important to the Bolsheviks, more stalwart in their support, who boasted more impeccable revolutionary credentials than the sailors of Kronstadt. But next week, their patience too will finally snap, and they will break, angry and disillusioned, into revolt. Episode 10.93, The Kronstadt Rebellion. When the third anniversary of the October Revolution rolled around in November 1920, the communist regime was simultaneously, and paradoxically, more secure and more insecure than it had ever been. The Red Army had pushed back all the various military threats, so after years of operating under the emergency conditions of wartime, Lenin's government found itself entering, for the first time, a period of external peace. But as we discussed last week, just as those emergency conditions of wartime evaporated, the justification for the harsh and deeply unpopular policies of war communism evaporated with them. The communists now faced a new and equally dangerous task, justifying themselves to the people of Russia without being able to point to some outside threat as being even worse. They would now sink or swim on the merits of their own program. But discontentment, disenchantment, and disillusionment with the communists was bursting forth all across Russia. Workers in the cities, peasants in the countryside, nationalities in the former peripheral parts of the Russian Empire, all of them boiled with anger, heated by their own specific list of grievances, and all of them threatened the communist hold on power. Then, in March 1921, the communists faced an unexpected threat from one of their most reliable allies, the sailors of the Kronstadt naval base. Now, as you will recall from the big run of episodes on the revolutions of 1917, the Kronstadt sailors played a major role in all those events. Heavily influenced by the tenets of anarchism and Bolshevism, they were ever eager to use violent means to push the revolution towards radical ends. And as much as anyone, the sailors truly believed the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," a slogan that had driven the conflicts of 1917 all the way to the climax in October. Along with the machine gunners of the Vyborg district, the Kronstadt sailors were the shock troops of the Bolsheviks. Trotsky called them the pride and glory of the revolution. And for the Kronstadt sailors, the revolution meant the overthrow of all forms of authoritarian, dictatorial, and centralized control. They rooted their revolution in the self-organized Soviets of workers' and peasants' deputies. Their own Soviet, which they formed after the February Revolution, turned the island base of Kronstadt into a virtually autonomous, self-governing island, resistant to all forms of outside authority. Given their deeply held revolutionary principles, there was never any doubt the sailors would support the communists against the whites during the Civil War, and when the headquarters of the Baltic Fleet were relocated to Kronstadt after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the communists could count on the fleet resting in extremely reliable hands. But that said, for the Kronstadt sailors, the Bolshevik declarations of late 1917 and early 1918, all power to the Soviets, worker control of the factories, land to the peasants, were taken both seriously and literally. So they were among those who bore the policy shifts of 1918, 1919, and 1920 to meet the crisis of the Civil War with gritted teeth. They endured the reprofessionalization of the military, the return of traditional military discipline, the consolidation of power by the Communist Party and the Communist Party alone, the political commissars appointed by the central government to fan out into all segments of Russian society and call the shots. None of this is what the Kronstadt sailors had anticipated in 1917. But there were certainly no major mutinies or rebellions during the Civil War, and the sailors fought courageously on the front lines, especially during the crisis year of 1919. So when Petrograd held celebrations on the third anniversary of the revolution in November 1920, the communist authorities featured the Kronstadt sailors front and center. They were still lauded as the pride and glory of the revolution. But under the surface all was not well. Most of what had gone on since the heroic days of 1917 contradicted the sailors' beliefs about what they were meant to be fighting for. Conflicts between the sailors and the communist commissars grew throughout 1920. For the population around Petrograd, that is, the civilian population, the army garrisons, the Kronstadt sailors, the civil wars were effectively over by the end of 1919 when they successfully pushed back that northwestern White Army that we talked about in episode 10.89. So in their immediate lived experience, the wartime emergency was little in evidence throughout 1920, even as the Polish-Soviet War heated up. So the question looming over the city and over the Kronstadt naval base is, when are we going to let up on all these authoritarian policies that had only been justified by the wartime emergency? Now, because the war was pretty much wound down in the Northwest by the winter of 1919-1920, the authorities started giving the sailors permission to go on extended furloughs home, to return to their hometowns and villages. A large proportion of the Kronstadt sailors were drawn from the Ukrainian peasantry, and the furloughs of 1920 afforded them the opportunity, for the first time, to see the effects of 3 years of war and revolution. It was the first time they were able to take the temperature of their friends and relatives about the Communist Party and what they were doing. And what they found shocked them. Disruptions to communications, combined with outright censorship and propaganda by the government, had kept the reality of the economic situation hidden from the sailors on their isolated island base. They discovered the peasants and workers of Russia, their friends and family, held the Communist Party in unconcealed contempt. The principal leader of the Kronstadt rebellion, a guy called Stepan Petroshenko, who we'll talk about more here in a second, said, "For years, the happenings at home while we were at the front or at sea were concealed by the Bolshevik censorship. When we returned home, our parents asked us why we fought for the oppressors. That set us thinking." But what took them from thinking to doing were events closer at hand. The conditions in Petrograd over the winter of 1920-1921 were absolutely miserable. As bad probably as the infamous winter of 1916-1917 that had set the whole revolution in motion in the first place. Although, with the critical caveat that the city was by now far less populated than it had been in 1917 and was no longer the political capital of Russia. But in material terms, it reads exactly like what was going on in 1916 and 1917. Food, fuel, and supply shortages became acute, as dwindling supplies could not reach the cities due to heavy snows and the broken train system that we discussed last week. On January 22, 1921, the Petrograd officials cut the already meager bread ration by 1/3 for all inhabitants of the city, and by February, 2/3 of the factories in Petrograd closed down due to a lack of fuel, leaving people further unemployed and plunging desperately into the abyss of fatal poverty. The working classes were hungry, freezing, and increasingly bitter. What really infuriated people is that they weren't allowed to take matters into their own hands. Communist policy banned trade as a feature of capitalist exploitation. So when the starving and freezing people of Petrograd fanned out from the city to scrounge for food and fuel, selling or trading whatever they could to get it, they had to dodge a network of armed checkpoints set up to stop quote-unquote speculators from carrying manufactured goods or other valuables out of the city or bringing food into it. The upshot of all this being that while the system of rational communist distribution had completely failed, people were being punished for trying to make up the shortfalls on their own initiative. And we're not talking about frivolous and unnecessary consumer goods here. We're talking about enough food so your family doesn't starve, and enough wood or coal so they don't freeze. It was, frankly, an insanely diabolical situation that the communist leadership themselves were right in the middle of recognizing as an insanely diabolical situation that needed to change. But as these things often go, it took direct action to get the government to recognize the insanely diabolical system that needed to change really needed to change, because it wasn't just bad for the people, it was bad for the people in charge. In the last week of February 1921, protests, demonstrations, and strikes erupted throughout Petrograd. Workers walked off the job and out into the streets, demanding an end to the policies of war communism. Local party officials, led by Zinoviev, initially brought down the stick. They banned public gatherings, imposed a curfew, closed factories with high concentrations of vocal protesters, and when that didn't quell the disturbances, they declared martial law and brought in dependable Red Army companies to patrol the streets and impose order. Thousands were arrested, including upwards of 500 union leaders and every known Menshevik, SR, and anarchist they could find, all of whom were trying to exploit the unrest to their own advantage. When word of all this reached the Kronstadt sailors, they became incensed on behalf of the Petrograd workers. They had always stood together in solidarity, and on February 26, crews of the two most radicalized ships in the Baltic Fleet, the Petropavlovsk and the Sevastopol, voted to send investigators into the city and report back on conditions. As with the furloughs back to their home villages, what they found infuriated them. The factories that were open were working under the watchful eye of armed guards. Military patrols roamed the streets to prevent any kind of further agitation. The jails were bursting with prisoners. Petroshenko said of the industrial districts of Petrograd, "One might have thought that these were not factories, but the forced labor prisons of Tsarist times." On February 28th, the investigators reported back to Kronstadt, and their own long-simmering anger finally boiled over. The way the communist leadership so casually exploited the peasants, mistreated the workers, abused rank-and-file sailors and soldiers. The way they had built a one-party dictatorship that saw Communist Party officials living fat, warm, and happy, while everyone else starved and froze. All of this had been justified, ever so barely justified, by the various wars, but those wars were now all in the past. Unless a major change in course was coming, it was impossible not to conclude that the senior leadership of the Communist Party was betraying the revolution for their own self-interest. The Kronstadt sailors resolved to resume their historical position as defenders of the revolution and force the communists into changing course. On the night of February 28th, the Committee of Sailors drafted a 15-point list of demands, the first of which leveled a broadside at the present regime's increasingly laughable claim that they represented the people of Russia. It said, "In view of the fact that the present Soviets do not express the will of the workers and peasants, we want to immediately hold new elections by secret ballot, with the election campaign to have full freedom of agitation among the workers and peasants." The rest of the list is notable for its focus on broad political, legal, and economic reforms, the release of political prisoners from those various other socialist parties, eliminating the system of political commissars, abolishing armed detachments composed exclusively of Communist Party members. They demanded freedom of trade and exchange both for peasants and for workers, and finally the right of the peasants to freely dispose of their land and the produce of their land. So the Kronstadt Rebellion was not merely a mutiny of sailors with parochial demands. We want better pay and better rations. They were casting themselves right from the start as the defenders of the people of Russia against the unjust, authoritarian conduct of the present communist regime. The name that headed the list of signatories to these demands was Stepan Petroshenko, the most charismatic and respected of all the leaders in Kronstadt. Born into a peasant family in Ukraine, Petroshenko only received 2 years of formal schooling before departing to go out and make his way in the world. He worked as a plumber before joining the Russian Navy in 1912. He served all through World War I, without getting blown up, and when the February Revolution hit, he was based on a small Estonian island the Russians had booted the native inhabitants off of and turned into a little naval fortress. Petroshenko himself was influenced by anarchist ideas, and he supported more radical revolutionary ends, and he absolutely welcomed the arrival of the October Revolution. When it did, he and his comrades formed a Soviet republic of soldiers and fortress builders to take over the little naval fortress they were running. Despite his lack of formal education, Petroshenko was clearly a bright guy who exuded charismatic authority, and so despite being only 25 years old, he was elected chairman of the council. This island, however, was abandoned by Russia after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and Petroshenko was reassigned to Kronstadt, serving on one of those infamously radical ships, the Petropavlovsk, as a senior clerk. He was a leader in calling for the investigation of conditions in Petrograd, and then helped draft and sign the 15-point demands that were about to stand as their revolutionary program. Over the first few days of March, the sailors in Kronstadt held a series of mass meetings at the main public square on the island, drawing about 15,000 to 20,000 people each. The Petrograd Communist Party sent out representatives to talk the sailors down, but their demeanor read far more as threatening and imperious than understanding and conciliatory. During one of these meetings, on March 2nd, 1921, somebody, and we do not know who and we do not know why, shouted out a warning that the communists had ordered a large company of armed soldiers to break up the assembly. Now, this was not implausible, and it sent the sailors into a frenzy of activity. They arrested the Communist Party representatives and then promptly elected a Provisional Revolutionary Committee to serve as the island's political and military authority. Then they prepared to defend themselves. Stepan Petroshenko was among the first 5 elected to the Provisional Revolutionary Committee, and he was then elevated to chairman. Now, the shouted warning that the communists were about to attack turned out to be the trigger that moved events from mere protest to armed rebellion. And the funny thing is, it wasn't true. There was no imminent attack. Now, we don't know if it was a misunderstanding or intentionally made up, and if it was made up, whether it was by a pro-revolt agitator hoping to drive everyone into rebellion, or an anti-revolt agitator hoping to bring the whole thing crashing down on its own head. All we do know is that it happened. Somebody shouted that the communists were about to crack down. And whatever their ultimate intentions, the result is that it kick-started the Kronstadt Rebellion. Now, the other funny thing about all this is that as the sailors are launching their rebellion, the communists are actually defusing the situation in Petrograd. Faced with the embarrassing situation of a bunch of workers revolting against the workers' government, and not actually wanting to preside over their own Bloody Sunday, Zinoviev and the other leaders of the Petrograd Communists announced a number of popular concessions, most especially increased food rations, plus a shuttering of that network of checkpoints around the city, giving permission to the population to go forth and buy, sell, truck, barter, and trade to their heart's content in the name of securing what they needed to survive. These carrots, plus the ever-present stick of armed soldiers, convinced the workers to abandon their strikes and protests. And so by March 2nd, 1921, the day that the sailors are going into revolt, the workers of Petrograd were going back to their factories. But the revolt was now on. On March the 3rd, the now rebels in Kronstadt started publishing a newspaper which would run daily for the length of their rebellion. The first issue concluded an appeal first and foremost to the other residents of the island, which was not an inconsiderable number of people. In total, there were about 25,000 sailors and soldiers, surrounded by about 50,000 civilians serving the various military installations. The editorial said, "Our country is enduring a difficult moment. Hunger, cold, and economic ruin have held us in an iron vice these 3 years already. The Communist Party, which rules the country, has become separated from the masses, and shown itself unable to lead her from her state of general ruin. It has not faced the reality of the disturbances which in recent times have occurred in Petrograd and Moscow. This unrest shows clearly enough that the party has lost the faith of the working masses. Neither has it recognized the demands presented by the workers. It considers them plots of the counter-revolution. It is deeply mistaken. This unrest, these demands, are the voice of the people in its entirety, of all laborers. All workers, sailors, and soldiers see clearly at the present moment that only through common effort, by the common will of the laborers, is it possible to give the country bread, wood, and coal, to dress the barefoot and naked, and to lead the Republic out of this dead end." They hope that this message, which pretty accurately described the situation in early 1921, would hit upon the momentum already building in Petrograd for a general revolt. They did not realize that that moment was already fading. But the anarchist Emma Goldman attended a meeting of the Petrograd Soviet on March the 4th, and she reported that some courageous workers and sailors attempted to sway the Soviet, which had been completely co-opted by the Communist Party, in their favor. A working man from the Petrograd arsenal demanded to be heard, Goldman later wrote. He fearlessly declared that the workers had been driven to strike because of the government's indifference to their complaints. The Kronstadt sailors, far from being counter-revolutionists, were devoted to the revolution. That we, the workers and sailors, protected you and helped you to power. Now you denounce us and are ready to attack us with arms. Remember, you are playing with fire. She went on to report, "Then a sailor spoke. He referred to the glorious revolutionary past of Kronstadt, appealed to the communists not to engage in fratricide, and read the Kronstadt resolution to prove the peaceful attitude of the sailors. But the voice of these sons of the people fell on deaf ears. The Petrograd Soviet, its passions roused by Bolshevik demagoguery, passed the Zinoviev resolution ordering Kronstadt to surrender on pain of extermination." The next day, Trotsky rolled into town and made good on this resolution to order Kronstadt to surrender on pain of extermination. He issued a blunt ultimatum which read, "The workers' and peasants' government has decreed that Kronstadt and the rebellious ships must immediately submit to the authority of the Soviet Republic. Therefore, I command all those who have raised their hands against the socialist fatherland to lay down their arms at once. The obdurate will be disarmed and turned over to the Soviet authorities. The arrested commissars and other representatives of the government must be liberated at once. Only those who surrender unconditionally may count on the mercy of the Soviet Republic. At the same time, I am issuing orders to prepare to quell the mutiny and subdue the mutineers by force of arms. Responsibility for the harm that may be suffered by the peaceful population will fall entirely on the heads of the counter-revolutionary mutineers. This warning is final." So there was no talk of concessions or compromise or reaching a mutually satisfactory resolution. Trotsky's message was simple: submit or be destroyed. Kronstadt did not respond to this ultimatum, but instead continued to attack the communist leadership for using their power to enrich themselves at the people's expense. They said that Zinoviev and Trotsky, quote, sit in their soft armchairs in the lighted rooms of czarist palaces and consider how best to spill the blood of the insurgents. On March the 6th, a sailor who was still a member of the Communist Party wrote a short statement for the Kronstadt paper that appealed to his fellow communists to disown their leadership. "Comrade rank-and-file communists," he said, "look about, and you will see that we have entered a terrible swamp, led by a little bunch of communist bureaucrats. Under a communist mask, they have built warm nests for themselves in our republic. I, as a communist, call on you to drive from us those false communists who incite us to fratricide. We rank-and-file communists, in no way guilty, suffer the rebukes of our comrade non-party workers and peasants because of them. I look with horror on the situation which has been created." The appeal to disown the party resonated, and hundreds of card-carrying communists in the Baltic Fleet announced their resignations from the party. Those communists who refused to do so, or who did not flee the island, were arrested and held prisoner, although no harm ever came to them. They were all alive and well at the end of the rebellion. This was in contrast to Kronstadt rebels or sympathizers who fell into the hands of the Cheka, who were generally summarily executed. The sudden revolt of the Kronstadt sailors was as embarrassing to the Communist Party as the workers' protests, perhaps even more so. The sailors were, after all, the pride and glory of the revolution. Aware that it would be kind of absurd to try to paint the sailors as reactionary counter-revolutionaries, the leaders of the Communist Party decided to frame the revolt as they had framed the Civil War, that their opponents were the puppets of foreign enemies. In this case, their dear comrades at the Kronstadt naval base were being led treacherously astray by a cabal of anti-communist Russian agents who were based in Paris and backed by the Western capitalists who were still looking for any way to overthrow the socialist revolution. And there was some circumstantial evidence to support this. Specifically, a few stories had been published in the foreign press about a revolt in Kronstadt in mid-February, back when no revolt had yet occurred. This led Lenin and Trotsky, who read all the foreign papers, to conclude that Western reporters had picked up on chatter about plans for the revolt and erroneously published them as if they had already taken place. So when, oh so coincidentally, a revolt on Kronstadt did break out just a few weeks later, it was easy for the senior communist leadership to connect the dots and conclude the rebellion must have been cooked up in Paris, not on the decks of the Baltic Fleet. But noted anarchist historian Paul Avrich makes the very convincing case in his book on the Kronstadt Rebellion. While there was a group of anti-communist Russian émigrés organizing in Paris, and who had honed in on Kronstadt as a viable beachhead for making a play back into Russia, there was no actual contact between them and the sailors prior to the explosive events of March 1921. Now, they of course cheered on the rebellion and eagerly made contact with the rebels after it got going, but all evidence suggests that the Kronstadt Rebellion was a genuinely spontaneous and self-directed affair driven by events around Petrograd, not cooked up in the cafes of Paris. And as for the potential machinations of the Allied government, we know for a fact that the British had long since abandoned regime change in Russia as a worthwhile foreign policy objective, and were in fact literally days away from signing a trade pact with Soviet Russia that will normalize economic relations between the two countries, a fact that Lenin and his colleagues were well aware of, even as they portrayed this latest domestic threat as the work of treacherous capitalist imperialists. But still, Lenin and his colleagues could not afford to recognize the sailors as being justly motivated by their own revolutionary principles, nor could they make a respected revolutionary the face of the rebellion. Stepan Petroshenko was not somebody they wanted to wage a war against. So instead their propaganda fixated on General Alexander Kozlovsky, a former Tsarist officer who had subsequently joined the Red Army and presently commanded Kronstadt's artillery batteries. Kozlovsky sided with the rebels and oversaw the technical details of defending the island, but the communists portrayed him as a white general in the mold of Denikin and Kolchak, manipulating the sailors into doing his counter-revolutionary bidding. Their initial report on what happened pointed to, quote, a group who appeared on the scene, former General Kozlovsky and 3 officers whose names have not yet been established. Thus, the meaning of recent events was fully explained. This time, too, Tsarist generals stood behind SRs. In an address to the party in Moscow, Lenin said that behind the uprising in Kronstadt, quote, looms the familiar figure of the White Guard generals. This became a key note that they sounded again and again in the propaganda war, that the rebels in Kronstadt were led by whites, not by reds. While they portrayed the nascent Kronstadt rebellion as the work of sinister counter-revolutionary forces, the communists could not afford to simply argue their way to victory with words. Even if their brother comrades in Kronstadt were being led astray, there was a very short window to talk them down. At the moment, the waters around the base were frozen solid, preventing supplies and reinforcements from reaching the naval base by sea, and keeping their powerful warships locked up in the ice. But the spring thaw was fast approaching, and if the communists did not quell the rebellion quickly and decisively, Kronstadt might really become the anti-communist beachhead the Communist Party was portraying it as. So they concluded that, however much it might pain them, deploying overwhelming force to crush the rebels might be necessary. It became necessary finally on March 7th. Kronstadt never did respond to Trotsky's ultimatum, even after the communists extended their deadline for a reply by an extra 24 hours. The Kronstadt rebels were confident they would be able to hold out long enough for revolutionary fire to catch across Russia and make the naval base itself the least of communist worries. But when the second 24 hours expired, the communists spent all day on March 7th preparing, and then on the morning of March 8th, they attacked. But they moved too quickly and with too few soldiers. They only mustered about 20,000 in all for this first attack, and they faced off against a like number of rebels who were defending a heavily armed fortress, to say nothing of the fact that the Red Army soldiers would have to cross a miles-wide plain of ice that afforded them no cover whatsoever from bullets or artillery. Then, if and when they did come within shooting distance of the fortress, many of the Red Army soldiers hesitated to fire on people who were in every way just like them, just regular rank-and-file soldiers and sailors devoted to the revolution. So the attack on March the 8th was a total failure, leaving hundreds of casualties and a feeling in Kronstadt that this was all going to work out, that history was on their side. The same day they routed this first attack, the Kronstadt newspaper published an editorial called What We Are Fighting For, which very helpfully offers an accounting of what they were fighting for. Carrying out the October Revolution, it read, the working class hoped to achieve its emancipation. The result, however, was the creation of a still greater enslavement to the human personality. The communists, who brought to the laborers instead of freedom the fear every minute of falling into the torture chamber of the Cheka. With their horrors, they have many times exceeded the gendarme government of the Tsarist regime. The communist authorities have replaced the hammer and sickle, glorious arms of the laboring state, in fact with bayonets and prison bars. It has become ever more sharply visible, and now is completely apparent, that the Russian Communist Party is not a defender of the laborers. Having achieved power, it fears only to lose it. And for this end all means are allowable: slander, violence, fraud, murder, and revenge on the families of the rebels. So, this is clearly a revolt driven by disillusionment with the communist regime. But we do need to pay attention to some subtleties in all of this, because we have seen in the various peasant revolts we've talked about, including the one still ongoing in the Tambov region, the common rallying cry, Soviets without communists. This is a slogan that is sometimes taken to be the Kronstadt program, but it's really not. Their slogan, which they used as a masthead for their newspaper, was, all power to the Soviets, but not the parties. They absolutely wanted the establishment of a true Soviet republic, representing the interests of the workers and peasants, who would elect from amongst themselves the delegates who would then rule on their behalf. But their anger with the Communist Party tended to extend to all parties. They wanted to get rid of the influence of political parties entirely. They believed that the problem with the present order was that the Communist Party had co-opted the Soviets and were now running it for the benefit of their party, not for the benefit of the people. And it was really that kind of party interest above local worker and peasant interest that really rankled them. And in an editorial they wrote, We stand for power to the Soviets, but not the parties. For the freely elected representation of the toilers. The Soviets that have been captured and manipulated by the Communist Party have always been deaf to all our demands and needs. The only reply we have ever received has been shooting. So the fact is, the Kronstadt sailors plan to stay aloof from all party influences. They rejected all party apparatuses. And despite many accusations that they were being run by the SRs or the anarchists, the truth is they rejected their party power too, especially as the Kronstadt rebels saw the SRs as fronts for bourgeois democracy, which they also happened to despise. So the ousted SR leader, Viktor Chernov, still claiming to be the legitimate chairman of the Constituent Assembly, sent a message to Kronstadt after the rebellion got going. He said, "The chairman of the Constituent Assembly, Viktor Chernov, sends his fraternal greetings to the heroic comrade sailors, Red Army men and workers, who, for the third time since 1905, are throwing off the yoke of tyranny. He offers to aid with men and to provision Kronstadt through the Russian cooperatives abroad. Inform us what and how much is needed. I am prepared to come in person to give my energies and authority to the service of the people's revolution. I have faith in the final victory of the laboring masses. Hail to the first to raise the banner of the people's liberation. Down with despotism from the left and the right." But the Kronstadt rebels politely declined this offer. They refused all attempts by the SRs to turn the Kronstadt rebellion into a rebellion in favor of the SR party program. Specifically, the SRs trying to get them to demand for the reconvening of the Constituent Assembly. This turns out to be a huge difference between the Kronstadt rebellion and the rebellions we talked about last week in the Tambov region. Their demands included first and foremost the reconvening of the Constituent Assembly, which the peasant SRs still wanted to revive, and which the sailors in Kronstadt still took pride in having helped disband in 1918. But the sailors in Kronstadt did hope their revolution would catch on nationwide and be joined by everyone, workers and peasants and sailors and soldiers and toilers everywhere, just not these damned party men. Here in Kronstadt has been laid the first stone of the third revolution, they wrote in What We Are Fighting For, which is breaking the last fetters from the laboring masses. This new revolution stirs the laboring masses of both East and West, being an example of the new socialist construction, opposed to the bureaucratic communist. They explicitly called what they were doing the Third Revolution, and they absolutely planned for March 1921 to take its place alongside February 1917 and October 1917 as a victorious revolt by the people against a cruel, authoritarian elite. But the communists were very good at working the levers of the press and propaganda. And despite Kronstadt's high hopes, the reality was their message was not breaking through. The communists used their own newspapers and radio broadcasts to continue to pound the message that Kronstadt was a rebellion driven by whites and foreigners, not genuine Russian revolutionaries. A Moscow radio broadcast, which alluded to the plot picked up early in the foreign press, said that the mutiny by former General Kozlovsky was prepared by the spies of the Entente, like so many earlier White Guard rebellions. Is visible from the report of the bourgeois French newspaper, which 2 weeks before the mutiny printed a telegram from Helsinki. This telegram allegedly proved the complicity of the Entente powers in the Kronstadt rebellion. The communists also dropped leaflets by plane into the Kronstadt naval base to turn those closest to the rebels against them. It read, "To the deceived people of Kronstadt, now do you see where the scoundrels have led you? You've gotten what you asked for. From behind the cover of the SRs and Mensheviks, former Tsarist generals have already peered out with bared teeth. Kozlovsky, the Tsarist general, and other notorious White Guards control all these Petroshenkos like puppets on a string. They are deceiving you. They have told you that you are struggling for democracy. Not even 2 days have passed, and you see that, in fact, your struggle is not for democracy, but for Tsarist generals. They tell you fairy tales, speaking as if Petrograd stood behind you, as if Siberia and the Ukraine supported you. All this is a shameless lie. In Petrograd, the last sailor turned from you when it became known that the Tsarist General Kozlovsky was running things. Siberia and the Ukraine stand firmly for Soviet power. Red Petrograd laughs at the pathetic labors of a little bunch of SRs and White Guards. This leaflet concluded ominously, "You are completely surrounded." On March the 10th, the Kronstadt rebels responded with an article titled, "To the Soldiers Fighting on the Communist Side." It laid out the grim state of Russia in early 1921, saying, "Communist rule has reduced all of Russia to unprecedented poverty, hunger, cold, and other privations. The factories and mills are closed, the railways on the verge of breakdown. The countryside has been fleeced to the bone. We have no bread, no cattle, no tools to work the land. We have no clothing, no shoes, no fuel. The workers are hungry and cold. The peasants and townsfolk have lost all hope for an improvement of their lives. Day by day they come closer to death. The communist betrayers have reduced you to all of this. In place of the old regime, a new regime of arbitrariness, insolence, favoritism, theft, and speculation has been established. A terrible regime in which one must hold out one's hand to the authorities for every piece of bread, for every button. A regime in which one does not belong even to oneself, where one cannot dispose of one's labor. A regime of slavery and degradation. Soviet Russia has become an all-Russian concentration camp." But as I said, these messages were not breaking through to the mainland, and by the second week of March 1921, Kronstadt was not the spear point of a vast revolution, but an isolated outpost, increasingly doomed to be stormed and captured. They continued to hold out, however, and fended off another attack by the Red Army on March 10th and 11th with very little damage to the base. But they would not be able to hold out much longer, and no one was coming to save them. As Paul Average notes in his book on Kronstadt, that they may have made the same fatal error that the Paris Commune had made 50 years earlier, and it was almost exactly 50 years earlier. The showdown over the National Guard cannons had happened on the morning of March 18, 1871. Analysis of the failure of the Paris Commune, including analysis offered by Lenin, had it that the failure of the communards to go on the offensive at the outset of their revolution, to catch their enemy flat-footed and instead sit back defensively, was a huge mistake. It allowed Adolphe Thiers to build up forces for an overwhelming attack that ended in Bloody Week. This was a mistake that Kronstadt now apparently repeated. Who knows how differently things would have gone had the sailors marched out into Petrograd on March the 3rd before the communist authorities were really prepared to meet them. It's a question that will never be answered, because it is a scenario built for alternate history fan fiction, not historical nonfiction. Finally, after another week's standoff, the communists launched their final assault on Kronstadt on March 17th. This time, they prepared fully 50 to 60,000 troops to take back the island. After an intense artillery barrage, they attacked from 3 directions, from the north, from the south, and from the east. The rebels, who by now numbered just about 15,000, didn't have much hope of withstanding anything. The two sides fought each other with heavy casualties on both sides all through March 17th, but on March 18th, the Red Army forces had battled their way inside, and they controlled all the major structures on the island. By noon on March 18th, the last rebels surrendered, which was probably a smart decision because Trotsky had just approved a plan to use chemical weapons, specifically dropping gas shells on the base, if the rebels continued to resist. Aside from this heavy fighting, the last days of the Kronstadt rebellion were marked by a mass exodus across the ice to Finland. Petroshenko and the other leaders of the Provisional Revolutionary Committee all escaped on the 17th before the naval base fell, and about 800 others followed before the end of the final assault. While the Red Army was mopping up and securing things, they could not contain a further mass exodus of something like 8,000 refugees who crossed the ice over into Finland. Those left behind had been ordered to sabotage everything they could, but when the crews found out that all their leaders had deserted, they disobeyed their final orders and instead arrested their officers and surrendered to the communists. It is very difficult to say what the final casualty numbers of all this were. The American consulate estimated that about 10,000 communist troops were killed, wounded, or missing in their attempts to retake the island. On the rebel side, the most reasonable number is about 500 or 600 dead, with about 1,000 wounded. The communists took about 2,000 prisoners, with 13 of them singled out and accused of being the ringleaders of the rebellion, even though the real ringleaders of the rebellion had escaped to Finland. The 13 were summarily executed a few days later. In the ensuing weeks and months, hundreds of other prisoners were summarily executed. They were simply taken out in batches and shot without any trial. The rest of the prisoners who survived were either moved to prison camps in Siberia or thrown in other prisons, where they were mistreated and died of hunger or disease. Those that made it to Finland in their thousands would be given aid by the Red Cross and become something of an international cause célèbre. Petroshenko himself remained in Finland and even engaged in some plotting with agents representing Pyotr Wrangel to combine their efforts to overthrow the communists once and for all, but this all came to nothing. He stayed in Finland until World War II, at which point he was repatriated to Russia, promptly arrested, and died in a labor camp 2 years later. Stalin had many defects of character. A short memory was not one of them. In the final analysis, the Kronstadt Rebellion was a failure in just about every way but one. The sailors went down as eternal martyrs to the creeping authoritarianism of Communist Russia. As Leninism gave way to Stalinism, critics of the regime increasingly pointed to Kronstadt as a major fork in the revolutionary road, when the idealistic dreams of 1917 gave way to the bitter realities of the 1920s and 1930s. In terms of what they had actually fought for in March of 1921, almost nothing came of their demands. The communists did not restore autonomy and authority of local Soviets, nor did they restore freedom of speech or assembly or the press. They did not free any socialist or anarchist prisoners. And in fact, in political terms, the rebellion led the Communist Party to secure even more dictatorial power for itself. They started working not just on permanently suppressing Mensheviks and anarchists and SRs, but even opposition elements inside the Communist Party. Then, they set about blotting out the memory of the Kronstadt Rebellion entirely to make sure that it was memory-holed into oblivion and nobody would talk about it. Not without a twisted sense of humor, they rechristened the two battleships that had been hotbeds of the rebellion, the Marat and the Paris Commune, seizing for themselves the historical legacy that the sailors of Kronstadt appeared to be the true embodiment of. The Kronstadt Rebellion did have one immediate impact on the communist regime, though that impact can be a bit overstated. As the rebellion unfolded, the Communist Party met for its 10th Party Congress in Moscow. And it was at this Congress that Lenin announced the end of some of the most hated parts of war communism. Now, as we will discuss next week, Lenin came into the Congress with plans to do just that, and so while we can't say that the Kronstadt Rebellion caused the change in policy, it very clearly cemented its necessity. Lenin understood that the Communist Party needed to find a new way forward, or they would be overthrown. What they needed to secure their political position was a new economic policy. Episode 10.94, The New Policies. In March 1921, revolutionary Russia stood at a major crossroads. Years of war, coupled with a long winter defined by scarcity, hunger, deprivation, misery, and unemployment, had produced a volatile situation that looked a lot like the situation in February 1917. Worker strikes, military mutinies, peasant rebellions, all broke out in the context of a ruined economy and directed against an increasingly despotic political regime that enforced unpopular policies with guns and bayonets. The Kronstadt Rebellion that we talked about last week was the most famous of these revolts, but it was far from the only one, and the senior leadership of the Communist Party recognized if they were going to stay in power and achieve the great revolutionary goals they had set for themselves, they were going to have to make a few changes. And I do think it's fair to say that Lenin was a bit more flexible than Tsar Nicholas. In a contest between reality and ideology, Lenin was always going to lean towards reality. It's one of the reasons Lenin died in his bed still in power, instead of in a basement after having been overthrown. The origin of what we now recognize as two momentous changes that define the future of revolutionary Russia was the 10th Congress of the Communist Party, which convened close to 700 delegates in Moscow between March 8th and March 16th, 1921. It was by sheer coincidence that this Congress convened right smack dab in the middle of the Kronstadt Rebellion, and all the delegates kept hour-by-hour tabs on the explosive events in Petrograd. But Kronstadt was a mere kitchen grease fire compared to the great wildfires presently sweeping across Russia. And it was those greater fires that Lenin came to the Congress to address, even if the assembled delegates themselves were not aware of what they were about to approve. The first of these momentous changes was political in nature, and embedded in a seemingly innocuous resolution on the importance of party unity. The other was economic in nature, and was an extremely visible retreat from 20 years of Bolshevik ideology. While Lenin kept the economic reforms close to his chest, the delegates came into the Congress aware that they would be dealing with political controversy swirling inside the party. With so many problems facing Soviet Russia, it was only natural that conflicts would arise inside the ruling party between competing visions of how to respond to these problems. Over the winter, these conflicts had grown into full-blown factional disputes that vexed Lenin greatly. Lenin worried openly to his comrades over the long winter, "We must have the courage to look the bitter truth in the face. The party is sick. The party is shaking with fever." Since they all took it for granted that the Communist Party was the only party with the means, determination, commitment, and energy to defend the revolution, if this growing sickness of factionalism killed the party, it would, by extension, kill the revolution. But Lenin was not the only one who was worried about the health of the party. Plenty of communists came into the 10th Party Congress having diagnosed an acute case of senior leadership disconnected from the masses, senior leadership turning themselves into a bureaucratic aristocracy that made communist Russia little different from Tsarist Russia. Hence, the rise of the factional disputes in the first place. The problem was not the fact that the factions existed, but that the leadership had gone completely off the rails. Now, a few episodes back, we introduced the biggest of these growing factions, the workers' opposition. This was a group led by working-class leaders like Alexander Shliapnikov, Sergei Medvedev, and Alexander Kollontai, who believed the Communist Party was fatally morphing into an institution that no longer represented the character, interests, or worldview of the industrial proletariat they claimed to represent. Over the winter of 1920-1921, they raised major objections to Trotsky's economic policies, the creation of labor armies, the clear push to militarize economic production, and most especially, his push in late 1920 to formally subsume all the various labor unions under state control, making the unions no different from a government department, with union leaders appointed directly by the state. The workers' opposition wanted to recommit to the proletarian character of the revolution. They wanted to keep the unions free and independent from state control. They wanted to return management to the factory to worker committees, and even replace the economic planning departments with congresses of workers. The leadership of the Communist Party had been caught flat-footed by the workers' opposition. All through the pre-revolutionary years, Bolshevik leaders knew they were going to have trouble with the peasants, and so they debated at length the peasant question. But they all took it for granted the industrial proletariat would be forever with them, body and soul. And for Trotsky, it was actually incoherent nonsense to speak of the workers needing to maintain organizations and power structures independent of a state controlled by the Communist Party. How could the interests of the proletariat and the Communist Party diverge? The Communist Party was the political manifestation of the proletariat. The Communist Party represented the dictatorship of the proletariat. So how on earth could the proletariat need to be protected from their own dictatorship? It didn't make any sense. The obvious rejoinder from the workers' opposition was that this is all fine and good in theory, but look around. Listen to the workers. Ask them what they want. Ask them how they feel about the Communist Party. And they will give you a list of complaints that was as long as any list that was ever directed at the Tsar. They were just as poor, hungry, and mistreated as ever. After a brief flirtation with worker-directed factory life, the Communist Party had brought in bourgeois specialists to come in and manage the factories, using the same kind of oppressive techniques they had used before 1917. The bosses were there to give orders, the workers were there to follow orders. Now Comrade Trotsky proposed that their labor unions, the organizations that were supposed to protect the workers from abuse, give them a voice and a right to some kind of self-determination, was now going to be co-opted by and subordinated to the communist state, the very thing that they now believed was oppressing them. This would make the unions little different than the old police unions of the Tsarist era. Trotsky could argue till he was blue in the face that it was theoretically impossible for the workers to need protection from the Communist Party. But that didn't mean it was actually impossible. In fact, it was happening right now. The workers' opposition, though, was not the only faction inside the Communist Party, and the other one we need to talk about is the Democratic Centralists, whose arguments dovetailed nicely with the workers' opposition, because they too claimed that the senior leaders of the Communist Party had become divorced from the people they were meant to be leading. In their view, the same process of co-opting the Soviets and turning them from open forums that expressed the will of the people from below into closed committees that carried out orders from above was now being reflected inside the Communist Party itself. Major decisions were made behind closed doors in the inner sanctums of the Politburo and the Orgbureau, two subcommittees that technically didn't even have a statutory existence in the official organizational chart of the Communist Party. So instead of local party rank-and-file members choosing their own leaders, participating in decision-making, and enjoying some measure of freedom of action, the upper echelon committees in Moscow now decreed all policies and assigned and reassigned jobs without bothering to consult anyone else. Their complaint, then, was that the entrenching authoritarian tendencies of the Communist Party with regards to Russia was being mirrored by entrenching authoritarian tendencies of the party leadership with regards to its rank and file. What the Democratic Centralists wanted was for party leaders to serve the rank and file of the party, as opposed to what was clearly solidifying the rank and file of the party serving the party leaders. Now, just to be very clear, they were the Democratic Centralists. They were not anarchists arguing for a completely decentralized party and total local autonomy. They believed in the importance of party discipline and submitting to decisions once they were made. They just wanted to ensure that the process of selecting leaders, debating policies, and reaching decisions remained a free and open process, not a closed and conspiratorial process. But despite what I think are valid criticisms from both the workers' opposition and the Democratic Centralists, Lenin himself was still the major force in the party, both morally and operationally. By habit and disposition, the assembled delegates at the 10th Party Congress took their cues from Lenin above all. And Lenin's principal preoccupation at the moment was not the specifics of the criticisms, but the way they were voiced. Lenin was in fact volcanic with rage that Communist Party members were out there organizing and building separate political apparatuses inside the party, with their own committees and newspapers and platforms. He saw here the seeds of the same kind of divisions between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks that had destroyed the unified Social Democratic Labor Party. He wanted to prevent that split at all costs by explicitly banning the right of members to form groups outside the officially sanctioned departments, committees, and subcommittees of the party. And in many ways, this takes us all the way back to the arguments at the Second Party Congress, particularly with regards to the Bund, who wanted to become kind of a party inside the party, and which Lenin explicitly rejected. Now, he was at pains to insist that criticisms were a vital part of keeping party leadership honest. And he did carry resolutions at the 10th Party Congress that turned away from Trotsky's more radical economic proposals in order to keep the workers' opposition types mollified. But these critiques had to be made by individual members as individuals. They could never be the collective voice of an organized faction. That could simply not be tolerated. The result of these controversies was a 6-point resolution passed by the 10th Party Congress on party unity. The resolution called out the danger of organized opposition factions inside the party, because they would be readily exploited by enemies of the revolution. The statement read, "It is essential that all class-conscious workers clearly realize the harmfulness and inadmissibility of any factionalism whatsoever which inevitably leads, in practice, to less friendly work and to repeated and intensified attempts by enemies of the ruling party who have attached themselves to it under false pretenses to deepen the divisions and use them for purposes of counter-revolution." And what this is saying is that if rival parties like the SRs or the Mensheviks, or God forbid something more sinister like the Whites, caught wind of a dissident faction inside the Communist Party, they might tend to support and encourage that faction not to improve the policies of the Communist Party, but to destroy the party entirely. And since, as I said, it was taken as axiomatic that the Communist Party was synonymous with the revolution, the destruction of the party equaled the destruction of the revolution. To prevent this kind of opportunistic exploitation and to ensure the permanent unity of the Communist Party, this resolution concluded, "The Congress orders the immediate dissolution, without exception, of all groups that have been formed on the basis of some platform or other, and instructs all organizations to be very strict in ensuring that no manifestations of factionalism of any sort be tolerated. Failure to comply with this resolution of the Congress is to entail unconditional and immediate expulsion from the party." So this is what we now refer to as the ban on factions. The ban on factions becomes very important to the future history of Soviet Russia, because there was a secret clause tacked on that laid out how accusations of factionalism would be handled. What activities, conversations, or statements constituted outlawed factionalism? Or more importantly, who decided what constituted outlawed factionalism? This clause read, "In order to ensure strict discipline within the party and in all Soviet work, and to achieve maximum unity while eliminating all factionalism, the Congress gives the Central Committee full powers to apply all measures of party punishment, up to and including expulsion from the party in cases of violation of discipline, or of a revival of toleration of factionalism, and where members of the Central Committee are involved, to go so far as to reduce them to candidate members, and even, as an extreme measure, to expel them from the party." This becomes the lasting legacy of the resolution on party unity and the ban on factions. It awarded near limitless power to the members of the Central Committee of the party to decide what counted as heretical factionalism and who could be expelled from the party accordingly. And since the Central Committee proper was already taking direction from the much smaller Politburo, composed of just a handful of leaders, from here on out, just 3 to 4 people could now dictate who was in and who was out of the party, who would be promoted and who would be expelled. And if you didn't like it, or you wanted to challenge the decisions of this very small group of leaders, well, guess what? You could be accused of factionalism and breaking party unity and immediately expelled with extreme prejudice. So what is created here in March of 1921 was the mechanism Stalin would use to build his dictatorship, as he was the first to truly understand and skillfully exploit how much power lay in the new mandate to enforce party unity. If the ban on factions was a time bomb that would not actually go off for several years, the other momentous change that comes out of the 10th Party Congress exploded right then and there. Lenin had taken in everything that we've talked about over the past several episodes: the collapse of the Russian economy, the spread of peasant insurrections, and now the Kronstadt Rebellion, and he announced that the Communist Party would abandon the policies of war communism that had prevailed since 1918. On the second to last day of the Congress, Lenin unveiled a new economic policy that would be creatively dubbed the New Economic Policy. There were 3 big issues this new economic policy was designed to address. First, there was the immediate problem of these peasant insurrections. Nikolai Bukharin had recently returned from the Tambov region and reported to his comrades in the Politburo that it was impossible to continue with the forced grain requisitions. The only way to permanently ensure peaceful coexistence with the peasantry was to give up the hated requisitions by the armed food detachments. This went right alongside the second issue, the total collapse of Russian agricultural production. All that forced requisitioning of surpluses had accomplished was guaranteeing that there would be no surpluses. Famine conditions loomed in the spring of 1921, and the party had to do whatever it took to immediately boost production. Third was a more long-term issue, the need to rebuild the Russian economy as a whole in order to achieve the material conditions necessary to make the transition to communism possible. Lenin's solution would have been heretical and probably been punishable by arrest and execution right up until the moment he introduced the idea on March 15, 1921, bring back markets. Now, Lenin did not introduce the new economic policy, or as we call it, the NEP, as one big coherent package at the 10th Party Congress. It would instead be unveiled over many months by a series of decrees affecting different parts of the economy. But taken in total, the NEP converted Soviet Russia into a mixed economy that combined state ownership and management of large-scale industry, banking, mining, transportation, and foreign trade, with small-scale private enterprises, entrepreneurship, and above all, the right to profit. The first major pillar of the NEP introduced here in March 1921 was, obviously, the abandonment of forced grain requisitions and the introduction of a regular tax, a tax that would be calculated as a percentage of the total harvest. The key point is that once the tax was satisfied, the peasants would be allowed to do whatever they wanted with the leftovers. They could truck, barter, sell, or trade to their heart's content and keep the proceeds. The object was to re-incentivize the peasants to grow as much food as possible by offering them immediate material rewards for their efforts. Now, this is quite an about-face for the Communist Party. I mean, encouraging private enterprise and private profit was anathema to Bolshevik ideology. Most party members had in fact been raised to believe that anything resembling private enterprise, commercial markets, and individual profit was, by definition, counter-revolutionary. Many of them had joined the party because they shared an inbred hostility to private enterprise, commercial markets, and individual profit. If the socialist revolution meant anything, it meant the overthrow of capitalist exploitation and the establishment of a society built on egalitarian solidarity. To just up and abandon that was not going to be an easy pill for them to swallow. But beyond that, many communists had long defended war communism, not just on economic grounds, but political grounds. They believed that allowing private enterprise meant enriching and empowering those who were class enemies of the revolution: industrialists, merchants, and above all, the kulaks, those prosperous peasants who would turn their economic prosperity into political power and no doubt use that political power to overthrow the revolution. These were not inconsiderable objections, and Lenin knew these objections well because he had made these arguments himself. But reality was reality, and they had to face reality together. The peasants were in revolt, and there was no food to be had. So later in the year, Lenin delivered a report to the Second All-Russian Congress of Political Education Departments concerning the new economic policy, basically how the party needed to think about it and explain it. He did not mince words, and right near the very top is a section labeled "Our Mistake," which reads, "At the beginning of 1918, we expected a period in which peaceful construction would be possible. When the Brest Peace was signed, it seemed that danger had subsided for a time, and that it would be possible to start peaceful construction. But we were mistaken, because in 1918 a real military danger overtook us in the shape of the Czechoslovak Mutiny and the outbreak of civil war which dragged on until 1920. Partly owing to the war problems that overwhelmed us, and partly owing to the desperate position in which the Republic found itself when the imperialist war ended, owing to these circumstances and a number of others, we made the mistake of deciding to go over directly to communist production and distribution. We thought that under the surplus food appropriation system, the peasants would provide us with the required quantity of grain, which we could distribute among the factories and thus achieve communist production and distribution." Now, though Lenin admitted this had been a mistake, he reiterated that the turn to markets would be a temporary expedient, and in fact the section after "Our Mistake" is called "A Strategic Retreat." In substance, he said, "Our new economic policy signifies that, having sustained severe defeat on this point, we have started a strategical retreat. We said, in effect, before we are completely routed, let us retreat and reorganize everything, but on a firmer basis." Lenin defended the policy against more ideological doctrinaire members of the party by saying, "If communists deliberately examine the question of the new economic policy, there cannot be the slightest doubt in their minds that we have sustained a very severe defeat on the economic front. In attempting to go over straight to communism, we sustained a more serious defeat on the economic front than any defeat inflicted on us by Kolchak, Denikin, and Pilsudski. This defeat was much more serious, significant, and dangerous." What Lenin is saying is that if you are defeated in a battle, you retreat and regroup, if you plan on ultimately winning the war. Other senior leaders echoed the sentiment of the NEP as a necessary retreat, that quite simply, had they tried to stand their ground, they would have been defeated in the spring of 1921. Bukharin told the Comintern in July 1921, "We are making economic concessions in order to avoid political ones." Zinoviev said, "The NEP is only a temporary deviation, a tactical retreat, a clearing of the land for a new and decisive attack of labor against the front of international capitalism." But all that said, Lenin himself made it clear that this was not going to be a period measured by months. The party had to commit to the NEP, quote, "seriously and for a long time. We must definitely get this into our heads and remember it well, because rumors are spreading that this is a policy only in quotes, in other words, a form of political trickery that is only being carried out for the moment. This is not true." For Lenin, this was not about simply catching their breath and going back on the offensive. This was going to be a long-term retrenchment in order to fight a very long war. Lenin's belief that the NEP had to be a long-term project rather than a short-term feint owed to the third big issue it was meant to address. Because aside from the immediate need to end the peasant rebellions and boost food production, there was this long-term need to rebuild the Russian economy. One of the reasons they had rushed into war communism in the first place was the assumption that the international socialist revolution was right around the corner, that the technological, material, and economic assistance Russia would need to transition from its semi-medieval state into full communism would be provided by their comrades, who were surely about to win control of the great industrial economies of the West, like France, Germany, and the UK. Russia itself would not need a prolonged period of internal capitalist growth and centralization and accumulation on the long path of historical materialism, because everything they needed could be drawn from external sources. When the international socialist revolution failed to materialize, the Russians realized they had to fend for themselves, growing, centralizing, and accumulating the material basis of communism slowly from within, not immediately from without. And though it would have been heresy to say all of this just a few months earlier, this did mean allowing markets and private enterprise to grow the Russian economy. The impact of this economic liberalization was visible right away. After years of deprivation, suddenly retail commerce was back. But there is a point here we can't miss. The NEP does not so much reintroduce markets into a place where they had ceased to exist, as it did permit the black market economy, which had been existing in the shadows this whole time, to emerge into the full light of day. And emerge it did. In the towns and cities across Russia, private businesses came back. Not just retail shops, but cafes and restaurants, nightclubs and casinos. Encouraged with the prospect of profit, people started up local cottage industries to manufacture things that people wanted and needed. The old bagmen, the small-time traders who had been outlawed back in 1918, now traveled the railroads of Russia carrying manufactured commodities from city to country and agricultural commodities from country to city. Wheeling, dealing, buying, and selling exploded. Emma Goldman said, "Shops and stores sprang up overnight, mysteriously stacked with delicacies Russia had not seen for years. Large quantities of butter, cheese, and meat were displayed for sale. Pastry, rare fruit, and sweets of every variety were to be purchased. Men, women, and children with pinched faces and hungry eyes stood about gazing into the windows and discussing the great miracle. What was but yesterday considered a heinous offense was now flaunted before them in an open and legal manner. Some flaunted it more than others, and the most infamous new class to emerge from this period are known to history as the NEP men, that is, NEP men. The NEP men were a loose category of anyone who took advantage of the sudden liberalizations in economic control and the arrival of profit opportunities, whether traders, merchants, small-time manufacturers, entrepreneurs, or business owners. And the NEP men didn't just buy and sell wheat and plows. They would often come bearing liquor, tobacco, and drugs like opium, heroin, and cocaine. Some of them made enormous fortunes in a very short amount of time. They bought fancy cars and clothes. They flaunted their wealth in restaurants and theaters and shops. They represented a very conspicuous consumption that Russia had not seen in years. And as all of this is happening in 1921 and 1922 and 1923, the net men are kind of Russia's contribution to the post-World War I scene of the Roaring Twenties. Though in Russia's case, this was not happening in a time of general prosperity. Scarcity and poverty still reigned, which made the net men a kind of despised group for profiting off of that scarcity and poverty. The handful who made huge fortunes became hated symbols of greedy exploitation, and it should come as no surprise that a lot of that hatred comes with a heavy dose of anti-Semitism whenever someone with a Jewish surname was identified. So to tie together the two momentous things that came out of the 10th Party Congress, we can see the economic component working in tandem with the political component. That is, the loosening of economic controls is going to be matched by a nearly equal tightening of political controls. The enrichment of the peasant kulaks or the net men or businessmen leasing government-owned factories for private profit would not be allowed to lead to their political empowerment. Net men, for example, were heavily taxed and inspected and scrutinized and interrogated all the time to ensure that they kept their ambitions strictly economic. At the same time, the communists would not allow rival political parties to gain advantages from the newly prosperous parts of society. So the spring of 1921 marks the end of whatever lingering toleration of rival political parties like the SRs and Mensheviks had been tacitly enjoying over the past several years. Mensheviks and SRs were accused of suborning and leading the peasant rebellions and the Kronstadt rebellion, and they would be the ones most likely to try to organize the newly prosperous elements of Russian society against the Communist Party. So, the new modes of economic liberalization were matched by new modes of political repression, and the one-party Soviet state truly and permanently entrenched itself. And, as we just discussed, with the ban on factions inside the Communist Party, that meant that one-party rule was about to become one-committee rule, which was about to become one-man rule. Nowhere was the communist willingness to mix economic concessions with political repression more acutely felt than in the insurrectionary Tambov region, the region whose insurrection probably convinced the communists to make their economic concessions in the first place. At its peak over the winter of 1920-1921, there were upwards of 50,000 rebels under arms, peasant guerrillas operating across a huge area under the general direction of the SR leader, Alexander Antonov. But after the 10th Party Congress wrapped up its business and went home, and the Kronstadt rebellion was well and truly crushed, communist attention turned to the Tambov region in April 1921, whereupon they would use brutal tactics to suppress the rebellion and break the peasants before inviting them to enjoy the fruits of the NEP. So in April 1921, the Red Army flooded something like 100,000 troops into the region, and they embarked on a grand counterinsurgency campaign, clearing areas with mobile units and then holding them with infantry garrisons. The utter ruthlessness they deployed was not quite on par with the infernal columns deployed by the Jacobins in the Vendée region during the French Revolution, but it wasn't far off. As any guerrilla army needs a sympathetic civilian population to sustain them, the communists targeted both rebels and civilians. Red Army companies and Cheka detachments would roll into a village and pay informants to reveal who the rebels were, where they were, and who supported them. And if paying informants didn't work, they just tortured people into giving up any usable intelligence. They would then go off and attack the guerrillas with armored cars and machine guns and artillery. They used airplanes to do reconnaissance and drop bombs, and they had no compunctions about using chlorine gas to smoke out rebels hiding in forests. Against the civilians, they would take hostages and threaten to kill them if the rebels did not surrender, which was not an idle threat. If the rebels didn't surrender, the hostages were executed. This also applied to physical property like houses and barns, workshops, and sometimes entire villages to punish the rebels and the locals who supported them. The communists also built concentration camps and herded the entire population of villages inside of them, declaring those caught outside the camps fair game to be killed. Sometimes entire villages could be punished as a group and forcibly deported to new settlements way up in the Arctic Circle. Not that it was clear to the rebels that surrendering was even worth it. At one point the communists declared a general amnesty, and when 6,000 or so took them up on the offer, nearly all of them were taken into custody and shot. All of this unfolded through April, May, and June 1921, with about 15,000 people being shot, both rebels and civilians, and another 100,000 imprisoned or deported. The result of all this was the total and brutal repression of the Tambov Rebellion by the summer of 1921. Alexander Antonov himself slipped into hiding and continued to lead a small-time guerrilla group until the summer of 1922, when the Cheka finally tracked him down and killed him in a firefight. The residents of the Tambov region were not coaxed from their rebellion by the promises of the NEP, the details of which were barely known to them. They were instead beaten into submission by the kind of brute force the Communist Party continued to be all too willing to use against their own people to ensure their political supremacy, because after all, they represented the revolution, and any threat to them was not just about securing their own personal power, but the victory of the revolution. This allowed them to justify a lot. And unfortunately, the worst was not actually over yet, as the NEP came too late to stave off a looming famine that would spread throughout Russia in 1921 and 1922. But we are going to set that aside and come back to it, because next week we are going to talk about how Soviet Russia tightened its political hold not on their own people, but on the peripheral nationalities of the former Russian Empire. Here, too, there would be conflicts both inside and outside the Communist Party about how to proceed, as they forged the building blocks of what they would call the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or, as it is better known in the English-speaking world, the Soviet Union. Episode 10.95, Russian Empire, Soviet Empire. March of 1921 is quite the pivot point to the Russian Revolution. Maybe not quite at the same level as October 1793 is to the French Revolution, but as with October 1793, you can dang near tell the whole story of the Russian Revolution just by focusing on the events of this one single month. Now, it doesn't quite get you everything the way October 1793 does, but there is a lot packed in here. On the domestic front, we've got the Kronstadt Rebellion that we talked about 2 weeks ago, a story about competing visions of the meaning of the revolution, which pitted against each other not implacable enemies, but former close friends and allies from the heady days of 1917. Then last week, we talked about the 10th Congress of the Communist Party, which politically cleared the way for the uppermost ruling clique of the party to build a walled-off internal dictatorship to match the walled-off external dictatorship they were building throughout Russia. Economically, we have the unveiling of the new economic policy, which was a huge shift that can only be understood by explaining the whys and hows of war communism, the crisis of massive peasant revolts sweeping the Russian countryside, and the failure of the international proletarian revolution to materialize after World War I. And all of that is just on the domestic side of the ledger. Today, we will turn to the international scene and find that just as March 1921 is an epicenter for really important internal affairs, it was also an epicenter for really important external affairs. On almost every front, Soviet Russia's place in the world solidifies here with a series of treaties and diplomatic agreements, with historical rivals like Poland and Turkey, ideological rivals like the arch-capitalist British, as well as new nominally independent entities that wind up serving as little more than puppet states controlled by Moscow. The 10th Party Congress also set the tone for a debate inside the Communist Party about how to deal with non-Russian nationalities in their sphere of orbit. This debate pitted those who believed in a great centralized communist zone as the only way to survive in a world still run by capitalist imperialism, and those who believed that ignoring national identity and the powerful aspirations for national self-respect and self-determination was probably a recipe for disaster. So what I want to do today is go around the horn of the old Russian Empire to lay out explicitly where everyone stands in relation to everyone else, as the reality of the post-revolution, post-World War I, post-Civil War international scene are fully revealed and solidified here in the spring of 1921. Geographically, we'll start up in the northwest, was some of the territories of the old Russian Empire that the Russian communists would not be bringing into their fold. The Republic of Finland, for example, had declared its independence in 1917, a declaration loudly and repeatedly recognized by the Bolsheviks. Now, though the white faction that won the Finnish Civil War was of course no great friend of the Russian Reds, they had stuck to neutrality during the Russian Civil War, and in October 1920, Finland and the Soviet Union signed a treaty formally recognizing one another and defining their mutually recognized borders. This was also true of the three Baltic states. During the war with Poland, Soviet Russia had signed treaties recognizing the independence of Estonia in February 1920, Lithuania in July 1920, and Latvia in August 1920. Recognition that would be undisturbed by the ambiguous end of the Polish-Soviet War. So, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, all constituent parts of the former Russian Empire, are now out on their own, recognized as independent sovereign entities. We're not yet even at the stage where the de jure independence of the Baltic states was merely a legal fiction, and everyone knew that in point of fact they were merely puppets of the Russians. That doesn't happen for another 20 years. For now, they well and truly were independent. Now, moving south from the Baltic, we get to one of the big March 1921 pivot points, the Peace of Riga, which was signed on March 18, 1921, between the Second Polish Republic and Soviet Russia. This was the treaty that not only ended the Polish-Soviet War, but it defined the western extremities of Soviet influence and solidified the political geography of Eastern and Central Europe during the interwar period. And just to drive home the point of precisely how much everything is coming together at the same time, Poland and Russia signed the Peace of Riga on March 18th, 3 days after Lenin unveiled the NEP, 2 days after the Communist Party issued its ban on factions, and just 1 day after the Red Army launched its final assault on the Kronstadt rebels. The hot phase of the Polish-Soviet War had of course ended with the ceasefire back in October 1920, but now diplomats for the two combatants signed their names to a treaty that left the grander ambitions of both sides totally dissatisfied. The Polish Republic had gone into the war envisioning the rebirth of the great Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Soviet Russia had gone in believing they would drive the communist revolution all the way to Warsaw as a mere prelude to launching themselves into Western Europe. Now, because neither side had really won the war, neither side got what they really wanted. Poland and Russia signed a treaty that left both well short of their respective territorial ambitions. Both recognized the independence of the Baltic states, and they drew a line through Belarus and Ukraine, giving the Poles the western bits and recognizing the eastern parts as independent sovereign states. In the big picture, this means that the boundaries of Soviet Russia are not going to be anywhere near the boundaries of the old Russian Empire, which, in addition to encompassing the old Baltic states, had extended all the way to Warsaw. So at the end of the day, most of what the Russians had renounced during the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk remained renounced, at least for the time being. Now this brings us, though, to the status of Ukraine and Belarus in the new order of things, a question that was debated at the 10th Party Congress, although that debate got lost in the shuffle a bit because there were much bigger things going on. The leadership of the Communist Party had decided not to annex these territories directly, but instead to recognize them as independent national republics, specifically as Soviet Socialist Republics, or SSRs. This was a bow to political reality, as Commissar of Nationalities Joseph Stalin said to critics who claimed there was no such thing as a Belarusian or Ukrainian national identity to recognize. Stalin said, "Here I have a written note to the effect that we, communists, supposedly artificially forced a Belarusian nation. This is false because a Belarusian nation exists, which has its own language different from Russian, and that the culture of the Belarusian nation can be raised only in its own language. Such speeches were made 5 years ago about Ukraine, concerning the Ukrainian nation. Clearly, the Ukrainian nation exists, and the development of its culture is a duty of communists. One cannot go against history." Lenin, in particular, was very concerned about Russian chauvinism creeping into the Communist Party. Russian chauvinism that often presented in the language of doctrinaire left-wing ideology but which in practice seemed little different from the attitudes of Tsarist colonial officials. Now, as with all things Lenin, his opinions were driven by strategic and tactical concerns. That is, how do we grow the influence of Soviet communism throughout the world? But, for example, he had been very critical of the communist officials who had failed to establish any kind of popular base in Ukraine during the Civil War period. The quote-unquote Ukrainian Communist Party had not been founded in Kiev but Moscow, and it was composed almost entirely of ethnic Russians. They had come into Ukraine as Russians, speaking and acting as Russians, and effectively denying Ukrainian language and culture existed. Now, they dressed this up in language of class conflict and international solidarity and rejecting bourgeois nationalism, but to the local Ukrainians, these Russian communists looked very different from the old Tsarist officials. So twice the Ukrainian Communist Party had followed the Red Army into Ukraine and twice gotten themselves kicked right back out again. The third time they came into Ukraine, after the Red Army rolled back to Duncan for the last time by the end of 1919, Lenin issued explicit instructions to recruit ethnic Ukrainians, speak the Ukrainian language, foster and promote Ukrainian culture. Failure to do this would simply mean facing a war of national liberation led by formidable partisans like Nestor Makhno. Now, this policy may have been cynical and tactical, but it was practical, and this time the communists managed to stay. The same held true up in Belarus, and so, by March 1921, we have these recognized entities, the Belarusian SSR and the Ukrainian SSR. Clearly, they were allied with the communists in Moscow, but as a matter of legality, they were independent sovereign nations. Now, if we stay here with our Western-facing orientation, there is another critical event that drops here in the middle of March 1921, simultaneous with all the other critical events dropping in March 1921, because on March 16th, the two most apparently implacable ideological opponents that you could possibly think of, British capitalists and Russian communists, signed an economic trade agreement that turned out to be the first step towards normalized diplomatic relations between the two countries. As we saw when we were discussing the Russian Civil War, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George had soured on a policy of regime change in Russia by the fall of 1919. He cut off military and economic aid to the Russian whites, he pushed for withdrawing Allied troops from Russian soil, and lifting the naval blockades on Russian ports. Once it had become clear that the Russian Communist government was not on the brink of being overthrown, the British reassessed their policies and concluded that it was in their interest to normalize economic and political relations with them. Now, the Polish-Soviet War complicated Lloyd George's plans a little bit, but after the Russians lost the Battle of Warsaw and the threat of communism spreading into Western Europe evaporated, he returned to his policy of signing a trade deal with Russia. Months of negotiations over issues like Tsarist-era Russian debts to British creditors and ongoing communist propaganda in Western countries, the two sides finally found enough common ground that they could sign off on a deal in March 1921. The Anglo-Soviet Trade Agreement was just that. It was a trade agreement that regulated economic commerce between the two countries. And in no time, British investments and exports were flooding into the devastated Russian economy. And in fact, these investments and exports were a vital part of making the NEP work. But it was not yet an official political agreement. The British still withheld official political recognition from the Soviet regime. But it amounted to de facto recognition, and it signaled to the rest of the world that the post-World War I diplomatic tables were going to have a seat for Soviet Russia. So, leaving our Western-facing orientation, I now want to turn our attention south, specifically to a former part of the Russian Empire I have long neglected, the Caucasus. Now, there are good reasons that I neglected the Caucasus. Set well behind the front lines of the Russian Civil War off to the north, and with only the collapsing Ottoman Empire to their south, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia all enjoyed autonomous independence through the spring of 1920. But with the Red Army having defeated both Admiral Kolchak and General Denikin by early 1920, and with the foundation of Ataturk's post-Ottoman Empire Grand National Assembly of Turkey in April 1920, the people of the Caucasus once again found themselves squeezed between larger neighbors who had political, economic, and territorial designs on that autonomous independence. Azerbaijan was the first to fall. In the spring of 1920, the Russians' 70,000-man 11th Army started moving south towards the Caucasus. With the much smaller Azerbaijani army caught up with flare-ups on their border with Armenia, the Red Army simply marched across the border and captured the critical Baku oil fields in late April 1920. They pulled this off pretty much without a fight, partly because the British and nationalist Turks were currently embroiled in the Turkish War of Independence, so Russia's two great geopolitical rivals in the region were currently focused on the Allied occupation of Constantinople, which commenced in March of 1920. Now, the British had demonstrated some interest in taking the Baku oil fields for themselves, as the victorious allies of World War I divvied up the world's colonized resources, but ultimately they would conclude it wasn't worth the risk or the hassle. They obviously made no effort to stop the advancing Red Army, and they withdrew their last lingering forces from the area completely by July of 1920. The Turks, meanwhile, saw the Russians as potential allies in their anti-colonial war against the British, and hoped the Caucasus could serve as a conduit for supplies and guns coming down from Russia. So when the Red Army rolled into Azerbaijan, the local Turkish population rose up to support their invasion and occupation. As would happen with Belarus and Ukraine, Azerbaijan would soon be reconstituted as an SSR, the Azerbaijani Soviet Socialist Republic. The move south into Azerbaijan was followed quickly by the stalling out of the Russian advance west into Poland. Following the Battle of Warsaw, many high-ranking communists really started coming around on the idea that a frontal assault on Western Europe was impossible. But instead of just giving up, they saw huge opportunities to destabilize the Western capitalists not by staging insurrections in Berlin or Paris, but by going after their colonial possessions in Central, Southern, and East Asia. As early as August 1919, Trotsky had said, "There is no doubt at all that our Red Army constitutes an incomparably more powerful force in the Asian terrain of world politics than in the European terrain. Here there opens up before us an undoubted possibility, not merely of a lengthy wait to see how events develop in Europe, but of conducting activity in the Asian field. The road to India may prove at this given moment to be more readily passable and shorter for us. The road to Paris and London lies via the towns of Afghanistan, the Punjab, and Bengal." The idea of reorienting international communist revolution around anti-colonial campaigns of liberation became a real possibility now that the western land bridge through Poland to Germany was closed, and now that the defeat of the Russian Whites left the Reds in a commanding position on the Eurasian continent. So in September of 1920, the Soviets used their position in Azerbaijan to host the first of what they called the Congress of the Peoples of the East, formally held under the auspices of the Comintern. As many as 1,900 delegates congregated in Baku for this Congress. Most of them came from the northern and eastern Mediterranean territories that had been under the auspices of the Ottoman Empire, but many came from as far afield as India and China. They gathered in a somewhat chaotic assembly of different languages and nationalities, where speeches had to be immediately translated into a few common languages, most especially Turkic and Persian. Few of the delegates were communists in any meaningful sense, but Zinoviev and the other Comintern leaders hoped to pitch Soviet communism as a friend, ally, and supporter of the anti-colonial struggles that all of them had in common. In Zinoviev's keynote speech, he said, "Comrades, brothers, the time has come now when you can set about organizing a true people's holy war against the robbers and oppressors. The Communist International turns today to the peoples of the East and says to them, 'Brothers, we summon you to a holy war, in the first place against British imperialism.'" Now, an avowed atheist communist invoking the language of holy wars to a mostly Muslim audience is not exactly orthodox Marxism. But they did share a common enemy in Western European colonial oppression. And so for now, it hardly mattered if you waged war against Western imperialism on behalf of Marx or Muhammad. What mattered was waging war on Western imperialism. Now, ultimately, this Congress of the Peoples of the East turned out to be a one-off event that the Russians struggled to build much of a movement from, But it did set the tone for a more explicitly anti-colonial liberation Marxism that would spread throughout the colonized world in East Asia, India, Africa, the Caribbean, and South America. A brand of Marxism that would become more sharply pronounced as many local groups concluded that the Russians were as unable to quit their European colonial mentality as any of the Western capitalists. Now, shortly after the Congress, the Red Army made their next move in the Caucasus to ensure that that vital region stayed in the Russian orbit. Not really quitting the European colonial mentality, in November 1920, Stalin told Pravda, "The importance of the Caucasus for the revolution is determined not only by the fact that it is a source of raw materials, fuel, and food supplies, but also by its position between Europe and Asia, and in part between Russia and Turkey, as well as the presence of highly important economic and strategic roads." So, though the ideologies and justifications changed, the mentality didn't change very much at all. Now, the Soviets saw an opportunity as Armenia had become embroiled in a border war with Turkey that was founded on generations of mutual ethnic hatred, most grossly expressed by the Armenian genocide, where between 1915 and 1917, the Turks brutally drove somewhere between 600,000 and 1.5 million Armenians to death. With the Armenians on the brink of defeat to the Turks, the Red Army marched over from Azerbaijan and issued a blunt ultimatum to the Armenian government in late November: surrender to us or surrender to the Turks. Viewing the Soviets as the lesser of two evils, the government surrendered, and the Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic was proclaimed in its place. With Red Army-backed SSRs proclaimed in Azerbaijan and Armenia, this meant that Georgia, the last of the independent Caucasian states, was now surrounded. Now, Georgia was a harder nut to crack for the Russian communists, because if you'll remember from way back when we introduced young Stalin, Georgia was one of the only places where the Mensheviks had a real strong popular base of support. Georgia was not now, nor had it ever been, friendly to the Bolshevik Party. Shortly after the Red Army moved into Baku, Georgian communists had attempted a coup in Tbilisi, but it had been easily deflected by the Menshevik government. Moscow considered Georgia to be a resilient enough opponent that on May 7, 1920, they signed a treaty recognizing Georgia's sovereign independence. But it's very clear the Russian communists signed this treaty only as a delaying tactic to lull the Georgian Mensheviks into complacency. One of the few demands they put into the treaty was that the Mensheviks agree to not outlaw the Georgian Communist Party, that they would be allowed to freely organize, assemble, and publish. After the Mensheviks agreed, the Georgian Communist Party set about doing everything it could to overthrow the Menshevik government, and they were aided by the diplomatic corps sent by Moscow. Subversive activities were regularly concocted right inside the Russian embassy in Tbilisi. But Georgia was a tough nut to crack, and the local communist subversion wasn't really getting them anywhere. So by January 1921, local leaders convinced two key members of the Politburo, Stalin and Trotsky, that taking over Georgia was going to require external force. And in fact, local communists in the region actually sent Red Army units over the border into Georgia a few days before they received official permission to do so. They sent the Red Army units in there to stage a phony local uprising that would then call for Red Army assistance. So on February 14th, Lenin and the Politburo gave their final permission for the invasion that had kind of already started, and the Red Army proceeded to roll across the border into Georgia from the north and from the east. By the end of February, the Menshevik leaders evacuated Tbilisi and allowed the Red Army to occupy the capital city to avoid it being shelled. Once the capital was taken, a Georgian SSR was proclaimed, and it would now sit alongside the Armenian SSR and the Azerbaijani SSR. So that brings us back to our pivotal month of March 1921, when the communists completed their takeover of the Caucasus. The Menshevik government and their armed forces had retreated to Batum, a port on the Black Sea in the extreme southwest of the country. Here they planned to base their resistance campaign to the communists, but by now they found themselves back into their old historical position, stuck between two much larger regional powers. On March 16th, the Turks announced that they planned to annex Batum for themselves, and they sent up a garrison to occupy the city. But for all their resistant hostility to Bolshevism, The Mensheviks concluded it would be better for the city to fall to the communists than to the Turkish nationalists. So the 10,000-man Menshevik army disarmed the would-be Turkish garrison and opened the doors instead to the Red Army. Then Menshevik government ministers, officials, military commanders, and refugees boarded French and Italian ships that carried them west across the Black Sea to Constantinople, which was by now positively overflowing with Russian refugees of every shape, size, and ideology. Now, from Moscow's perspective, a communist takeover of Georgia may have been preferable to the alternative, which is leaving the Menshevik government in place. Before the invasion, Western socialists who were opposed to communism had called Menshevik Georgia the only true socialist government in the world, a deliberate snub of Soviet Russia. Now they would use the invasion as proof of insatiable communist aggression. Moscow had, after all, signed a treaty not even 1 year earlier pledging to respect the independence of Georgia. The invasion was clear proof of the value of such communist promises. Inside Georgia, this invasion had done very little to curry favor with a local population that wasn't inclined towards Bolshevism in the first place. In July 1921, Stalin returned to his old hometown stomping ground in Tbilisi and was greeted with undisguised hostility. When he tried to address a mass meeting, they heckled him, shouting "murderer" and "traitor." One got up and said, "Who asked you to come here? What happened to our treaty? At the order of the Kremlin, blood is shed here, and you talk of friendship?" "So," he said, referring to Stalin by the name Stalin had used when he was down here in Georgia operating Bolshevik bank robberies. "You give us a good laugh." Humiliated, Stalin ordered Cheka agents to arrest about 100 Social Democrats and Mensheviks, because while the Mensheviks may have made the mistake of allowing political freedom to the communists were not about to return the favor. As you may have noticed, it's not exactly Communist Party policy to allow people to get in their way. And with that in mind, they completely ignored local opinion and formed the three Caucasian republics into a single entity called the Federative Union of Socialist Soviet Republics of Transcaucasia, a union none of the three member groups were particularly happy about, but about which there was very little they could do. With the conversion of the Caucasian states into SSRs, and then their merger into this single thing that we call the Transcaucasian SFSR, means that we now have our four initial signatories of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in place. When the time comes in December 1922, Russia will sign a treaty of union with the ostensibly independent Belarusian SSR, Ukrainian SSR, and Transcaucasian SFSR. So where I want to end today is by answering the question, okay, we understand these other three units, but what do we mean when we talk about Russia now? What is the Russian component of the coming USSR? Because believe me, it was not then and is not now a simple thing. Now, when we speak of Russia or Soviet Russia, what we are talking about is a thing called the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic, or RSFSR. But it's not simply a Russian SSR, because the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic was itself technically a federal union of many different recognized subunits. At this point, fully 22% of the population of this thing we call the RSFSR was not ethnically or culturally Russian. As a matter of practical administration and sound politics, the communist leaders in Moscow were willing to recognize the autonomy of various minority nationality groups, even if they were not willing to grant them the kind of full independent status that they granted the Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Transcaucasians, which is to say the Georgians, Armenians, and Azerbaijani. As Moscow's reach extended beyond central Russia proper following Red Army victories in the Civil War, they created zones of ethnic autonomy, mostly as a means of inducing the local population to accept Moscow's ultimate authority and not rise up in revolt against them. Larger regions would be called autonomous socialist Soviet republics, with smaller carve-outs called autonomous oblasts. So, for example, some of the most important of these ethnic enclaves were the Muslim populations of the Ural steppes north of the Caspian Sea, specifically the Bashkir and Tatars. The Bashkir were awarded the Bashkir Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic in 1919 as a reward for abandoning Admiral Kolchak at a key moment in the Russian Civil War, and the following year the Tatars were given the same status. They were granted the Tatar Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic. A similar process was carried out in what was then collectively referred to as Turkestan, an area encompassing a huge population of Turkic peoples who had been relative latecomers to the Russian Empire. For several years, they were organized into a single large Turkestan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, a constituent part of the RSFSR, but whose single umbrella covered a multiplicity of nationalities. So the Turkestan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic would soon be divided into now recognizable states like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan. By the early 1920s, some 30 of these autonomous ethnic subdivisions had been created. So at least on paper, the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic was a union of all these autonomous zones and republics, with Russia proper simply being the largest subdivision, merely the first among equals, if you catch my drift. Because despite many lofty promises from Moscow about autonomy, that autonomy was severely curtailed. And for example, the boundary of the autonomous Tatar Republic was drawn specifically to exclude 75% of the Tatar population, but include a large population of Russians to make sure that autonomy from Moscow was never taken too seriously. So, coming back around now to March 1921, we get a real sense of where Soviet Russia sits in the world. They had by now signed formal treaties of mutual recognition with Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, Ukraine, and Belarus, and the 3 Transcaucasian republics. And then in February 1921, they added a couple more, a pact with the government in Afghanistan, and a treaty of friendship with a short-lived revolutionary government in Iran. Then, on March 16, 1921, we get another big deal kind of in the history of diplomacy, a treaty of friendship between Russia and Turkey. A treaty of friendship between Russia and Turkey. This is something that is absolutely unprecedented, right? The Turks and Russians haven't been on the same side of anything except that one time Napoleon tried to take over Egypt. But now here they were, once again friends, at least on paper. Soviet Russia also now enjoys de facto recognition from Britain, de facto recognition that would pave the way for normalized relations with the other great powers. Germany would follow with formal diplomatic recognition in 1922, and then France and Britain would both come along with formal recognition in 1924. The United States would be the holdout here, doing that thing where we stubbornly close our eyes tight in the face of obvious reality. The United States will not formally recognize the existence of Soviet Russia until November 1933. The point, though, is that as we head beyond 1921, we can see that the most perilous days of revolution and civil war are receding into the rearview mirror. There are still great crises to face, but Soviet Russia is looking pretty stable. It's in fact looking like the Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917 may have been kind of a big deal, world historically speaking, after all. There will be no episode next week, as I am off to Milwaukee to do the premiere performance of this live monologue I've written. But when we come back in 2 weeks, we will wrap up the Russian Revolution. I gotta tell you, when we come back, we are entering the final set of episodes. Because following today's episode, there will be just 8 more new episodes left. Which means that we will be walking away from this at episode 10.103. So, I hope you don't feel too cheated on this final season, even though it is all about to end. Episode 10.86, Starving to Death. As you know, we are now commencing the final 8 episodes of the Russian Revolution series,
fully 3 calendar years after we started this thing. Okay. Now that we've reached the spring of 1921, the plan for the next 5 episodes is to continue pulling up and away from the day-by-day, week-by-week narrative of the Russian Revolution to give a slightly broader perspective on the next few years. That'll take us right up to the death of Lenin, at which point I'll cap the whole series off like I did with the final French Revolution episodes on the Consulate and the Napoleonic Empire. So the final 3 episodes will give much larger beats to wrap up the story with the Great Purge of 1937. At which point the revolution was well and truly over. Now, I think even right now you could make the case that the Russian Revolution as such is over. The commies won. They will remain in power, and thus we are clearly moving into what could reasonably be classified as early Soviet history, as opposed to the Revolutionary and Civil War period. But it's not quite as cut and dry as that, and I've always been aiming at the death of Lenin as the final destination. But though this 10th and final and longest series on the Russian Revolution is ending in a few weeks, the Revolutions podcast still has one big epilogue left to go. From the moment I first conceived of the show, the plan has always been to end it with a collection of final thoughts reflecting on everything we've covered, from Cromwell and the Long Parliament through Lenin and the Soviet Socialist Republics. Is there a structured pattern to how revolutions start, unfold, and resolve? Who and what are the common archetypical figures? Are revolutions necessary? What the heck is a revolution anyway? In the very first introductory episode, I sidestepped that question and just said, look, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's probably a revolution. Well, now it's probably time to come back around and take a stab at classifying all the different species of duck. So when we finish Russia, I'll take the summer off completely to work on this final project, and then we'll come back around in the fall. So even though story time is almost over, there's still lots of good stuff up ahead. But getting back to story time, the spring of 1921 really is a major hinge point in Russian history. And as I just said, you could plausibly argue the revolution is, at this point, over. Up until now, the fate of the revolution had hung in the balance. The question of who would rule Russia after the fall of Tsar Nicholas and the February Revolution was wide open for 4 solid years. After the Bolsheviks seized power in the October Revolution, no sane person would have bet on them lasting for long. People barely knew who they were. There weren't that many of them to begin with, and their rank and file were confined to a few large cities in an incredibly rural and agrarian country. The Bolsheviks had no links to the peasantry, who formed the mass majority of Russians. So their adventurous storming of the Winter Palace in 1917 seemed destined to go down as reckless folly that led directly to their mass arrest and almost certain execution. But that didn't happen. Then, after defying the odds and holding on through the first tumultuous months, Russia was consumed by 3 more years of a multi-front civil war, foreign invasions, border conflicts, peasant insurrections, worker strikes, and military mutinies, like most recently the Kronstadt Rebellion in March 1921. Instead of being thrown by any of this, and any one of the things I just rattled off could have spelled the end of communist rule, the communists had hung on. As things started warming up in 1921, the most obvious and direct threats to their rule had been overcome, driven back, and beaten down. Their roster of political enemies were almost all dead, exiled, imprisoned, converted, or terminally demoralized, and had just given up the game entirely. But a big part of the reason we're not totally wrapping up the story of the Russian Revolution is that it's not over yet. The communist hold on power was not yet totally solidified, and in fact, beginning in the spring of 1921, the Soviet government faced exactly the kind of social catastrophe that had destabilized and destroyed regimes far deeper entrenched than they were. Indeed, exactly the sort of social catastrophe that had taken down the Tsars and paved the way for the Bolsheviks to come to power in the first place. So today we are going to talk about one of the great humanitarian disasters of the 20th century, a disaster which is especially notable for managing to produce, if you can believe it, mass death on a scale that dwarfed all the insurrections, rebellions, and civil wars that we've been talking about for the past 9,000 episodes. Today we're going to talk about the Russian famine of 1921-1922. By the time the famine was over, it had probably killed upwards of 10 million people in just a little over a single year, dwarfing even the Russian casualty numbers from World War I. For all the deadly machines of violence humans have created since we started sharpening sticks and rocks, there's nothing quite like the fatal devastation wrought when millions of people have literally nothing to eat. Now, the story of any famine is obviously going to begin with some kind of natural or environmental catastrophe, and so it was for Russia in 1921. This catastrophe was centered on the region around the Volga River and the steppes by the Ural Mountains, but it was not confined there entirely. There was a crop failure in 1920, followed by a particularly heavy frost over the winter that killed off a ton of seed. Into these inauspicious conditions would follow an extreme summer drought that turned fertile acres into a dust bowl. Dry, thin topsoil was just blown away by the wind. So 1921 delivered a second consecutive crop failure. And 2 failures in a row is where famine comes from. One crop failure is terrible, but endurable with sacrifice. 2 in a row, and you're dealing with a humanitarian crisis. But it's not as if the peasants weren't familiar with the phenomenon of crop failures. They were a recurring feature of Russian life, and the peasants knew how to ensure themselves against the random vicissitudes of God and nature. As a matter of course, they kept reserves of grain, seed banks, food and fodder stored in case of emergency. They had done this for centuries. And this is when we turn from the natural causes of the famine to the human causes. Years of civil war over these contested areas like the Volga meant constant forced requisitions from both the Red and the White armies. When the Reds gained the decisive upper hand, areas under their control were subject to the policies of war communism. As we've discussed, the practice of seizing food, grain, and fodder by force without compensation led the peasants to simply stop producing surpluses. Anything they produced was just going to be seized, so why bother producing it? The result was that the amount of land under cultivation dropped dramatically, and the amount the peasantry saved and stored also dropped dramatically. After years of this, the peasants were out on the thin ice of bare subsistence, and in 1921, they fell through the ice. When the second crop failure hit, there was nothing to eat. There was just nothing to eat. In huge chunks of the former Russian Empire, not just around the Volga, which was the area hardest hit, but also western Siberia, the steppes around the Ural Mountains, the area around the Don River, southern Ukraine, all of them places, I might point out, that were on the front lines of the civil wars. In the spring of 1921, roughly 25% of Russian peasants were already starving from a long winter after the failures of 1920. This would only get worse as the months went on. The spreading curse of malnourishment brought with it a secondary wave of disease and sickness, as typhus and cholera started taking over entire communities severely weakened by hunger. The ultimate death toll of the famine includes those who died from these sicknesses, which were so directly caused by it. Now, in the big picture, the Soviet leadership knew how bad things were out there. It's a huge reason Lenin had initiated the new economic policy at the 10th Party Congress in March 1921. He recognized how counterproductive war communism had ultimately been, and he was very motivated to reverse course, increase the amount of land under cultivation, revive heavy industry, and fix the railroads. This would put Russia on a more productive course that would hopefully allow them to make gains in leaps and bounds once things started clicking. The Bolshevik vision for Russian agriculture was ultimately about large nationalized estates using advanced mechanization and the most advanced tools and theories to create the kind of abundance that would make famine a relic of the old world. They were trying to do all these things, but it was a big turn that would take a long time, and people were starving right now. General circumstances limited the Soviet government's initial response. We've talked a bunch about how the broad collapse of the Russian economy and its infrastructure was hindering everything. In particular, the roads and rail lines were an absolute shambles. It was dang near impossible to get anything anywhere else. And even if and when the Russian government was able to ship food into a famine zone, they were often taking it not from a zone of abundance and plenty, but a zone that was itself on the knife's edge of famine. In particular, grain was shipped into the Volga from Ukraine, an area ravaged by 5 years of chaos that was itself suffering mass food shortages. So you get one of those terrible images of people with empty bellies watching food get loaded onto trains and shipped away. And for a little while, the Soviet government did what the Tsars had typically done, which was not acknowledge the problem and just clamp down on the press. In particular, using the word famine in a news article was a really good way to have the Cheka come calling on you in the middle of the night. Lenin had been around the revolutionary bloc a time or two, and he knew famines are radicalizing events that can and will destabilize a regime. I mean, after all, Lenin and his generation of revolutionaries had come of age right when the famines of the early 1890s had done so much to smash the first cracks in the foundations of the Romanov dynasty. But the stories that were coming in over the summer of 1921 could not be repressed on a mass scale, nor could the government continue to deny what was going on. Millions of their citizens were reduced to eating literally anything they could find that might fill their stomachs. People were eating grass, weeds, leaves, tree bark, sawdust, clay, and even manure. They slaughtered every living thing they could find: livestock, horses, rodents, cats, and dogs. Many tried to flee their homes for literally greener pastures, but the government stopped allowing outbound trains to leave these areas to stop the spread of diseases taking over the famished communities, and to stop those empty stomachs from overwhelming other parts of a clearly shaky system. By the summer of 1921, things were so bad, and there was so little they could do about it, that Lenin's government had to do something drastic, something almost unthinkably drastic: appeal to the West for aid. With no other options, they would have to go hat in hand to the people they had spent their lives trying to overthrow, with great proclamations about how much better life would be under communism, and now say to those people, "We're starving, please feed us." But Lenin, as ever, was a practical guy, and as he had said during the days of crisis surrounding the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in early 1918, "Please add my vote in favor of taking potatoes and weapons from the bandits of Anglo-French imperialism." Though some pride would obviously have to be swallowed, it was all for the greater glory and survival of the revolution. The initial call to the West did not come from the government itself, but rather from the internationally renowned writer Maxim Gorky. Gorky and Lenin had been friends for years, though events since 1917 had left Gorky depressed and disillusioned, and it was only thanks to lingering personal sentimental attachment that Lenin allowed Gorky freedom of movement and expression that would have been denied to others. Gorky appealed to Lenin to let him appeal to the world, and Lenin agreed. So in July 1921, Gorky penned a short letter that soon spread throughout the international press. It's short, so I can just read from it in full. The corn-growing steppes are smitten by crop failure, caused by the drought. The calamity threatens starvation to millions of Russian people. Think of the Russian people's exhaustion by the war and revolution, which considerably reduced its resistance to disease and its physical endurance. Gloomy days have come for the country of Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Mendeleev, Pavlov, Mussorgsky, Glinka, and other world prize men, and I venture to trust that the cultured European and American people, understanding the tragedy of the Russian people, will immediately succor with bread and medicines. If humanitarian ideals and feelings, faith in whose social import was so shaken by the damnable war and its victor's vengeance towards the vanquished, if faith in the creative force of these ideas and feelings, I say, must and can be restored, Russia's misfortune offers humanitarians a splendid opportunity to demonstrate the vitality of humanitarianism. I think particularly warm sympathy in succoring the Russian people must be shown by those who, during the ignominious war, so passionately preached fratricidal hatred, thereby withering the educational efficacy of ideas evolved by mankind in the most arduous labors, and so lightly killed by stupidity and cupidity. People who understand the words of agonizing pain will forgive the involuntary bitterness of my words. I ask all honest European and American people for prompt aid to the Russian people. Give bread and medicine. Maxim Gorky. After this letter was written, Lenin even allowed Gorky to organize a voluntary relief effort among private Russian citizens, a rarity in a time when any public-facing institution had to be connected to the Communist Party. On July 21st, they formed the All-Russian Public Committee to Aid the Hungry. It was a collection of many prominent Russians, including old liberal politicians, popular former SRs like Vera Figner, prominent writers, artists, and intellectuals. and people drawn from the same social ranks that had once populated the Zemstva: doctors, engineers, teachers, lawyers, and agronomists. It was, in a certain sense, a revival of the days both of the Russo-Japanese War and World War I, when Russian society begged the Tsar to be allowed to organize supplies, aid, and relief when the Russian state couldn't do it. It was, in fact, so much of a callback to those days that even old Prince Lvov got involved. Lvov had himself come to prominence as a leader of the Zemstva relief efforts during both the Russo-Japanese War and World War I, and it's why he had wound up head of the first provisional government after the abdication of the Tsar in 1917. Now long since in exile in Paris, he did his best to organize a campaign of relief for the starving Russians from whoever would take his call. He was no fan of the communist government. He did not sympathize with them, but he did sympathize with the Russian people. Now, out there in the wider world, the first person to jump to respond to Gorky's letter was not yet U.S. President Herbert Hoover. If you know anything at all about Herbert Hoover, you know that his path to the presidency ran through the international fame he earned organizing relief efforts in Europe both during, and especially after, World War I had blown the whole continent to hell. Hoover had led several different agencies distributing food throughout war-torn Europe since 1914, and in February 1919, the U.S. Congress created a thing called the American Relief Administration, giving it a budget of over $100 million in the hopes of moving food from plentiful North America to impoverished Europe. Hoover raised further funds from private donations that doubled his budget, and in the immediate aftermath of the war, the ARA delivered more than 4 million tons of relief supplies to 23 European countries. When the ARA got going in 1919, Hoover offered aid to Soviet Russia, but this offer was flatly rejected. Even though Russia was in bad shape in 1919 and could have used all the relief it could get, this was the hottest period of the Civil War, and as the American Hoover is offering this aid, American expeditionary troops, as well as forces from several other Allied countries, were occupying Russian soil. They were actively funding and supplying the White armies trying to topple the Soviet government. So it did not take much to see the ARA as a Trojan horse, especially as Hoover stipulated the organization must be allowed to deliver food and supplies equally to all who needed it, that the Russian government must not interfere with their activities, and that they be given priority access to the Russian railroads. In 1919, it would have been nearly impossible for Lenin's government to see this as anything but an attempt to insert a supply chain for the White armies. So Lenin aggressively passed on Hoover's offer. But 2 years later, in the summer of 1921, circumstances had changed. The need for relief was far greater, the threat of being overthrown by Western powers much reduced. After all, the British had just signed a trade deal with Russia. So, in August 1921, negotiators from the Russian government and the ARA met in Riga to hammer out a deal. The ARA reiterated its demand to work freely and independently inside Russia without interference, and that they must be able to hand out food and supplies on the basis of simple need, without distinction of ethnicity, class, or political affiliation. Further, while the ARA was a venture whose costs were covered by the U.S. government and private donations, the ARA demanded the Russians kick in some of their gold reserves, so it became a joint venture. After a deal was reached, the U.S. Congress appropriated $20 million under the Russian Famine Relief Act of 1921. The Russian government pledged $18 million of its own, with various other public and private organizations making their own contributions, taking the grand total of the budget up to about $80 million, roughly $1 billion in today's money. Now, practically the day this agreement was signed, Lenin double-crossed all those people who had joined the Russian Public Committee to Aid the Hungry. And in retrospect, it seems pretty obvious that him allowing this committee to be formed was a PR gesture meant to soften Western public opinion. Lenin was very aware an organization composed of people hostile to the Communist Party could drive their relief work in politically seditious ways, and he wasn't going to have it. On August 27th, the Cheka arrested most of the members of the committee on vague charges of counter-revolutionary activity. Some were exiled abroad, some exiled internally, and some administratively confined to a certain area. Lenin told Gorky that now was probably the right time for him to leave Russia for good. if he knew what was good for him. Gorky took the hint, and in September 1921 departed for 10 years of exile, spent mostly in Italy. None of that upended the deal with the ARA, though, and they commenced operations immediately. Within a month, ships loaded with food headed for Russia. The ARA came into Petrograd first, since it's, a huge port city close at hand, and that's where they set up their first kitchen, the place where the food would actually be doled out to the starving people. As is usually the case with these things, the group at the forefront of everyone's mind was children. Not only children of poor families, but the almost unfathomable number of orphans that had been created since 1914. With their parents either dead or having abandoned them, nearly 7 million orphans now roam the streets of Russia, completely fending for themselves. The ARA set its initial goal on feeding 1 million children every day for a year. Although the ARA was the largest foreign relief operation in Russia during the famine, they were not the only ones. A pan-European effort was led by famous Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen through an organization called the International Committee for Russian Relief. As the combined efforts of these groups spread out, and the scope of the disaster became apparent, everything started ballooning in size. At the height of its operations, the ARA would be feeding 10 million Russians, men, women, and children, at least one meal every day. Their European counterparts fed 2 million people every day, while another outfit called the International Save the Children Union fed up to 375,000. They all used a steady stream of freighters to bring in literally millions of tons of flour, grain, rice, beans, pork, milk, and sugar. The ARA brought in hundreds of on-site relief managers to oversee a small army of 125,000 Russians tasked with unloading, warehousing, hauling, weighing, cooking, and serving food at the more than 21,000 kitchens that would be established throughout the country over the next 2 years. But unfortunately, the winter of 1921 came all too quickly, and the relief efforts could not move fast enough to stave off the horrors of another long, hungry winter. Once the ice set in, and anything edible disappeared, people were forced to resort to cannibalism. With people dying left and right, it seemed like an absolute stupid waste of perfectly good flesh to let bodies just be buried in the ground. Especially around the Volga and Ural areas, a thriving underground culture of cannibalism got many people through the winter. When relief workers came around and attempted to properly dispose of corpses, people quietly begged them not to take the meat away. As time went on, grave robbery became a thing, and of course, eventually, there are stories that it wasn't exactly safe to go out at night. The weak might get jumped, murdered, and eaten. Nobody really talked about it openly, nor wanted to talk about it openly, but cannibalism was widespread in many areas, and at least a few more people lived than would have otherwise perished. Beyond the deaths caused immediately by starvation, relief workers also reported back the appalling material conditions they found in Russia. Even if food was available, there might not be sufficient fuel to cook it, nor sufficient fuel for anyone to stay warm during the long winter. Russian peasants out in the villages and Russian workers in the cities often lived in a single pair of tattered rags. Children in orphanages often had only one garment, and that was often little more than a converted flour sack. Kids out in the rural areas who might have been fed at a kitchen had to stay home as they lacked sufficient clothes to safely leave the house. Taking in these distressing reports, the ARA expanded its operations and initiated a plan to collect and send clothing packages to Russia, all of which would be funded by private donations. In addition to all of this, as I said, beyond the immediate problem of starvation, there was also a huge ongoing medical crisis. Diseases of all kinds ran rampant through the weakened population. Hospitals and clinics were overrun and undersupplied. Everything was in short supply. Beds, blankets, sheets, and most medical tools and medicines. Operations had to be performed in operating rooms without heat and without anesthetic. Wounds would be dressed with rags or just any random bits of paper. The water supply was often polluted and unusable. By the end of 1921, relief efforts expanded beyond just food, and ultimately they were supplying over 16,000 hospitals and clinics with medicine, blankets, surgical equipment, and clean garments. They also doled out 6 million inoculations and over 1 million vaccinations. While all these Western relief workers ran around Russia, the Soviet government did not exactly stick to their promise not to interfere with them. The Cheka followed workers, searched them, interrogated them. Some were arrested and accused of being spies, saboteurs, and people looking to discredit and overthrow the Soviet regime. The government searched convoys and seized supplies and constantly meddled with the relief operations. Now, to a certain degree, this is all understandable. Many in the West had made no secret of their hopes of overthrowing the communists, and many absolutely saw the Russian famine as a great piece of anti-communist propaganda. And given how much we know about how spy services operate, it wouldn't surprise me at all if some of these people did turn out to be spies with ulterior motives, although I haven't actually read that anywhere. But also, just as a Red Scare mentality spread throughout the various corridors of Western power during this period, a complementary White Scare mentality had spread through the corridors of the Kremlin. The slightest little spark of suspicion about someone was enough to drive a wild blaze of paranoia. Now, perhaps it was justifiable paranoia, but it was paranoia nonetheless. Officially, the Soviets expressed their gratitude, and in May 1922, Kamenev, in his role as president of the Moscow Soviet and deputy chairman of all Russian famine relief committees, wrote a letter to the ARA administrators that said, "The government of the Russian nation will never forget the generous help that was afforded them in the terrible calamity and dangers visited upon them. I wish to express on behalf of the Soviet government my satisfaction and thanks to the American Relief Administration for the substantial support which they are offering to the calamity-stricken population of the Volga area." The famine itself finally started to taper off thanks to much better harvests in 1922 and then again in 1923. Harvests that were helped along by the mass importation of seeds from the West. The ARA continued to do work in Russia until 1923, but it all ended when it was reported publicly that the Soviet government was now exporting grain from Ukraine for sale abroad. And they did this because they needed money to buy more industrial machinery, both for factories and farming, to get their economy back up and running. But it was a death blow to any kind of sympathetic generosity from would-be supporters in the West. People were not interested in paying to feed a country that was now exporting grain it could use to feed itself. So in June 1923, the ARA suspended its operations in Russia and left. There's no way to calculate an exact final death toll of the Russian famine of 1921 and 1922, nor calculate how many lives were saved by the efforts of the foreign relief organizations. But the numbers that I've seen comfortably reported put the number of dead around 10 million, and we know that at least as many as that were being fed every day by the ARA and other organizations. Absent their presence, many millions more would have died. Now, it all gets dead and buried under years of Cold War propaganda and counter-propaganda, but when it comes to the revolution, the Americans proved to be at least as generous and helpful towards early Soviet Russia as they had been antagonistic and hostile. And on balance, given the paltry numbers of Americans in the expeditionary forces involved in the incursions in the Russian Civil War in 1918 and 1919, perhaps we might be able to say that the scales are tipped quite a bit in the direction of generous and helpful. I mean, it's entirely possible that Herbert Hoover, arch-capitalist, was the reason Lenin and the communists held on to power. Episode 10.97, The Trial of the SRs. Last week, we talked about the Russian famine of 1921 to 1922, a famine that represented a true nadir of Russian fortunes, following a long list of nadirs of their fortunes since 1914. Now, had the Tsar been in power, the famine was exactly the kind of thing socialists would have blamed on the bad old system that needed to be overthrown by revolution. I mean, look, tens of millions of people are starving to death. What are we supposed to do? Not overthrow the regime that was allowing it to happen? But the revolution had already come and gone. The Communist Party has been in charge of things since 1917, and you can't very well blame Nikki and Alexandra for this one, especially as the Soviet government's own policies played such a huge causal role in the disaster. So as I mentioned last week, the social and economic crisis came with huge political dangers for the Communist Party. And if you go back a few episodes before that to when we were talking about the 10th Party Congress, we know that the liberalizing economic reforms of the NEP were not going to be matched by liberalizing political reforms. Quite the opposite. More economic freedom had to be paired with less political freedom. Otherwise, people might get it into their heads to overthrow the Communist Party and give someone else a chance. And there were potential alternatives out there. Not just reactionary monarchists or liberal bourgeois types who could be easily dismissed at this point, but other socialist parties. Other revolutionary socialist parties, like the Party of the Socialist Revolutionaries, the SRs. Now, as everyone knows, the SRs had been the most popular political party in Russia back in 1917. They ascended rapidly after the February Revolution, occupied key positions in the Soviets and the Provisional Government, and in terms of raw numbers, they were by far the largest political organization in Russia. The leaders of the SRs initially treated the October Revolution as an annoying setback that would be easily overcome when the democratic elections were held for the Constituent Assembly. But then the Bolsheviks had simply dispersed the Constituent Assembly in January 1918 after the SRs won the most seats, which flummoxed the leadership of the SRs, as no one rose to defend them or the sanctity of the assembly. But we must remember that this is largely because Lenin and the boys simply copied and pasted the SR land redistribution program and issued it as their decree on land. So there seemed little reason to rise up and overthrow them in early 1918. They were promising what everybody wanted. In the years since the October Revolution, the SRs had fought a steadily losing battle for relevance, influence, and power. When the Civil War got going in earnest, the party split between those willing to take up arms against the Bolsheviks and those who refused on the assumption that conflict between socialists would only wind up helping the white forces of reaction. Those who did take up arms in 1918 found themselves mostly marginalized by the end of the year. On the one hand, the Bolshevik land decree made it nearly impossible to convince Russian peasants that the Bolsheviks needed to be fought to the death. And on the other hand, the admirals and generals of the White Armies and their allied backers in the West had no interest in letting revolutionary socialists have any power inside their anti-communist coalition. By 1919, the Civil War had become a true either-or choice between Reds and Whites, and most SRs simply could not justify supporting the Whites. The Communists made their choice easier by offering amnesty to SRs who renounced armed opposition to the Soviet government. Those who did not switch their party allegiance outright either dropped out of politics or went into exile abroad. This general political amnesty was incredibly conditional, though, and during the decisive death matches of the Civil War in late 1919 and early 1920, the Cheka actively hunted down known senior SRs. Among the most prominent was Abram Gotz, former member of the SR Combat Organization during the Revolution of 1905, who had only emerged from Siberian exile in 1917, whereupon he became chairman of the All-Russian Soviet Executive Committee, one of the inner circle members against whom the Bolsheviks staged the October Revolution. Gotz was in the room for all the showdowns at the Smolny Institute, and was a leader of the Committee of Salvation of the Homeland and the Revolution, which attempted to resist the Bolshevik takeover of the Soviets. Despite all this, when faced with the choice of Reds or Whites, Gotz renounced military opposition to the Communists, as it would only help counter-revolutionary reactionaries. But even though he had at least temporarily reconciled himself to the Soviet regime, Gotz and other members of the SR Central Committee were swept up in late 1919 and early 1920 by the police. Some of their comrades, most notably Viktor Chernov, managed to avoid the sweep and flee into exile. But by mid-1921, every prominent SR leader was either in jail or in exile, and the party organization was totally shattered. After allowing them all to languish in prison for the better part of 2 years, in December 1921, the leaders of the Communist Party decided it was high time to put the SRs on public trial. This decision is a bit surprising for two reasons. First, the SRs as a party did not pose any kind of immediate threat to the Soviet regime. In October 1920, members of a much diminished, reconstituted SR Central Committee voted against armed resistance to the Communists, as they simply did not have the means, manpower, or weaponry. Even though veteran SRs like Alexander Antonov in Tambov were involved in various peasant uprisings, the official party line condemned the uprisings and told anyone still loyal to the party not to participate. And then second, the Communists had plans for several big public revolutionary trials over the years. That was originally the plan for both Tsar Nicholas and then later Admiral Kolchak, which, makes a certain amount of sense, the revolution putting the old regime on trial. Those plans never went anywhere, so as it turns out, the first big public revolutionary trial the Communists elected to stage was against other revolutionary socialists. It's like if the Jacobins had skipped right over the trial of the king to the trial of the Girondins. In his book, A Show Trial Under Lenin, a book which I'm getting a ton of details for today's episode from, Mark Jensen makes the case for understanding the trial in the immediate context of the ongoing Russian famine and the larger context of what post-revolutionary political life was supposed to look like. The Communist Party wanted to short-circuit any revival of SR fortunes given the ongoing social and economic conditions, and prevent Russians from believing any other party could possibly represent a legitimate alternative to the communist version of revolutionary socialism, whatever bumps, hiccups, and, famines might occur along the way. In modern parlance, the Communist Party hoped to destroy the brand of the SRs, so that even people dissatisfied with conditions in Russia would see the SRs not as a legitimate alternative, but a discredited group that nobody wanted to associate with. The clever way they planned to go about doing this was by narrowly targeting the leadership, painting them as perfidious Judases of the revolution, while simultaneously making a big show of forgiveness, understanding, and sympathy for rank-and-file SRs, if they were ready to put their unfortunate mistakes of the past behind them. In this way, leaders would be cleaved from followers, and the SRs as a party would be dealt a final, fatal blow from which they would never recover. When word started leaking out in early 1922 that the Communists were planning to prosecute senior SRs, their comrades in exile rallied to their defense. Though the Russian Communist Party was triumphant inside Russia, in the wider world of revolutionary socialism, they were still just one faction among many. The big rift between social democrats and communists was widening, and many leading members of the international socialist movement opposed Bolshevism, and were appalled at the intended persecution of SRs, who were still considered perfectly legitimate revolutionary socialists outside of Russia. They were still full comrades in the wider, greater movement. This was fratricide of the worst kind. Now, we're going to talk much more about this next week, but after World War I, there were two rival organizations, the Comintern's claim to being the International. The Second International was trying to get the old band back together and reconstitute themselves after the disasters of World War I. Then there was another group, sometimes called the 2.5 International or the Vienna International, composed of more radical socialists who broke with the discredited Second International, but were not themselves full-blown communists. Now, like I said, we'll talk more about this next week, but at this moment, all three organizations were presently in negotiations about the viability of a united front against imperialism and capitalism. SRs in exile appealed to leaders of the other two international groups, who in turn put pressure on the communists to explain why they were about to put good Russian socialists on trial. Sensitive to their image during these negotiations, the Comintern leaders said they had nothing to hide and would allow representatives of the other internationals to come to Moscow to not only observe the trial, but even serve as members of the legal defense team if they wanted. The attitude being that evidence proving the SR defendants had betrayed the revolution would be so overwhelming that everyone would be not just allowed to watch, but encouraged to watch. Meanwhile, in Russia, though the decision to prosecute had been made in December, the public announcement was not made until the end of March 1922, and the official investigation did not begin until April 1st. Investigators then spent the next 7 weeks gathering up all the alleged overwhelming evidence they had now promised the world. They looked for anything that showed the SR leadership working against the revolution. Communications and alliances with the whites or the Allies, their destruction of bridges, roads, and buildings, terrorist activities against either the Soviet government or the Red Army, any orders to destroy crops or tools or other essentials of life, anything that painted them as being little more than a front for the reactionary whites and the Western allies who backed them. Accumulating this evidence meant canvassing party members or former party members in a position to have heard or seen things from the inside. This involved police sweeps, interrogations, and interviews with prisoners already in custody. Some of these people were coaxed into providing testimony with various rewards or promises to let them go on with their lives in peace and freedom. Others had to be threatened with prison, exile, or execution if they did not provide the kind of evidence the prosecution needed. Either way, the message was pretty clear. Life will be much better for you if you testify than if you don't. Concurrently with this investigation, former SRs who had already reconciled with the communists wrote pieces in the newspaper admitting their former errors, denouncing their former leaders, and generally encouraging their former comrades to abandon the old party. The forthcoming trial of the SRs, one of them wrote, will open the eyes of the workers of the world to the miserable part which it had played during the revolution, and will thus ease the shift to the revolutionary camp of all those among its present or former members who, for one reason or another, still hesitate. And that, right there, is the point of all this. On May 23, 1922, the 7-week investigation concluded with a 117-page indictment called The Affair of the Central Committee and of Certain Members of Other Organizations of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. This indictment read far more like a political polemic than a legal document. The indictment started with a survey of the history of the SR since the October Revolution, and peppered this story with allegations of their counter-revolutionary activities at every step of the way. The SRs had taken the side of the bourgeois against the workers and the peasants. They engaged in clandestine attempts to overthrow the Soviet regime. They conducted open civil war against that regime, during which they cooperated with the whites, the bourgeoisie, and the Western powers, from whom they had taken money and supplies. In league with the Czechoslovak Legion, they had let a chunk of Russia fall out of Soviet hands. More recently, the indictment laid on the SRs full responsibility for the run of peasant uprisings which had manifested in 1920 and 1921, and accused them of supporting the Kronstadt Rebellion. In the end, the indictment named 34 total defendants, 30 men and 4 women, with Abram Gotz as the most widely recognizable name on the list, thanks to the prominent part he had played in 1917. But not all these defendants were the same. They were divided into 2 groups. The first group were the real defendants, 24 senior SR leaders, including all the members of the Central Committee in custody. The other 10 in the second group were not actually targets of the trial at all, despite being included in the indictment. They were there to take the stand and openly confess their crimes. They would paint a miserable picture of the real defendants in the first group, and in return be forgiven for their own crimes. This was meant to reinforce the idea that the communists were sincere in their claim that confession and repentance would lead to forgiveness and reconciliation. There was no reason for anyone to cling to the SR party anymore, especially not after the duplicitous crimes of the leadership had been publicly revealed. And so the defendants in that second group, lower-ranking members who would confess their crimes and then be forgiven, would be living proof of the forward-looking decency of the Communist Party. The trial began in Moscow on June 8, 1922. It was held in the Pillar Hall of the House of Unions in Moscow. It was a ballroom that had been used by the nobility during the old regime. The trial was purposefully meant to be a public event, and 1,500 spectators were allowed to cram inside under heavy guard by armed soldiers. 3 judges of the court sat on an elevated platform at one end of the hall, under a huge banner that read, "Workers of the World Unite." This was meant to be the revolution putting its enemies on trial. The court would meet 6 days a week, with an early session running from noon until 5 p.m., and an evening session convening at 7 o'clock and running to midnight. Now, because this was meant to be a real trial and not just drumhead justice, the accused all had lawyers and would be allowed to mount a defense. A delegation representing the other Western internationals were indeed allowed to come and participate, and they met daily with their clients to review evidence and work out a defense. Once things got going, though, they all concluded the trial was so heavily stacked against them that it was hardly an exercise in impartiality. All 3 of the judges were members of the Communist Party, and the audience was packed with raucously vocal partisans. Whenever defense counsels or defendants attempted to speak, the spectators subjected them to jeering and catcalls. They were correct in their assessment. The trial was not in fact an exercise in impartial justice, but instead the centerpiece of a sweeping propaganda campaign. Lenin and other senior communists repeatedly referred to the trial as an opportunity for mass public education. That is, to educate the people on how terrible the SRs had been during the revolution. The SRs would be portrayed not as sincere socialists, but as dupes, patsies, and collaborators with the enemies of the revolution. They were allies not of the workers and the peasants, but of cadets and Mensheviks and monarchists, who, despite their wildly different ideologies, were now all lumped into a single amorphous counter-revolutionary blob. In this depiction, the SRs were, quote, a paid military espionage agency of the Entente. They were, quote, an agency of foreign governments. According to Trotsky, they were a division of the, quote, French Czechoslovakian Intelligence Service, that the French General Staff was the real leader of the politics of the socialist revolutionaries and the source of their finance. Beyond painting a broad picture that the SRs were simply a front for the enemies of the revolution during the Civil War, they were also blamed for ongoing troubles. Particularly, they were blamed for the famine. According to a declaration of one communist-aligned workers' group, the hunger is also the fault of the socialist revolutionaries. Another resolution said, our chaotic conditions and hunger are the result of the criminal adventurism of the socialist revolutionaries. They have set fire to the foodstuffs and grain in the Russian storage depots. So, in all of this, the SRs are spies, saboteurs, and turncoats who attempted to derail the revolution at every turn. This propaganda campaign of public education, driven by daily revelations from the trial, used a variety of media. Written pamphlets, articles, and newspaper stories were often written by former SRs admitting the error of their ways and denouncing their former leaders. There were also mass meetings and demonstrations and public gatherings where similar messages were disseminated. The SRs on trial were denounced as tools of the bourgeoisie and Western capitalism. Workers often heard from former SRs who said, I have seen the error of my ways. I hope all my former comrades do too. The communists also set up public exhibitions for people to come and see for themselves all the horrors the SRs had wrought. Most famously, a public exhibition was set up right next door to the courtroom in Moscow called The Crimes of the Right Socialist Revolutionaries Against the Workers of Soviet Russia in Photos and Documents. Inside, a visitor would find a collection of enlarged photographs showing destroyed buildings and bridges, corpses, graves, all the victims of the SRs. There were individual portraits of murdered Bolsheviks. It even included the gun Fanny Kaplan had used to try to kill Lenin. This being the early days of cinema, the party also commissioned a newsreel called The Trial of the Socialist Revolutionaries to be shown in movie houses. And more than anything, this flood of media and press and public events was meant to produce a trial of the century atmosphere that would dominate shop talk, gossip, and everyday conversation. Just days into the trial, one SR noted how successful this campaign was. He said, the trial of the socialist revolutionaries has pushed aside all other life in Russia. Apart from this trial, the Bolsheviks appear to have no needs, no cares at all. Such matters as the famine, industry, transport, the sowing of fields, etc., have all been relegated to the background or are given no attention at all. Tens of thousands of newspapers in the center and in the provinces carry out the orders of the Bolshevik provincial committees, executive committees, and all other party branches, and from the first to the last page are filled with quote-unquote facts about the traitorous and villainous activities of the socialist revolutionary bandits. In short, the Leviathan has thrown itself into the fight against the quote-unquote handful of socialist revolutionary bandits with all its impressive penal and coercive apparatus, with technical means such as the post, the telegraph, the telephone, the railways, the aeroplane, the printing press, the newspapers, and the journals. The combined atmosphere of all this, both inside the courtroom and outside it, convinced the Western socialist observers who had been let in that this was a parody of justice. Despite what they had been told before the trial, this was not a regular legal proceeding in the sense of trying to prove guilt or innocence. It was a spectacle, with an almost certainly preordained outcome deployed in the service of political propaganda. On June 14th, the Western Socialist delegation met with the defendants and agreed to boycott all further proceedings to deny the trial any further legitimacy. They then made a plan to leave Russia, to return to their homes in the West and report what they had seen in scathing detail. For a moment, the communist leadership attempted to prevent them from leaving the country, and it was only after they went on a 24-hour hunger strike that the government issued an exit visa and allowed them to leave Russia on June 19th. The very next day, the propaganda machine reached its fever pitch. On June 20th, 1922, somewhere between 150,000 and 300,000 people marched through Red Square in a mass anti-SR demonstration. Now, though this is a huge crowd, there is some evidence that hints went out to the workers of Moscow that if they did not show up for this march, they needn't bother showing up for work in the morning, if you catch our drift. The marchers carried ominous banners that read, "Death to the traitors of the revolution," and "Death to the Social Democrats," in what appeared to be a spontaneous grassroots call for the death penalty. But in terms of general atmosphere, the march was generally light and buoyant. Men, women, and children were just out enjoying a nice June day. After the march, the crowd gathered outside the House of the Trade Unions, where a bunch of government officials addressed them. And this included most of the officials involved in the trial. The courtroom session that day was cut short so that officers of the court, members of the prosecution, the judges themselves, and even some of the Russian members of the legal defense team could give rousing speeches to the crowd promising to deliver revolutionary justice. Following this demonstration, the court held an evening session where the judges allowed two delegations representing the proletariat of Moscow and Petrograd to appear. This was way outside of any regular rules of order, and these delegations were allowed to simply spend 2.5 hours denouncing the accused as killers and enemies of the working class and urging the death penalty as a justified response. Now, after this demonstration, a kind of prolonged 2 minutes hate of the SRs, the legal defense team for the first group of defendants, the real defendants, concluded that they too could not go on participating in this charade. They stopped attending sessions on June 23rd. At this ground proceedings to a halt for a few days, but then the trial recommenced and remained ongoing for another full month. In total, the prosecution called 58 witnesses. These witnesses included not only those defendants in Group 2, who were technically on trial but were really there just to present evidence against Group 1, but also another group of 19 former party members who had been arrested prior to the trial and threatened with prosecutions unless they presented evidence useful to the prosecution's case. The most important of the witnesses were a man called Grigory Semyonov and a woman called Lydia Konopleva, both of whom were former SR terrorists and both of whom had published denunciations of their former comrades the previous winter as part of the initial groundwork laid for the trial. They testified that the Central Committee of the SRs coordinated an armed struggle against the Soviet state and ordered the assassination of Lenin in 1918. And if you remember when we talked about the attempted assassination of Lenin by Fanny Kaplan, I hinted that there are some conspiracy theories surrounding all of this. And part of that is because most of the direct statements of evidence against Fanny Kaplan we have, which are simply taken as fact, come from Semyonov's testimony at the trial of the SRs. We have no idea how reliable these statements actually are. When the defense attempted to call counter-witnesses, most of them were rejected by the judges for a variety of pretexts, and they were ultimately able to summon only 9. The final phase of the trial began on July 27th with various summations and closing arguments on each side. The defendants all gave their own speeches since their lawyers had been boycotting the proceedings for a month. They hammered the note that this was an illegitimate farce. One of them, a woman called Yevgenia Ratner, said the spiritual rape which you are exercising here under the label of the educative role of the trial is your greatest crime. Abram Gott said the Bolsheviks considered themselves entitled to judge the SRs only because they had won the Civil War. He said that he would face his sentence with a clear conscience because the victors are often later judged by history's court. He said he couldn't go on with this mockery of justice and instead was ready to martyr himself to their cruelty. Unable to enter what he called an agreement with the victors, they now had to enter an agreement with death. But they remained courageous revolutionaries, and they knew how to look death in the eyes. On August 7, 1922, the long-since foreordained verdict was handed down. The tribunal delivered death sentences to 12 of the accused in the first group, 8 members of the Central Committee plus 4 others. The other 10 got long prison sentences. Then, for that second group, they too received a mix of death sentences and imprisonments. But the tribunal pointedly asked the Presidium of the All-Russian Soviet Congress to pardon all the accused of the second group because they acknowledged and repented their activities and had broken completely with their past. The next day, August 8th, the Presidium of the Soviet issued their own final statement. The SRs represented, quote, an embittered enemy, which, notwithstanding the insignificance of its political influence in the country, can imply a great danger even in the future as a tool in the hands of the still powerful world capitalism. Any opposition to the trial represented nothing but, quote, a new crusade by imperialism with its social democratic support against the Soviet Republic and its friends all over the world. They said, in the name of justice, humanity, and mercy, the lackeys of the bourgeoisie want to defend the right of its agents to organize revolts, to murder the leaders of the Soviet Republic, to blow up bridges and warehouses, to poison and to disorganize the Red Army and the Red Fleet, and to carry out military espionage on the instructions of the staffs of imperialism. They then confirmed the judgments of death that had been handed out to everyone. But then there was a twist. Not only would they take the tribunal's recommendation to pardon the convicted of the second group, they also announced that in the name of true justice, true humanity, and true mercy, they would suspend enforcement of the death sentences even against the first group. Nobody was going to be executed. At least, not yet. So, what can we make of the trial of the SRs? Well, first, it's obviously a harbinger of things to come. Political show trials are going to be a hallmark of Stalin's personal consolidation of power in the 1930s. It's not going to be enough for him to just get rid of his enemies in a basement in the middle of the night. The public needed to see, hear, and feel their guilt. And this would require not mere accusation or denunciation or declaration, but, as with the trial of the SRs, the appearance of objective justice, usually arranged to culminate with the accused confessing all their crimes, no matter how absurd or false the charges. So here we basically have the prototype of a show trial. And in this show trial of the SRs, the case laid out by the prosecution failed basic tests of legal ethics. Right? The entire trial was purposely bent towards finding the accused guilty. The prosecution almost certainly suborned perjury. To say they tampered with witnesses would be the understatement of the century, and the prosecution, judges, audience, and many of the defendants were simply there to play parts in a theatrical performance, not engage in an adversarial criminal trial where the defendants had a right to truly defend themselves. And the thing that was going on in the trial of the SRs is that the prosecution had witnesses making direct connections between the individual defendants and various events that were a matter of public record, without really allowing the defense to meaningfully cross-examine the witnesses or present counter-testimony that challenged the narratives built by the prosecution. That is why it was a parody of justice, and not actual justice. But all that said, it is worth pointing out that the prosecution was not just making stuff up out of thin air. All the stuff laid out in the initial indictment was mostly true. Since 1918, the SRs had engaged in various forms of sedition and terrorism. They had raised an army to fight a civil war against the Bolsheviks. They had been in contact with foreign powers who supplied them with money and weapons and supplies. In March 1921, they had contacted the Kronstadt sailors in the hopes of sparking an anti-communist uprising. All of those things had happened. What makes this a parody of justice is the connections made between the individual defendants themselves and these events that were a matter of public record. Witnesses accused the defendants of secretly orchestrating all of this, but those witnesses had been heavily coerced by the prosecution to say those things. The reality is that most of the defendants had nothing specifically to do with the incidents under direct consideration. Were they the leaders of a political party who had many members who had spilled communist blood? Yes. But as often as not, their own posture, especially after 1918, is we need to cool that stuff off because the worst thing that could possibly happen is the whites winning the Civil War. And as a reward for their cautious circumspection in those decisive days which had helped the communists win, is to now be held responsible for activities that they themselves had renounced. Now finally, the last thing I'll say is that all of the things the SRs were accused of were only crimes against the revolution because the communists had won. And frankly, with a little light editing, the indictment against the SRs would have read like a history of the Bolsheviks since 1917. Armed rebellion against the government? Check. Murder, assassination, and torture? Check, check, check. Even the business about being in league with foreign powers. We're talking about a party who had returned to Russia thanks to train tickets provided by the Kaiser, and who had taken German cash all through 1917 to fund their activities. This during a time when Russia was at war with Germany. Then when everything flipped in 1918, Lenin is on record pushing for his comrades to accept money and aid and support from the French and the British. So, as Abram Gotz hinted in his final summation, the real crime the SRs committed was losing. Had they won, everything listed in the indictment would have been glorified as the heroic deeds of the men and women who had saved the revolution from the dastardly Bolsheviks. But they didn't win. They lost. And so they wound up going down as villains instead of heroes. So it goes. Next week, we'll pick up with the international thread to talk about how the increasingly cemented Soviet regime was going to make its way in the world. This show trial had not earned them any favors in the international socialist community, and their relations with the other socialist parties after World War I were increasingly strained. The victorious Russian communists took it for granted that they would be the new leaders of international socialism, but they found many international socialists not particularly interested in being led by communist Russia. Closer to home, their permanent ascendancy did make them the dominant regional force in Eastern Europe, and here their power and authority matched their ambitions, as they embarked on a plan to create a tighter union of Soviet socialist republics. Episode 10.98, The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Today, we are going to talk about Russia's place in the world now that we are transitioning out of the Schrodinger's revolution phase, where it wasn't clear who or what was going to step out of the box. Now that we know the answer to that question, we have further questions. How would the communist government in Moscow relate to the former constituent parts of the Russian Empire? How would they relate to the other factions, branches, and parties of the international socialist movement, which the victorious Russian communists, by virtue of their victory, fully expected to lead? How would they relate to the other great European powers? Despite major ideological divides, both sides now had to reckon with the reality that the other was here to stay. In terms of foreign affairs, the minimum program for Soviet Russia was, as always, to simply survive in a world they viewed as implacably and permanently hostile.
But they also gave as good as they got in terms of implacable and permanent hostility to ideological enemies, and so the maximum program for Soviet Russia remained the same program that had been on the table since our very first episode of this series, when the First International gathered in London in 1864. Global Socialist Revolution. So we'll start today with the question of how Russia proper would relate to the former constituent parts of the old Russian Empire. We know that places like Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, and western chunks of both Belarus and Ukraine are, for the moment, truly independent entities, recognized as such by Moscow, and not yet simply puppet regimes. But as we discussed a few episodes back, the Red victory in the Russian Civil War meant that the rest of the old Russian Empire was left pretty much intact. The Communists reorganized these territories as a mixed bag of SSRs, SFSRs, and ASSRs. Some were officially subordinate to Moscow, others technically sovereign and independent. For Lenin and the other members of the inner circle of the Russian Communist Party, making permanent sense of all this seemed to point them in one of two directions. Either take all these territories and truly unite them in a single integrated and centralized sovereign entity, or merely band them together in a loose confederation of independent republics, joined by treaties of alliance, but who otherwise could not and would not tell each other what to do. It was, not for nothing, a very similar question the leaders of the newborn United States faced in the 1780s, after they emerged victorious from their revolution. There were good arguments to be made on both sides, and as you can imagine, there was tension between the hardline Russian communists, who habitually favored the Bolshevik virtues of centralized decision-making and unified discipline, and, say, leaders of the Ukrainian Communist Party or the Georgian Communist Party, who wanted the right to act freely inside their own territories. The years of civil war and the experience of gaining, losing, and then regaining control of these various territories had taught Lenin and the inner circle of the party to be wary of both heavy-handed centralization, which had so often backfired, but also just hands-off independence to leave people to do what they wanted to do. That would leave everyone too divided and vulnerable to the enemies of the revolution. At the 10th Party Congress in March 1921, the same one that had kicked off the NEP and introduced the ban on factions, the party created a commission to study how best to integrate the huge geographic area inside the Soviet orbit, along with its vast regional, linguistic, religious, cultural, and ethnic differences. Now, just before the 10th Party Congress, Comrade Stalin, in his capacity as Commissar of Nationalities, made it clear that in his view the party must push for integration and unification of all these territories. Stalin argued, "Not one Soviet republic taken separately can consider itself safe from economic exhaustion and military defeat by world imperialism. Therefore, the isolated existence of separate Soviet republics has no firm basis in view of the threats to their existence from the capitalist states. The national Soviet republics that have freed themselves from their own and from the foreign bourgeoisie will be able to defend their existence and conquer the united forces of imperialism only by joining in a close political union." In other words, Stalin is here channeling his inner Ben Franklin and saying to everyone, join or die. And, not unlike Franklin's vision for the United States, Stalin expected the integrated political, economic, and military systems of a hypothetical Union of Soviets to involve a great deal of regional autonomy for local leaders in the Union's constituent parts, a federalized balance of central power and local controls. By the end of 1921, though, the arguments over whether to integrate, federalize, or have everybody declare independence from everybody else were entirely confined to the members of the Communist Party. Political alternatives to the party could not be tolerated, and so as a matter of deliberate policy, all the other parties out there, be they socialist, anarchist, nationalist, liberal, or conservative, were broken, repressed, persecuted, imprisoned, or exiled. We saw this last week with the trial of the SRs, but I want to take a moment now to talk about Ukraine and close the book on Nestor Makhno. Because when the leaders of Ukraine and Russia get to arguing about how and when and where to integrate with each other, the Ukrainian anarchist movement was as exhausted and broken as Nestor Makhno himself. As we've seen, the Reds and the Blacks in Ukraine had been formal allies off and on throughout the Civil War,
up through the final battles against General Wrangel in Crimea in late 1920. Macknow's forces had fought on the front lines of that campaign, but even before it was over, both the Reds and the Blacks positioned themselves to knife each other in the back as soon as they combined to defeat the Whites. Orders had been issued from Moscow to Red Army officers in the area that as soon as Wrangel was beat, that they liquidate the Black Army. The Cheka had already tried and failed to assassinate Macknow, so when orders said liquidate, they meant liquidate. They didn't mean send him home and give him a nice pension. Macknow himself never had any intention of laying down his arms and letting the Russian communists take over Ukraine. So, after Wrangel was defeated, the Reds and the Blacks turned on each other almost immediately. Red Cossack divisions chased Macknow all over Ukraine during the winter of 1920-1921, but he successfully evaded their pursuit. When the Kronstadt rebellion hit in March 1921, Macknow tried to fan the flame of a general anti-communist uprising in Ukraine, but by now the old insurrectionary energy was exhausted from years of constant civil war and rebellion. Still leading a couple thousand loyal partisans, Macknow found his supplies and ammunition depleted, most of his most dedicated fighters dead and buried, and potential new recruits far less enthusiastic about taking up arms, especially as Lenin had demanded communists that were consolidating their hold in Ukraine to check their Russian chauvinism at the door this time. With steam running out of the Black movement, Macknow also had to reckon with his own body. Always leading from the front lines, he had been badly wounded several times, most recently in the stomach. By the summer of 1921, the man who had personally led so many charges on horseback was a wounded invalid who had to be carried around by his bodyguards. Unable to risk going to a proper hospital, and with the prospects for immediate victory against the entrenching communists now dim, Macknow, his wife, and about 100 loyalists decided to break for the relative safety of Poland, where they would seek temporary asylum, and most importantly, access to real doctors. But as Macknow and his comrades booked it west, the Red Army caught their scent. In a fierce firefight in late August, most of Macknow's entourage were killed, and he himself took a somehow non-fatal bullet to the neck. Unable to reach Poland, he had to turn and head for Romania. In early September 1921, he and the last of his followers took down a Red Army checkpoint and crossed the border. The intention was always to come back to Ukraine, but he would never come back. And when he departed, the Macknowist dream of a Black Ukraine quietly died. Nestor Macknow spent the rest of his life in exile, first in Romania for a year before he snuck over into Poland, where he was apprehended and placed in an internment camp in April 1922. Allowed to stay, he got caught up in what appears to have been a Soviet operation to deliberately lure him into a position that compromised his standing with the Polish government, and so they threw him in prison for a year. In prison, his health continued to deteriorate, and the tuberculosis he had long ago contracted was exacerbated. Despairing of everything, Macknow drafted some memoirs in prison and then attempted suicide in April 1924. But he didn't die, and instead he recovered and was allowed to move to Danzig, where he dodged a Russian attempt to kidnap him, then got arrested by local authorities again, and escaped from a German prison. By 1925, he had made his way to Paris, where he spent the final 9 years of his life. This final decade was pretty miserable for Macknow. He struggled to work. He was hobbled by a half-dozen physical disabilities from his years of hard fighting. His mood soured. He separated from his wife. He was alienated from and bickered with former close friends who dropped out of his life one by one. Sinking into terminal poverty, Macknow continued to write articles, defend his revolutionary career, and argue with anyone who was still left to argue with. In the early 1930s, a group of Spanish anarchists who idolized him as an almost mythical figure did their best to support him with a meager pension, but it was never enough. And in July 1934, Nestor Macknow died in Paris of complications from tuberculosis, malnutrition, and that greatest of social diseases, poverty. As I said when we embarked on the Russian Revolution, the story of what happened during these years is not so neat and tidy as the Tsar falls in February, the liberals make a hash of things, and the socialists triumph in October. Because the Bolsheviks were just one revolutionary socialist party among many, and it was only after they won the Civil War that they were able to portray themselves as the true embodiment of socialist revolution,
while all these other types, Mensheviks and the various flavors of SR, left and right, populist and terrorists, were sinister or delusional deviationists from the true path. It's hard to even remember that the October Revolution was just one group of socialists attacking another group of socialists, and that Kerensky was an SR, not a cadet. Now, it is time for Nestor Makhno and the Ukrainian anarchists to follow the well-trod path of the other left-wing rivals to Bolshevism, left to memory and history, but leaving a revolutionary spirit of resistance that, obviously, lives on to this day. But just because the Communist Party was making itself synonymous with socialism inside Russia, out in the wider world, they remained just one socialist faction among many. Prior to World War I, all these factions, not counting the anarchists, of course, had been nominally united under the very broad umbrella of the Second International. In 1919, the Russian communists had founded a third international, a communist international, to redefine and reorient worldwide socialism after the obvious abject failures of the Second International. But though the Second International had failed the test of World War I, that did not mean its leading lights were prepared to simply give up their hopes, dreams, and beliefs and convert to Bolshevism. So just before the Comintern's First World Congress in March 1919, a group of old social democrats met in Bern, Switzerland. The leading German Marxists like Karl Kautsky and Edward Bernstein, who disagreed about so much, both urged their comrades to condemn Bolshevism as an unwelcome deviation. This group tried to fully restore the Second International, but by now that brand was way too tarnished. Nearly all the most radical left-wing elements of European socialism had already enthusiastically joined the Comintern, while another group, led by Austrian Marxists like Friedrich Adler and Otto Bauer, tried to find a middle path between the reformist parliamentary socialists and the radical Bolsheviks. In February 1921, they convened in Vienna and founded something called the International Working Union of Socialist Parties, which, I should mention, included Russian Mensheviks like Julius Martov and Pavel Axelrod. In recognition of their attempt to find common unifying ground between the old Second Internationalists and the new Third Internationalists, this group is colloquially referred to as either the 2.5 International or the Second and a Half International. As I briefly mentioned last week, these three socialist groups came together in Berlin in April 1922 for the Conference of the Three Internationals. This was sort of the one good faith effort on all their parts to see if there remained enough similarities and agreements to overcome their differences and disagreements. Now, finding this was always going to be tough, as the Comintern was always going to insist groups entering its ranks sign pledges of discipline that the social democratic parties were never going to sign, and the social democratic parties were always going to insist on strategies, tactics, and policies the communists believed long since discredited. And frankly, they suspected the social democrats were now working not for socialist revolution, but seducing the workers and the peasants to embrace a kindler, gentler imperialist capitalism. The conference convened on the eve of the trial of the SRs, an obviously controversial development that took up a lot of attention at the Conference of the Three Internationals and which soured relations among them all, especially after social democratic observers returned with tales of absurd and tyrannical show trials, not against kings and capitalists, but against fellow comrades. Some left-wing elements outside the communist orbit tried to maintain the hope of a unified international socialist movement, but the bridges between them all were now burning. At the Fourth World Congress of the Comintern in November 1922, they rejected a call to join a decentralized and broadly inclusive international socialist group, leaving it to the last rump of the Second International and the leaders of the 2.5 International to merge with one another, but not with the communists. In May 1923, these more conservative and moderate socialists convened in Hamburg and, recognizing that the Second International was dead and buried, formed a new group called the Labor and Socialist International, or LSI. In contrast to the Comintern, there were very few hard rules for membership, and member parties joined as independent organizations, not as disciplined subsets recognizing a centralized authority. And so, international socialism would go marching into the interwar period divided between communists and social democrats, a divide that would have disastrous consequences for them all, as a new movement called fascism stepped into the breach to make their own bid for world power. Beyond the frontiers of the old Russian Empire, and away from the internecine fights of international socialism, the early 1920s also marked a period of tense conciliation between the great powers of Europe, who now represented wildly different ideological worldviews. Immediately after World War I, the Western capitalist powers had obviously tried to overthrow the communist regime, and, in turn, the communists had tried to overthrow all the Western capitalists. But after all that shook out, they now found themselves in the mutually awkward position of cohabitating a game board that neither could win total control of. At the moment, neither side officially recognized the other, leading to one of those recurring absurdities of international diplomacy where governments just shut their eyes real tight and pretend like the other government simply doesn't exist. British Prime Minister David Lloyd George was not thrilled about the state of European diplomacy, and so, as we've seen in March 1921, he navigated his way to a British-Soviet trade deal that normalized relationships between the two countries without yet breaking off the magical seal of official recognition. By late 1921, Lloyd George was further troubled by the state of post-World War I Europe and the ongoing ramifications of the incredibly punitive Treaty of Versailles. He lobbied the other great powers to meet in a conference in Genoa in the spring of 1922 for a great reassessment of where they were 3 years into the Treaty of Versailles era. Controversially, this invitation was extended to both Weimar Germany and Soviet Russia, both of whom had been diplomatically isolated by the victorious Allies. Lloyd George hoped this conference would blunt some of the harsher aspects of Versailles, but new French Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré virtually defined his career with hostility to the Germans. In his role as foreign minister during the July crisis, he had been one of the unwitting architects of World War I. Poincaré himself did not attend the Genoa conference, but the French delegation arrived with a brief to allow no let-up on German reparations, and in fact, they were to try to convince the Russians to pursue their own reparations claims against Germany under Article 116 of the Treaty of Versailles. Poincaré's grand vision was to then press French claims to Russian debt contracted by the Tsar that would be paid by these German reparations to Russia. Thus far, the Soviets had refused to recognize or pay those old debts, but if the money came from Germany, maybe they'd be willing to just turn around and funnel it to France. All these maneuvers really accomplished, though, was short-circuiting the less punitive peace Lloyd George hoped for, and instead once again unwittingly trigger a nightmare scenario, a Soviet-German Treaty of Friendship. After the Genoa Conference convened on April 10, 1922, the German and Russian delegations met secretly in the nearby resort town of Rapallo, and after several days of negotiations, suddenly emerged with a treaty in hand, much to the shock and horror of the other delegations, especially Britain and France. There was a lot to recommend a German-Soviet agreement at the time. In the new world of the NEP, Russia needed technology, manpower, imports, and industrial expertise that the Germans could provide, and the Germans needed consumer markets and raw materials that the Russians could provide. Germany agreed to abandon all claims to debts taken out by the Tsar, and Russia renounced all reparations claims against Germany under Article 116. And although both sides denied it vehemently, they also signed a secret military treaty, whereby the Russians would house German-financed factories that would supply both countries with munitions, as well as establish training bases for German soldiers forbidden to exist in Germany under the terms of the Versailles Treaty. The Russians, for their part, gained access to military academies for their young officers to train them properly, as well as all those munitions coming out of the factories. But one of the biggest things to come out of the Treaty of Rapallo was simply that Germany became the first great power to officially recognize Soviet Russia, paving the way for the other powers to give up and follow suit. Soviet Russia was a thing. The revolution was over. The Russian communists were the last ones still standing, and no one was on the verge of knocking them over. There was no sense in denying it anymore. Soviet Russia was a thing. But I want to end today by advancing beyond merely Soviet Russia, which was now a thing, but it was not the official entity that would be the thing
interacting with the other great powers on the world stage in the years and decades to come. For that, we need to turn our attention to the Soviet Union. What is the Soviet Union? What is this entity that emerged from a decade of World War, Civil War, and revolution? It was often casually treated in the West as merely synonymous with Russia or the Russians, but the USSR was more complicated than that, and it represented a compromise between the two big available options we talked about at the beginning of today's episode: complete consolidation and centralization, or separation, divorce, and mutual independence. In January 1922, Georgy Chicherin, the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, was about to go off and negotiate the Treaty of Rapallo with his German counterparts. He sent an official inquiry around questioning whether the other SSRs should consider themselves represented on the world stage by him and his team. Effectively, could he represent those other SSRs in his capacity as Commissar of Foreign Affairs for only the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic? And though there was no legal mechanism allowing for this, people like Comrade Stalin said that Russia should represent the other SSRs in foreign affairs. Now, this led to discussions and arguments with leaders of the various other SSRs about the feasibility and desirability of creating an official legal union that would formalize all of this. Specifically, a union of the Ukrainian SSR, the Belarusian SSR, and a brand new thing called the Transcaucasian SSR that was formed in March 1922 from Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. But though the Russian Communist Party leaders were moving decisively towards formal integration of all these SSRs, Lenin in particular continued to be wary of perceived Russian chauvinism. When Stalin came around to discuss all this, Lenin said that the language of having the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic absorb Ukraine, Belarus, and the Transcaucasian states was not going to work. It was unacceptable. They instead must enter into a federal agreement where they would each join as equal members without anyone absorbing anyone else. Lenin said, "It is important not to give grist to the mill of the independence lobby, not to destroy their independence, but to create a new level of a federation of equal republics." Stalin made the point that there was a complicating hypocrisy involved here, because, for example, the Bashkir and the Tatars and other nationalities would be left in their subordinated ASSR units, not elevated to being full co-equal members of Lenin's proposed union. The difference was justified by nothing but the political and military realities that some of them were well and truly under Russia's thumb, and others were not. Lenin and Stalin also discussed how far this union was expected to go. In Lenin's mind, he envisioned eventually the entire world joining the Soviet Union. SSR states in Poland, Germany, France, and throughout the globe joining together in a single union of Soviet Socialist republics. Stalin was far more skeptical that this was possible or even desirable. They couldn't even get Finland and the Baltic states on board. Poland would never join them, and dreaming of a French SSR joining in union with Russia was just a fantasy. And as Russia moved forward, Stalin's opinion was going to count for a lot more than Lenin's, because though Lenin's influence and authority would never be questioned, he was already ailing and his powers waning. As we will discuss in great detail next week, the future course of Russia, the Soviet Union, and global socialist revolution would not be guided by Lenin, but by Stalin and Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev. The principal opponent of Stalin's model of the RSFSR, but for everybody, was a guy called Christian Rakovsky, an ethnically Bulgarian communist, a close ally of Trotsky, and presently head of government for the Ukrainian SSR. Rakovsky wanted the loosest possible federation as the surest possible survival for the revolution. No amount of legalese, in his opinion, could cover the obvious reality that Russia was redonning its imperial mantle. That was not going to go over well here in Ukraine. But Stalin and his allies waited until Rakovsky was literally off on a holiday to have the commission created by the Communist Party to recommend an integration plan approve the model of a single unitary state with, of course, mechanisms for internal autonomy.
In December 1922, representatives of the four SSRs in question came together to unify politically. And though the other nationalities of the old Russian Empire were not afforded the elevated status of Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Transcaucasus, the treaty those four nominally independent republics were about to sign fully anticipated more Soviet Socialist republics joining after this initial core came together. And indeed it would soon grow to encompass 15 such republics by the beginning of World War II. The treaty creating the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was approved on December 30th, 1922, and it created a whole new federal government whose primary functions were indeed centralized in Moscow, and in practice, very little changed in terms of personnel or policy. Most of the governmental positions of the new Soviet Union were assigned by doling out new titles to the leaders of Soviet Russia. So Lenin ceased to be chairman of the RSFSR's Council of People's Commissars, and instead became chairman of the Union's Council of People's Commissars. The only thing that changed is how much more authority he had, and how much of a larger area it extended over. Meanwhile, the Russian Communist Party became the All-Union Communist Party, with again virtually no changes for anyone inside the inner circle of power. So, while Lenin and the Russian communists took great pains to make this all legally a union of co-equals, the Russians would always be, like Augustus, the first among equals. In declaring their new union to the world, the treaty creating the Soviet Union began with a short preamble, which read, "Since the foundation of the Soviet republics, the states of the world have been divided into two camps, the camp of capitalism and the camp of socialism. There, in the camp of capitalism, national hate and inequality, colonial slavery and chauvinism, national oppression and massacres, brutalities and imperialistic wars. Here, in the camp of socialism, reciprocal confidence and peace, national liberty and equality, the pacific coexistence and fraternal collaboration of peoples." Which all sounds very nice, if it were, true. But it doesn't exactly read like an honest depiction of the material that I've had to cover for the last 20 or 25 episodes of this series. They said, though, that they expected the Soviet Union to be a model for harmony among the nations of the world. The preamble said, "The bourgeoisie has proven itself incapable of realizing a harmonious collaboration of the peoples. It is only in the camp of the Soviets, only under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, that has grouped around itself the majority of the people, that it has been possible to eliminate the oppression of nationalities, to create an atmosphere of mutual confidence, and to establish the basis of a fraternal collaboration of peoples. It is only thanks to these circumstances that the Soviet republics have succeeded in repulsing the imperialist attacks both internally and externally." They also announced that the Union would provide a firm basis for economic reconstruction. "The years of war have not passed without leaving their trace," it read. "The devastated fields, the closed factories, the forces of production destroyed, and the economic resources exhausted. This heritage of the war renders insufficient the isolated economic efforts of the several republics. National economic reestablishment is impossible as long as the republics remain separated." I mean, how else was Russia going to rebuild itself if it wasn't fed by Ukrainian wheat? The preamble ended by saying, "All these considerations incessantly demand the union of the Soviet republics into one federated state capable of guaranteeing external security, economic prosperity internally, and the free national development of peoples. The will of the peoples of the Soviet republics recently assembled in Congress, where they decided unanimously to form the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics, is a sure guarantee that this union is a free federation of people equal in rights, that the right to freely withdraw from the union is assured to each republic, that access to the union is open to all republics already existing, as well as those who may be born in the future, that the new federal state will be the worthy crowning of the principles laid down as early as October 1917 of the pacific coexistence and fraternal collaboration of peoples, that it will serve as a bulwark against the capitalist world and mark a new decisive step towards the union of workers of all countries in one worldwide socialist Soviet republic." So, we're really approaching the end of the line here. It's been 5 years since the Russian Empire collapsed in 1917, and from the remnants of that collapsed heap, we now have the Soviet Union being born here in December 1922. a union that would be the political manifestation of revolutionary communism in Eastern Europe for the next 70-odd years, until the member states finally took the text up on this declared right to withdraw from the Union at any time. But as the Soviet Union was born, the leader, who more than any other single person had brought it into existence, was dying. By the time this treaty was signed in late 1922, Lenin had already suffered the first of several strokes that would first incapacitate him and then kill him. So next week, Lenin's long history of stormy agitation and hyper-rigid, workaholic revolutionary activity will finally catch up with him. But I promise I won't let him just disappear without allowing him to trash talk everyone who might possibly succeed him.